Guiyan has traversed through time. Upon her birth, her grandmother sought to take her life. Why can such a wicked old woman still attain the status of a noble matron? Upon hearing this thought, the old woman's hand came to an abrupt halt. How can such a petty and malevolent aunt marry into wealth? Heaven truly has no eyes. The aunt, who typically indulged in laziness and gluttony, served her and her mother diligently. How can this incompetent and unfaithful father achieve success and return in glory? This script must have been penned with the feet. The wretched father beamed with delight, indulging her with the finest of delicacies. The aunt wept, kneeling at home, lamenting, "Where is my wealthy second generation?" The grandmother trembled. "Why has our family grown poorer?" Seizing the moment while the family reveled in their dreams, the beautiful mother finally took her child and left the scoundrel behind, establishing her independence. This little one is the true second generation. We have a scholar in our family. A noble matron shall be ours as well. She rummaged through her small handbag, producing a medicinal gourd, shaking out a few tiny pills, and extending her chubby hand to her loving grandparents and relatives. "Would you like some candy? The kind that prolongs life." Chapter 1. A Journey Through Time. Guiyan was reborn. Originally tasked by her master to tend the furnace, she secretly became engrossed in a storybook, causing the elixirs her master concocted to burn. In a fit of rage, her master cast her down to the mortal realm. After a brief darkness, a bright light initially appeared before her, gradually illuminating her surroundings. The blinding rays prevented her from opening her eyes. As she inhaled a breath of fresh air, a rough hand pressed firmly against her mouth and nose. "How unfortunate! After all the care given to you, we have such a troublesome girl." A sharp voice cursed beside her. Her face reddened from the suffocation, and she struggled vigorously, yet felt utterly immobile. Would she be the subject of ridicule among her senior brothers and sisters for centuries? "Mother, save your child." What sound was that? The old woman's hand trembled, attracting the attention of Lin Wanqing, who lay in bed. Having just given birth, she weakly turned her gaze in their direction. Upon witnessing her mother-in-law attempting to suffocate her child, inexplicable strength surged within her, and she clambered off the bed, snatching the child from the old woman's grasp and collapsing back down, breathless. "Mother, what are you doing?" Guiyan felt the sweet air fill her lungs once more, gasping eagerly. "Cough, cough." She coughed weakly, inciting more concern from Lin Wanqing. The old woman cast a disdainful glance at her. "Ye family? Junjie?" Was this not the very story she had read while slacking off? It was a tale steeped in tragedy, with the heroine being her mother. Her mother had 3 children. The eldest was a fool, the second passed away prematurely, and the third survived but grew willful and spoiled, inciting the reader's desire to leap into the narrative and discipline her. Her mother was the daughter of a wealthy man, originally betrothed to the son of a rice merchant, only to be coerced by her stepmother, who forced her into a marriage with her current father. When her mother married this man, he was merely a student. Through her guidance, he managed to pass the imperial examination. At that point, this scoundrel became arrogant that he took a mistress outside. Subsequently, when her mother bore a foolish son, he was more frequently absent. The authorities conducted no investigation, believing the scoundrel, in a brazen display, married the mistress, even mocking her mother in prison. The townsfolk derided her mother, lamenting the scoundrel's poor choices and wishing him well with his mistress. In this dire situation, the scoundrel did not relent. They set their sights on her mother's family wealth. Collaborating with the mistress, they forged evidence, slandering her uncle's family as having dealings with local bandits. With scant evidence, her entire maternal family was imprisoned, and her grandfather perished from rage on the day of his arrest. Thus, Guiyan was to be the prematurely deceased second daughter. This was merely a passing mention in the text, stating she died at birth, never to see the light of day. "My dear mother, how can this scoundrel possibly care for us? He already has a child with another woman." Lin Wanqing, holding her child, lowered her head. What sound was that? How could she hear a little girl's voice calling her mother? Do not implore that old woman. She has long been aware of the scoundrel's mistress and even attended to her during her confinement. Lin Wanqing, stunned by the revelation that the voice came from her daughter, was further horrified by the actions of her husband and mother-in-law. The old woman, too, displayed an expression of shock. How could she hear the newborn's thoughts? Moreover, this child was aware of her son's indiscretions. Could it be that this little imp had given birth to a monster? Nervously, she glanced at her daughter-in-law. Her expression remained unchanged, suggesting only she could hear. Realizing her daughter was a little enchantress, the old woman was determined to dispose of her. "Give me the child. I shall throw her into the filthy ditch." Upon hearing this, Guiyan's lips pursed in dismay. "No, mother, please. The baby is still weak. She does not wish to die." This old woman's heart is truly black. How can there be no retribution in the future? How? Is she allowed to become a noble matron? The old woman extended her hand, attempting to seize the child. Upon hearing this, her hand froze in midair. What? In the future, she could become a noble matron. The old woman stared at Guiyan, her eyes wide with disbelief. This little enchantress could foresee future events? If so, perhaps keeping her around for a time would not be unwise. Lin Wanqing, hearing her daughter's words, was equally astonished. If her mother-in-law became a noble matron, surely her husband would succeed academically. Could he truly achieve such a feat? "Mother, this is my and Junjie's flesh and blood, your granddaughter. How can you bear to do this? Consider the future, it would be a loss of virtue." The old woman's eyes darted, a hint of amusement crossing her features, her thoughts drifting to a future where she was a noble matron, attended by many. "Very well, we shall keep this little imp for now. In 6 months, Junjie will go to the capital for examinations. I do not wish for him to be distracted by this matter." After speaking, the old woman huffed and turned to leave. This wretched child knows future events they would see if Yi family's second branch could become the most accomplished of the clan, bringing glory to their ancestors. At this moment, she remembered her own cherished legacy, taking a rice cake from the table, joyfully departing. Lin Wanqing kissed her daughter, placing her back on the bed. After cleansing herself and changing into fresh clothes, she wearily sat on the bed, preparing to nurse her child. Guiyan, hearing this, clicked her tongue in disdain. "My dear mother, how can you still be so infatuated? This is not mere infatuation, it borders on folly. He told you he was studying elsewhere. In truth, he is preparing to father another child with that widow. He will eventually harm your eldest brother and frame you, driving your grandfather to his demise. Do you still believe he merely made a common error? That is only because you have not encountered better men. His initial interest in you stemmed from your family's wealth. What kind of bride can rest easy while her husband cavorts outside? Awaken, for he holds no affection for you. He is merely a heartless scoundrel, devoid of responsibility. Can he truly regard you as more significant than your father, uncle, and those who genuinely care for you?" Chapter 2. The Return of the Unworthy Father. Upon hearing her daughter's heartfelt sentiments, Lin Wanqing's face drained of color. Could her own husband truly harm their children? After all, they were his flesh and blood. Surely, he could not be so cruel. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in," she beckoned. Her eldest son, Guiyan's older brother, Yi Degu, entered cautiously, dirt smudged across his small frame. "Mother, Grandma said you had a little sister. Degu wants to hold her," he announced, his gaze vacant, revealing his lack of mental acuity. Lin Wanqing's heart ached for her son. His disheveled appearance indicated he had once again been bullied by the village children. The scoundrel father despised his son's perceived foolishness, engaging with a widow who bore him a clever child. Meanwhile, their family had drowned Degu in the water, leaving him unaware of the tragedy that had befallen him. He naively believed that his estranged father had finally taken an interest in him, smiling even in death. Yi Degu glanced around in confusion. Who was speaking? His exaggerated gestures did not raise Lin Wanqing's suspicions due to his naturally foolish demeanor. Watching her son, Lin Wanqing felt a sharp pang in her heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Could her husband truly be so heartless? The barrage of cold truths regarding her daughter's fate jolted her to reality. She could not simply stand by as her daughter fell victim to her mother-in-law's malice, while her son was harmed by his father and the illegitimate offspring. Surveying the disarray surrounding her, she realized she had endured childbirth alone, forced to tidy up both herself and the room. At that moment, her heart plummeted into despair. Year after year, she had begged her family for financial assistance to support her in-laws, yet received not a shred of sincerity in return. Raising her eyes to the still curious Yi Dagu, she gently said, Dagu, go change into clean clothes and wash your hands before you come hold your sister. His clothes hung askew, but his hands were clean. The little sister is fragrant and soft, we mustn't dirty her. Yi Dagu exclaimed, cautiously poking his finger at his sister's chubby face, reminiscent of a dumpling. He then wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Mother, water please. Lin Wanqing felt warmth in her heart as she accepted the water, quenching her thirst after all her exertions. Though her son lacked mental sharpness, he was remarkably considerate. The thought of his future predicament made her heart ache anew. Yi Dagu nodded foolishly and dashed out. She glanced towards the door, pulling her garment aside to gaze at her drowsy daughter, offering a grain sack before her. At that moment, Yi Guiyan, though unable to see, recognized the object before her. Internally, she felt a collapse. At her age, she would rather starve than consume such fare. After a while, Yi Guiyan burped softly, smacking her lips contentedly. Just then, commotion arose outside. Dearest, Yi Junjie entered, holding a sizable piece of meat the size of Yi Dagu's palm. Cheerfully, he declared, this was gifted by my classmates at the academy. Upon hearing I became a father again, they sent this to celebrate. Lin Wanqing's anger ignited. So, her family was only deserving of leftovers? She had long believed the Yi family impoverished, enduring meals devoid of meat without complaint, embodying the quintessential dutiful wife. Yet, it turned out that better fare was reserved for outsiders. With newfound clarity from her daughter's insights, she refused to accept another of his lies. Seeing Yi Junjie's obliviousness to her cold demeanor, he assumed her recent childbirth had left her weak. He jovially approached and seated himself at the bedside. Let me see what our son looks like. He must resemble me, handsomely. Lin Wanqing replied blandly, it's a daughter. What? A daughter? But I thought. Oh, you must have high hopes for this child. The fortune teller said this pregnancy would surely yield a son, so you must be disappointed. You should treat your mother while she has cared for you and the child during your pregnancy. Lin Wanqing's heart turned to ice upon hearing this. She had risked her life to bring a child into the Yi family, only to feel indebted to them. Yi Guiyan squinted, straining to see the scoundrel before her, but all was a blur. Mother, do not believe a word from this man. He is manipulating you. Though Lin Wanqing did not grasp the term manipulating, she understood the general implication. Gently patting her daughter, she reassured her to be at ease. She was now fully aware of the man before her. Yi Junjie, too, heard his daughter's faint voice, perplexed as he searched for the source of the unfamiliar sound. After a thorough search, he caught Lin Wanqing's puzzled expression and felt a twinge of guilt. Quickly, he snatched the baby from her arms, grinning. Let me hold our daughter. She looks just like you, truly beautiful, oh? Is that so? Do I resemble my mother more? Then looking in the mirror will no longer be disconcerting. As Yi Junjie trembled, nearly dropping the child, he was astonished to realize he could hear his daughter's thoughts. Overwhelmed with joy, he reveled in the notion that he was indeed a reincarnation of a celestial being, gradually acquiring magical powers. Surely, he would excel in this year's imperial examination. He joyfully pressed a kiss upon his daughter's face, prompting an expression of disdain from Yi Guiyan. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Yi Junjie's face paled. How did she know about his affair with the widow? He furtively glanced at Lin Wanqing, relieved to find no suspicion clouding her features. Truly, his daughter was a prodigy, a reflection of her celestial lineage. Chapter 3. The Scoundrel's Outsourced Filial Piety. Yi Junjie rummaged through the nearby wardrobe for clean clothes. As he changed, he mumbled, let's stir-fry this meat, shall we? Mother quite enjoys it. Lin Wanqing replied nonchalantly, then let her cook it later. Dressed, Yi Junjie continued, Mother's works so hard. Besides, I believe you cook the best. Turning to Lin Wanqing, he finally registered her recent delivery. Yi Guiyan cursed inwardly. Oh, my dear mother, look at this scoundrel. He is not praising your cooking, he merely wants you to work. He rarely acknowledges your struggles, only to realize your efforts when he has a wife. Yi Junjie's face flushed, caught in his own thoughts. How astute his daughter was, even discerning his intentions. Lin Wanqing scoffed internally. I am currently in confinement. I shall cook for you once I have recovered. At that moment, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of separation. She was unusually clear-headed, refusing to act impulsively. Yi Junjie stammered, then, I will have you prepare it. That girl has vanished. unaware that her sister-in-law has given birth and is not home to assist. Guiyan yawned. She's likely busy courting young Master Wang. Both Yi Junjie and Lin Wanqing froze. Young Master Wang? Which young Master Wang? In their small town, the only Wang family worthy of such a title was the son of the silk merchant. How could she possess the ability to recognize this young Master Wang? Lin Wanqing was merely curious, while Yi Junjie felt an urgent sense of anxiety. Why had his daughter ceased speaking at such a crucial moment? Was he truly the young master of the silk shop? If they could cultivate this connection and become in-laws with the silk shop, the fortunes of the Yi family would certainly see a significant enhancement. Firstly, they would undoubtedly require a generous betrothal gift. With that, they could afford to send Yaozu to a more prestigious academy for his studies. As Yaozu had now reached the age for schooling, Yi Junjie found himself facing the financial burden of his own education, a cost which he had to solicit from Lin Wanqing's family. If he were to ask Lin Wanqing for money once more to support Yaozu's education, she would surely grow suspicious. Thus, at this moment, while Yi Junjie observed the modest comforts of their life, he also felt the weight of financial constraints. Imagining a future where he would become related to the owner of the silk shop, he couldn't help but smile foolishly as he cradled his daughter. Meanwhile, Yi Guiyan had already drifted into slumber. Observing his daughter, who was smacking her lips in her sleep, he found her even more adorable than Yaozu had been at that age, causing his heart to melt. He yearned to awaken her and share more words. As dusk settled, every household in the village began to prepare their evening meals. Lin Wanqing's stomach growled incessantly, prompting Yi Junjie to anxiously glance outside while holding their child. Unable to endure her hunger any longer, Lin Wanqing resolved to rise and prepare dinner herself, knowing full well that it was impossible to have her scholarly husband take to the kitchen. She couldn't allow herself to go hungry, lest her daughter suffer from a lack of nourishment. Just as she was about to get up, a commotion arose from the yard. "You lazy girl! I told you to work in the field. Where have you been? Your sister-in-law is giving birth today, and there's no one to tend to the work in the fields." Upon hearing her daughter's words, her mother-in-law had gone to assist the woman outside, and after the birth, the old woman had vanished without a trace. Now, her goodwill towards the Yi family had evaporated entirely. After Yi Junjie had taken the child away, she sat alone and reflected on the various burdens she had borne since marrying into the family, feeling as though everyone in the Yi household was exploiting her. All household chores fell to her, while her in-laws and sister-in-law received care, yet she never once heard a word of gratitude. Yicha, feeling disgruntled, had quarreled with her mother and was startled to see her brother standing at the door, cradling a child, with eyes nearly popping out of his head. Did he not dislike daughters? Why was he holding this child? Yi Junjie could not suppress his amusement as he gazed at her, gently saying, "Mother, let the little one explore the world a bit, it will broaden her horizons. The hour grows late, hurry and prepare dinner. If your wife grows hungry, she won't be able to nourish the child." The two women looked at Yi Junjie as if they had seen a ghost. Had they not once conspired that if a daughter were born, she would be cast aside? Why was he now so enamored? The old woman recalled the child's earlier words. Could it be that her son had indeed overheard? Meanwhile, Yi Guiyan slept soundly, leaving the old woman uncertain if what she had heard before leaving was a mere figment of her imagination. Understanding that Lin Wanqing was in confinement, the evening meal was a frantic affair in the kitchen, solely managed by the mother and daughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuyue grew anxious. But she had just made plans with the neighbors Miss She to climb the mountain together tomorrow, having recently acquainted themselves with the third young master of the silk shop. At this moment, Yi Guiyan awoke, catching wind of the mother-daughter dispute. "This baby remembers that it was supposed to be the grandmother who discarded me outside, while my mother took care of the household chores, and my aunt went out to meet the third young master of the silk shop, eventually deceiving him into her bed and marrying him." The entire family, previously engrossed in their meal, paused their chopsticks. Yi Junjie felt a surge of excitement. His sister had indeed achieved something remarkable. She was marrying the third young master of the silk shop. The third young master's maternal family was also affluent. The old woman was left dumbfounded. Clearly, this was not a mere illusion. Her daughter had truly made something of herself by climbing into the bed of the third young master of the silk shop. Her heart raced with exhilaration. Their family was surely destined for greatness. Her son had become a top scholar. She would be a noble lady. and her daughter would marry into wealth. Upon reflection, she had once thought that the daughter-in-law from the Yi family was too high a catch, but in the future, this esteemed gentleman would find it difficult to reach their level. Lin Wanqing, upon hearing about her sister-in-law's future, could only scoff in disdain. Relying on such sordid means to climb into another man's bed was indeed disgraceful. Seizing the moment while the three members of the Yi family were lost in thought, she hurriedly placed 2 pieces of meat into her son's bowl and continued her meal. Yi Qiuyue, meanwhile, was distractedly eating. Baby? Had she just heard her niece's thoughts? How did her niece know she wished to climb into the third young master's bed? And had she succeeded? She did not pause to ponder how she could hear her niece's thoughts. The mere thought of becoming the wife of a noble made her smile involuntarily. Alas, just as my aunt had betrothed herself to the Wang family, an even better opportunity arose. Oh, the rice is already cooked, there's no turning back now. Yi Qiuyue calmed her excited heart and looked up at the old woman. I will stay to care for my sister-in-law. She has just given birth, and the household needs assistance. Chapter 4. Naming the elderly matriarch nodded cautiously. Do not wander outside. Avoid attracting the attention of unsavory characters. You wouldn't want to provoke that young Master Wang into marrying her and miss out on someone far better. Why aren't you going out? At least someone is taking care of mother. Lin Wanqing smiled faintly. Truly, her daughter was wise beyond her years, already showing concern for her mother. Yi Guiyan swung her little feet on the bed. That person is arriving in half a month, right? The 3 members of the Yi family jolted, simultaneously pausing their chopsticks. Who? Someone better than young Master Wang? It was he who provided a letter of recommendation to that useless father, allowing him to take the examination in the capital and meet someone influential. Then, Yi Junjie grew anxious. Then what? Don't stop. Wu, I'm hungry. Mother is starving and has no milk. I'm sleepy. Yi Guiyan yawned and closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. The 3 members of the Yi family placed their chopsticks down on the last piece of meat in unison, exchanging glances. Yi Junjie hesitated before speaking. Mother, you know I am usually filial. However, since you have just given birth, let her have the meat to restore her strength. Seeing the sudden change in attitude from her in-laws, Lin Wanqing was taken aback. Could it be that they had heard her daughter's unspoken wishes? At this moment, the old woman continued to grumble. Having a healthy child at home is good. Otherwise, if we tell others our second child has passed, they would think the Yi family cannot produce a normal child. Lin Wanqing felt relieved. So, the shift in her mother-in-law's demeanor was due to this. When evening came, Lin Wanqing felt somewhat uneasy watching her husband prepare for bed. Husband, I'm still in confinement and need to nurse the baby at night. It would be more convenient for us to sleep separately. Yi Junjie nodded without hesitation, softly replying, all right. If you need anything, just wake you heir. By the way, our daughter still does not have a name. Yi Junjie scratched his head. As it turned out, he had never particularly cared for Lin Wanqing, let alone her child. He had named the big dog on a whim, claiming that a humble name would ensure good fortune. He had never even considered a name for his daughter, which posed a dilemma. Let us call her Little Flower. Upon hearing this, Yi Guiyan began to protest vehemently. This useless father, even as a scholar, cannot come up with a name better than a dogess. She should be called Guiyan. Yi Junjie's face flushed at her words. Noticing her daughter's dissatisfaction with the name, Lin Wanqing tentatively suggested to Yi Junjie, how about we think of another? Clearing his throat, Yi Junjie proposed, where flowers bloom. Poetry resonates. Why not call her Guiyan? Hearing her name inadvertently chosen, Yi Guiyan ceased her complaints. Hooray! I can be called Yi Guiyan. Lin Wanqing gazed tenderly at her daughter's tiny feet, which were wriggling with delight. It seems she is quite fond of this name. Let us settle on it. Yi Qiuyue remained close by Lin Wanqing's side, eagerly anticipating the day when this little treasure would awaken and share more about herself. Who was this influential person? What would they meet? The thought of someone even more formidable than young Master Wang taking an interest in her made her heart flutter with excitement. The little baby stirred in her sleep, prompting Yi Qiuyue to spring up, leaning in to sniff. Is it time for a change? Shall I help with the diaper? The elderly matriarch entered, scolding, with your clumsy hands. Do you even know how to do it? Let me handle it. The 2 women, both eager to assist, began to squabble over the child. Observing her suddenly industrious sister-in-law and her overly enthusiastic mother-in-law, Lin Wanqing sat on the bed in bewilderment, even worrying about her daughter. Throughout the morning, aside from breastfeeding, She had to relinquish even the task of changing diapers, which both women were eager to undertake. Neither would yield. After all, the moment they appeared before the child, she would utter a few words about their future. Lin Wanqing had never doubted this before. Reflecting now, it was likely due to their residence in the family home that this was the case, in a village that typically favored sons over daughters. It was indeed peculiar that Yi Xiuzai placed such importance on a daughter, surprising the villagers. This significant contrast was truly perplexing. Yi Junjie certainly would not disclose that his daughter was a celestial being descended to earth. Whether sons or daughters, they were all his children. What difference did it make? Favoring sons over daughters was unacceptable. You have not been educated. Your minds are so narrow-minded and futile. Upon hearing this, the person in question sulked and walked away. Who among the villagers did not know the true nature of the Yi family? During Lin Wanqing's pregnancy, the old woman had even been heard saying that if she bore a daughter, she would simply throw the child into the chamber pot to drown. She must have feared leaving a daughter behind, fearing it would tarnish their reputation and affect future prospects. Such scholars valued their reputation above all else. This only piqued the villagers' curiosity about what the daughter was like to have survived from the old woman's grasp. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had gone by. Lin Wanqing could hardly fathom the past days. Even during her previous pregnancy with the big dog, she had never received such treatment at home. After a month of confinement, she found herself gaining weight. Now, Yi Guiyan had opened her eyes, curiously surveying this unfamiliar world. Though the home was somewhat dilapidated, her mother was so beautiful. The moment she opened her eyes and caught sight of her mother, she was utterly captivated. How could such a stunning mother be married to a scoundrel? It was like a flower planted in dung. Particularly in this shabby house, her beauty seemed to stand in stark contrast. Pretty mother, Guiyan wants to cuddle. Lin Wanqing smiled warmly, gently embracing her daughter. Chapter 5. My son is the most capable. Yi Dagu entered the room, carrying the used diaper. Mother, I will wash my sister's diaper. All right, be careful. Lin Wanqing took her daughter into the room, closed the door, and began to nurse her. At this moment, Yi Guiyan felt no aversion, her tiny fists clenched, cheeks puffing as she nursed. The thought of her husband having another family, even a son, weighed heavily on Lin Wanqing's heart. She had contemplated confronting him multiple times, laying everything bare. It was then she realized she was utterly alone in this world. Her elder brothers had been sent away by their stepmother under various pretexts, and she could not reach her sisters-in-law, leaving her with no choice but to remain at the Yi family home for the time being. Yi Guiyan, Durosi, murmuret in hersilip. That scoundrel is meeting someone influential today. Tonight, mother will have meat to eat. As sleep overcame her, Yi Guiyan recalled her earlier words about her husband meeting a noble person who had given him a letter of recommendation to go to the capital. He wore a radiant smile, his lips stretching almost to his ears, striding with such vigor that it seemed he might leap into the air. Wife, I met a noble person today. Seeing her husband as gleaming eyes and spirited demeanor, Lin Wanqing could not help but inquire, what kind of noble person? It was someone formerly of the Ministry of Revenue, a sixth-rank official. He has returned to his hometown and happened to meet our scholar while passing through our town. We struck up a delightful conversation over drinks, and in his drunken state, he wrote me a letter of recommendation to be a student of Lordly at the Hanlin Academy in the capital. Lin Wanqing gazed at Yi Junjie in astonishment, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. How blind was fate! She never expected that such a formidable figure would pave such a promising path for him. Yi Junjie raised the item in his hand and said, Do not trouble yourself with other dishes. Simply prepare a little more soup for yourself. I have purchased quite a bit of meat and some wine. Let us celebrate heartily today. Where is to go? He has gone to change his sister's diaper. Upon hearing this, Yi Junjie remembered his little lucky star. He returned to the room and lifted his peacefully sleeping daughter into his arms, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. To his surprise, Yi Guiyan immediately spit up all over him. Rather than being angry, Yi Junjie laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, it's all right, my sweet girl. From now on, your father will depend on you. Just as Yi Guiyan had drifted into slumber after a satisfying meal, Yi Junjie shook her awake. She stirred slightly, muttering in the rudest of infant babbles. Her dark, grape-like eyes fixated on him. Has she already encountered a benefactor? Let her kneel and suffer beneath one's feet. Upon hearing this, Yi Junjie felt a spark of hope. As he fretted over his financial constraints for the upcoming trip to the capital, his clever daughter had already devised a solution. He joyfully kissed her cheek again. Yet again, Guiyan spit up on his clothing. "Husband, your clothes." She glanced at the soiled garment, and Junja, still smiling, replied, "It's of no consequence. My precious daughter must be hungry. Feed her, and I will have heir wash this outfit." With that, he grinned foolishly, changed his clothes, and went out in search of Chiuyue. Lin Wanqing sat down anxiously to nurse the child. Guiyan suckled eagerly, her mind already racing with complaints. With both uncles absent, you would be shamed for asking for money. Money? At this thought, Lin Wanqing suddenly felt a pang in her chest. It was evident that her husband needed a substantial sum for his trip to the capital, not only for living expenses, but also to establish connections. The Yi family, with their meager plots of land, relied solely on rental income, and with Yi Junja having just passed the Scholar S examination, the government would grant them a few taels of silver and some grain each year as support. However, the expenses for his education had far exceeded their income, leaving the family in dire straits. A chill crept into Lin Wanqing's heart as she reflected on the man she had once devoted herself to. After 5 years of marriage, she had gleaned a certain understanding of him. Indeed, once she finished feeding the child and lulled her to sleep, the old matriarch called them to dinner. The family joyfully gathered around the table, and before Lin Wanqing sat a steaming bowl of fish soup brimming with meat. In the past, she had only been able to drink the broth while the fish was devoured by others. Today, however, meat was present. As she reached for the bowl to take a sip, Junja spoke up. "My dear wife, encountering such fortunate circumstances today must be a blessing from our ancestors. Look, we have made an effort in our household. Might I trouble you to exert some effort on your end as well?" Lin Wanqing scoffed inwardly. "Rest assured, my husband, I have long heard that my ancestors were never biased against daughters, but favored them greatly. Naturally, they will look after their great-granddaughter. If they have aided your rise from a farmer to a gentleman, they must also be influencing our fortunes now. You must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. If anyone were to credit their good fortune to ancestral blessings, it would surely be her ancestors who were more powerful. Her father had always been diligent in ancestor worship. In contrast, Ye's family had not honored their ancestors since her first year of marriage, as they sought to save money. The matriarch of the second branch openly lamented their hardships, saying that if the ancestors were no longer favoring them, why waste money? She had not even visited her own family's ancestral graves in years. Seeing that his wife had not grasped his implied meaning, Junja inwardly cursed her for not understanding the subtlety of his hints despite her extensive education. In their small town, few could make it to the capital, and while he had this rare opportunity, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Junja gazed fervently at his wife, hoping she would comprehend his intentions. Lin Wanqing, with utmost seriousness, replied, "My husband, do not underestimate yourself. With your past recommendation from a former official, you undoubtedly possess the capability. Just have faith in yourself. No challenge before you shall be insurmountable." The old matriarch chimed in excitedly. "Indeed, my son, you are no less than anyone else. Even the clan leader's son has failed to pass the Scholar S examination after years of study. Yet you are on your way to the capital. You will bring honor to our family. What could possibly deter you?" Chapter 6. How could this brother be foolish? Junja's expression became rigid. Lin Wanqing raised her bowl of fish soup to conceal her upward curving lips. It was surprisingly gratifying to witness the scoundrel's discomfiture. Lin Wanqing set down her bowl, her smile fading as she turned her serious gaze to Junja. "My husband, rest assured that with such a monumental opportunity, I shall not be a burden. I will care for our 2 children and serve our elders, ensuring you remain untroubled by trivial matters. You are destined for greatness and shall not be distracted by these minor concerns." The old matriarch, taken aback, looked at Lin Wanqing in astonishment. She glanced towards the interior, where Guiyan had awakened, diligently sucking on her own fingers. The old matriarch smiled broadly. This child must be celebrated. At her sudden exclamation, the eyes of the entire family turned to her. The old matriarch, with a flushed face and excitement, declared, "We must hold a grand celebration for this child's full moon. Such a monumental turn of events surely means that Guiyan has brought prosperity to the Yi family. A lavish celebration will surely invite even greater fortune in the future." Yi Junjie and Yi Chua nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain. The siblings shared the same intention as their mother. If Guiyan was pleased, it would be wonderful if her words came to fruition. Yi Junjie's face bore no visible worry. He simply yearned to share his joy with his father as soon as possible. However, the old matriarch's expression darkened as she lowered her voice, saying, "Your third aunt's son has lost everything to gambling and owes a mountain of debt. His wife has been taken to a brothel, and he is lost in the mountains. His life uncertain. Your father can only go into the mountains to search for him. He is your third aunt's only son, even if he has died. We must retrieve his body." Lin Wanqing frowned upon hearing this. Gambling truly is a scourge. My husband, you must never indulge in it. Yi Junjie laughed heartily. Only a fool would believe they could win money in a gambling den. If everyone could win, would such establishments remain open for long? The old matriarch shot Lin Wanqing an irritated glare. My son is destined for greatness. How could he fall for such a trap? Yi Junjie quickly waved his hand. Go now. I will manage here. Do not let the child go hungry. Lin Wanqing left the dining table, and To-Go followed suit, putting down his dishes and entering the room. As Lin Wanqing stepped inside, she found Yi Guiyan earnestly sucking on her own fingers. Yi Guiyan herself was puzzled by her apparent obsession with her fingers. Perhaps the pressures of infancy drove her to seek comfort in such actions. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, accompanied by a familiar scent. Yi Guiyan halted her sucking, her little face flushing red. Before she could react, To-Go shouted, "Mother, sister has soiled her diaper." Yi Guiyan glared at To-Go, her toothless gums grinding together in frustration. How could her brother be so utterly oblivious? Such private matters are being discussed so openly. Observing Yi Guiyan's piercing gaze, Yi To-Go grinned fortity. Mother, my sister is smiling at me. His sister's eyes are truly large, resembling a peach pit nibbled by old Wang. Yi Guiyan's grinding of her gums abruptly halted, her eyes reddening. Is there such a description for someone's big eyes? And nibbled by old Wang, no less? My heart is shattered. She pouted and began to cry. Upon seeing her tears, Lin Wanqing hurriedly brought in some clean water from outside, lifted her from the bed, and skillfully changed her diaper. Yi To-Go, unconcerned about the mess, exclaimed, "I'll wash my sister's diaper." With that, he dashed out with the soiled cloth. Outside, Yi Junjie saw him and scolded, "You little rascal, we are still eating. Why are you running around with that? Ugh, it stinks. Hurry and take it away." Inside, Lin Wanqing cradled her daughter and fed her gently, softly saying, "Our Guiyan is the best. She lets mother know when she needs to go, right?" Hearing her mother's praise, Yi Guiyan gradually ceased her weeping, though her sobs were still evident as she gazed earnestly at her mother. It seemed that, having reverted to infancy, she could hardly control her emotions. With her misty eyes brimming with tears, she looked at her beautiful mother. Guiyan loves her mother the most. Sob, "Mother, come close." As if her mother heard her thoughts, Lin Wanqing pressed her cheek against her tear-stained, chubby face. Yi Junjie regretted having let his entire statement escape his lips. The trio, now devoid of appetite, slammed their chopsticks onto the table, having been lost in daydreams during mealtime. After hearing Yi To-Go's unique descriptors regarding Yi Guiyan's mess, they found their appetites vanished. Yi Junjie, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively at his mother. "I'm done eating. You all enjoy yourselves." He poured himself a cup of yellow wine. Just as Yi To-Go was about to speak, the old woman snatched a chicken leg from Yi Junjie's bowl and shoved it into his mouth. "Go inside." Yi To-Go happily chewed on the chicken leg as he entered the room. Yi Junjie raised his wine cup, pondering what his child had meant to say earlier. Just as he brought the cup to his lips, he glanced at the wine's color and silently set it back down. Yi To-Go savored the chicken leg inside, thoroughly enjoying the morsels of meat, not forgetting to suck on the juices, relishing each bite. In this household, Yi To-Go's intellectual shortcomings meant that, even in a family that favored sons over daughters, he was seldom indulged, rarely enjoying a meal of meat. For him, a chicken leg was a feast. Yi Guiyan grinned at her older brother devouring the chicken leg. How could he be foolish? He was quite clever. After Yi To-Go finished the chicken leg, Yi Guiyan stretched her chubby arm and playfully waved at him. Curiously, he reached out to grasp his sister's hand, only to find Yi Guiyan seizing his hand and starting to suck on it. Her eyes sparkled with delight. The taste of meat. Long-lost meat. Delicious meat. Chapter 7. The cat who relies on soft rice Guiyan had been an infant for half a month now. Her daily meals were repetitive, and she had begun to yearn for the exquisite delicacies of her former life. Yidigu chuckled carefree, "Mother, my sister is sucking on my finger. It tickles, hee. Lin Wanqing, seeing her son so joyous, laughed along. Since her own mother passed away, she had not experienced happiness, and ever since Yidigu's arrival, she had been striving to provide her children with a delightful childhood. She had once believed that, despite Yi Junja's family background being inferior to that of the merchant's son, his scholarly pride would prevail. However, she was taken aback to discover he could engage in such sordid deeds behind her back. No one should harm her children. In the stillness of the night, after a day of sleep, Yi Guiyan found herself wide awake, her eyes darting around the room. Suddenly, a large hand landed on her soft belly, prompting her to smack her lips. Indeed, the taste of the chicken leg was delightful. She extended her tiny hand, struggling to grasp Yidigu's pinky. Having been in this world for half a month, she had attempted to circulate her vital energy within, discovering that she had been reborn and transformed, requiring her to start her cultivation anew. Fortunately, this time, her training was not as tumultuous as before. With prior experience, she had become significantly more adept. Over the past half-month, she had accumulated a modest amount of magical energy, sufficient to examine Yidigu's condition. It was merely a fever that had muddled his mind. As a disciple of the medicinal sect, this minor issue was easily manageable. In the past, a simple touch between his brows would have restored him instantly. Yi Guiyan, unwilling to relent, ground her gums. My fate is truly miserable. As she circulated her vital energy, she became acutely aware of her surroundings, her hearing sharpening. At that moment, voices from the adjacent room reached her ears, her scoundrel father and grandmother conversing. "Mother, we need to prepare at least several dozen taels of silver for this trip to the capital. Even if we sell everything we have, we can't gather that much money. I'm worried." Yi Junja paced anxiously. "I want to as well. But if I get into the capital and people find out I'm asking my wife's family for money, won't I be ridiculed?" The old woman nodded solemnly. "Indeed, marrying into the Lin family has already made you the subject of disdain from her brothers. If you further extend your hand for money, who knows how they would mock you? You are destined for greatness, yet you cannot allow the son of a mere squire to look down on you. Alas, even if I were to gather all my savings, I could only scrape together 1 or 2 taels. If we marry off you to a good family, we might gather a few more, but your daughter is destined to marry someone wealthier than the silk shop. If we hastily marry her off for a few taels, we will be gaining a sesame seed while losing a watermelon." Yi Junja shared his mother's sentiments. "No, we cannot sacrifice my sister's future happiness for my own benefit." The thought of needing to gather a substantial sum for his studies made him frantically pull at his hair. The old woman quickly grabbed his hand, her eyes lighting up. "Doesn't Guiyan have a daughter? I heard the third son of the silk shop is quite the libertine. Why not find a way for them to meet?" Yi Junja clapped his hands. "Yes, my intelligence surely comes from my mother. Tomorrow, I shall go to find Guiyan and discuss this with her." Yi Guiyan lay in bed, dismissively clicking her tongue. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. Didn't he say he didn't want to be looked down upon? Yet here he is, fearing the whispers behind his back, being called a freeloader, while still running off to suck the blood of a mistress. But going out is fine. Stay away from my mother. He seems to relish living off others. Truly a cad." Yi Guiyan rolled her eyes as drowsiness overcame her, yawning and shutting her eyes. A gentle hand reached out beside her, softly patting her little belly, lulling her into a deep slumber. Lin Wanqing, however, remained alert. From her daughter's heartfelt expressions, she discerned that her husband was already contemplating alternative ways to gather money for the trip to the capital. And this method involved seeking funds from the woman who bore him a son. She scoffed internally. After toiling during the day and guiding him at night, highlighting key points in his studies to help him succeed, she never expected he would turn out to be such a spineless man. Had she been the oblivious woman she once was, she would have eagerly helped him gather money, even pressing him to accept it. Just as her daughter remarked, living off others, hard as it may be, he would not be allowed to feast on her soft rice. She closed her eyes contentedly at that moment. The next day, Yi Junja hurriedly left under the pretext of preparing a grand celebration for his daughter's full moon banquet. He was off to take on some work outside, washing clothes. This basket was worth 20 coins. "Hurry up and wash it, but don't ruin it." Yi Qiuyue, no matter how diligent she had been these past few days, could not manage such a workload. She immediately turned to her mother with exasperation. "Mother, what are you thinking? Am I capable of such heavy labor? Do you see me as a mere servant? I am destined to become a lady, to be served by others. How could I possibly do the work of a lowly maid?" The old woman looked at her with displeasure. "Our family is out of money. If we wish to hold a banquet for our granddaughter, we must find other means to earn it." Yi Chuyue stared at her mother in shock. "Doesn't my brother receive a few taels of silver from the court every year?" The old woman raised her eyebrows knowingly. "Do you think the outside world doesn't require money?" Yi Chuyue instantly understood. All of her brother's earnings went to support a woman outside and her son. The old woman cast her a fierce glare. "What do you expect to eat, you little girl? Are you out of your mind? While Yaozu is growing, he naturally needs to eat well. Do you want your brother to go to the capital? If he becomes the top scholar, you will be the sister of a top scholar, and even the young masters of the silk shop would not be worthy of you. I can wash it." Upon hearing this, Yi Chia, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, immediately lifted a basket of clothes, ready to head out. Chapter 8. My brother has been bullied. Mother, what about you? The old woman adjusted her clothes and tidied her hair. "I will borrow some money from the clan leader. Your brother needs funds to go to the capital. This time, he will surely succeed. This is an honor for our family, and the clan must contribute generously." The two of them stepped outside together. After Lin Wanqing saw them leave, she finally took her daughter into the courtyard. Although they spoke softly, she heard their conversation quite clearly. A chill flickered in Lin Wanqing's eyes. She realized she was the only one in the family left in the dark. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard her daughter babbling. Lin Wanqing looked up to see Guiyan waving her chubby arms in the air. A bird flew overhead and perched on the eaves, seemingly observing her daughter. Yi Guiyan flashed a toothless grin. "Come down and play." Lin Wanqing smiled gently. Understanding her daughter's sentiment, this made her look even more adorable. More birds gathered on the eaves, chirping merrily and creating a lively atmosphere in the courtyard. "What? My brother has been bullied? He was pushed into the water, and those ruffians even threw stones at him?" Upon hearing the birds' messages, Yi Guiyan appeared anxious and called out to Lin Wanqing, who was working nearby. Lin Wanqing's expression changed, and without a word, she abruptly set aside her task and scooped her daughter up, rushing outside. "Mother, my brother has been bullied. Let us go save him." "Where's mother going?" "She knows my brother has been bullied, doesn't she?" Truly, a mother and child share a bond. When Lin Wanqing reached the riverside, Yi Guiyan eagerly peered into the water. A river near their village was roughly at waist height for adults, with a swift current that could easily drown a child. A group of children surrounded the riverbank, hurling stones into the water. From a distance, Lin Wanqing spotted them and shouted, "Stop!" Upon hearing her voice, one boy shouted, "The old tiger and her stinky little girl are here. Run!" The children scattered in all directions. Lin Wanqing saw Yi Degu still standing in the water, with the water nearly reaching his chest. She quickly set Yi Guiyan down and rolled up her trousers, carefully approaching the riverbank. Yi Guiyan lay on the ground, staring at the sky, her eyes filled with fury. Her brother had always been eager to help her with her diapers. He had never complained. Such a wonderful brother. Yet he was being bullied by these ruffians. Clenching her tiny fists, she wished to teach those little brats a lesson. Yi Guiyan extended her small hand to the birds in the sky, chirping her command. "Go, teach them a lesson. I'll reward you handsomely. Didn't you say my poop stinks? Then drop your poop on their heads." The surrounding animals seemed to sense Yi Guiyan's anger, and the birds flew towards the homes of the children who had bullied her brother. Ah, was the weather about to change? So many birds were flying over. It had been a long time since it rained, just in time to nourish the crops. Oh no, this isn't rain. It's bird droppings. Chaos erupted in several households. Lin Wanqing, worried about her son drowning, was oblivious to Yi Guiyan's intentions for revenge. She held a wooden stick, cautiously wading into the water. "Don't be afraid, my son. Stand firm and don't move." "Oh no, you're being reckless." A sharp female voice called from a distance. She dropped the bucket she was holding and hurried over to pull Lin Wanqing back. "You just had a baby and haven't finished your confinement. How dare you touch this water?" At that moment, Lin Wanqing recognized the newcomer as Yi Qingxi, the youngest daughter of the Yi clan leader. Seeing Yi Degu standing in the river, Yi Qingxi told Lin Wanqing, sister-in-law, stay here and watch the children. I'll go pull the Gu out. Then I'll hold on to you from the shore. Together, they struggled to pull the Gu from the river. Looking at his bruised face, with some wounds still bleeding, Lin Wanqing's heart ached. She gently cleaned his wounds with a damp handkerchief. Seeing her brother in pain, she felt that her actions were still insufficient. Her mother was in tears. Those little brats should also shed tears. Gritting her teeth, she vowed that when she was stronger, they would see. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll go confront the children who bullied the Gu. He hasn't bothered them lately. They must have provoked him on purpose. Lin Wanqing was even more furious. What was there to fight over for a diaper? Did they not have scraps of cloth to make clothes? They claimed that the little girl's poop stank and that it polluted the river. How could the Gu wash there? Humph. They were all from the same village. Whose child's diaper wasn't washed there? Yi Qingxi slammed the bucket down in frustration. You all stay put. The Gu. Let us go. I'll settle this. Sister-in-law, don't get involved. My father is the clan leader. Those children's families wouldn't dare to mess with me. Do be careful. With that, Yi Qingxi stormed off with Yi Gu. Sister-in-law, they truly got their comeuppance. Those families live in a straight line, and when the birds flew over their houses, they must have gotten sick in their stomachs and kept dropping all in their courtyards. All the freshly washed clothes hanging outside are covered in bird droppings. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing burst into laughter. Really? That is poetic justice. My heart feels much lighter. The ringleader was Yi Erden. I'm going to tell her grandmother. When she sees all the bird droppings on the freshly washed clothes, she'll be furious and without hesitation will beat Erden with a stick. Erden will be rolling on the ground in pain, and all that bird droppings will stick to him. Yi Qingxi chuckled at the thought. Yi Gu grinned, mother. Erden smells worse than my sister's poop. Ah, Yi Guiyan shouted in indignation. I don't stink. I'm a little fairy. My poop smells sweet. Yi Gu quickly nodded. Yes, sister doesn't stink. She smells sweet. Chapter 9. A prophetic insight. Yi Guiyan puffed up her cheeks, looking quite annoyed. Lin Wanqing smiled gently as she patted her daughter's back. Turning to Yi Qingxi and expressing her gratitude, I truly appreciate your help today. Yi Qingxi, upon hearing this, quickly waved her hand dismissively. Sister-in-law, you are being too polite. We are family, and it is only natural for us to support one another. Besides, in a village this close, only your in-laws seem oblivious. Lin Wanqing felt a flush of embarrassment. Having spent most of her time at home, she seldom interacted with her relatives. She only remembered Yi Qingxi, the clan leader's daughter, as a lively spirit. Today, she discovered that Yi Qingxi possessed the demeanor of a gallant heroine. Yi Junjia's father had always been timid within the clan, maintaining a distance from others. In moments of hardship, his mother, Huang, would step forward to reclaim their losses, growing increasingly adept at it over time, eventually earning the title of the village's mother tiger. Especially after Yi Junjia married Lin Wanqing and became a scholar, their family's status within the clan swelled, leading others to distance themselves from them. Thus, despite being married to Yi Junjia for 5 years, Lin Wanqing remained unfamiliar with her relatives. Realizing her mistake, Yi Qingxi glanced at Lin Wanqing with a hint of embarrassment. She awkwardly shifted her gaze to Lin Wanqing's baby, Yi Guiyan, who was fair and plump, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Has she been named yet? Her name is Yi Guiyan. What a lovely name. Upon hearing Yi Qingxi's praise, Yi Guiyan beamed and waved her arms joyfully. Thank you. You're also very beautiful, kind-hearted and lovely, big sister. Upon hearing Yi Guiyan call her sister, Lin Wanqing quickly introduced, Guiyan, this is your aunt. You should call her Tang Gu. She's your grandfather's brother's child. Yi Guiyan looked earnestly at Lin Wanqing and chirped a bright ah, as if she had memorized it. Yi Qingxi chuckled. Oh, this little one is so clever at such a young age. She must be only a month old, right? Are you planning a full-month celebration? Yi Qingxi's expression shifted slightly as she whispered, my brother is also attending. That gambler is truly terrifying. The family of Third Anne has been burned down. I just heard from my father that they have found that beast. He inexplicably survived. From a distance, Lin Wanqing spotted her mother-in-law, Huang, approaching with an unfriendly expression. Lin Wanqing hurriedly called out to her retreating figure, Sister, thank you for today. No need for thanks. Lin Wanqing noted that the Gu was still drenched and exclaimed, Come now, go inside and change your clothes. You mustn't catch a chill. Lin Wanqing led the Gu inside, helping him change out his wet clothes. At that moment, Huang entered the door, immediately directing her ire at Lin Wanqing. What was that dead girl doing coming to our house? Yi Erden led the way to bully our to go. She went to confront them. Hearing this, Huang's expression darkened as she glared at Dago. Useless thing. How could you let someone bully you? Your father is a scholar, and Yi Erden's father is merely a farmer. Dago looked at Huang earnestly. Grandmother, Yi Erden's father's vegetables are delicious. Father is not good. Huang's anger flared further, and she removed her shoe, intending to strike. What did you say? Are you saying your father is worse than Yi Erden's? Is that it? I raised you for nothing. Witnessing her son, who had just been bullied, now inciting her mother-in-law's wrath, Lin Wanqing quickly placed her daughter into Dago's arms. Dago, take your sister inside and soothe her to sleep. Dago obediently took his sister and went inside. Lin Wanqing hurriedly urged Huang to sit down and poured her a half bowl of water. Mother-in-law, what troubles you? Huang slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Humph. If my son becomes a top scholar, won't that bring glory to our family? Shouldn't the clan contribute funds? Yet they speak of establishing a school without providing me a dime. Is one scholar not sufficient? What need is there for a school? The sons of those commoners merely end up farming. The clan was not particularly wealthy, yet they had always invested in the education of the Yi family's children, even sacrificing ancestral sacrifices to ensure the children did not lack education. In recent years, natural disasters had reduced yields, making it increasingly difficult for clan members to sustain their families. The clan leader had also not paid the teachers a dime during this time. Lin Wanqing found herself surprised. Typically, those who valued education would surely agree to fund Yi Junjie's opportunity if they knew of it. With a wary glance at Huang, Lin Wanqing inquired, Mother-in-law, how much did you request from the clan leader? Huang confidently extended her hand, 50 taels. Lin Wanqing's hand trembled, her mouth twitching. She was quite bold. No wonder the clan leader was unwilling to comply. By the way, daughter-in-law, isn't it time for rent collection? Before Huang could finish her sentence, a cry echoed from within the house. Lin Wanqing quickly interjected, I'll go check on the baby. With that, she hurried away. Once inside, Yi Guiyan ceased her cries, her bright eyes fixed on her mother. Mother, was the baby crying at the right moment? That old woman still wants to ask you for money. Humph, not a chance. Lin Wanqing chuckled at this, affectionately kissing her daughter's chubby cheek. Outside, Huang remained unaware of Yi Guiyan's thoughts, still anxious about how to procure the funds for her son's journey to the capital. While Lin Wanqing busied herself in the kitchen, Huang stealthily entered the room. Observing Yi Guiyan engrossed and sucking on her finger, she revealed a sinister smile. Yi Guiyan's sucking slowed, eventually halting as her eyes locked on Huang. This old woman's smile is quite unsettling. Even if you look at me like that, I cannot conjure money for you. Upon hearing Yi Guiyan's thoughts, Huang's heart trembled. This child was indeed perceptive, even aware of her worries. Chapter 10. Deep Fortunes. Huang cautiously cradled Yi Guiyan in her arms, scrutinizing the child closely. The child bore a striking resemblance to Lin Wanqing, yet her eyes mirrored those of her son. To Huang, it was those sparkling eyes that truly enhanced her beauty. The porcelain-like child evoked a heart-wrenching tenderness in all who beheld her. Huang gazed greedily at Yi Guiyan, whispering, My dear, where do you think I can find money? If your father succeeds, you will be the daughter of a top scholar. You might even marry another top scholar in the future. Yi Guiyan extended another finger and resumed sucking. Marry a soft-handed man like my father? No thank you. He doesn't even think to work to earn money. He only drains women's resources. Instead of coming here to plead, he should pray at the temple. Huang, far from angered by the infant's tirade, felt an exhilaration bloom within her. This clever grandchild undoubtedly shared her spirit. Embracing her tightly, she planted a fervent kiss on her cheek before scampering off. Knowing Lin Wanqing would be concerned for the child, she deliberately evaded her on the way out. Yi Guiyan nestled within Huang's embrace, holding her breath in fear of being discovered by her mother. She was curious to see what the old woman intended. She was far stronger now than at birth. This old woman could not possibly harm her. To her surprise, Huang brought her to a nearby temple. Upon reaching the temple entrance, Huang whispered to Yi Guiyan, Shall we pray here for money? Yi Guiyan's eyes remained fixed on the old woman. Did you actually come to the temple? Even if you beg the monk for the incense money, they won't give it to you. As soon as Yi Guiyan finished speaking, The old woman suddenly knelt before the Buddha statue. Buddha, I implore you to help my son. This opportunity is rare. You must go to the capital. I beseech you. Grant your devotee a sum of silver. Guiyan raised her eyes to the golden glowing statue, her expression calm as she observed them. For some reason, she found the sight of the statue utterly baffling. My lady, look at that old woman. She's actually beseeching the Buddha for money. The maid standing beside her couldn't help but chuckle softly. An old monk approached, his expression one of helplessness. Dear benefactor, wealth is but a transit matter. Why cling to it so? From your visage, it is evident you do not suffer from hunger. Upon hearing the monk's words, Huang Shi felt elated. After all, as a soon-to-be noblewoman, she certainly would not face starvation. Master, you do not understand. My son has encountered a tremendous opportunity. A high-ranking official from the capital's ministry has recommended him for an examination, but we lack the funds. Can I not be anxious as the chance slips away? The monk gazed at Huang Shi with surprise, then lowered his head to look at Guiyan in her arms. At that moment, he realized the gravity of her claim. Indeed, a momentous opportunity, dear lady. Your fortune is profound. There is no need for concern. May Amitabha bless you. After uttering this, he recited a prayer and departed. Huang Shi, perplexed, muttered, How can one not worry? You collect so much incense money, yet share none with me. Just then, the maid who had laughed at her stepped forward. Madam, our mistress requests your presence. Huang Shi shot her an irritable glare. She had overheard the maid's earlier mockery. Following the maid's gesture, she saw a richly clad lady not far off. Instantly, a smile spread across her face. Of course, please. Huang Shi approached, cheerfully calling out, Amitabha. May you be well. The lady nodded gently and noticed Guiyan in Huang Shi's arms. A smile crept on her lips, as if her heart found peace upon seeing the child. I overheard your conversation with the master, and I understand your family's difficulties. I came to the temple to pray for my son's safety and to cultivate good fortune. Here, I offer you 20 taels of silver, hoping to forge a friendship with your esteemed son. Huang Shi stood there, momentarily stunned. Guiyan was equally astonished. Are wealthy people this casual? Coming to the temple and truly obtaining money? How infuriating. It must be my good fortune radiating, allowing her to benefit. Madam, the noblewoman called softly, noticing Huang Shi's daze. I hope your son achieves great success in the capital. She raised her gaze to the Buddha, hands clasped together. I also wish for my son to return safely. With such kindness, your esteemed son shall surely return unharmed. Huang Shi gazed at the silver with delight, her hand already reaching out. The maid beside her cast a scornful glance, handing her the purse. Huang Shi, grinning widely, repeatedly expressed her gratitude as she slowly exited the treasure hall. The maid looked at her disapprovingly, anxious as she said, Madam, giving money to such a person is akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. The maid pouted, but a greedy old woman like her surely lacks deep fortune, even less than the infant in her arms. Thinking of the child's smile, Huang Shi's heart softened, and her lips curled upward. Perhaps it's because of her? Huang Shi instinctively tightened her hold on the swaddled baby, eyeing the maid warily. What are you looking at, Luz? Huang Shi snapped. What a disgrace. Would I, Huang Shi, ever do such a thing? She could never part with this little blessing. After all, just taking her out had already earned her 20 taels. Chapter 11. Silver blown by the wind. Old Lu, hearing her words, merely smiled and remained silent. Everyone in the village knew who Huang Shi was. She was certainly capable of such actions. Hence, many kind-hearted villagers went to help Lin Shi search for her child. Upon seeing that the child was safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, Lin Wanqing had stayed home during childbirth, and the villagers were reluctant to visit, so they hadn't seen the little one yet. When they saw Huang Shi holding the chubby, rosy baby, their perception of her underwent a significant transformation. Wasn't she the one who said she would suffocate a girl? The way she cherished the child didn't seem to reflect a preference for sons over daughters. Huang Shi had never held a large dog, yet here she was, taking her granddaughter for a stroll. Even her usually fierce demeanor softened as she cradled the child. However, this softness was merely an illusion. As soon as Huang Shi spoke, the facade shattered. What an embarrassment. Why cause such a scene in the village? I'm merely taking the child for a walk. I to cook her? Guiyan saw her mother's red-rimmed eyes, streaked with tears. and felt a wave of compassion. "Dear mother, do not cry. Guiyan is fine. Let's embrace." She waved her chubby arms at her mother, clearly asking for a hug. The money was still hidden within the baby's swaddling. It wouldn't be good for so many villagers to see. Everyone couldn't help but scrutinize the baby in her arms. Indeed, this child was exquisitely beautiful. Though just a month old, she appeared larger than many full-term infants. Her features were already pronounced, with chubby cheeks and a pair of bright, clear eyes. No child in the village could compare to her. They began to understand Huang Shi's affection. Anyone would cherish such a child. An elder in the village comforted Lin Wanqing. "Well, as long as the child is safe. Everyone, please disperse. There's no need to crowd around their home." Lin Wanqing thanked the villagers one by one, and once they left, she approached Huang Shi in surprise. She reached out to hold the child, but Huang Shi, reluctant to let go, whispered cautiously, "Let us talk inside." Upon entering the yard, they found clothes hanging to dry, with water pooling all over the ground. Huang Shi took a few steps and nearly stumbled. "Oh dear, this foolish girl. Doesn't she know to wring out the water before hanging the clothes?" She slipped, causing Lin Wanqing to quickly steady her. It was no concern for herself, but her child was in her arms. At that moment, a small bag fell from the swaddling, landing with a crisp sound. Yi Qiuyue, hanging the clothes, swiftly ran over to pick up the bag. "Mother, what is this?" Upon opening it, her eyes widened at the sight of gleaming silver. "Mother, where did you get so much money?" Huang Shi shot her a glare, hissing softly, "Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know?" She disdainfully tossed Yi Guiyan into Lin Wanqing's arms, snatching the silver from Yi Qiuyue's hands and cradling it protectively. "It's a gift from the Buddha." Huang Shi revealed a greedy smile. "No more questions. This is for your brother to go to the capital for his examination." Yi Guiyan yawned in her mother's embrace. "Today has truly exhausted me." The elderly woman, with an air of eccentricity, took her dear child to the temple in hopes of seeking wealth, and remarkably, a noblewoman bestowed upon them a sum of money. It seemed the noblewoman had heard of the opportunities related to the child's irresponsible father and sought to cultivate a relationship with him, providing 20 taels as a gesture. As the child expressed her thoughts with a hint of sarcasm, she fell asleep in her mother's embrace. Huang, the mother, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing her daughter's inner voice. Thankfully, neither of them was aware of the child's musings, or else their secret would have been laid bare. Lin Wanqing and Yi Qiuyue, who were privy to the child's thoughts, comprehended the origin of the money. Lin Wanqing was incensed, feeling a deep disquiet at the thought of the elderly woman taking her daughter to beseech deities for such trivial matters. Disturbed, she retreated into the house, cradling the child. Yi Qiuyue's eyes sparkled at the mention of 20 taels. Huang's expression darkened, and she scolded, "Do you really think money just falls from the sky?" Yi Qiuyue, undeterred, retorted, "Isn't that exactly what it is? What have you done? It's merely 10 taels. Your brother will need at least 50 taels for his journey to the capital. Not just for living expenses, but also to establish connections. Do you think becoming a top scholar is that easy?" Yi Qiuyue smirked, grateful for her niece's thoughts. Realizing her sister-in-law had fortuitously acquired 20 taels, Lin Wanqing, while tending to her daughter, sought to calm her frayed nerves, reflecting on the fright she had felt earlier when she discovered her child was missing. The thought of her mother-in-law's furtive demeanor upon leaving had led her to suspect that the child had been taken away. The very notion that her mother-in-law had wished harm upon her daughter at birth was a terrifying thought. Embracing her daughter tightly, Lin Wanqing felt her heart race even as she witnessed the baby's tiny mouth moving in a sucking motion while asleep. A smile broke through her tears as she kissed her daughter's face. Chapter 12. The spirits spring from that day forth. Lin Wanqing vowed never to let her daughter out of her sight. The family was already struggling, and the arrival of a daughter seemed to complicate matters further. After all the care and attention devoted to her during pregnancy, how could fate have turned her into a girl? Lin Wanqing mused, observing that even the daughter of the local gentry was not as fortunate. Yi Chengfu cursed under his breath in the yard, his voice barely audible. If not for Yi Guiyan's internal energy cultivation, no one inside would have heard him. Huang shot Yi Chengfu a disapproving glare. "Don't speak nonsense. This girl is our family's fortune." She omitted her knowledge of Yi Guiyan's thoughts and proceeded to recount the recent events to Yi Chengfu. Upon hearing, Yi Chengfu was taken aback. "Is it true? A high official from the capital? Can our son truly be so fortunate? Huang shot him a look. What do you mean by that? Our son is not lacking. She then recounted her experiences at the temple. At this point, Yi Chengfu appeared somewhat swayed. Could it be that the noblewoman was aware of our son's situation, hence her generosity? That girl is of no use in this matter. However, Huang remained steadfast in her belief, declaring that before the girl's birth, it was rare for anyone to experience such extraordinary occurrences over a fortnight. The key was that she could hear the girl's thoughts, and the child's words had proven true. Yet, she wished to keep this knowledge from her husband, fearing that his loose tongue might expose their granddaughter's abilities, thus branding her a monster. She still hoped to rely on this little lucky star to elevate her status as a lady of rank. Huang snapped, "Your daughter is still in confinement, and the girl has gone to wash clothes to earn some money. You can fend for yourself." Yi Chengfu, feeling the weight of her gaze, shrank back slightly, muttering, "Fine, I'll manage." As he stepped inside, he spotted Lin Wanqing cradling the child. Although Lin Wanqing would no longer bear children, a simple word of concern warmed her heart. "Thank you for your consideration, father-in-law. My mother-in-law has not burdened me with heavy tasks lately. These simple chores I can handle myself. You must be weary from your travels. Please rest." "Indeed, I shall prepare for a bath and rest," Yi Chengfu replied, humming a tune as he entered the house. Lin Wanqing was taken aback. She had always thought that her father-in-law was the only one who treated her kindly, viewing him as a father figure. To discover that his affections were feigned left her feeling unsettled. Just then, a few small birds chirped and landed by the window. Lin Wanqing looked up and noticed that the birds seemed to be fond of her daughter. The large dog, curious, attempted to sneak closer to catch them. "Big dog, those birds appear to adore your sister. Do not harm them. Keep an eye on her while I step out to wash these clothes." Though Yi Chiyue was available to wash, her efforts were often half-hearted, leaving clothes dirty even after drying. Certain delicate garments were not suitable for the large dog to handle, so Lin Wanqing felt compelled to wash them herself. The large dog, pleased, nodded and ran over to hold the baby gently, his usual roughness replaced with tenderness. "Make sure to keep her within your sight," Lin Wanqing cautioned before hurriedly exiting. Yi Guiyan's eyes were fixated on the small birds by the window. She understood that they had come seeking a reward. Previously, when a large dog had been bullied, she had sent the birds to create a disturbance at the bullies' homes. The birds flapped their wings and flew over, gently dipping their beaks into the water droplets before alighting on the rafters to savor the offerings. As the water droplets were absorbed, new ones gathered, nourishing all the little birds that assisted her. The large dog, wide-eyed, marveled, "Is my sister feeding the birds?" Though he saw nothing in her hands. After the birds were fed, Yi Guiyan's face flushed as she exerted effort to wave her tiny hand at the large dog. "Hey, bring your head closer. This is the spirit spring formed from my true energy. It has healing properties." At that moment, the large dog indeed leaned closer, and her small hand gently touched his lips. The droplet vanished instantly. The large dog smacked his lips, finding the spirit spring rather tasteless. "Silly brother. This is our little secret. Don't let mother know." Yi Guiyan yawned, feeling the exhaustion from the day's events weighing heavily upon her. "You all go out. This baby needs to sleep." She waved her hand at the little birds, who seemed to comprehend her words and flapped their wings to fly away. Yi Degu blinked in astonishment, noticing that the bird's flapping was slightly louder and more agile than before. Chapter 13. The Baby's Fury Excited. Yi Degu yearned to share the recent events with Lin Wanqing, but recalling that it was a secret between him and his sister, he resolutely shook his head. "I cannot speak of it. This is our little secret." Lin Wanqing looked at him in confusion. What had transpired during her absence? Spotting a small feather on the floor, she picked it up and glanced toward the window, realizing the little bird that had been there was now gone. When Yi Guiyan awoke again, it was already midnight. Her stomach grumbled, and with teary eyes, she turned to her sleeping mother beside her. Lin Wanqing, exhausted from the day's labors, was in a deep slumber, her breathing steady. Yi Guiyan hesitated to disturb her. Her stomach growled again, tears pooling in her eyes. "Wow, mother, the baby is hungry." As her tiny hand brushed against her mother's finger, Lin Wanqing instinctively wrapped her arms around her, holding her close. The food was right before her, and she began to eat heartily, glancing up to see her mother still lost in sleep. Mother is amazing. She knows I am hungry, even in her sleep. After a while, she burped, and her mother suddenly sat up, cradling her and patting her back, guiding her outside to relieve herself. Once everything was taken care of, as they were about to return indoors, a small bird flew in and perched on the headboard. Lin Wanqing was startled awake by the bird. Yi Guiyan turned her gaze toward it. Huh? Why isn't the little bird sleeping at night? Are you here to play with this baby? Yi Guiyan yawned. But it's very late. The baby needs to sleep. Goo. Lin Wanqing only saw the bird chirp at Yi Guiyan, causing her to lose all sleepiness. What? That scoundrel father actually took 10 taels from the silver given by the noble lady to that widow. He even plans to use the noble lady's name to ask grandfather for 100 taels, splitting half with the widow to support her son, and to provide a dowry for the widow's daughter. I see he thinks he can be a peacock when he is merely a duck, dreaming foolishly. The anger of Lin Wanqing flared upon hearing her daughter's thoughts. How dare he? Just days ago, she had heard about his scheme to send the widow's daughter to the third son of the silk shop to raise money for his trip to the capital. She had felt relieved that it had nothing to do with her. Little did she know, the noble lady's money had given him an opportunity. Did he truly expect her father to help support his mistress and her family? Yi Guiyan ground her teeth in fury. This baby will not tolerate being underestimated. Do they really think they can bully my family? I despise such men who rely on others for a living. He shall feel this baby's wrath. Clenching her small fist, a flicker of a cute little flame appeared on her palm, though it vanished almost instantly. Lin Wanqing rubbed her eyes. Was she still dreaming? Did she really just see a flame in her daughter's hand? At that moment, a bird flew out of the room, seemingly carrying something in its beak. Lin Wanqing gently patted her daughter, now wide awake. She could not let her father be deceived by that scoundrel. As dawn approached, she heard noises in the courtyard. Lin Wanqing held her daughter close and walked to the window to peer outside. Just as she closed the window, she noticed Guiyan's bright eyes eagerly watching the scene unfold. With a toothless grin, she looked quite pleased. What a pity that my magic is insufficient. I can only burn down your filthy bedroom. If I were stronger, I could surely incinerate that scoundrel. Burn, burn, burn. Seeing her daughter with such a wicked expression startled Lin Wanqing. She quickly cradled her daughter, murmuring, "Do not be angry with that man. It is not worth dirtying your hands over him." Yi Guiyan looked up at her beautiful mother. Does mother also wish to deal with the scoundrel? Do not worry. Guiyan's little flame does not harm people, but it can punish that scoundrel. As a cultivator, she could never commit acts of murder. Just the thought of fire springing up in their bed would frighten them half to death. Yi Guiyan giggled in her mother-s embrace. Lin Wanqing felt relieved to hear that her daughter-s fire would not harm anyone, but then she felt a jolt of realization. Wait, did her daughter just suggest setting the scoundrel and widow's place on fire? Her daughter seemed even more formidable than she had imagined. Lin Wanqing suppressed her excitement. Holding her daughter tightly, with such immense power, it could pose potential dangers. Regardless of whether her daughter was a celestial being, if her abilities became known, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of malefactors. In that moment, Lin Wanqing vowed to protect her children at all costs. As the sun rose, the family gathered for breakfast. Yi Junjie, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared fatigued as he weakly questioned Yi Qingfu. Ruffling his slightly curled hair, he replied, "It's nothing. I just dozed off while studying, and the candle holder burned my hair." Huang Shi, hearing this, exclaimed in alarm, "You must be careful. If you burn that handsome face, what will you do when you meet the emperor?" Yi Junjie quickly shook his head. That cannot happen. The family is busy preparing for Guiyan's full moon celebration. I cannot leave everything to mother. That would only tire her out. Lin Wanqing observed his guilty demeanor. The fire at the widow's house from the previous day must have become known to those around them. If his hair was burnt, being seen outside would surely raise suspicions. While she was uncertain whether he had been discovered, it was evident that a guilty conscience made one wary of any slightest disturbance. Chapter 14. The children of the Yi family. Huang Shi, pleased by her son's words, remarked, "No one is as filial as my son. Unlike that lazy girl, who hasn't even risen yet." With that, she stormed into the neighboring room and yanked Yi Qiuyue out of bed. "Look at everyone else. They're all up. And you still think you can sleep in like a young lady?" Yi Qiuyue, also bearing dark circles under her eyes, smirked sarcastically. "Mother, have you ever seen a young lady who washes others' clothes every day? My hand shakes so much I can barely hold a bowl. How can you neglect your own daughter like this?" Seeing Yi Qiuyue's trembling hands as she held her rice bowl, Huang Shi softened her tone. There was no choice. The family lacked funds. To throw a proper full moon feast for Guiyan, her daughter, had to endure hardship. Yi Chiyue felt a surge of anger. Why not take some of that lady's money? That 10 taels is for your brother's trip to the capital. Stop deceiving me. I saw there were at least 20 taels. Yi Junjia's expression darkened. It's just 10 taels. You could go check for yourself. Who knows how much that will be left by the time we reach the capital. Inside the house, Yi Guiyan had just awakened to hear her father speak. That scoundrel father took the 20 taels and immediately gave the widow 10. Of course, he doesn't have 20 taels now. Everyone in the family, except Lin Wanqing, was left in stunned silence. Even Huang did not anticipate that her son would actually give the widow 10 taels of silver. Had they not just discussed the bride price for marrying off the widow's daughter? How could it be that her own son ended up providing financial support? This money was obtained at the cost of her dignity. The mere thought of it made Huang's face turn pale. Yi Chiyue looked disdainfully at her brother before her. He was utterly unproductive yet seemed keen on spending money frivolously. At this moment, she even felt a twinge of pity for the sister-in-law before her. However, Lin Wanqing paid no heed to her sympathetic gaze, earnestly focusing on her meal while attending to the large dog beside her. Yi Chengfu's puzzled eyes darted around. Did he just hear the voice of a young girl? Yi Junjia, upon catching a glimpse of his daughter's thoughts, felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, the family was oblivious to the conversation. Initially, he had intended to boast to the widow about the money, but her sweet words had clouded his judgment, leading him to generously give her 10 taels for raising her child. He even boasted about preparing a substantial dowry for her daughter. Clearing his throat, Yi Junjia said ahem, I did not ask you to earn money to support my journey to the capital. This is merely for your niece's full moon celebration. Once I achieve success, you will also benefit. Upon hearing in the future, Yi Chiyue ceased her complaints. Observing her brother's trembling hands as he ate breakfast, Yi Chengfu's anger flared. Was it really necessary to hold a full moon celebration for a mere girl? As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Lin Wanqing, convinced that it was the daughter of the gentleman causing trouble for the entire family. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanqing, with her gaze lowered, was intently focused on her meal, completely ignoring him. In contrast, Huang, Yi Junjia, and Yi Chiyue nodded fervently in agreement. With indignation, Huang glared at him and declared, Of course it is necessary. That is our Yi family's child. You, old man, should remain silent if you do not understand. Instead of complaining, why not go borrow some money from your elder brother? I went yesterday and was met with complete indifference. Your brother has no sense of compassion whatsoever. Yi Chengfu had not anticipated that. With just a single remark at the table, he would be forced to go beg his brother for money after breakfast. He felt a flush of embarrassment for having previously claimed that his brother's household was inferior to his own, yet now he had to run to them for assistance. However, with his fierce wife incensed, he had no choice but to steel himself and head to his brother's house. Huang pushed Yi Chengfu out the door, and Yi Junjia hastily followed suit. Before leaving, he dared not look at his mother's expression. Though Huang was pained by the loss of money, she couldn't bear to argue with her son. With the impending exams, she knew it was not the time to scold him and make him feel worse. At that moment, she could only glare at Yi Chiyue. What are you sitting around for? Hurry up and get to work. Yi Chiyue was hurriedly ushered out to continue her chores. Huang, grumbling, followed her outside. She intended to pay a visit to the clan leader and engage in a concerted effort with her husband to extract funds from him. Lin Wanqing entrusted the child to the large dog. Big dog, today mother is going to wash clothes. Can you hold your sister and come with me? The large dog nodded obediently, cheerfully replying, Sure, we can play with water together. However, the river water is cold, and we must not let little sister touch it. Do you understand? Yes, Big Dog understands. Lin Wanqing gathered the dirty clothes for herself and the child, placed them in a wooden tub, and set off with the large dog and Yi Guiyan. In the village, there was a low-lying area where the water level was relatively lower, making it an ideal spot for washing clothes. The villagers often took their laundry there, sometimes chatting while they worked. As Lin Wanqing and her companions approached, they could already hear the laughter of women from the washing area. Wasn't it true? Her father-in-law and mother-in-law had been visiting there when fire broke out, and upon rushing to help, everyone was met with the sight of a bare-bottomed man running out with his hands on his head. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Wanqing arrive with the child, they quickly silenced themselves, stifling giggles. Lin Wanqing instructed the large dog to sit under a distant tree while she carried the tub over. Yi Qingxi waved enthusiastically at her sister-in-law. Come sit with me. All right. Lin Wanming sitet beside Ye Yingi. What are you all discussing? Since her arrival had prompted silence, Lin Wanqing felt a bit awkward and ventured to ask. Yi Qingxi glanced at the large dog sitting a distance away and leaned closer to Lin Wanqing, whispering, Yesterday, a widow's house in the neighboring village caught fire, and when the villagers rushed to help, they discovered a bare-bottomed man running out. Our village's Li Gu even thought he was a thief and chased after him. The thief fell into a pit, and with his large backside facing Li Gu, he finally realized something was amiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. The others nearby were momentarily stunned. It was the first time they had seen Lin Wanqing laugh so openly, her smile blooming like spring flowers, enchanting and captivating. Although Lin Wanqing had always smiled warmly at others, there was a sense of distance due to her noble background. Today, however, her laughter felt surprisingly intimate. Chapter 15. Gossip. Upon hearing Yi Qingxi recount the incident, Lin Wanqing immediately recognized her husband's involvement. Though she was unsure of how her daughter had managed it, she thought it was brilliantly executed. Previously, she had always preferred to present a gentle and dignified demeanor in front of others. Today, however, she simply could not contain her laughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. Guiyan, nestled in the large dog's arms, also giggled heartily. One embarrassing father, caught in the nude. Ha ha ha, bare-bottomed, and fell flat on his face. Hearing Yi Guiyan's cheerful laughter, the others couldn't help but smile as well. That man didn't get caught? Lin Wanqing eagerly inquired. Ye Vingi, surprised by her interest in such matters, shook her head. No. However, the villagers are all aware of the widow's infidelity, and discussions are underway about how to handle it. Several families in the village have already quarreled over it. They claim that the fleeing man resembles their own husbands. An excited woman chimed in. Some even say their husbands have been entangled with the widow. This widow, after her husband died, had a second child, claiming it was a posthumous child. However, the timeline does not add up. Another person joined in. Now everyone is watching to see who the child's father is. If they can't find the father, the entire family will be driven out. Li Ji's wife whispered, I heard that her late husband's family found 10 taels of silver in her home. When they asked her where the money came from, she dared not say. Now, they're planning to confiscate that money. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing felt a surge of satisfaction. Did that mean her husband's 10 taels had gone to waste? She must let her mother-in-law know about this good fortune. Clearly, they had failed to extract money from the clan leader. However, Yaozu still needed to study. Yi Chengfu chuckled as he looked at Huang, saying, let him study later. When he gets into high school, we can send him to a prestigious academy. Wouldn't that be even better? As they entered the house, they found Lin Wanqing resting in the courtyard with their daughter in her arms. The couple exchanged awkward glances, uncertain if their daughter-in-law had overheard their earlier conversation. Hearing their voices, their expressions turned sour. Huang, feeling defiant, said, Tomorrow, I will go speak with the clan leader. The question posed seemed to suggest a detachment from the matter at hand, yet it concerned one's own husband. Should he excel academically, she would become the esteemed wife of a scholar. Is it not time to express some acknowledgement? Lin Wanqing looked at Mrs. Huang with a sense of grievance, asserting that she had been diligently supporting her husband. Guiyan and a large dog had also been quite well behaved these past few days, alleviating any worries from her husband. Mrs. Huang shot her a glare, emphasizing that what her husband currently lacked was money. Lin Wanqing's realization dawned. It was indeed a shortage of funds. However, had he not received a stipend from the court each year? He had previously mentioned that he was saving diligently. A sudden jolt of understanding struck the couple as they remembered their daughter-in-law's keen awareness of the costs associated with education. Fearing that she might discover their covert financial support to a widow for her son, they had deceived her into believing that all their savings were intact, as it was prudent to reserve some funds for emergencies. Lin Wanqing questioned, Is this not an urgent situation? The couple fell silent, and she curiously probed. Could it be that this money was never saved, and you have spent it instead? With her family's circumstances, having lost her mother and now living under the care of a stepmother, there was little she could do. Lin Wanqing feigned concern, leaving the elderly couple devoid of a rationale to chastise her. Well then, we must consider alternative solutions. Mrs. Huang mused internally, already contemplating a plan. Guiyan's eyes darted, and upon observing Mrs. Huang's expression, he discerned her thoughts. After a brief pause, Mrs. Huang gazed in astonishment at the granddaughter cradled in Lin Wanqing's arms. Oh dear, that 10 taels of silver have already vanished, seized by the widow's family. Mrs. Huang's breath hitched, her heart racing. Each utterance from her granddaughter rang true. Could this truly be the case? Meanwhile, Yi Chengfu stood in shock, having just realized the voice he heard belonged to his granddaughter, whom he had never so much as glanced at. Yet, she was merely half a month old. Had he truly heard her unspoken thoughts? Where have you been, my husband? Yi Junja dared not venture far, fearing questions from his mother regarding the money, so he lingered in the nearby woods to pass the time. He awkwardly smiled at the family. I just took a stroll nearby. Am I the only one doing work around here? The atmosphere turned awkward, prompting everyone to disperse and seek tasks to occupy themselves. Observing this, Lin Wanqing entrusted the child to the large dog and went to wring out clothes from the wooden tub. Allow me to assist you. It must be tiring to do it alone, she offered, although Yi Qiuyue shot her a discontented glance and remained silent. Lin Wanqing continued, I wash clothes today as well. Have you heard? At this, Yi Qiuyue's eyes brightened. I heard that a woman was caught by her husband with a lover. The paramour fled, and in a fit of rage, her husband set their house ablaze. Lin Wanqing chuckled. What I heard was that a widow had taken a lover, and her home caught fire. Villagers went to extinguish the flames and stumbled upon the scene. The man escaped, but the widow's kin found 10 taels of silver in her home, purportedly given by the lover, and the clan leader confiscated it all. Chapter 16. The baby craves gossip. The 3 members of the Yi family turned pale upon hearing this. A widow from the neighboring village? 10 taels of silver? They exchanged apprehensive glances, while Lin Wanqing maintained her smile. I heard that this widow resides within her deceased husband's clan, which has been quite protective of her. Despite having a pair of children, she has not remarried, and her kin have always sent assistance her way. Now that it's known her son is the product of an affair, her family is enraged and threatens to harm them. Oh, my ancestors! Mrs. Huang exclaimed, startled. Lin Wanqing regarded her with surprise. Mother-in-law, do you know them? Mrs. Huang's expression darkened, and she quickly shook her head. I do not know them. It's just that the thought of those clansmen targeting a child is simply cruel. Lin Wanqing concealed her hands within her sleeves. Her fists clenched as she approached the large dog, gently caressing her son's head. Her back turned to them as she muttered through gritted teeth, indeed. To target a child is truly ruthless. Turning back, her somber demeanor vanished, replaced by a smile. But let us not worry. What I heard may have been distorted in transmission. After all, the issue lies with the widow and her lover. Should they conduct themselves with propriety, there will be far fewer troubles. Lin Wanqing glanced at Yi Guiyan, nestled in the large dog's embrace. The widow has lost her money, and her father was seen in a compromising position. How amusing, as she observed the increasingly grim expressions of the 4. Lin Wanqing lifted Yi Guiyan and addressed them. It seems Guiyan is hungry. I shall take her inside to nurse. Large dog, you should come with me. Yi Guiyan squirmed in Lin Wanqing's arms. I am not hungry. I want to hear the gossip. I want to see how father reacts to losing 10 taels of silver. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense, and Yi Qiuyue whispered, Mother, what shall we do? Yi Junja lowered his head, nodding in silence. Are you foolish? Do they know it was you? Yi Junja shook his head. I cover my head and was not seen. Mrs. Huang patted her chest, attempting to calm herself. If you are caught, it could lead to dire consequences. The Chun family is notoriously traditional. I heard that last year they drowned a pair of adulterers, and even the authorities dared not intervene. Mother, I am a scholar. They would not dare to resort to such measures. Ye Yunji protested. Mrs. Huang shot him a fierce glare. You still remember you're a scholar? If you're caught in this scandal, your wife will leave you, and even if you go to the capital, it will be of no use. Even commoners know that the current emperor values moral character above all else. If you're caught in an affair with a widow, even if you escape with your life, you might lose your status as a scholar, let alone aspire to be the top candidate. Yi Chengfu looked at them solemnly. We must not intervene in this matter. Preserving your status as a scholar is paramount. What of our ancestors? Yi Junja anxiously inquired of his father. That child is clever and resourceful. Do not worry. Even if the Qin clan leader is conservative, he would not harm a child. In due time, we will find a way to adopt the child. placing him under Wanqing's name, which would reflect well on our family. Yi Junjie remained troubled over the widow. Father, can we ask uncle to plead on their behalf? Jin Yang is a good person. She must not face death. Yi Chuyue scoffed at Yi Junjie. If she truly cared for you, could she have deceived you out of 10 taels of silver? Despite her disdain for this household, if she had money, she would have readily supported your endeavors in the capital. This widow has always sought money from you and has never returned a single cent. Since Lin Wanqing married into their family, although her dowry was withheld by her stepmother, she managed to bring some with her, as her stepmother dared not be overtly cruel. Initially, their home was in disrepair, and Lin Wanqing had spent her own money to have it fixed up, even constructing the kitchen and purchasing the large iron pot. You were given a couple of pieces of meat when you first married, and now you side with her? Before Yi Junjie could finish, Mrs. Huang stepped forward and slapped Yi Chuyue, plunging the courtyard into silence. Her temper had already been frayed, and her daughter's snide remarks ignited her fury, resulting in a heavy-handed reaction. Even Lin Wanqing within the house heard the commotion. Aunt said that mother is better than a widow and was slapped by grandmother. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing felt a tremor in her heart. Yi Chuyue's contributions around the house were only slightly less than her own. The elderly couple both relished their idleness, with Yi Junjie, the young master, exempt from labor while the household chores fell upon Yi Chuyue and herself. In the past, she had felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Chuyue, prompting her to take on more responsibilities willingly. At least, in her heart, there was empathy for Yi Chuyue. Yi Guiyan clapped her hands and giggled. Ah, splendid. It's she who introduced the widow to that scoundrel father of hers. Attending to the widow during her confinement, as if she were his sister, the widow and the scoundrel conspired to imprison mother, and she even bribed the guards to torment her. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's feelings of compassion evaporated. Meanwhile, the large dog, although not entirely grasping the implications of his sister's sentiments, joined in the clapping with joy. In the courtyard, Yi Chengfu anxiously exclaimed, "Wife, what should we do now? No one can stop our son from going to the capital. First, prepare lunch. We must not let our daughter-in-law sense anything amiss. This afternoon, I will inquire in the neighboring village." During lunch, Yi Guiyan astonishingly did not take a nap. She sat grinning in Lin Wanqing's embrace, her bright eyes sparkling with joy as they roamed over the entire Yi family. At that moment, her mind was empty, yet her expression seemed to convey everything. The midday meal was unusually quiet. Lin Wanqing glanced at Yi Chuyue and curiously asked, "Chuyue, what happened to your face?" Chapter 17. The fight begins upon hearing Lin Wanqing's inquiry. Everyone except the large dog, who was earnestly devouring his food, paused. Yi Chuyue gingerly touched her still numb face and cast a cautious glance at Huang Shi, forcing a shy smile. "I just fell and bumped it." Lin Wanqing expressed concern. "You must be careful when wringing clothes in the future. The yard is damp. I fear the large dog may slip and fall while carrying Guiyan." Expecting Lin Wanqing to show concern for her, Yi Chuyue felt a pang of disappointment at her words. Hadn't her sister-in-law previously rushed to fetch the swelling ointment from her maternal home? Why did it seem that Lin Wanqing had changed recently? After lunch, Huang Shi hurriedly left the house, eager to see the current state of affairs in the neighboring village. Could Jin Yang have revealed her son? With this thought, Huang Shi quickened her pace. Upon arriving at Xinghua village, she found a considerable crowd gathered. Many had come to witness the commotion after hearing the news, some even bringing bowls and chopsticks to eat while they watched. Huang Shi's expression darkened at the sight. A crisp slap echoed as it landed on the widow's face, louder than the one Huang Shi had given Yi Chuyue earlier that day. It was Yang Shi, the matriarch of the Chun family, delivering the blow. The widow, Yang Jinyang, was the very woman Yang Shi had introduced to her late husband, Chen Si. Orphaned at a young age, Chen Si was raised by the clan leader and his wife, making him akin to their own child. After Chen Si's death, there were suggestions for Jin Yang to remarry, with the clan leader even offering to find her a suitable match. To their surprise, Jin Yang adamantly refused, declaring her intention to remain loyal to her deceased husband. The clan leader and his wife were deeply moved by her fidelity. Soon after, news of her pregnancy emerged, leading many to believe she was bearing Chen Si's posthumous child. The clan leader often praised Jin Yang for her virtue and loyalty, even going so far as to sacrifice his family's rations to ensure the upbringing of Chen Si's heir. Now, however, all of that seemed a fabrication. Who is that man? Is Yaozu truly the son of that scoundrel? A spectator with a bull shouted at the clan leader. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Huang Shi, however, could not join in the mirth. If Yaozu were not truly her son, then all those years of frugality would have meant they had raised another's child. She stood on tiptoe, scanning the crowd for Yaozu's figure. At that moment, Yaozu was shrinking beside Yang Shi, looking terrified as he gazed at his mother. Let me see what the scoundrel's son looks like. His feeble demeanor mirrors that of his father. Upon hearing this, Huang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. This could only be her grandson. Suddenly, she realized something was amiss and turned towards the source of a voice. To her astonishment, Lin Wanqing was among the crowd. Holding a child and watching the spectacle, Huang Shi rushed to her side, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be resting at home after giving birth?" Lin Wanqing looked at Huang Shi in surprise. "Mother, I was up and about doing heavy chores just half a month after giving birth to the large dog. Did you not say that country folk are not so delicate? I'm merely taking a stroll with the child." The onlookers cast curious glances in their direction. Huang Shi's expression soured, and she whispered, "Do not get too close. I fear the commotion may harm the child." "Very well." Lin Wanqing tilted her head to observe the widow, intrigued since learning of her husband's infidelity. Since marrying into the Yi family, she had faced disdain from the elders, and even her husband occasionally made remarks that made her feel inadequate. Thus, she longed to discover what kind of perfect woman could so captivate her husband, earning praise even from her critical in-laws. Yet, upon seeing the real woman before her, Lin Wanqing found herself questioning her own life choices. At 24, Lin Wanqing was 8 years younger than Yang Jinyang, who still possessed a certain allure. The Chen family treated her well, sparing her from arduous labor, allowing her a more leisurely life than Lin Wanqing, who had grown weary from toil since marrying Yi Junjie. Yang Jinyang, meticulously adorned, appeared less like a village woman and more akin to a courtesan. What woman in the countryside would don such makeup? Her appearance seemed designed to entice. She stood beside Lin Wanqing, voicing her thoughts aloud. Huang Shi's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting, you unmarried girl? Mind your tongue." She stared at Huang Shi in astonishment. "Second aunt, you often scold me more harshly than I just did. Why are you so tense today? Could it be that this widow is connected to you?" Huang Shi, feeling the scrutinizing gazes around her, retorted, "Do you dare to test my patience?" She stuck out her tongue and nestled closer to Lin Wanqing. "Not only is she connected, but she is also the former lover of your son. The Chen family has raised another son for so many years. These slaps are not nearly enough for satisfaction. Let the fight begin." Hearing Guiyan's thoughts, Huang Shi quickly looked towards the widow. Yang Shi furiously slapped the widow's face twice more, gesturing to the onlookers as if to say, "Look at this thick layer of makeup. One might think she had stolen flour to smear on her face. What farmer's wife would adore herself in such a manner to attract attention?" For years, they had pitted her for losing her husband, even arranging for clan members to assist her with her work. Yet here she was, all dolled up, seeking the affections of others. How shameless! Yang Shi seized the widow's hair, holding her head in place, and delivered 2 more resounding slaps. The widow's pallid face turned a rosy hue. "Speak. Who is the scoundrel? Is Yaozu truly the son of Chen Si, or is he a bastard?" Chen Yaozu, hearing this, immediately broke into tears, grasping Yang Shi's clothing and pleading, "Grandma, I am your grandson. Please do not be angry with mother." Hitting her pains me deeply. Upon hearing the news, the crowd began to murmur with sympathy. Regardless of the widow's character, it was astonishing that her son, at merely 5 years of age, could articulate such sentiments. Huang was particularly heartbroken, especially when Yaozu affectionately called her grandma, which felt as though her grandson was addressing her. Guiyan sensed that Lin Wanqing was holding her a bit tighter. "Oh dear mother, how could you fall for it again? You're already feeling heartache? She calls this old woman grandma far sweeter than you." Chapter 18. The innocent mother Huang beamed with pride. "Of course. He is my darling grandson." However, Lin Wanqing was taken aback, realizing that the child was aware of his lineage. She felt utterly exhausted, recognizing her tendency to trust others too easily. Hearing her sigh, Guiyan lifted her small arm to gently touch her mother's chin. "Mother, do not be sad. I simply adore this innocent mother of mine. Besides, That Yaozu is quite the deceiver. Both his parents are great liars. Lin Wanqing found some solace in Yi Guiyan's words. Yi Junjie had deceived her for 5 long years, and this widow had also misled the Chun family for the same duration. They truly made a perfect pair. At that moment, Yang, who was oblivious to Yi Guiyan's inner musings, was equally moved by Yaozu. She released her grip and pointed at the widow, saying, "You have raised a fine son, mother." Yaozu wept as he threw himself into the widow's embrace. The sight of the mother and son clinging to each other was particularly pitiful. Huang cried out in distress. She is merely a widow. Her loneliness led her to this mistake. Let it be forgiven. The onlookers felt a pang of compassion, though not all voiced their thoughts like Huang. Their expressions revealed a shared hope that Yang would spare the mother and son. Yang turned to her husband. The clan leader's eyes glistened with moisture as he contemplated intervening when, suddenly, the widow's daughter, Chun Jiao, rushed and disheveled. "Let go of my mother." Her appearance left everyone stunned. Is she not properly dressed? Could she have just escaped from the bed of the third son of the silk shop? Lin Wanqing sighed in exasperation at her daughter's antics. As Chun Jiao emerged, Yang's fury intensified. "What have you done?" The girl glared at Yang, noticing the slap mark on her mother's face. "Did you do this?" Yang was distracted by the visible marks on Chun Jiao's skin, taking a step back, her finger trembling. "How dare you, Yang Jinyang? You raise others' sons so well, yet you mistreat your own daughter? I took pity on you when I saw you filthy in the village, brought you out of the mountains, and even facilitated your marriage to the 4th son. Is this how you repay me?" Unyielding, Chun Jiao retorted, "What did you do to my mother? You married her off to a man who is destined to die, leaving her a widow, and you forbid her from seeking another man?" Yang, incensed, replied, "The man destined to die is your father. Your mother had a good match arranged, but she refused to marry, vowing to remain loyal to your father. You knew who he was, didn't you?" Chun Jiao declared defiantly, pulling at her clothing. With Yi Junjie's help, she concocted a plan to marry into the silk shop as a young mistress. She had no intention of betraying him. Just moments ago, the lady of the silk shop had discovered her liaison with the 3rd son and was about to arrange their marriage. Isn't Chun Jiao's statement an admission of her infidelity? Now we are even more curious about Yaozu's true father. How will they uncover yesterday's man as the scoundrel? Do they check the scoundrel's backside? Yi Guiyan could barely contain her laughter. Lin Wanqing wiped her daughter's mouth, unable to suppress her own amusement at Yi Guiyan's eager expression. Laughter was indeed contagious. While Lin Wanqing attended to her daughter, Chun Jiao had already threatened to sever ties with the Chun family. After all, her brother was not truly a Chun. She was merely a Chun daughter. Even if she bore the Chun blood, to them, she would be like spilled water. Soon, she too would marry out. Once she became the mistress of the silk shop, why would she need to concern herself with clan matters? The clan leader readily consented, stating that aside from their personal clothing, they could take nothing with them. Everything in their home belonged to the Chun family. Upon hearing this, Huang's heart twisted in anguish. Indeed, at this moment, Yang Jinyang was more determined than ever to survive. Yang summoned several servants to supervise her packing. The onlookers flocked around, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Wanqing, holding her daughter, moved away from the scene. Yi Qingxi approached, "Sister-in-law, aren't you going to see the commotion?" Lin Wanqing's expression darkened. She had no desire to witness the reality of her husband's other life. "I want to go. I want to see. I want to eat melon seeds. Beautiful mother, I want to watch." Hearing her daughter's enthusiasm, Lin Wanqing felt a mix of resignation. Yi Vingita market. Observing Yi Guiyan's lively demeanor, this child certainly enjoys the spectacle. Come, let us see. Perhaps we can uncover some evidence of infidelity. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's interest was piqued. Very well, let us go and take a look. The group arrived at the widow's home, where the women of the Chun clan began rummaging through their belongings. Valuable items were unceremoniously dumped into the courtyard. Oh, look at all these jewels. Were they all gifts from a lover? Surely not. No one in the village is wealthy enough to be so lavish. The crowd chuckled with innuendo. Lin Wanqing's expression soured as she beheld the jewelry scattered on the ground. Most bore the plum blossom design. She had once rejoiced at this sight, feeling immense joy. It became clear that her husband had squandered all his wealth on this woman. Huang, standing nearby, felt a pang of sorrow, knowing all too well that those were her son's hard-earned silver pieces. How could they all be seized by the Chun family? She cried out in distress, "Isn't this robbery?" These were purchased with money. By what right do you seize them? The Chen family members laughed at her. They had invested considerable resources in raising her son. Even if they sold those jewels, she would surely remain in debt. Impossible, Huang shrieked. My son has spent a fortune on Yaozu. How could it be the Chun family's doing? Chapter 19. This grandmother is quite dashing young, unfamiliar with Huang, mistook her for an eager onlooker. She approached to explain. The village established a school for Yaozu's education, hiring a teacher. Not only does the teacher instruct the clan's children daily, but he also provides Yaozu with special attention. Yaozu's meals are all arranged by the clan, with meat at every meal. He has never gone wanting. Yiqingxi scoffed. The clan treats them so well. Yet they deceive you so brazenly. If such a scoundrel were my Yi family, it would not be merely a matter of confiscating her possessions. Just then, they discovered more valuable items from Yaozu's room. A woman handed Yang a pen. Yang scrutinized it closely. This pen appears quite precious. Lin Wanqing's expression shifted. It was a wolf hair brush, made from the tail of a weasel. It was worth at least a tael of silver, depending on the quality of the pen holder. Yang heard the commotion and stepped forward, offering a pen to her. Madam, could you please take a look? Lin Wanqing accepted the pen, scrutinizing it closely. It's made of sandalwood. It must be worth at least 2 taels of silver. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. How could the child possess such an expensive writing instrument? Yi Guiyan chuckled again. Oh dear, Yao Fu's reputation is crumbling. Huang felt an unprecedented pang in her heart as she realized how distressing it was to hear her granddaughter's thoughts. She had long been suppressing her discomfort over the silver her son had squandered. Hearing her granddaughter's gleeful remarks, she dared not reveal her frustration, stifling her emotions to the point where she nearly choked on her own blood. Whom does this insolent child resemble? At that moment, Yang Jinyang, cradling her son, bowed her head, seemingly embarrassed and unable to face anyone. Yet, Yi Guiyan's expression suggested she was concealing something. She lifted her gaze towards the birds perched in the trees. Well then, let me assist you. Lin Wanqing and Huang exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Yi Guiyan must have uncovered something significant. Yi Guiyan called out, drawing Yang's attention. Yang had indeed noticed the charming child in Lin Wanqing's arms while handing over the pen. Yi Guiyan called again, stretching out her arms and requesting a hug from Yang. Unable to resist the allure of such a delicate porcelain doll seeking her embrace, Yang instinctively reached out to take the child. Lin Wanqing, aware of her daughter's intentions, permitted her actions, curious to see what Yi Guiyan would do next. Yi Guiyan pointed insistently in a specific direction, calling out to Yang. The onlookers watched with intrigue, wondering what the child intended. Only Yang Jinyang began to feel a sense of foreboding. Yi Guiyan guided Yang into Yang Jinyang's bedroom, pointing excitedly at the wall beside the bed. Yang inspected it closely, pressing her hand against it, only to discover a hollow space behind. Yang Jinyang's face turned pale as she cried out, "Are you trying to kill me?" She attempted to rush inside to prevent it, but the women from the Chun family quickly restrained her. Despite her lack of strength from seldom working, she was firmly held in place by 2 individuals, helplessly watching as Yang retrieved a locked wooden box from the hole in the wall. Where's the key? Yang asked, holding the heavy box. Yang Jinyang huffed dismissively, evidently confident in her secret hiding place. Fortunately, she had hidden the key and the box in separate corners of the room, oblivious to how this child knew where her belongings were stashed. However, she believed the key was concealed even better. Yi Guiyan's eyes darted around the room. The birds had informed her that the key was hidden within. Just as she was about to relay this information to Yang, she was returned to Lin Wanqing's arms. In a sudden rush, Yang hurled the wooden box onto the ground. The box was sturdily constructed, prompting Yang to shout for a hammer. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Someone handed Yang a hammer, and she promptly smashed the box open. Yi Guiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, this grandmother is quite impressive. Inside the box were a pouch and several sheets of paper. Yang picked up the papers and examined them. Land deeds and property contracts, she noted. Then, she turned her attention to the heavy pouch, carefully wrapped in red cloth. Upon opening it, she revealed a trove of silver coins. Before Yang could speak, onlookers had already brought over a scale and weighed the coins. There were a full 20 taels. Yang was left speechless. Jinyang, where did you acquire such wealth? Earlier, we found 10 taels in your house, and now there's another 20? Yang Jinyang wept bitterly. That money is what my husband and I have painstakingly saved over the years. You must not touch it. It represents my hard work. Even if she were expelled from the clan, she felt unafraid. She had refrained from revealing this money to make the villagers perceive her as struggling, hoping they would contribute to support her family of 3. Now, everything was laid bare. Yang's expression darkened as she regarded Yang Jinyang. Your husband died from illness because you couldn't afford his medicine. How could you have saved so much money? Yang Jinyang's sobs quieted slightly. Yang quickly grasped the situation. The clan had never inquired about their family's circumstances until the death of the 4th son revealed their poverty. Feeling guilty for not having helped, every family in the clan had contributed to support them over the past 5 years. Now, they discovered she had amassed such wealth. At that moment, Chun Jiaojiao stared at the money in astonishment. Did you not say you had no funds for my dowry, which is why I couldn't marry Brother Huzi? Yang Jinyang looked at her daughter, her guilt evident, stammering, daughter I. Chun Jiaojiao, with tears in her eyes, struck her mother hard across the face before running away in distress. Chapter 20. The accomplice. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. Had the widow's daughter inadvertently revealed something significant? Was that man a scholar? Their suspect pool had narrowed. Yi Qingxi gasped, leaning closer to Lin Wanqing to whisper, sister-in-law. She indicated the scholar is the lover. Lin Wanqing sighed. It seems an unprincipled scholar has been consorting with the widow. Thankfully, your second brother maintains his integrity. Yi Qingxi glanced at the widow and nodded. Indeed, he is only 25 and likely wouldn't involve himself with a woman in her 30s. Aunt, do not worry. No one would suspect your second brother. Noticing Huang's pale face, Yi Qingxi understood that Huang was most concerned about her son's future. If it were discovered he was entangled with a widow, especially if they had a child and relied on others to raise it, the consequences could be dire. Lin Wanqing observed Huang's expression, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She leaned closer to Huang and said softly, Mother-in-law, did you catch their implication that the widow caused her husband's demise? Surely the lover must have had a hand in it. Huang quickly shook her head. That is impossible. I merely meant it was infidelity. It need not lead to death. Yet, Yi Qingxi excitedly countered, who knows? It's possible they conspired together to eliminate her husband. When she discovered her pregnancy, they might have decided to let the Chun family raise the child, intending to claim it later. TSK. What a cunning plan for a scholar. The Chun family members, overhearing Yi Qingxi's analysis, found her reasoning compelling. They shouted to Yang, Aunt, let us report this to the authorities. The 4th son's death was suspicious. Before Yang could respond, the others from the Chun family rushed forward, seizing Yang Jinyang to take her to the magistrate. Terrified, Yang Jinyang screamed, I did not. My husband truly died of illness. His medicine was ineffective. Help! Her final plea for help was directed at Huang, her gaze carrying a hint of menace. Huang turned her head away, only to find Yaofu standing at a distance, gazing at her with a sorrowful expression. Yi Guiyan carefully observed their interaction. Grandma, are you going to show mercy? That person is a murderer. Will you assist her? In doing so, your son may also become an accomplice. Though the scoundrel father is not the killer without evidence, it is difficult to assert his innocence. Even if the authorities cannot convict him, the whispers of the villagers can be devastating. The villagers could drown him in their spittle. Serves him right for getting involved with such a black widow. At this moment, Huang's heart felt cold. The melon had been nearly consumed, while those nearby had devoured their bowls of rice completely. Many people began to disperse. Yi Guiyan gathered her vital energy, listening to their conversations within the house. Eating melons is truly delightful. Lin Wanqing, holding her daughter, smiled at her child's innocent thoughts. Indeed, consuming melons brought joy. In another room, Huang pulled Yi Junjie inside, carefully observing the situation outside before shutting all the doors and windows. Mother, what are you doing? Yi Junjie looked at her with dissatisfaction. Are we really so cautious in our own home? Do you think we have ears in the walls? Huang fixed him with a stern gaze and asked, Is Chun Si's death related to you? Chun Si? Who is that? The deceased husband of Jin Yang. Yi Junjie's expression turned awkward. Of course. I don't know him. By the time I got close to Jin Yang, her husband had already passed away. She said she felt lonely after her husband's death and that her son went to help her. Upon hearing this, Huang became anxious. Then what about Yaozu's future? Could it be that Yaozu isn't your son? Yi Junjie quickly denied it. Aside from me, Jin Yang had no other man. Yaozu is undoubtedly my son. Jin Yang and I had arranged to have a premature birth so that everyone would think it was full term. In fact, her husband had been dead for 3 months when she conceived Yaozu. Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At least we have the Chun family to thank for raising our son. We aren't at a loss. Mother, what happened? Weren't you out gathering information? Huang darkly recounted the recent events to her son. Hearing this, Yi Junjie slammed the table in anger. What right does the Chun family have to confiscate my gifts to Jin Yang and her son? Are they bandits? Huang glanced at her son. If they swallow it, they can only blame themselves. You know, I haven't said anything about you mingling with other virtuous young women, but why must it be with this widow? How much younger is she than me? My handsome son deserves better. Yi Junjie, however, revealed a hint of shyness. Mother, Jin Yang has always been very considerate. Considerate? Considerate enough to let her husband die? Knowing full well that you are in need, she clings to 20 taels and still tries to swindle 10 taels from you? Yi Junjie protested. Her husband was terminally ill, and spending money on medicine would have been a waste. As for the money, it was my voluntary gift to her. She is raising our child alone. It's not easy. With a sigh, Yi Junjie continued, thinking about Wan Xing being a young lady who has had maids serving her since childhood. While Jin Yang has been toiling in the fields since her youth, I feel sympathy. If Wan Xing weren't the daughter of an official, how could she compare to Jin Yang? Even in terms of bearing children, Jin Yang excels. Yaozu is the best. Upon hearing this, Yi Guiyan clenched her small fists in fury, wishing she could unleash her anger on her disgraceful father. However, her current abilities were limited, and overexerting herself would necessitate a prolonged slumber. It was indeed a time for indulgence. She would remember this grievance for later. Mother, do not worry. I know the chief clerk at the magistrate's office. I shall discuss this matter with him in the city. It should be easily resolved. The kind-hearted Jin Yang would never commit murder. As long as we communicate properly with the clerk, it will become evident that it is the Chun family that is being unreasonable. Good. Just be cautious not to expose anything. That dead girl from Jin Yang's family is already spreading rumors that her mother has gotten involved with a scholar. Now everyone is guessing who it could be. Yi Junjie proudly assured his mother, "Don't worry, I am familiar with this matter." Chapter 21. Sharing worries for her husband with that. Yi Junjie left the house. Yi Guiyan yunit. The consumption of vital energy is too great. I feel sleepy. With that, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Lin Wanqing called the big dog inside to watch her sister, while she herself went out to visit the clan leader's home. The clan leader, Yi Qingde, happened to be at home, frowning as he listened to his daughter recount events from the neighboring Xinghua village. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Lin Wanqing bowed her head respectfully. "Uncle, I wish to discuss the events that transpired in Xinghua village today." Yi Qingde looked at her in surprise. "What? You know this widow?" Lin Wanqing shook her head. "I do not. However, the widow's daughter mentioned that the seducer is a scholar. Naturally, I trust my husband as innocence. Yet, there are only a handful of scholars within several miles, and I fear this may affect my husband's examination in the capital." Yi Qingde nodded seriously. "Indeed, I have heard your mother-in-law mention this. It was a fantastic opportunity, and if it were to be marred by this, it would indeed be unacceptable. So, do you wish for me to take some action?" "Yes. Currently, that widow has been taken to the magistrate's office. If only the Chun family members make a scene there, the authorities may perceive it as merely a family matter. I have heard that last month, the Chun family dealt with a pair of adulterers, and the magistrate's office has expressed some discontent. If other clans with scholars also approach the magistrate, hoping for a thorough investigation, it could clear the names of several scholars in the vicinity." Yi Qingde considered this and found it reasonable. "All right. I will contact a few clan leaders I am familiar with, and we will go to the magistrate together. We cannot allow scholars who have studied hard to be unjustly slandered." Yi Qingshi joyfully exclaimed, "I want to go too." "Good. Thank you for your help." Yi Qingde smiled. "No need for politeness. Junjie is the only scholar in our clan. He is a promising young man. Knowing that you care for him so much alleviates my worries." At that moment, Yi Chiyue was still hanging clothes, muttering discontentedly, "Is it really necessary to hold this full-month banquet? What this girl says may not be entirely true." "Chiyue." Lin Wanqing approached her. Yi Chiyue looked at Lin Wanqing with a smile. thinking that her sister-in-law must have come to help her because she was working hard, allowing her to slack off. "Oh, dear sister-in-law, my hands hurt so much. Shoyue, did I not tell you? The ground here is wet and slippery. It is easy to fall. Why not fetch a wooden bucket to collect the water?" Yi Chuyue's expression darkened. Yet, Lin Wanqing seemed unperturbed as she entered the house. Huang was anxiously pacing in the hall. Recently, she had sensed that her daughter-in-law had changed in some way. Normally disinterested in gossip, she had taken the child to see the commotion. Now, she had inexplicably left the child behind and vanished. Huang's spirits lifted when she saw Lin Wanqing return. "Did you go to ask him for money? How'd it go? Did he give it to you? As someone educated, your words must be more persuasive than ours. Surely the clan leader would be willing to help." Lin Wanqing looked at Huang and said, "I want to speak with the clan leader about the commotion we witnessed today." Huang was taken aback, her face filled with alarm. "What does that have to do with us? Why would you tell him that? It was originally unrelated to us. It was just that the widow's daughter suddenly mentioned that the seducer is a scholar. She didn't name names, but I fear this may be detrimental to my husband. I went to ask the clan leader to unite with several village heads to pressure the magistrate. We must extract the identity of the seducer from the widow to ensure my husband is not embroiled in this matter." Huang's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. What did you say? Do not worry, mother. This matter will not affect my husband's examination in the capital. As his wife, it is my duty to share in his burdens. Mother, what is wrong? You appear somewhat unwell." Huang glared at Lin Wanqing, her fingers trembling as she pointed at her. "You really wish for your husband to perish?" Lin Wanqing stared at Huang in disbelief. "Mother, what are you talking about? Is it possible that my husband truly knows this scholar? Have we offended someone?" Huang forced herself to calm down, taking a deep breath. "I only fear that our eagerness in this matter may lead others to think we are involved. Do not concern yourself with this. I need to go out for a moment." Huang hurriedly dashed outside, and after just a few steps, a sharp cry of dismay echoed from the courtyard. Moments later, her voice was laced with irritation as she scolded, "You little wretch, I told you not to let water accumulate in the yard. Clean it up." Lin Wanqing stood by the window at the bedroom door, observing Huang, who was caked in mud and limping in her frantic rush. A cold smile crept across her lips as she lowered the window. Yi Degu, peering through the crack, chuckled heartily. "Mother, Grandma took a tumble." With a calm demeanor, Lin Wanqing began to tidy up her belongings within the house, taking stock of her possessions. The prospect of separation was daunting. Despite their disdain for Degu, the Yi family would not allow her to take her son away. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the family seemed to regard their daughter as a harbinger of good fortune. If she were to express her desire for divorce, it was likely that she would be unable to take both children with her. Thus, she needed to devise a different plan, one that would make them see their daughter was not a blessing and that she could provide a better future than Degu. If she could force them to choose, she might secure the freedom to take both children with her. Post-divorce, a more pressing concern loomed: the survival of herself and her children. It was imperative that she find a means to earn a living. As Lin Wanqing rummaged through the house, she stumbled upon her annotations in a book she had once given to Yi Junja, now thick with dust, indicating it had not been opened in quite some time. The sight of the familiar strokes brought a tinge of moisture to her eyes. At that time, she had already been pregnant with Degu, while it was evident that Junjia had been involved with a widow for quite a while. As their child was now 5 years old, in this world, apart from her mother, she realized that no one truly cared for her anymore. "Mother, sister is blowing bubbles." She couldn't help but laugh as she watched Degu gently poke at Yi Guiyan's mouth with his little hand, while Yi Guiyan pouted, searching for the right angle. Thankfully, she still had 2 obedient children. By afternoon, Yi Guiyan remained fast asleep. Normally, she would be clamoring for food at this hour. Lin Wanqing sensed her daughter's thoughts and understood that the exertion from eavesdropping had drained her energy, causing her to sleep soundly. However, it was unacceptable for the child to miss a meal. Lin Wanqing tentatively brought the grain bag closer, and to her surprise, the sleeping child instinctively ate her fill. Just as she finished feeding her child, a voice echoed from the courtyard. "Shoyue, are you doing laundry? Is sister-in-law home?" It was Yi Qingxi. Lin Wanqing called from within. "Xiaoxi, I'm inside. Come in." Yi Qingxi quickly entered, responding, "Sister-in-law, my father has gone to the magistrate's office with several village heads and clan leaders." Unexpectedly, The widow proved to be quite tight-lipped, describing several men's characteristics for them to guess, but none matched. You can rest assured, none of her conditions apply to second brother. What surprised us was that second brother was also at the magistrate's office, which startled both my father and me. He was there to meet a friend. Eventually, it ended without any resolution. The elders decided to detain her for a few days to see if she would speak. They can't resort to severe interrogation for this matter, can they? This outcome was precisely what Lin Wanqing had anticipated. The widow's revelation of Yi Junjie would bring her no benefit. Yi Qingxi hesitated, scratching her head as she glanced at Lin Wanqing, seemingly torn about whether to voice her thoughts. Lin Wanqing encouraged, if there's something on your mind, don't hesitate to speak. In a hushed tone, Yi Qingxi confessed, just as we were about to leave, your mother-in-law suddenly arrived, looking quite flustered, claiming she knew who the scholar was and urging us not to believe the widow's words. Later, second brother pulled her away, saying it was all a misunderstanding. I just feel something is off. Lin Wanqing chuckled. Your mother-in-law probably fears the widow will tarnish her son's reputation. Such is the heart of a parent. Yi Qingxi's eyes widened in realization. That makes sense. I heard you've been busy preparing for this little one's full moon banquet. My mother remarked that your father-in-law and mother-in-law seem to have turned over a new leaf, even agreeing to host the banquet, indicating they no longer favor sons over daughters. Lin Wanqing smiled gently. Indeed, the day is just a few away. We simply await the guests. Naturally, I will also prepare a gift for this little niece. Then we shall eagerly await. However, the smile on Lin Wanqing's face faltered as she noticed the girl had fallen asleep on the bed while they chatted. She covered him with a blanket and turned to Yi Qiuyue, saying, Qiuyue, it's getting late. Be swift in preparing dinner. Having just finished a tub of laundry, Yi Qiuyue retorted, do you take me for your servant? Why don't you do it yourself? Lin Wanqing sighed in frustration. I would help, but I must nurse the baby. Though Yi Qiuyue felt disheartened, she had no choice but to hastily hang the clothes and head to the kitchen to start the fire. Before she could even see anyone, a voice exclaimed, ouch. It was Yi Chengfu, who had been out all day. Yi Qiuyue, preoccupied with cooking, had left the clothes unwrung, and the ground was drenched, making the courtyard particularly slippery. Hearing the old man scold a few words before entering the kitchen, he shouted, quickly help Qiuyue with her work. This old woman has lost her mind, planning a full moon banquet for this girl. It's simply madness, seeing her son and daughter still asleep and lacking any excuse. Lin Wanqing could only venture into the kitchen. With her father-in-law present, she hoped her mother-in-law would not sneak the children away for some unknown purpose. As Lin Wanqing stepped out, Yi Guiyan opened her eyes, darting them around curiously. Wow, why is that old man in Mother S' room? Startled by Yi Guiyan's thoughts, Yi Chengfu stumbled back a few steps. Why is he so dirty? Is he seeing something terrifying? Am I that frightening? Or is his illness acting up again? Hearing her words, Yi Chengfu was even more alarmed. Illness? What ailment could he possibly have? I remember when father became the top scholar, our family moved to Chuzhou. That old man spent his days fooling around with the maidens in the manor and ended up with a stroke. Yet, even if he was ill, life seemed pleasant. I remember it well. Never mind, it's not important. Yi Chengfu chuckled, realizing his granddaughter had some foresight into the future. No wonder the old woman claimed she was a little lucky star. What other events might unfold? Why did she deem it unimportant? Ouch. Why has this little girl stopped talking? Yi Chengfu cautiously sat down, casting glances at the child. Yet Yi Guiyan merely smacked her lips and closed her eyes. Drifting back to sleep, Yi Chengfu found himself sitting beside her, watching her sleep until dinner was ready, at which point the old woman entered the room, calling, Old man, it's time to eat. Where have you gone? Yi Chengfu had been lost in dreams beside Yi Guiyan for quite some time, fantasizing about being surrounded by young maidens attending to him. He wiped his mouth and quickly replied, Ah, old woman, I'm here. What are you doing in this room? Hee. I was watching my little granddaughter. She truly is more adorable than any other child. This full moon banquet must be grand. I want everyone to know I have such a lovely granddaughter. Perhaps she'll share even more about the future. Yet, with the granddaughter's prediction of his future stroke, he felt the need to be cautious. Recently, he had indeed sensed some discomfort in his body. As he pondered this, a sense of unease crept over him. Thankfully, he had his little granddaughter. Huang scrutinized him closely, scolding, Why don't you hurry and change those filthy clothes? The matter of the full moon banquet still requires your input. Hurry and prepare for the meal. Oh, Lin Wanqing went to rouse the large dog. Noticing that Yi Guiyan was still asleep, she refrained from waking her. Yi Chengfu cautiously observed Huang Shi and whispered, "Could you spare me some money? I wish to see a doctor tomorrow." Huang Shi halted, scrutinizing Yi Chengfu intently. "Aren't you well? What a waste of money." Chapter 23. Major life events. Huang Shi shot Yi Chengfu an exasperated glare. Of all times, why must something occur now? Does he not realize the family is currently in need of funds? Yi Chengfu immediately recoiled, cautiously regarding Huang Shi. It's just that this troublesome girl made the courtyard slippery. Huang Shi yelled at Yi Qioma, "Next time, use a bucket to catch the water. If you dirty the courtyard again, you shall never marry." Yi Qioma glared at them defiantly, yet dared not speak. In this era, marriage was dictated by parental consent. Even if she were to climb into the bed of the third son, without her parents' approval, she would not be wed. After much persuasion, Yi Chengfu finally managed to extract some silver from Huang Shi. At the break of dawn the next day, he rushed to town to seek a doctor. Huang Shi also ventured out today. She went to the clan leader's house, summoning his son, Yi Pengcheng, to accompany her to town to purchase a plethora of items. Although not much chicken, duck, or fish was bought, there was a variety of types. "Pengcheng, thank you for today. Should our Junjie achieve great success in the future, we shall not forget you, cousin." Yi Pengcheng smiled innocently, unconcerned with Huang Shi's words. "Aunt, you are too polite. We are close relatives. It is only natural to assist you. Should Junjie truly prosper, it reflects glory upon the Yi family." Observing the 2 baskets of ingredients before him, Yi Pengcheng inquired, "But didn't you mention your family was short on money due to Junjie's examination? Why the extravagant celebration for the full moon?" Huang Shi replied earnestly, "Of course. This is a significant event in our family's life. If it pleases my granddaughter, perhaps she will reveal even more." Huang Shi proudly lifted her chin. "Surely, she is more beautiful than your son was at that age." Yi Pengcheng smiled broadly, revealing 2 dimples, and soon departed. Days passed, and at last, the day of Yi Guiyan's full moon banquet arrived. Yi Guiyan stood in Huang Shi's arms before the gathering, her face alight with excitement as she took in the jubilant neighbors and relatives, experiencing such a lively atmosphere for the first time. Due to the inconvenient transportation of this era, marriages often occurred within close proximity. Most of the villagers were relatives. Upon seeing the prepared ingredients in the kitchen, many villagers were astonished. Truly, the scholar's family hosted a splendid banquet for a girl's full moon. Huang Shi felt her status elevated today. Holding Yi Guiyan, she gazed proudly at the crowd, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. She exaggeratedly pointed at Yi Guiyan. "Guiyan, this is your third aunt." Yi Guiyan's eyes darted curiously. "Third aunt? Is she not the pitiful woman who pretends to have a good relationship with her husband, but is beaten daily in secret?" Upon hearing this, Huang Shi's eyes widened. The corners of her mouth lifted even further. She was aware that the so-called loving couples spoken of by others were mere facades. Huang Shi then pointed at an elderly woman, exclaiming, "Guiyan, this is your second aunt." "Second aunt? The elderly woman's younger sister? I recall she has a multitude of sons and loves to boast. Yet her sons are disappointing, often relying on their daughters-in-law for support. The clothes she wears are evidently pilfered from her daughter-in-law's mother." "Ha ha ha." Huang Shi could not suppress her laughter. The second aunt was startled by her mirth. "Third sister, what are you laughing about? Is it so amusing? It's just a girl's full moon." Huang Shi flashed a toothy grin, revealing yellowed teeth. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just thrilled my precious granddaughter has reached her full moon." "Ah, my dear granddaughter, over there is your eldest aunt." Yi Guiyan cast a sidelong glance at Huang Shi's excited demeanor. Has this old woman lost her senses? How terrifying. "Oh, that young lady is truly lovely." Yi Guiyan chose not to look at the eldest aunt Huang Shi was pointing to, instead focusing on a modestly dressed girl who possessed a delicate beauty. She appeared to be of similar age to Yi Qioma and Yi Qingxi, standing shyly beside Yi Qingxi, engaged in conversation. Sensing Yi Guiyan's gaze, Yi Qingxi approached with the girl. "Second aunt, Guiyan looks so happy today." Huang Shi, in good spirits, felt equally elated and did not target Yi Qingxi. Indeed, it's her first time seeing so many people, She must be delighted. Ye vingi, font, of ye Guiyan. Pointed to her companion, Guiyan, this is my close friend, Huang Weining. Huang Weining exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, wow, what an adorable baby. It's my first time seeing such a cute child. Second aunt, you are truly fortunate. Huang Weining and Huang Shi were distantly related, by kinship. She could also refer to Huang Shi as aunt. Huang Shi beamed at Huang Weining. Weining, you have such sweet words. Unlike my own daughter, who is perpetually lazy and never utters a kind word. Yi Qiuma, busy in the kitchen, rushed out displeased. Mother, what do you mean by that? You can compare me to anyone, but don't compare me to her. She is clearly putting on an act. Huang Shi glared at her. Enough nonsense. Get back to work. Huang Weining, feeling guilty, looked at Huang Shi and Yi Qiuma. Second aunt, please don't quarrel. It's all my fault. I will take my leave. Oh, so she's a little schemer. Let me think. Huang Weining sounds familiar. Isn't she the one who later became a concubine to the third son? He was quite fond of her scheming ways, and she endured to become a concubine, competing for a man with her aunt, almost succeeding in becoming the primary wife. Unfortunately, her unreliable father became a top scholar, and the silk store no longer dared to offend her aunt. Consequently, she was bullied by her aunt daily. Huang Shi, alarmed, scrutinized Huang Weining. She had no idea this girl harbored such thoughts. On the other hand, Yi Qiuma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mother, let me hold my little niece. I want to introduce her to my peers. She had not anticipated that her little niece would be aware of such matters. She must introduce her to everyone in the village who had offended her or whom she disliked. Huang Shi, unwilling to relinquish her granddaughter, insisted on taking her to meet the elderly women in the village whom she despised. The two began to argue in the courtyard. Chapter 24. The full moon banquet, you lazy girl. Hurry to the kitchen and help. I am busy entertaining the guests here. Why do you not have to do any work, yet still accuse me of being lazy? Today, I insist my niece greets the guests. Look at your childish behavior. You cannot even compare to Weining. With so many guests present, you are still shouting at your mother, showing no respect. If it weren't for your successful brother, how could you dare compare yourself to anyone? Huang Shi thought, grateful that her daughter had an outstanding brother like Junjie. Otherwise, marrying the third son would have placed her at a disadvantage against this little concubine. Contemplating her granddaughter's earlier remarks about the future, Huang Shi felt a surge of anger. Firstly, she had been deceived by Huang Weining, believing her to be a good girl, only to discover this little vixen sought to steal her daughter's suitor. Secondly, her daughter truly lacked ambition, unable to surpass even a cowherd's daughter. At least her brother was a scholar. How could it be that from the same womb, one child excelled while the other was so foolish? At this moment, Aunt San approached, gently reassuring Huang. It's all right, children are naturally playful. If she wishes to take the child, let her do so. You should stay and chat with us. It has been quite a while since we last met. Yi Qiuma glanced smugly at Huang. See, Aunt San truly cares. Huang couldn't help but roll her eyes. This old woman relished playing the Good Samaritan in front of everyone. It seemed her third brother had indeed been too lenient. No matter what, Huang would never relinquish Yi Guiyan. She wanted to hear more gossip from these old ladies. At that moment, Yi Guiyan's face turned crimson. Observing this, Yi Qingxi exclaimed, "Oh dear, stop arguing. The little niece's face is all red. What's going on?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Guiyan, whose cheeks flushed even deeper. Huang, hearing Yi Guiyan's unspoken thoughts, turned pale. Especially when she saw Yi Guiyan's tiny fists clenching tightly, she realized the girl was beginning to exert herself. Oh dear, weren't you the one who wanted a little niece? Take her with you. Yi Qiuma, aware of Yi Guiyan's intentions, quickly scurried to the kitchen. I'll go do some work. At this point, Yi Qingxi reluctantly took the child into her arms. I'll take her to the outhouse. She called out to the kitchen, sister-in-law, where are the diapers? Lin Wanqing glanced at her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, her eyes filled with helplessness. Then I'll trouble you. The big dog knows where the diapers are. Let him fetch them. All right. Yi Qingxi carried Yi Guiyan toward the outhouse. Yi Wanqing, seeing this, shouted, I'll help you too. The onlookers nodded in satisfaction, murmuring praises about how well-behaved the Huang girl was, in contrast to the unruly Yi girl. They recalled Yi Qiuma's earlier disdainful demeanor and couldn't help but click their tongues. Indeed, the Yi girl was hardly presentable. After a while, Yi Qingxi returned holding Yi Guiyan, who appeared refreshed. She happily reached out to gently touch Yi Qingxi's face. Thank you, dear aunt. I shall not neglect you in the future. Ye Vanming, still holding the changed diaper, called out, Big dog, here's your chance to shine. Go help your sister wash the diaper. Upon hearing this, Big Dog's eyes lit up. He joyfully ran over, taking the diaper. Big Dog will wash it for sister. With that, he dashed towards the riverbank. The surrounding crowd erupted in compliments for Yi Wanqing, calling her the ideal daughter-in-law. Yi Guiyan couldn't help but exclaim, this little green tea is quite capable. Clearly, it was Aunt Qingxi who helped me to the toilet and changed my diaper, yet she emerged with the diaper to take credit. She glanced at Yi Qingxi, who was blissfully smiling at her. Yi Guiyan couldn't help but facepalm. This Aunt Qingxi is truly foolish. She hasn't realized that I did all the work while others took the praise. As Yi Guiyan was lamenting the little green tea, someone nearby snatched her into their embrace. Oh, my dear, come here for a hug. Yi Qingfu sat among a group of old men, cradling Yi Guiyan. Yesterday, I went to see the doctor, and he said there was something unusual with my health. I must be cautious and avoid anger, or I might suffer from paralysis in the future. Yi Guiyan, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in astonishment at Yi Qingfu. How did he escape such a calamity? He must be benefiting from my good fortune. I accept. No shitting. The other old men chimed in. Oh dear, that indeed sounds perilous. The old man Li from the neighboring village is paralyzed. He struggles to speak and drools. How tragic. You are indeed fortunate. You went to the doctor early and caught it. Yi Qingfu, with a healthy glow, excitedly replied, I have to thank my granddaughter. Ye Guiyan staved at ye Shengfu in shock. What does this have to do with me? What does he know? The others exchanged puzzled glances with Yi Guiyan, who mirrored their confusion. Yi Qingfu, of course, would not reveal that he had heard his granddaughter's inner thoughts. He explained, it was for preparing the full-month banquet for my granddaughter that my little girl made the courtyard a mess with water, causing me to slip and fall, which led me to the doctor. If I hadn't prepared for a banquet, I wouldn't have discovered it at all. Is this not a stroke of luck for my granddaughter? The others found his reasoning rather tenuous and couldn't help but laugh. Old Lu, unconvinced, retorted, how can this be attributed to her? Yi Qingfu shot him a glance. Why not? My Junjia encountered a high official, and it was because of this little one that he received a recommendation, right? Lowering his voice, he continued, previously, the old lady took my granddaughter to pray, and she happened upon a benefactor who insisted on giving her 5 taels of silver. Do you think that was merely coincidence? The crowd was astonished. Yi Guiyan was equally stunned. The old lady had told the family it was 10 taels, but here it had somehow become 5. He was both showing off and fearing for his wealth. Nearby, Old Yao muttered, no wonder your wife and daughter are vying to hold this child. Hey, let me hold her too and share in the good fortune. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingfu quickly tightened his grip on his granddaughter. No way. She's a girl. What would it look like for her to be in your old arms? Yi Guiyan wrinkled her nose at the old man smell emanating from Yi Qingfu and couldn't help but frown. Yet, he tightened his embrace even more. With no hesitation, Yi Guiyan promptly vomited all over him. Chapter 25. The baby wants meat. Yi Qingfu was so startled that he nearly dropped the child. Fortunately, Big Dog was quick on his feet and snatched his sister from Yi Qingfu's arms. He expertly patted her back and cried out, Mom, Grandpa's smell made sister throw up. The guests nearby erupted into laughter. Yi Qingfu's face turned crimson as he bellowed, Get lost. At this moment, Lin Wanqing rushed out from the kitchen. Oh dear father-in-law, em truly sorry. It's quite normal for little ones to spit up. The women who had given birth chimed in. Indeed, babies spitting up is very common. This child is so adorable. Let us forgive her. Yi Qingfu looked at Yi Guiyan, who gazed up at him innocently, and his expression darkened. He couldn't bear to scold this little lucky star. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Wanqing, shouting, if you know the child might spit up, then don't feed her so much. This is ridiculous. The onlookers were equally baffled, offering comforting words to Lin Wanqing. With Yi Guiyan in her arms, Lin Wanqing appeared unfazed. Forgive me for the trouble, everyone. I will take the child inside to feed her. Sister-in-law, I'll leave the kitchen to you for now. The village matriarch waved her hand. Hurry along, don't let the child go hungry. We'll manage the kitchen just fine. You shouldn't be doing all this just after giving birth. Today, Yi Guiyan was quite cheerful, tugging her tiny fists and cooing. Hee hee, I've made this old man messy. Lin Wanqing looked at her daughter, her eyes sparkling with affection. This little one certainly had a memory for grievances. When it came time for lunch, Lin Wanqing, still holding Yi Guiyan, intended to attend to the guests. However, upon hearing Yi Chengfu's words, everyone wished to bask in Yi Guiyan's good fortune, pulling Lin Wanqing to sit beside them. "Oh dear, as the host, how can I sit down and eat with you?" Lin Wanqing attempted to rise, but Yi Qingxi pressed her down. "Leave the work to others. You, just out of confinement, shouldn't be doing this. Isn't that right, second aunt?" Yi Qingxi settled next to Lin Wanqing, calling out to Huang. Now, relatives and villagers abound everywhere. Although Huang felt displeasure in her heart, she dared not voice it, lest the villagers spread rumors of her mistreating her daughter-in-law. With a forced smile, she said, "Indeed, daughter-in-law, please sit down and dine with them. You can endure hunger, but our little granddaughter cannot go without food." Lin Wanqing, holding her daughter, engaged with them for quite some time, though she had not moved from her seat. Hearing Huang's words, she could comfortably continue to sit and partake in the meal. Even when seated, Lin Wanqing hardly consumed much, as she needed to attend to her daughter. She noticed that once she sat down, her daughter's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the food on the table. Her daughter grinned widely, revealing her neat gums, and saliva began to trickle down. Lin Wanqing wiped the corner of her daughter's mouth with a handkerchief. "You are still too young. You cannot eat yet." Yi Guiyan looked at her mother with a pitiful expression, pointing at the dishes on the table. "Mother, meat. Baby wants to eat meat." In the end, she could only watch as the piece of meat she had been eyeing disappeared into Yi Qingxi's mouth. Yi Guiyan glared at her. "You just helped me change my diaper, and now you have turned so cruel. You actually ate my meat." Lin Wanqing could not help but laugh at her daughter's words. Although those around could not hear, they understood from the child's reaction and chuckled along. Observing this, Yi Qingxi deliberately waved a piece of meat close to Yi Guiyan's nose. "Little one, your teeth aren't even fully grown, and you already want to eat meat? You can't eat it now." Saying this, she placed the meat into Lin Wanqing's bowl. Lin Wanqing thanked Yi Qingxi and was about to pick up her chopsticks when Yi Chiyue passed by, intentionally bumping into Lin Wanqing with force and glaring at her in anger. Ever since her sister-in-law married into their family, there had been two people doing the household chores. Why had it now reverted to her alone? Yi Chiyue placed the dishes on the table with a huff, causing those around to frown. Seated at the table, besides Lin Wanqing and Yi Qingxi, were elder women from the clan. The oldest, Yi Yangshi, called out to Yi Chiyue, "Do you have no manners? Are you so unwilling to serve us? What, can't you stand as poor relatives?" Beside Yi Yangshi sat her daughter-in-law, Qin, who covered her mouth and laughed. "Why would they look up to us? Our family has been farming for generations, and not a single scholar has emerged. If Junjie advances further in his studies, we may not even be able to touch the hem of his garment." Yi Qingxi quickly reassured, "Grandmother Yang, please do not be angry. Chiyue is just like that. She means no harm." Yi Chiyue shot her a glare. "Stop pretending to be the good person here. None of you are good people." Yi Qingxi was taken aback. "Chiyue, don't speak carelessly." Yi Yangshi's daughter-in-law stood up, slamming her hand on the table. "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Zhou, who had just brought over a dish, walked up and slapped Chiyue. "Go to the kitchen and help. We don't need you here." Chiyue, holding her face, was about to shout when she saw her mother stand up with chopsticks in hand. She hurriedly cried and retreated into the kitchen. Zhou then approached Yi Yangshi and her daughter-in-law with a smile to soothe them. As soon as Qin sat down, she screamed, "Oh no, stop her." At that moment, Yi Guiyan was sucking on a piece of meat with more vigor than an infant at the breast. Lin Wanqing snatched the meat from her hand, and seeing her empty hand, Yi Guiyan could not help but cry. "Ooh, mother is bad. My meat." Lin Wanqing laughed while wiping her daughter's fingers. Upon seeing this, Yi Guiyan stopped crying, quickly wriggled free from her mother's grasp, and eagerly shoved all 5 of her tiny fingers in her mouth, savoring the last remnants of meat juice. The onlookers erupted in laughter. The daughter of the scholar was indeed entertaining, so clever even at just 1 month old. Even Yi Yangshi, who had been angry, couldn't he help but smile kindly. Once Lin Wanqing observed that her daughter had finished licking the meat juice from her fingers, she too picked up her chopsticks to eat. Yi Guiyan happily sucked on her thumb. "So fragrant. If only there was some chili, it would be even better. I am a wild child and can handle some spice." Chapter 26. Crowdfunding hearing her daughter's thoughts nearly choked Lin Wanqing. Where had she learned such words? While they were eating, the clan leader, accompanied by Yi Junjie, stood up, raising his wine cup and calling to everyone. All hands paused, and everyone turned to look at them. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may have heard, shortly after Guiyan's birth, Junjie received a tremendous opportunity. A high-ranking official from the capital has offered him a chance. Yi Junjie interjected, "It's the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue." Although Yi Junjie mentioned it, the crowd did not quite grasp the significance of such an official. Yet, the mere mention of a capital official was enough to astonish them. The faces of the crowd turned grave. They had not expected such greatness. Their gazes toward Yi Junjie were filled with a mix of envy, jealousy, and disdain. The clan leader continued, "Now, the biggest issue is finances. I know everyone is struggling, but we are all part of the same clan. When one person rises, it naturally uplifts the whole clan. Therefore, I hope everyone can contribute a little." Yi Guiyan, contentedly sucking on her thumb, looked at the clan leader. This old man is quite clever. He is organizing crowdfunding during a feast in the village. Next, there should be a few more actors stepping up to donate, forcing others to contribute something as well. Lin Wanqing cast a surprised glance at her daughter, then at the clan leader. To her astonishment, someone indeed stood up and voluntarily gave the clan leader 100 coins. Yi Junjie enthusiastically grasped his hand, shouting, "Cousin, thank you." After a while, everyone, constrained by face, managed to contribute a bit, accumulating a total of 5 taels of silver. Yi Qingfu looked at the scattered coins handed over by the clan leader with a hint of disdain. Addressing the crowd, he said, "Do not worry. Your small contributions will be accepted by my family. If we prosper in the future, we will surely repay you according to what you have given." Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt a pang of discomfort. However, having already contributed, they knew that if they quarrel now, they would lose both money and face. So they fell silent and resumed eating. At that moment, Yi Qingfu approached Lin Wanqing's table, smiling at Yi Yangshi. "Aunt Yang, it seems your family hasn't contributed yet?" Yi Qingfu's facial muscles twitched slightly. "What you said is true. I am lending this money to you. Does that work? I've heard your grandson has made a significant deal in town." Yi Yangshi looked at him with disdain. "That is due to my grandson's own ability. He earns his living through his own efforts. What you're saying is that once Junjie becomes an official, we will all be wealthy. How much can your grandson earn doing manual labor?" Yi Yangshi pointed at the courtyard. "My grandson is diligent and has earned a little money. This year, we plan to renovate the courtyard. Just look at your home. It hasn't changed in years. The only difference was when you married off your daughter. And even that was funded by her dowry, right?" Yi Qingfu was about to deny it when Yi Yangshi's daughter-in-law chimed in. "That must be the money given by the official's daughter. Huang has boasted about it several times in the village." Yi Yangshi nodded. "Junjie also became a scholar after marrying. 4 or 5 years, your family's taxes have been less than ours, and Junjie receives a stipend from the court each year. You two are healthy enough to work, and your daughter is grown with a healthy daughter-in-law. In essence, one would assume that they are in a better situation than most villagers. Why then do they still extend their hands to us for money?" The villagers, while feigning the act of eating, conceal their smirks. Having just been vexed by Yi Qingfu, their hearts now brim with delight. This family, save for the daughter-in-law, comprises nothing but idlers. Were it not for the misfortunes bestowed upon the daughter-in-law by her stepmother, such a lady of stature would never have wed someone of Yi Junjie's modest background. Yi Guiyan gazed wide-eyed at Yi Yangshi. "Wow, mother, look at how formidable this grandmother is. Her soul poses questions that even grandfather cannot answer. Observing Ye Shengfu Silenge." Yi Yangshi showed no intention of letting him off the hook. She pointed towards the kitchen, declaring, "That little maid you raised lacks decorum. She could very well become a source of trouble in another household." Setting down her chopsticks with grace, Yi Yangshi continued, "Yi Qingfu, I am here to partake in this little girl's full-month celebration. We have contributed our fair share of gifts. If you wish to host a banquet to summon relatives for financial aid, you may hold another feast. I assure you, I will not attend. You may still call me aunt, but once I close my eyes forever, I doubt your descendants will pay you much heed. As your elder, I advise you to reflect carefully. Otherwise, the grand opportunity bestowed upon your family by the heavens may slip through your fingers." Yi Guiyan looked at Yi Yangshi with sheer admiration. The relatives surrounding them observed, leaving Yi Chengfu feeling utterly humiliated. He quickly sought assistance from his daughter-in-law, only to find her meticulously wiping Yi Guiyan's mouth, oblivious to his silent plea. Yi Junye hurried over, bowing respectfully to Yi Yangshi, grandmother Yang. It must be that Xiao Yu has displeased you. We shall surely discipline her, so she learns her lesson. Please do not be angry. We have prepared an abundance of dishes for you to enjoy. We shall not intrude further. Yi Junye then ushered his father inside. Yi Guiyan's large eyes darted around, seemingly in search of something. Where's grandmother? She mysteriously vanished when it came time to gather funds. Lin Wanqing, upon hearing this, also looked around in astonishment. Indeed, there was no sign of her mother-in-law. Given her temperament, upon witnessing Yi Yangshi's formidable stance, she would likely have engaged in a quarrel. With this thought, Lin Wanqing gazed at Yi Yangshi with admiration akin to her daughter. Only she would dare speak so boldly. Lin Wanqing turned to her daughter, Yi Qingxi, and asked, Qingxi, could you come and assist me for a moment? Yi Qingxi, thoroughly enjoying her meal, quickly set down her chopsticks and followed Lin Wanqing to a quieter nook. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Yi Qingxi had assumed she was needed to help care for the child, but Lin Wanqing led her out of the courtyard. Pointing discreetly at their table, Lin Wanqing whispered, there are many from the Yi family whom I do not recognize. Who is that person at our table? Chapter 27. Harsh truths. Yi Qingxi's eyes widened in realization as she replied softly. The Yi family was once landowners. This dates back to my great-grandfather's generation, when our branch was prominent. He even took a concubine, who bore a son, my great-uncle. Grandmother Yang is his wife, because she is of illegitimate birth. Even after the family fell on hard times and became ordinary farmers, the clan has always regarded them as inferior. Ye vingi lamented. I overheard father discussing with your husband the plan to solicit donations during the meal when all the guests arrive. In truth, grandmother Yang is quite kind. I never expected that Yi Xiao Yu, such a fool, would provoke the guests. Ye Guiyan nodded vigorously. Yes, I too find her rather nice. Someone who can scold grandfather and speak such truths cannot be a bad person. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, harsh truths are often unpalatable. Yet, what she says is undeniably genuine. Yi Qingxi looked at Lin Wanqing in surprise. Sister-in-law, you seem to have changed. You used to be so submissive, but recently your eyes sparkle with vitality. Cradling Yi Guiyan, Lin Wanqing responded, perhaps it is because of her. They say my daughter is a little lucky star. Yi Qingxi gently pinched Yi Guiyan's chubby cheeks. All right then. Wait, Yi Guiyan exclaimed, startling Lin Wanqing. Just as she shouted, she realized why. She spotted a figure in the corner near the wall. Pulling Yi Qingxi along, they cautiously approached. Grandmother, why are you all alone here? Upon closer inspection, they found Huang, crouched in the corner with a bowl brimming with meat atop rice in one hand and a spoon in the other. Startled by Lin Wanqing's voice, Huang nearly dropped the bowl, causing some meat to tumble to the ground. Oh dear, that was meat! Huang exclaimed in dismay, scolding Lin Wanqing in frustration. Why the commotion? You scared me. Yi Qingxi stepped forward, exclaiming, Second aunt, are you sneaking a bite? And why is there a child here? Huang's expression darkened. She instinctively tried to shield the child behind her, not wanting them to see. Yi Qingxi remarked, Isn't this child the son of that widow? Realizing she could not fabricate an excuse, Huang reluctantly admitted his mother is in jail and his sister has abandoned him. I couldn't bear to see him go hungry, so I let him share a meal. Yi Qingxi looked at the overflowing bowl with a sour expression. This is the first time I've seen you be so kind-hearted. Second aunt, Huang shot her a glare. You little brat. Can I do a good deed? Surely, this old woman is merely afraid her own grandson might starve. However, you won't be staying near us for long, right? I didn't even notice. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing smiled gently. Mother-in-law, why do you hide your good deeds? The villagers always say you're a fierce tiger, a fearsome figure. It's time to show them your softer side. Then those rumors will dissipate. Come, let us sit inside and eat. Huang, alarmed, quickly protested, no need. I'll eat right here. Yaogu, who remained in shadow, would forever be shunned. Should he be discovered now, even if he were later included in the family tree, he would still be the subject of ridicule. Upon being noticed, Yaogu turned pale, looking at Lin Wanqing with fear. Lin Wanqing offered him a gentle smile. Do not be afraid. Today is my daughter's full-month celebration, and all present are guests. Since your grandmother has provided you with food, you may eat without worry. Guiyan glared at her mother in frustration. Mother, why are you being so virtuous again? Don't soften your heart just because he is a child. He was just 6 when he helped his father kill my brother. Lin Wanqing's gaze flickered, as if she hadn't heard her daughter's words. Be good, do not fear. If you're hesitant to eat inside, I'll fetch you a chicken leg and a little stool so we can sit and enjoy our meal together. She handed the child to Yi Qingxi, who took him in her arms and whispered, Sister-in-law. This child claimed the scholar as his father. We should keep our distance to avoid trouble for second brother. Rest assured, I'm mindful of that. He is still just a child. Yi Qingxi observed her sister-in-law's demeanor, feeling a hint of anger as she muttered. He doesn't seem like a child with such cunning. Exactly. Mother, do not believe him. Lin Wanqing called out to Yi Qingxi. You all stay here and wait for me. Yi Guiyan's excitement grew at the sight of the large chicken leg, nearly leaping from Yi Qingxi's embrace. As Yang glanced from afar while still engaged in his meal, he heard Lin Wanqing's words and turned to his daughter-in-law, Qin Shi, urging her to investigate. Seeing this, Zhou Shi followed suit. Upon arrival, Zhou Shi spotted her daughter cradling Yi Guiyan, both of them fuming and glaring at the grass. What is happening? She inquired just as Qin Shi exclaimed, Oh dear, there's a child hidden here, whose kid has gone missing. Someone come quickly. Hearing Qin Shi's cry, the crowd assumed a child was in distress and hastily set their chopsticks aside to rush over. The villagers encircled Yaozu, who, clutching a chicken leg provided by Lin Wanqing, was too frightened to take a bite. Overwhelmed by the throng, the 5-year-old hurriedly sought refuge behind Huang Shi. Grandma, I'm scared. The crowd, upon hearing this, exchanged complex glances with Huang Shi and then looked toward Yi Junjie. At that moment, Yi Junjie felt a surge of anxiety, nearly toppling over from the pressure. Why is Yaozu here? Curious, Qin Shi scrutinized Huang Shi, asking, Why does this child call you grandma? Who is he? Huang Shi stammered. Children of my age all call me grandma, don't they? You're a grandma too. What is so unusual about it? Chapter 28. The foolish daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Huang Shi was immediately incensed. Are you speaking nonsense? I invited you here. Can my Huang Shi afford to spare you a morsel? Lin Wanqing, anxious, tugged at Qin Shi and said, You misunderstand. Mother-in-law is merely concerned for this child, whose mother is imprisoned and his kin have abandoned him. It's rather pitiful. Today, as we host a banquet, we thought it fitting to let him have a meal. Yi Guiyan, hearing this, squirmed anxiously in Yi Qingxi's embrace. Mother, what are you saying? He is the illegitimate child of father. Yi Qingxi had to hold Yi Guiyan tighter, shouting from a distance, This little rascal is the son of that shameless widow. Indeed, a scheming bastard. Yi Guiyan pointed at Yaozu, mimicking Yi Qingxi's gesture, babbling excitedly. Xinghua village was relatively close, and hence, the entire community, including the children, was aware of the widow's situation. One outsider remarked sourly, Isn't it said that this illegitimate child was born of the widow and a scholar? Could that scholar be Yi Xiaocai? Upon hearing this, the faces of the Yi family members fell. Yi Junjie was the pride of the clan, their sole scholar. Today, they had tightened their belts to pool funds for his journey to the capital for the examination. If something were to happen to Yi Junjie, all their sacrifices would be in vain, and they would become the subject of ridicule from many nearby. Yi Junjie, feeling anxious, glanced at Lin Wanqing, his expression betraying his unease, causing those who knew him to feel a chill of apprehension. Lin Wanqing stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Everyone, I am aware of this child's presence here. I concur with my mother-in-law's intentions, which is why I brought a stool for him to sit and eat slowly. Today is the full moon celebration for my daughter. I wish not to let the sordid affairs of adults bully a mere 5-year-old child. After all, he is but the size of our big dog. Huang Shi regarded her daughter-in-law with satisfaction, thinking, Indeed, my foolish daughter-in-law. Yi Junjie, elated, stood beside Lin Wanqing, affirming, As my wife has stated, let us not make things difficult for a child. I happened to be at the yamen that day and heard that the unruly widow has been detained. This child, without any adult care, is truly pitiable. Yi Junjie cast a sympathetic glance at Yaozu, aware that with the entire clan present, he could not openly acknowledge this son. Qin Shi sighed. Lin is indeed magnanimous. The other members of the Yi family, eager to distance themselves from the child, quickly echoed, Yes, he is just a child. Let be. An outsider interjected with skepticism. 5 years old? That makes sense. 6 years ago, Lin had just married Yi Xiucai. It cannot be that they wed a beautiful bride only to engage in an affair with a widow. Who knows? It's possible he got involved with the widow first and then married the mother. Now, they feared the implications. Lin Wanqing smiled gently. Her gaze warm, yet piercing as it fell upon Yaozu, who stood beside Huang Shi. Yaozu met her eyes and, for some reason, felt an unsettling chill despite the warmth in her expression. Little one, eat your meal well. If the meat is scarce, you may come to our courtyard for more. Huang Shi looked at Lin Wanqing with admiration, never expecting her daughter-in-law to be so generous. If the widow truly disappeared, perhaps Yaozu could be raised under her care, treated as her own. Huang Shi's mind began to race with possibilities. Before she could dwell further, Lin Wanqing straightened up and addressed Huang Shi, mother-in-law. This child is already 5. Surely he can feed himself. Today marks the full moon celebration of my precious daughter. We cannot neglect our relatives. Huang Shi cast a sympathetic glance at Yaozu, recognizing the truth in Lin Wanqing's words. The funds for her son's trip to the capital still depended on those in their courtyard. She handed a bowl and spoon to Yaozu, instructing, "You eat by yourself. If you need anything, come to Grandma." Lin Wanqing took her daughter from Yi Qingxi's arms, and Yi Guiyan settled down, realizing Yaozu's eyes had turned vacant. Mother must already know, right? Is that why Mother intentionally let Yaozu be discovered? To show him that his loving grandmother and father are mere illusions. This illegitimate child is on the verge of tears. Lin Wanqing, observing a boy standing alone in a corner clutching a bowl, felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps it was because she had a son of the same age that she was reminded of her daughter's words about their big dog. The sight of the frail creature, often bullied by the villagers, struck a chord within her. In contrast, Yaozu, though the same age, appeared fair and clean, towering over the big dog. One might mistake him for being 2 years older. The realization struck her. Her husband had spent all his money on raising this child. With that thought, her resolve hardened. She smiled gently at Yi Guiyan, saying, "Guiyan, do not fear. Your mother is here. Should the sky fall, I will shield you." Yi Guiyan's eyes sparkled with determination as he waved his tiny fists in the air. "Hooray! Mother is also so cool. Let us hurry and separate from father. We shall soar far away. No more of that wretched man." Lin Wanqing held her daughter tightly, soothing her with gentle pats, whispering, "Rest assured, everything is within your mother's control." Yi Qingxi, standing nearby, overheard her murmurs and sensed that her sister-in-law was being maneuvered by Huang Shi and the others. With relatives and friends present, it would be scandalous for her sister-in-law to cast aside a 5-year-old child, inviting the scorn of a harpy. One could only swallow their grievances. Yi Qingxi sighed, "Alas, such a wonderful sister-in-law. Why, isn't she mine?" Chapter 29. Such rudeness, it seemed that Yaozu's affair had little impact on the guests. Rather, it became the focal point of conversation. Previously a loss for topics, every table now buzzed with discussions about the widow and her illicit lover. The villagers, known for their simplicity, seethed at such matters, wishing nothing more than to see the scandalous couple face dire consequences. The Qin family had endured 5 years of shame. How dare that vile woman? Do not speak of the child's innocence. That day when I met him, it was clear that the child knew who his real father was. He had always been aware that he was not of the Qin lineage. It was said that he spent his days pretending to be impoverished before the teacher invited by the clan, wielding a mere broken pen. When the clan leader's wife visited their home, she discovered several tales of silver hidden away. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Someone suggested that perhaps the pitiful demeanor he had displayed was merely an act. One couldn't help but wonder who his father truly was, capable of raising such a heartless child. He appeared no larger than a large dog. At this point, everyone's gaze turned to the obedient child, affectionately cradled in Yi Guiyan's arms, seated in a corner with the big dog. Qing called out, "Big dog, come here and sit." Upon hearing this, the big dog clung tightly to Yi Guiyan and swiftly maneuvered into the midst of the gathering of grandmothers. The grandmothers, filled with compassion, showered him with treats. "Big dog, why are you sitting all alone in that corner?" The big dog, by nature somewhat timid, shrank back, intimidated by the unfamiliar relatives. Yi Guiyan, anxious, exclaimed, "Qing grandma is giving you treats. She is a good person." The big dog nodded, affirming, Qin grandma is a good person. Mother is washing dishes. And I am holding my little sister. Qin, delighted, rewarded him with a handful of peanuts, exclaiming, "Look at this big dog, so well-behaved." Yi Yangsher glanced at Yi Junjie with a disapproving glare, lamenting what a fine son he could have been, yet he has been turned into a fool. I've never seen a family so careless with their own child. Yi Guiyan beamed. Of course he doesn't care, for he has another son to boast about. His name is even Yaozu, which means to bring honor to the ancestors, while his beloved Yaozu is currently crouched in the corner, peeking at us but too afraid to approach. At that moment, Yi Yangsher lowered her head, smiling at Yi Guiyan, wiping away her drool. The little one seemed joyful, her little mouth never ceasing to smile. "Little one, have you discovered something amusing?" Yi Guiyan extended her tiny hand toward Yi Yangsher, seeking a hug. Qin gasped, "Oh my. It said that this child is blessed, and she is asking for your embrace." Yi Yangsher, thrilled, reached out to hold Yi Guiyan, but unexpectedly, the big dog sprang up. "No, mother said that big dog must take good care of his sister. I cannot let her go to anyone else." Seeing her blessing slip away, Yi Yangsher's expression soured somewhat. Huang observed and, true to her nature, relished the moment. You see, sometimes fortune does not reach everyone. Some may want to partake, but cannot. Yi Guiyan was taken aback by her brother's sudden action, pouting in frustration. "Foolish brother. Mother said not to hand me over to Grandma and Grandpa. Grandma and Grandpa haven't given you any peanuts." The big dog nodded. "Grandma and Grandpa didn't give big dog peanuts. The good person did. Here." The big dog firmly placed Yi Guiyan into Yi Yangsher's arms, startling her. The big dog sternly added, "Don't drop my sister." Yi Yangsher recovered from her astonishment, bursting into laughter. "All right. It's said that children's thoughts are the purest, especially a child like Big Dog, who would never lie or deceive." Huang, addressing Yi Chengfu, remarked, "Your son is a scholar, yet he has never tasted peanuts?" Yi Chengfu and Huang, noticing the relatives' gazes upon them, simultaneously waved their hands. Yi Chengfu, flustered, protested, "How could that be? This little rascal loves to lie." "Indeed." Huang chimed in, "I don't know where he learned it. He lies more than Yaozu, who would get punished for telling a single fib. We are the only ones who care for this little grandson. The lies from Grandma and Grandpa are far too ridiculous. Who among our relatives would believe that? Can we speak of something else?" Yi Guiyan yawned, uninterested in the conversation. Huang discreetly glanced around, and indeed, the surrounding relatives appeared skeptical of her claims. She anxiously shouted, "He is my only grandson. If I do not cherish him, whom should I cherish? Should I care for someone else's grandson?" Yi Guiyan cast a sidelong glance at Huang. "Oh, Grandma, you are quite the storyteller. Yaozu is listening right beside us. He has already finished his meal and gone to the kitchen to ask my mother for meat soup. He can hear everything clearly." Upon hearing this, Huang nearly suffered a heart attack. Her chest tightened, and her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Upon glancing up, she indeed saw Yaozu standing at the kitchen door, holding a bowl of soup, looking at her with a mixture of fear and surprise. Yi Yangsher nodded in satisfaction. That is true. After all, Junjie has only Big Dog as his son. If he does not care for him, who else should he care for? But that is different. Sasa's grandmother has another son outside, who is currently standing at the kitchen door. Yi Chengfu approvingly looked at his daughter-in-law. "Exactly. We should make him new clothes. How about we take Big Dog to have a new outfit made tomorrow?" Huang rolled her eyes at him. "But the son needs to go to the capital for the exams. Where will we find the money for that?" Yi Yangsher scornfully replied, "Look at that. You just said you cared for your grandson. The exam is still half a year away, and your only grandson is wearing such tattered and thin clothing. After receiving so much money, you still hesitate to have him a new one made? I'm certain none of the relatives would object." The relatives glanced at Big Dog's ragged attire, wondering if he was a little beggar. They all nodded in agreement. Huang, however, was not convinced. "It's almost summer anyway." Just then, Qin pointed at Yaozu at the kitchen door. "Look at that child here, who comes to our home to mooch, wearing clothes better than Big Dog's. Others know how to cherish their own grandchildren. Don't you?" Huang's face flushed red with indignation, contemplating that the clothes were actually purchased by her in town for Jin Yang to make for the child. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, only managing a forced smile. "All right, I will go tomorrow and get some fabric for Big Dog." Chapter 30. It hurts so much. Yi Yangsher cradled Yi Guiyan and called out to her, Guiyan, do you think your grandma will try to give you something cheap? Yi Guiyan grinned widely and shouted, MHM. However, she was still a little baby and could only respond with sounds. But it was clear to everyone that she was echoing Yi Yangsher. Qin chuckled. It seems our little Guiyan is quite perceptive. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Huang's face flushed crimson, grinding her teeth as she cast a glare at Yi Guiyan, shouting, rest assured, it won't be worse than what Yaozu is wearing. Yi Guiyan's large eyes darted toward the kitchen door where Yaozu stood. Once, Grandma had cared for him dearly. Yet, why did she now lack the courage to even acknowledge him in front of relatives? He had become the illegitimate child in everyone's eyes. He was not an illegitimate child. He had a father and a mother. At that moment, the big dog approached, munching on peanuts, standing beside Yaozu. I'm getting new clothes. Grandma said they would be just like yours. Yaozu shot him a glare, completely uninterested in engaging with him. He felt even more repulsed, knowing they were half-brothers. Stay away from me. My mother said not to play with fools, or I'll become foolish too. The big dog scratched his head, seemingly not understanding, and pulled out a handful of peanuts from his bag, offering them to Yaozu. Here, have some. I don't want them. Yaozu angrily gulped down the soup he held and slammed the empty bowl onto the kitchen counter before attempting to leave. The big dog dashed over and stuffed the peanuts into Yaozu's bag. Mother said this is called peanut. It's really delicious. I saw Heir Dan and the others playing with this. They said you can use a slingshot to shoot birds. Here, take this. As he spoke, the big dog also pulled out a small slingshot from his bag. Yaozu cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking that a money-losing little girl was not worth picking up from the street. As he spoke, he began to toy with the slingshot in his hand, using peanuts as makeshift ammunition. He placed one in the slingshot, aimed at the large dog, and pulled the rubber band back forcefully. I don't need a brother like you. Go to hell. Yaozu couldn't help but shout. In the busy kitchen, Lin Wanqing and the others turned their attention toward Yaozu upon hearing the commotion. Lin Wanqing gasped. What are you doing? Stop. She rushed outside, but it was too late. As soon as Yaozu released his grip, the peanut shot forth like a bullet. Yi Guiyan yawned, extending her little finger in a circular motion. The peanut suddenly veered in midair and struck Yi Chengfu in the waist. He was proudly boasting about his son's prowess when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers were thrown into disarray, and Yi Qingxi rushed over to pin Yaozu down. Oh, you wicked little brat. How dare you hit someone? Zhou shouted. Pengcheng, come help your sister catch this wild child. What if he injures someone's eye? Yaozu, pinned to the ground, protested. It was the big dog who gave me the peanuts. He told me to shoot. Lin Wanqing, with reddened eyes, shouted, You're lying. I saw you aiming at my big dog. Why? I fed you, offered you a seat, invited you into our yard to eat. And you still want to harm my son? Her voice was filled with a heart-wrenching anguish. This was not merely about a single peanut. According to her daughter's foretelling, this child was destined to drown the big dog alongside her husband. Initially, she had been skeptical. After all, the child was only 5 years old. Yet now it appeared that such a young heart could harbor darkness. At that moment, Lin Wanqing's gentleness had vanished, replaced by the fierce wrath of a protective mother. The relatives surrounding her felt no sense of impropriety. They shared her outrage. Particularly, they recalled how Lin Wanqing had previously tried to mediate among the angry crowd, urging them not to blame the children for adult matters. Now, it seemed that no sympathy should be afforded to this child. Yaozu defiantly shouted, The big dog gave me the peanuts and told me to have fun shooting. The big dog, looking aggrieved, retorted, I didn't tea. I just shared the tasty peanuts with you because I heard you had no parents and I felt sorry for you. Yaozu, with considerable strength, nearly broke free from Yi Pengcheng's grip, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the big dog. He was being toyed with by a fool. Yi Guiyan looked at her brother with surprise. How amusing, she thought. Her brother was certainly not foolish. At that moment, Yi Chengfu was clutching his waist, wailing in pain. Oh, it hurts. This little brat hits so hard. Observing Yi Chengfu's pale face, the clan leader shouted, Where's the doctor? Go fetch the doctor. Yi Qingxi dashed out to call for the doctor. Yi Qingda approached, saying, Doctor, please hurry and take a look. My second brother is in considerable pain, and we dare not move him. Meanwhile, Yi Chengfu lay on the ground, groaning. Although he often exaggerated, This time it seemed genuine. The doctor, having mostly sobered up, approached with a serious demeanor and pressed on Yi Qingfu's waist, prompting him to cry out even louder. Yi Guiyan chuckled softly. How does it feel, grandfather? Hurt by your most cherished grandson? I can't get up. Serves you right for always bullying Guiyan's brother. You deserve this. It hurts so much. Yi Qingfu was genuinely crying now. He clung to Yi Qingde, weeping, brother, it hurts. This wretched brat. Oh, please don't make it hard for him. Let it go. As he cried in pain, he genuinely feared that the others would beat Yaozu to death. Yi Pengqing had no choice but to release Yaozu. Huang immediately cast a glance at Yaozu, allowing him to flee. At that moment, everyone's attention was diverted to Yi Qingfu, since he was not family. They were reluctant to hold a grudge against the 5-year-old. Chapter 31. Each strike aboard only the clan leader, Yi Junjie, and Huang enter the house, while the others anxiously gathered at the door. Upon seeing the doctor come out, they all inquired about Yi Qingfu's condition. When they learned he was unhurt, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou then looked around and asked, "Where's that child?" Suddenly, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, "Oh no. I asked the old lady to watch over him. She wouldn't have been too harsh, would she?" At that moment, Huang emerged from the house, her face ashen, and shouted at the big dog. "Did you encourage Yaozu to shoot someone with a slingshot? Now look, your grandfather is injured, and we have a hefty bill for medicine." The big dog protested, "Grandma, I didn't Nonsense. If you didn't teach him, would he have done such a thing? Yaozu was such a good child, and you've ruined him." Yi Guiyan sat in Yi Yang's embrace, stretching her neck to observe Huang. Oh, what a shameless old woman. Seeing that grandfather's injury will incur substantial expenses, she is reluctant to scold Yaozu and instead blames my brother. Does she think all these relatives are fools? Soon, this fierce grandmother will scold you to death. Yi Guiyan tugged at Yi Yang's garment, but to her surprise, Yi Yang didn't intervene. Instead, she appeared to be watching the unfolding drama. She whispered to Yi Guiyan, "Is your brother suffering? Are you worried for him? It seems the big dog has not neglected you. Let's quietly watch the show and see what your grandmother will do next." Yi Guiyan looked at Yi Yang in astonishment, sensing that she might already know Yaozu's true identity. Huang pressed the big dog, and those around offered support. Lin Wanqing hurried from the kitchen to stand protectively behind the big dog, saying, "Grandma, what you're saying makes no sense. Even the most mischievous child in the clan wouldn't aim a slingshot at someone. How can you blame our big dog?" The big dog, with his head down, quietly added, "I just wanted to share the delicious peanuts Grandma Qing gave me with him." Huang pointed at the big dog, shouting at Lin Wanqing, "You see? He admits it. If he hadn't given Yaozu the peanuts, would Yaozu have shot at someone with them? You've spoiled this son of yours. Look how excellent other children are." Lin Wanqing stared at Huang in shock, tears brimming in her eyes as she staggered back slightly, struggling to maintain her balance. "Grandma, you think my big dog is inferior to a wild child?" Qin rose in anger, exclaiming, "Huang, your words are excessive." Huang retorted defiantly, "Am I wrong?" "Yes, just a fool." Lin Wanqing cried as she embraced the big dog, covering his ears. "I won't allow you to speak of my son like that. Not even you, Grandma." The onlookers, witnessing Lin Wanqing's tearful display, felt a wave of sympathy for the mother and child. Yi Guiyan, nestled in Yi Yang's arms, began to clap her hands in delight. Yi Qingshi, seeing this, exclaimed, "Your brother and mother are being bullied, and you're laughing." Although she understood Yi Guiyan was merely a child, her concern prompted her to speak out. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang joined in, laughing alongside Yi Guiyan. What a clever little girl. Given time, when girls can take the imperial examinations, you might just become a top scholar. Everyone turned to Yi Yang, puzzled by her sudden laughter and her remark. The 3 members of the Yi family and Lin Wanqing were equally bewildered. Yi Yuan, despite her silent heart, was the center of attention. Yi Yang held Yi Yuan and exclaimed, "Ah, Huang, did you not frequently boast that your wild child is smarter than a big dog?" Ye Yuan nodded with a proud expression. "Indeed, this child seems destined for a brilliant future." Yi Yang looked at the mother-son duo with a mocking smile. "Huh, such a clever young man. Yet you believe he could be deceived by that foolish child of yours? I think not. He would never fall for such a simpleton. He is her true grandson, a bright, clever boy who will surely become a top scholar." Huang was momentarily at a loss for words, pointing at Yi Yang. Qin laughed heartily, asking Huang, "So tell me, was it your precious Yaozu who was deceived by the big dog, causing harm to your elder, or was it Yaozu's cleverness that spared him from being fooled and instead, he sought to harm your elder himself? Huang was left speechless. Her Yaozu was not foolish. Yet, such a well-behaved child would never harm anyone with a slingshot. She knew her own grandson too well. Huang shot a glance at Yejuan, signaling him to defend her. Yejuan sighed enough. Today, Yaozu should not be using a slingshot against his father, and the big dog should not have given him peanuts, enabling him to wield such a weapon. Let us each take our share of blame, but Yaozu is someone else's child. I cannot control him. Big dog, tomorrow you shall accompany Uncle Pengcheng to town to work, so you can earn some money to atone for your actions. The crowd gasped in shock. Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at Yejuan. This shameless man, not only living off women, but now wanting a child to support him. Stop right there. Lin Wanqing unexpectedly shouted at Yejuan. It was the first time many had witnessed Lin's fierce side, leaving some confused as to where the voice had come from. As everyone realized it was Lin Wanqing, they stared in astonishment. This rabbit was furious and ready to bite. After her outburst, Lin returned to her usual demeanor, pleading with Yejuan, husband, you only lack money for the examination in the capital. Why not ask my father directly? Spare our son. He is but 5 years old. Yejuan, caught off guard, replied with irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to teach the big dog a lesson. Is this about money? I once thought you were a person of understanding. How could you think I am so base as to be motivated by money? No wonder the big dog has turned so wicked, inciting others to harm their own grandfather. Look at the son you have raised. Yikingxi stepped forward, indignant, pointing at Yejuan. What absurdity are you uttering? Anyone with functioning eyes can see that the big dog had nothing to do with this. Yet you and your son insist on blaming him. And to send a 5-year-old to work for money? Haha, that is laughable. Money is indeed a base concern. Yet you sought to borrow such vulgar funds for your precious daughter's full moon banquet. Chapter 32. His granddaughter is adorable after Yikingxi's tirade. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Giggles erupted from Yuan, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The onlookers clapped, amused by her joy. Naturally, everyone recognized that she was merely a month old, likely unaware that her father was being scolded. Yejuan, being a scholar, was infuriated to be chastised by a woman. You little girl, how dare you scold me? Who gave you the audacity? I am a scholar. To his surprise, Yikingxi stood resolutely beside him, hands on her hips, unafraid. What of being a scholar? You've read so many books, yet have contributed nothing to the family. You constantly extend your hand for money and even shamelessly sought 50 taels from my father. How dare you? Qin gasped nearby. 50 taels? That amount could yield substantial profits for a commoner in business, right? This matter was never disclosed to outsiders since they had failed to obtain the money. Seeing the clan leader and Zhou remain silent confirmed its truth. Such audacity. Yejuan retorted. You little girl, you know nothing. Do you think I can go to the capital without preparations? All these social dealings involve money. 50 taels may not be sufficient. Zhou interjected, unable to hold back. Are you going to the capital for an examination or planning to relocate the entire family there? There are plenty of wealthy young lords in the capital who would likely offer more than 50 taels. Have you even studied seriously? Yejuan, with an air of arrogance, looked at Zhou. If 50 taels can suffice for my endeavors in the capital, it speaks to my capability. Those young lords from the capital cannot measure up to me. Wealth alone does not equate to ability. Your son is merely a student. Instead of worrying about me, you should focus on educating your daughter to support your son. Perhaps he might even pass as a scholar this year. Of course, not everyone could achieve that status. Pengcheng, should you have any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to consult me. Your sister's sharp tongue needs some discipline. Oh, my scoundrel father is putting on a show. Give him a bit of sunlight, and he shines brightly. But scoundrel father, you are merely posing. Those in the village who gather money for you may not be pleased. Yejuan, hearing his daughter's inner thoughts, surveyed the crowd and sensed the discontent in their expressions. His heart sank, grateful he could hear Yuan's thoughts, which served as a warning. He then forced a smile at the clan members, exclaiming, Everyone, I apologize for this spectacle. Haha, I am but a scholar, and it seems this child has not been properly raised. Thank you all for attending my daughter's full moon banquet. Your presence has brightened our humble abode. Let us end this farce and disperse. I shall check on my father. With that, he proudly retreated indoors, muttering, What a fitting phrase, brightening a humble abode. A less educated clan member looked around, puzzled. Is he saying our presence made their drafty house even more dilapidated? Pengqing chuckled. Who knows? After all, our culture is not refined, but this scholar understands. Generally cheerful, Yuan was unconcerned. However, when it came to his sister being wronged, he was less than pleased. Yikingxi shot him a glare. Only now do you realize the nuances? Why were you silent when your sister was scolded? Pengqing smiled. I am but a student and cannot compare to him. Besides, disputes among men are not for gentlemen. Enough, calm down. Yikingxi pointed at the big dog, shouting at her father. Father, the big dog cannot go to town to work. He is only 5. Yeqing nodded. Weary, I know. Our family is not in such dire straits that we would send a 5-year-old to earn a living. Lin, do not worry. It seems my younger brother was injured, and both your sister-in-law and he are anxious. Lin Wanqing bowed her head to the clan leader. Thank you, uncle. I was disrespectful today. The clan leader and Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Such a daughter-in-law would be a blessing to any family. Their son was capable, able to earn a living. Yet he lacked fortune in a wife, having married one who passed shortly after giving birth. Observing Yaozu, the clan leader felt it necessary to personally educate his grandson. Such matters could arise even at the tender age of 5. He no longer underestimated these children. As he thought this, he noticed Yuan smiling at him, her toothless grin causing drool to spill over. The clan leader, charmed by her adorable demeanor, felt a pang of envy. How his younger brother once envied him for having a good grandson. Now, he found himself envious of his brother for having such a delightful granddaughter. He must be carrying his adorable granddaughter around the village every day, ensuring that everyone knows just how charming she is. The clan leader, feeling a twinge of envy, cast a lingering glance at Yi Guiyan before withdrawing his gaze and stepping inside the house. At this moment, they had just finished lunch. The onlookers, having witnessed the spectacle and experienced a bit of fright, now felt somewhat fatigued. With dinner still ahead, they gathered in the courtyard to chat and pass the time. 2 individuals, relatives of the Yi family's collateral branch, were dismissed by many, thus their conversations were met with little companionship. Qin whispered to Yiyang, Mother, there's something amiss at Scholar Yi's house. Yiyang glanced at her, prompting Qin to promptly fall silent. Yiyang scoffed. They say we are of the Yi family's collateral line. The family's fortune does not extend to us. Thus, we shall not interfere. The clan leader's family is reasonable and worthy of visiting, but that Scholar Yi, aside from his daughter-in-law, everyone else is rather foolish. It's better not to associate with them. Yi Guiyan called out in discontent towards Yiyang. I'm a good person too. Grandma Sasa, please don't dislike me. Observing this, Yiyang's eyes lit up with a smile. Oh dear, this little one seems to understand. Grandma? Yi Guiyan tilted her head at Yiyang, as though struggling to grasp this information. Grandma Qin calls Grandma Sasa mother, so, Grandma. At that moment, Lin Wanqing finally emerged from the kitchen. Grandma Yang, I'm truly sorry for imposing on you to look after our Guiyan. Yiyang responded politely with a smile. Not at all. They say this child is fortunate, allowing an old woman like me to hold her a little longer. I wonder if I shall live to see her grow up. Yi Guiyan tugged at Yiyang's little finger, gazing intently at her. Don't worry, Grandma. You have a long life ahead. You'll even see Big Brother marry. Chapter 33. The Riddler. Lin Wanqing looked at her daughter in astonishment. Can she really perceive the lifespan of others? Grandma Yang, there's no need to dwell on the past. Let us focus on the present. Lin Wanqing nodded firmly. Of course. In your eyes, I am still young and inexperienced. I hope you will guide me more in the future. Very well. I am befriending you as Lin Wanqing, not as a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Do you understand? Yes. Thank you, Grandma Yang. Yi Qingxi approached, scratching her head in confusion. What are you all talking about? I don't understand. Yiyang looked at her teasingly. You're younger than her, so it's only natural you don't comprehend. In my old eyes, you and Guiyan are no different. Yi Qingxi, blushing, stamped her foot. How can you say that? I'm old enough to marry. There's a difference between me and this little girl who just turned 1 month and hasn't even grown all her teeth. Yiyang chuckled at Lin Wanqing. In my eyes, those 17 years pass in the blink of an eye. If one spends their days in hardship, then each day feels like a year. Yi Guiyan stared at Yiyang, puzzled. What riddle is Grandma talking about? Why can't I understand? Lin Wanqing nodded. The days of hardship will not last long. She spoke the last sentence while looking towards the house. Lin Wanqing took her daughter and rose to see Yang and Qin out. Please take care. Come visit again soon. As Yi Yang and Qin departed, Zhou and her daughter accompanied Lin Wanqing to the village entrance. The rest of the clan did not follow. Zhou turned to Lin Wanqing. Has something happened? Zhou first inquired of a nearby aunt. The woman leaned in and whispered, Your sister-in-law's worthless good-for-nothing has arrived. Zhou gasped. Zhangman? Indeed. Just as you left, he showed up, clamoring for food from Huang. He spoke some nonsense to Qiuyue, which made her leave in anger. Now he s inside, eating with a bowl. No one welcomed a gambler like Zhang Man, who had driven his family to ruin. Even seeing him around felt ominous. The entire courtyard seemed considerably quieter than before. Lin Wanqing, holding her child, followed Zhou inside. Upon entering, they saw a frail youth sitting at the edge of the bed, eating. He appeared emaciated, giving off an impression of skin stretched over bones. His eyes held a vague, unfocused look, and his expression was pitiable. Yet, Guiyan could see through this facade of innocence. As Zhang Man spoke, he set down his bowl, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Yi Qingfu. I truly am a worthless person. Second uncle. Chunhua followed me wholeheartedly, yet I lost our family fortune, and now she has been dragged into a brothel. How long must I save 20 taels to rescue her? Yi Qingfu, lying on the bed, sighed heavily. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Man suddenly stood up. Moments ago, he was weeping, and now he walked to the door with a smile. Oh, is this my sister-in-law? I visited when you got married. Upon seeing Zhang Man approach, Lin Wanqing instinctively took a step back to distance herself. However, he shamelessly advanced. Yi Guiyan, annoyed, lightly punched him with her small hand. Though lacking strength, she managed to halt his advance. Hey, is this your second brother's daughter? So adorable. Yi Guiyan blew bubbles at Zhang Man. You're a bad guy, looking at Mama with such lewd eyes. Get away. Don't touch Mama. Dirty. Seeing her daughter's small fist poised to strike again, Lin Wanqing anxiously pulled her into her embrace. This man's temperament was unpredictable. One could never know how he might react. Just as Lin Wanqing held her daughter, Zhu falsefully shuvet Zangman azida. Get away. This is your sister-in-law. Why are you getting so close? Shameless. Zhang Man feigned a shy expression, scratching his head. Aunt, you misunderstand. I merely found this child adorable and couldn't help but come closer. You all came to see second uncle, right? Please come in. As they followed Zhang Man inside, they suddenly realized how his eagerness made him appear more like the host. Yi Qingfu, seeing Yi Guiyan enter, excitedly urged Lin Wanqing, Quick, bring my precious granddaughter over. Oh, it must be because I haven't held this treasure that my back is hurting. Lin Wanqing hesitated, glancing around. Given the number of people present and Yi Qingfu lying on the bed, he shouldn't pose any threat to her daughter. She placed Yi Guiyan beside Yi Qingfu. Yi Guiyan lay before him, staring into his eyes. With his back injured, he could only lie on his stomach, causing even onlookers to feel exhausted. Yi Qingfu looked at Yi Guiyan with great satisfaction. Oh, my little lucky star truly possesses great capabilities. As soon as she lies here, my back seems to hurt less. Yi Guiyan rolled her eyes. I haven't even exerted myself. Where did this power come from? She felt that the members of the Yi family were somewhat peculiar, inexplicably declaring her a little lucky star and assuming she had contributed something to the family. However, aside from treating the big dog's illness, she hadn't done much. Well, the incident with the widow's house didn't count. Zhang Man stood aside, leering at Lin Wanqing, and flattered. No wonder this girl is the daughter of my sister-in-law. She is indeed exceptional. Look at how much second uncle adores her. She seems so clever and resembles both her mother and her second brother. Chapter 34. The heart of a saint. Yi Qingfu proudly declared to Zhang Man, Indeed, this child is a little lucky star bestowed upon us by heaven. Naturally, she resembles my family's outstanding figures. Yi Guiyan gazed silently at her grandfather, who was basking in pride. Grandpa, you need to be more aware. That child is flattering my mother. Those lecherous eyes of his haven't strayed from her. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingfu turned his head in alarm and noticed Zhang Man indeed grinning at Lin Wanqing. A surge of anger welled up within him. Earlier, when conversing with Zhang Man, his awkward posture had prevented him from noticing. How dare this scoundrel look at his sister-in-law with such lasciviousness? Yi Qingfu rose in fury, only to be seized by a sharp pain in his back, causing tears to stream down his face. Ouch, he wailed. Father-in-law, are you all right? Second uncle, what's wrong? The two approached him, seemingly drawing closer. Zhang Man's face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. Yi Chengfu, ablaze with anger, pointed at Lin Wanqing and shouted, "You go attend to the other guests, and let Junjie in." Lin Wanqing, already feeling uneasy under Zhang Man's gaze, hurriedly reached out to take her daughter and exit. Yi Chengfu restrained Yi Guiyan, insisting, "Leave the little granddaughter here. Quick, elder sister-in-law, call my elder brother in as well." The two women exited the room. After a while, Yi Junjie and the clan leader entered. "Second brother, what happened?" Yi Chengde inquired, sitting beside the bed, concern etched on his face. Yi Junjie found a stool to sit on. Zhang Man, however, stood before Yi Chengfu and asked, "Second uncle, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you some water?" Yi Chengfu nodded, "Yes, please do." Once Zhang Man left, Yi Chengde remarked with displeasure, "That scoundrel is probably just here to mooch off us. I'll give him a couple of buns and send him on his way." Yi Chengfu lamented, "This rascal is coming to beg from us. Do you think third sister is going hungry? She looked so emaciated when we last visited. I worry." Yi Chengde sighed deeply. This wretch has been spoiled by her. Why learn anything worthwhile when he chooses to gamble instead? It's truly detrimental. Elder brother, could you send some food to third sister? As the second brother, I'm quite concerned. Why should your brother bear the burden of providing for you? Do you expect him to part with his own resources for your sake? Yi Chengfu, feeling guilty, patted Yi Guiyan. This clever girl was just like him, immediately discerning his thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Man returned with a bowl of water, carefully bringing it to Yi Chengfu's lips, helping him drink slowly. "Second uncle, let me know if you need more water. As a nephew, it is my duty to serve my uncle." Yi Chengde glared at him. "If you were this diligent at home, we wouldn't be in such dire straits." Upon hearing this, Zhang Man burst into tears, kneeling before Yi Chengfu. "Second uncle, I know I was wrong. Thinking of Chunhua's suffering makes my heart ache." Zhang Man stood up defiantly. "I won't leave. And what makes you think you can stay here?" Zhang Man, with tears streaming down his face, turned to Yi Chengfu. "Second uncle, I beg you, I truly wish to reform. The clan doesn't care about me. The debt collectors in my town are relentless. I can only come here to find work." Yi Chengfu, seeing Zhang Man's genuine distress, said to Yi Chengde, "Elder brother, perhaps we should let him stay for a couple of days to see if he is truly sincere." "Ha ha. My worthless father and grandfather are indeed a pair of blood relatives." Yi Guiyan chuckled from her bed. The father and son, hearing her thoughts, felt a warmth in their hearts. Naturally, they were kind-hearted men. However, the smiles on their faces stiffened. How had they overlooked this? Their granddaughter was far more astute than they. Yi Chengde sighed. "All right, since you said so." Yi Junjie suddenly stood up, interrupting Yi Chengde. "We cannot allow this scoundrel to leverage my son's name to borrow money. Our family is already financially strained. If he were to solicit loans under the guise of being my scholarly brother, creditors would come knocking, and we would feel compelled to help repay the debts for the sake of our reputation. This is an abyss that cannot be filled." Upon mentioning his son's future, Yi Chengfu's nurturing instincts suddenly retracted. Yi Chengde looked at the father and son in astonishment. How had they gone from considering keeping Zhang Man to reversing their stance in an instant? Yi Guiyan shouted, "Yi Chengde, c'est confusion." Truly a father-son duo. Their mood swings are remarkably synchronized. Nevertheless, it would be best for this gambler to leave quickly, lest he continually disrupt my mother. Yi Guiyan comfortably extended her thumb to suck on. Chapter 35. The baby fat hearing Yi Guiyan's mockery, the duo appeared awkward, although their behavior seemed fickle. They gleaned from her thoughts that Zhang Man could not possibly remain here any longer. Yi Guiyan's inner musings would inevitably manifest into reality. Zhang Man, meanwhile, felt somewhat dazed, kneeling before Yi Chengfu with a sorrowful expression. "Second uncle," Yi Chengfu retorted sharply. "Don't think I'm unaware of that lecherous gaze you directed at my daughter-in-law. You little rascal, do not disrupt our family." Yi Junjie, upon hearing this, grew agitated. "What? You were disrespectful to my wife? You may insult me as you wish, but you cannot harm my wife." Zhang Man truly began to weep uncontrollably. Everyone nodded in agreement. What good could come from a gambler's words? Surely, they were all lies meant to swindle money, propelling him back to his vices. The group sat in the courtyard, engaged in lively discussion. Days passed. Lin Wanqing, carrying Yi Guiyan on her back and accompanied by the large dog, headed to the riverbank to wash clothes. "Oh, this little one has plumped up quite a bit since we last met," a young woman in the village remarked, admiring Guiyan's appearance. In this backward era, the preference for sons over daughters was commonplace. Yet, upon seeing Guiyan, there was a universal envy for the Yi family to have such an adorable child. Hearing the woman's praise, Guiyan, feeling indignant, shouted back, "Ah, it's not fat, it's just well padded. This is baby fat." Lin Wanqing chuckled at her daughter's vanity. She is still in the growth phase. Once she starts eating grains, she will slim down. The large dog was once like this too. Yi Qingshi chimed in, indeed. She is blossoming into quite the lively spirit, while the dog is much more reserved. Since Lin Wanqing forbade the dog from approaching the riverbank, it obediently sat at a distance, grinning foolishly whenever someone mentioned it. By the way, do you all know about Yaozu's mother? The one who came to your house asking for food last time? The woman's eyes lit up as she brought this up. Yi Qingshi immediately nodded. Isn't she the widow? We still don't know who her child's father is. She bore a daughter for the Chun family, and they expelled her and her child. It wouldn't look good for them if she died outside. They will have to fend for themselves now. The clan will no longer provide them with support. Lin Wanqing kept her head down, diligently washing her clothes, and those around her could not discern her expression. Yi Guiyan mimicked the women, smacking her lips. TSK. No wonder we haven't seen that scoundrel lately. He must be busy reuniting with his family over there. The Chen family must truly be blind. How could they not capture him during the day? Let me go see what's happening over there. Yi Guiyan beckoned to a little bird perched on a tree. The bird flitted down to her side. She sent a strand of her consciousness into the bird's body. Close your eyes, and at this moment, she could envision and hear the world through the eyes of the little bird. Let us see what that scoundrel and his companions are up to. Charge ahead. Lin Wanqing raised her head in astonishment. How could her daughter witness the happenings from such a distance? She composed herself and lowered her head to continue washing her clothes, though her thoughts were already with Yi Guiyan. She too longed to witness the unfolding events. The bird flew to Qinjia village and perched beside the widow's bed. At that moment, Yi Junjia was inside, exchanging sweet nothings with Yang Jinyan, occasionally caressing her, eliciting shy sounds from her. The children are present. Don't be foolish. Yang Jinyan suppressed her laughter and looked at him earnestly. What are you afraid of? Afraid I'll expose you? Upon hearing this, Yi Junjia's eyes glistened with moisture. Jinyan, have I wronged you? Or are you merely being sensible? If this were to happen to Wanqing, she would undoubtedly expose me. How blind I was to have married her in the first place. Now, with the examinations approaching, I cannot dismiss my wife without cause. Yang Jinyan grasped his hand. It's just a title, nothing of great significance. I can endure a bit of hardship. What matters most now is your exams in Yaozu. Yi Junjia asked worriedly, what about Yaozu? Yang Jinyan furrowed her brows. Alas, the Chen family no longer cares for Yaozu. He will have to go to another village for his studies. We will need to pay for that ourselves, 101. I once had my own savings, and I wouldn't have mentioned this to you, but the clan members confiscated all my private funds. Upon hearing this, Yi Junjia felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. I've wronged you and the child. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Yet I have no money. I have yet to gather the funds for our trip to the capital. By the way, what a Jiao. How is she faring with the silk shop? Yang Jinyan's expression darkened. What? Do you expect me to sell our daughter to support us? When our son grows up, and people say he thrived on his sister's earnings, would that sound pleasant to you? Yi Junjia chuckled awkwardly. True enough. Then let Yaozu wait a bit longer. I'm quite confident this year. If he passes the high school entrance exam, why would he need to study in this countryside school? We can head straight to the capital and study alongside those young masters. Chapter 36. A stepmother is also a mother. Yang Jinyan shot him a glare. Yaozu is already 5 years old. They say children have the best memory during their early years. Each day wasted now equates to a year of learning lost in the future. By the time you graduate high school, it will be next year. No, we must go now. Yi Junjia felt his anger rise. But I have no money. Do you want me to rob the money shop? Seeing Yi Junjia's fury, Yang Jinyan quickly wiped away her tears and choked back her sobs. Please, don't be angry. I'm merely anxious for our child. Everyone knows Yaozu isn't a child of the Chen family. He's called a wild seed by everyone in the village. They know he cannot attend school. and the other children deliberately recite their newly learned three-character classic in front of him, which he cannot comprehend. Alas, my poor child, just a few days without school, and he falls so far behind. In the future, the Chin children will all soar while he remains here as just a foolish brother. What will he do when they mock him for being a fool like his brother? Yi Junjie was most annoyed by the foolish son in the family. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hand. That one do. I cannot have another foolish son. Yang Guiyan, with reddened eyes, held his hand. Junjie, it is my daughter, and I who have wronged you. To ask you for money during your difficult time. Yi Junjie grasped her hand in return. What nonsense are you saying? It is I who has wronged you. I lack the means to give you a proper title. Yang Guiyan smiled through her tears. Don't speak foolishly. I'm already very content with how things are. Alas, our Yaozu has not had meat in a long time and has grown thinner. Thank you, my husband. This move is too draining on my energy. I'm so sleepy. Mother, wake me for dinner when there's meat. Yi Guiyan lay on Lin Wanqing's back and fell asleep. As Yi Guiyan saw every action on the other side through the bird's eyes, he internally complained. Thus, Lin Wanqing had a rough idea of the situation over there. Upon returning home, Lin Wanqing had just hung up her clothes when she saw Huang Shi scolding as she emerged. The family was in dire need of money, and this useless old man had caused a ruckus. She still did not know where the money for the medicinal soup would come from. Huang Shi halted, scrutinizing Lin Wanqing, and leaned in closer, whispering, Daughter-in-law, let us discuss something. Lin Wanqing hung up the last piece of clothing and wiped her wet hands. Mother, what is the matter? Lin Wanqing's smile faded, her expression turning serious, as if genuinely concerned. Mother-in-law, how much did we collect from the clan last time? Only 5 taels. How can this amount suffice? Mother, please don't rush. We need to gather at least 20 taels for your husband to go to the capital. Huang Shi exclaimed anxiously. 50 taels? Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes inwardly. We can't even gather 20 taels, and you're asking for 50? As she pondered, she suddenly froze. Why am I starting to think like my daughter? If the Chun family had been responsible for her grandson, she would have certainly gone to the clan leader to demand funds. But now that Guiyan is struggling to care for her child, how could they possibly go to her for money? Daughter-in-law suggests, why not let me keep this 5 taels? All household expenses should be taken from the family. But we cannot touch this 5 taels. Otherwise, how will we gather that 50 taels? Huang Shi looked at her anxiously. Give it to you? Haha, if you give me 5 taels, I will surely return it to you later. This is to prevent your husband and younger sister from seeing you with money and getting ideas. They might ask you for money, and you would feel sorry for them. Let me be the villain. Huang Shi's eyes brightened. Daughter-in-law, your plan is brilliant. Just wait. I'll get it for you right away. Huang Shi happily dashed inside to hand the 5 taels to Lin Wanqing. This money must be safeguarded. It must not be stolen away. Rest assured, I will keep this in my dowry box. Upon hearing this, Huang Shi was even more pleased. She did not even know how much was in her dowry. If mixed together, would they even be able to distinguish whose was whose? You keep it for now. I'll head out to chat with the villagers. They just gave us money, so we must maintain good relations. Huang Shi's expression soured. That wretched girl thinks she can rest after the full-month banquet? Her brother is still in dire need of money. The whole family is trying to gather funds, and she is out fooling around? You stay home and take care of the child. The household chores are for that wretched girl to do. Very well, mother-in-law, take care. Huang Shi swaggered out. Lin Wanqing entered the house with the money, opened her dowry box. Inside lay a pile of winter clothing, and upon opening it, she found a small box, which was surprisingly empty. She placed the money inside, locked the small box, and then locked the larger box as well. Looking at the large box before her, she couldn't help but smile mockingly. Everyone thinks I brought a fortune into the Yi family, but in truth, it has all been withheld by the stepmother. As for the meager items I did bring, they have already been exhausted within a year. Chapter 37. Foolishness is contagious. Lin Wanqing placed the key in her bag. Nearby, Yi Guiyan lay on the bed, his eyes slightly opening. Mother seems to be hiding something. Lin Wanqing placed her finger to her lips. Shoo. This is a secret between Guiyan and mother. It must not be spoken of. Yi Guiyan nodded. Okay, baby 1T, say a word. Yi Guiyan blew a bubble at Lin Wanqing, attempting to roll over with his little feet. Unfortunately, his body was too clumsy, and he could not even manage such a simple turn. Lin Wanqing sat by the bedside, threading a needle to mend the clothes of the large dog. She lifted her gaze to glance at the large dog playing alone in the courtyard, her heart aching for him. The garments worn by the large dog were repurposed from Yi Jun's old clothes, now faded from repeated washes. During the last full moon banquet, Huang had promised to make the large dog a new outfit. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that such a promise would be fulfilled. Lin Wanqing's expression tightened. No other child in the clan seemed to suffer as much as theirs. The large dog cheerfully discarded the mud from the ground and dashed towards Yi Junjie. Startled, Yi Junjie shouted, "Get away! You're all filthy, looking like a beggar. Go away!" Upon hearing this, the large dog shrank back, afraid to make a sound, tears glistening in his eyes as he cautiously retreated to a corner to watch. Lin Wanqing frowned slightly. "Large dog, go wash your hands and come inside to play with your sister." All right. Sister is awake." The large dog gently poked Yi Guiyan's chubby little face. Yi Guiyan instinctively grasped the large dog's finger, using her magical power to heal him. Disdainfully, she glanced at the large dog before her gaze returned to Yi Guiyan. Yi Junjie approached and rudely picked up his daughter, forcing her little hand to release the large dog's finger. "Guiyan, be good. You're clean, so don't touch your brother. He just played in the mud and is filthy." The large dog pouted, indignant. "Father, my hands are clean. Look, they're white." Each time he wanted to touch his sister, he ensured his palms and fingers were spotless, even cleaning under his fingernails with a tiny stick. Yi Junjie glanced sideways and noticed that, indeed, the large dog's hands were much cleaner than before. This child had always been dirty, with mud caked under his fingernails. Today, although his clothes were faded and worn, they were clean, and his hands were free of dirt. Even so, you shouldn't touch her. Your sister just came into this world and is in the process of growing her body and mind. If you touch her, what if you pass your foolishness to her? Yi Guiyan looked at Yi Junjie, thinking, no wonder mother became foolish after marrying father. It must be his influence. Lin Wanqing's hand trembled as she held the needle. Hearing her daughter's remark, Yi Junjie's expression faltered, and he pretended not to hear, turning his attention to Lin Wanqing. "What's wrong with your hand?" Lin Wanqing suppressed her laughter, looking at him. "It must be from washing clothes today and lifting heavy items. My hands are a bit sore." Yi Junjie, feeling a pang of sympathy, replied, "Next time, let Xiuyue do the washing. It's already hard enough for you to take care of Guiyan. No need. They're just personal garments. It wouldn't be right to make my sister do it. These are the large dog's clothes. Speaking of which, didn't Team Mother say she would make 2 outfits for him during the banquet? Could you remind her?" Yi Junjie's expression darkened. "Why is it that every woman I meet today is asking for money? Husband, don't you think I, as your wife, am aware of our family's situation? But the villagers are laughing at our son, saying he looks like a beggar. Can you believe a scholar's son looks like a beggar?" Lin Wanqing exclaimed in disbelief. "Is there any other child being bullied like ours?" Yi Junjie paused for a moment. "Oh, I was just saying that our large dog is being bullied. It's truly outrageous. Husband, mother had promised to make the children clothes with the same fabric as Yaozu's. The fact that she said this in front of the clan members makes it worse. Days have passed, and the large dog still wears these tattered clothes. I fear you might be ridiculed for being so selfish that you neglect to buy promised clothes for the children." Yi Junjie wiped the sweat from his brow. "Then I'll speak to mother about it. I'll take the children for a walk. The house feels a bit stifling." Saying this, Yi Junjie hurriedly carried Yi Guiyan as if fleeing. "Be careful. Don't drop the child," Lin Wanqing called out worriedly. Not feeling reassured, she turned to the large dog. "Go follow your father and protect your sister." "All right, I'll protect my sister." The large dog, invigorated by the task, dashed out. Yi Junjie strolled through the village with the child, the large dog trailing behind. "Oh, Scholar Yi, are you out for a stroll with the children today?" "Haha, yes. Usually, my wife takes them out. It's quite taxing. I happen to have some free time today, so I brought them out." "It's truly commendable that you care for your wife. One can't help but envy." Yi Junjie smiled, nodding. "Caring for my wife is only right." Enjoying the approving gazes of the villagers, Yi Junjie continued his walk in the fields with Yi Guiyan. As they reached a secluded grove, a woman suddenly emerged, startling the large dog into barking. Yi Junjie instinctively stepped back, sheltering behind his son. "Who goes there?" When Shun Jiaojiao approached Yi Junjie, she sneered. "How pitiful. A grown man hiding behind a 5-year-old. Yi Junjia's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing her. What brings you here? He nervously told the large dog, go play over there. Father needs to speak with this lady. The large dog hesitated, unwilling to budge. Mother said to protect my sister. Yi Junjia, growing impatient, urged, go on. I'm your sister's father. How could I bully her? Go. Scolded, the large dog held back tears and sadly retreated to a corner, remaining close enough to hear their conversation but unable to make out the words. Chapter 38. The drafty little cotton jacket Chen Jiaojiao, observing the large dog as cowardice, scoffed. Your son looks terribly weak. He doesn't even measure up to my brother's worth. What a waste of food. Yi Junjia shot a look of disappointment at the large dog squatting nearby, who told him he was lucky enough to survive. The doctor said he wouldn't last. Yet here he is, but unfortunately, his mind seems muddled. Now, what do you want from me? Aren't you supposed to be marrying the third young master? I heard from your mother that the marriage is being arranged. Due to Yang Jinyang's imprisonment, Chen Jiaojiao had to negotiate her own marriage, not wanting her scandalous mother to handle it. At the mention of the marriage, her eyes reddened. It's all your fault for what you did with my mother. The Wang family said that because my mother is disreputable, marrying me would only bring shame to their household. Thus, I can't be the main wife, only a concubine. What family marries a wife before a concubine? I want to even have a name. I'll have to wait until the third young master marries a proper wife before being taken into the fold. Yi Guiyan was astonished upon hearing this. Previously, my aunt married into the silk shop, and they made her the main wife. I didn't expect that my aunt would miss out on the benefits, only to be sent to take advantage of someone else, and yet still gain nothing. Deservedly so, Yi Junjia exclaimed. How could this happen? Did you agree to this? Yi Junjia looked at her guiltily, knowing he had suggested the idea, feeling somewhat responsible for how things turned out. Then, what did the Wang family say about the betrothal gifts? Oh, how shameless. The scoundrel wants to claim a dowry from someone else's daughter. Everyone come quick. A shameless scoundrel is after a dowry. Yi Junjia, feeling guilty, quickly covered his daughter's mouth. Yet, as it was his daughter's honest feelings, covering her mouth proved futile. He could only endure her repeated cries in his heart. Even he was unsure if the large dog sensed something, as he now stretched his neck, peering in their direction. Chen Jiaojiao, seeing this, mocked, What? You want to claim my dowry? Of course not. Ye Yunji chucked it accordingly. I just thought it wouldn't be easy for your mother either. You can't just get married and take the dowry with you, right? What will your mother and brother eat? Chen Jiaojiao cast a scrutinizing glance at Yi Junjia and chuckled. Yi Junjia, I've already spared you the embarrassment by not revealing our family-sorted affair. Do you still dare to covet my bride price? I've made my decision. I will take every last penny of the betrothal gifts from the Wang family. My father raised me, and since he has passed, I intend to honor him by burning paper money for him each year. As for my mother, now that she is with you, it falls upon you to ensure her well-being and to raise your own son. Yi Junjia, cradling his daughter, looked at her with discontent. Then what brings you here? Chen Jiaojiao extended her hand towards him. What do you want? She smirked, raising an eyebrow. Forgot our agreement? Once I successfully ascend to the bed of the third master, you promise to prepare my dowry. Yi Junjia, alarmed, quickly covered Yi Guiyan's ears. What are you saying? My daughter is right here. Chen Jiaojiao laughed. Oh? Trying to act all innocent now? Should I wait until your daughter is older to inform her about the daily happenings between you and my mother? With a darkened expression, Yi Junjia pointed at her. You are not my daughter. Why should I prepare a dowry for you? That was your own promise. Listen here, Yi Junjia. I don't care if you and my mother engaged in some deceitful ploys to lure her into bed, but you agreed to prepare my dowry, and that money is owed. The silk shop offered me 10 taels of silver as a bride price, even if I were to become a concubine. My dowry cannot be inferior to that. Yi Junjia felt a wave of darkness sweep over him. You might as well take my life. Your brother still needs to study, and your mother and brother need to eat. It all costs money. Where am I supposed to find such a large sum? Yi Guiyan was equally astonished, witnessing the swift retribution befall her negligent father. Chen Jiaojiao coldly regarded him. That is your burden. On the 6th of next month, I shall marry. If you cannot gather the required funds, I will ensure that you receive a grand farewell gift before I leave. If the Chen family learns you are that scoundrel who has raised a son for 5 years, they will surely take your life. After her statement, Chen Jiaojiao turned and walked away. Yi Junjia, with a woeful expression, gazed at his daughter who was grinning at him, feeling a tightening in his chest. Not to mention needing money for his journey to the capital. He could scarcely muster the funds he owed her now. Yaozu needed money for schooling, and his brother and mother required sustenance, all of which required funds. He had merely stepped out for a stroll, and yet now he was being extorted for a hefty sum. That money must be paid. Otherwise, Chen Jiao's temperament could very well expose his affair with Jin Yang. Yi Junjie gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath at the direction Chen Jiao had departed. His sister could marry the third master as a legitimate wife, while he, lacking the means, was relegated to the status of a concubine. What a disgrace! He had never heard of a family demanding 10 taels of silver as a dowry for a concubine. Yi Guiyan's eyes darted around. Why are you mentioning this now? You should have said it in front of her. Father, don't be afraid. Stand your ground. Baby is cheering you on. Watching Yi Guiyan clench her tiny fists and babble enthusiastically, Yi Junjie felt a warmth bloom in his heart. No wonder people say daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets. Indeed, his sweet daughter was unlike any other. Yi Guiyan giggled. It would be so amusing to see you get beaten. After taking a few steps, Yi Junjie nearly twisted his ankle. This little cotton-padded jacket was letting in a draft. Father, Yi Go shouted, startling Yi Junjie into nearly dropping a child. What are you yelling about? You little rascal. Yi Go looked at Yi Guiyan with concern. Father, haven't you eaten? Are you hungry? Can't even hold your sister? He gazed eagerly at Yi Junjie, his innocent eyes shining. Chapter 39, Roasted Sweet Potatoes. Yehun jiskoldet yida gube for the turning arunt. Only to encounter a villager carrying farming tools. Yi Junjie donned a gentle smile. Uncle Chong, off to work? Unne changsimilet politedi, yeshi ujai. Just taking the child for a stroll. Yes, indeed. It's about time I, as a father, took my child out for some fresh air. Your family indeed brings envy to others. As they passed by Yi Changda's house, Yi Go stretched his neck, and even Yi Guiyan's little nose twitched. Wow! The smell of roasted sweet potatoes is so delightful. The skin is slightly charred, easily split open, releasing steam, and the orange, soft flesh is oozing with tempting honey. Just one bite, savoring its dense sweetness. Roasted sweet potatoes. Roasted sweet potatoes. Two loud growls erupted from the stomachs of Yi Junjie and Yi Go simultaneously. Yi Go, unconcerned about Yi Junjie, dashed into the courtyard. Auntie, cousin, Yi Junjie, steeling himself, carried Yi Guiyan into the courtyard. Oh, you're here too. Just out for a stroll? Yi Junjie forced a smile. Yes, I apologize. This child is uncontrollable and ran right in. Upon entering the courtyard, the aroma intensified, and his saliva couldn't help but flow. Yi Guiyan anxiously cried out in Yi Junjie's arms. I want some. I want some. Yi Gung, seeing this, held up 3 fingers. I want 3. Aunt Zhou laughed. 1 for your mother, and 2 for you. Your little sister is still too small to eat. Yi Guiyan puffed up her cheeks, glaring at Aunt Zhou. Auntie, you're stingy. This can be eaten when you have teeth. Aunt Zhou playfully tapped her little nose. Wait until you have teeth. Yi Go eagerly received the roasted sweet potatoes from Yi Qing Shi, grinning. Hee, still hot. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Grandma. Aunt Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Good, this child is polite. Truly a scholar's upbringing. Yi Qing Shi teased Yi Go about his tattered clothes. Why's the go still in these old rags? Didn't T's second aunt say she would get you some fabric? Yi Junjie's expression tightened, as someone actually remembered that. He forced a smile. Well, I've been busy with my father's back injury lately and forgot. Aunt Zhou scoffed. Is she busy? I just saw her chatting idly at the village entrance. Yi Go hesitated. Does my sister have any new clothes? Aunt Zhou patted Go's head. Let us see how your father treats your sister. Yi Junjie gritted his teeth and replied, Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Great. Mother should have some too, right? Yi Junjie shot her a glare that could kill. Yi Qing Shi, seemingly oblivious, continued. Of course. Since your sister married your second brother. The eldest child is already 5, and now they just had a new one. She should get new clothes too. She's been wearing the same ones for 6 years. Yi Junjie hesitated. That needs to be discussed with Mother. Aunt Zhou shot him a disapproving look. You're a grown man. Yet you need to ask your mother about buying clothes for your wife. You're a scholar, after all. When my daughter-in-law was around, my son never consulted me. He He owed her money from odd jobs just to buy her sweets, clothes, and hairpins. You, as a scholar, must be earning quite a bit, right? Guiyan's eyes darted around, observing her father's complexion shift from pale to flush. Father's money is all spent on the widow for hairpins, clothes, and sweets. Such a scoundrel. Mother can't even afford a piece of candy. A scoundrel. He shouldn't have been allowed to pass the imperial examination. Junjia's heart trembled in fear. His daughter was saying he wouldn't pass? That simply wouldn't do. Today truly seemed cursed. He encountered a woman who kept demanding money from him. Mother, Grandma gave us sweet potatoes. Lin Wanqing, at home stitching and mending, felt increasingly restless. It was not the big dog who ran into someone else's home by itself. I was holding the child and could not catch up. Dago chose a large sweet potato and handed it to Lin Wanqing, saying, "Annie said to give me two." Lin Wanqing noticed that Junjia was eyeing the sweet potato in her hand, swallowing hard, and realized he was particularly eager to eat it. In her former self, she would have certainly given it to him without hesitation. Even if he had initially tried to refuse, she would have implored him to accept it. Lin Wanqing gestured with the sweet potato towards Junjia. "My dear, this." Junjia quickly shook his head. "I'm not hungry. You go ahead." "No. We took these sweet potatoes from Uncle's house. It would be quite impolite not to share. We must remember this favor. You must study well and repay them in the future." Junjia was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be forced upon him to eat? He had been thinking about it all the way. He shot a glare at Dago. He hadn't even had a bite of the sweet potato. Yet the favor was now being counted against him. At that moment, Dago was munching eagerly on the sweet potato he held tightly in his arms, making it clear that no one could take it from him. With a dark expression, Junjia sat down, watching the mother and son savor their sweet potatoes. His heart filled with frustration. Had he known, he wouldn't have ventured out. "By the way, mother," Dago exclaimed, smacking his lips while eating the sweet potato. "Father said he would buy you clothes." Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up with joy. "Really, my dear?" Seeing the expectant look in Lin Wanqing's eyes, Junjia suddenly froze. He had always found his wife unattractive, but today she seemed to possess a navet reminiscent of when they first married. A flicker of affection stirred within him. Chapter 40. Perhaps suffering from heatstroke. Guiyan yawned softly. Her daughter had been outside for quite a while and was surely tired. She lay comfortably in her mother's soft embrace, her mind beginning to count. "Father is quite unfortunate today. He must regret going out. Let me tally it up. Yaozu's tuition, brother's clothing, mother's clothing, and that wicked woman's dowry." As she counted, Guiyan fell soundly asleep. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow at her daughter. "A dowry?" When she lifted her head, she noticed Junjia's face growing increasingly dark. "My dear." Junjia looked up, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Huh? You eat." "I'm not hungry." "Thank you. My dear, you're truly kind to me. However, your complexion seems rather grim. Are you feeling unwell?" Dago glanced out the window. "It's not sunny today." Lin Wanqing scoffed. "Where did your father take you? Did you see anyone?" Dago nodded. "There was a fierce sister I've never seen before, and she was quite fierce with father. Did you hear what they said?" Dago scratched his head, straining to remember, mimicking, "The scoundrel still wants to take someone else's daughter's dowry. Come quickly and see. There's a shameless scoundrel wanting someone else's dowry." Though it was his sister who said so, Lin Wanqing's expression darkened. This woman must be the widow's daughter. This scoundrel must have intended for the widow's daughter to marry off, swallowing the family's dowry. Yet, he was instead being blackmailed by this widow's daughter. "My dear son, you must not speak of this outside. If others find out, it will tarnish our family's reputation. Do you understand?" Dago nodded vigorously. "Yes." Dago wouldn't say a word. Where could that girl have gone? Why had she not been seen around the village? As Huang entered the house, she began to scold loudly. Hearing his mother's voice, Junjia hurried out and pulled her into the house. Huang se shutin startlet ye Guiyan. To her surprise, upon opening her eyes, she was greeted with the prospect of gossip. She closed her eyes again, her hearing sharpening. Their house was small, and she could easily hear the conversation between her mother and brother. "Mother, how much money do you have left?" Huang became alert. "What for?" "Our harvest has been poor these past 2 years, and we don't have much money." Junjia lowered his voice. That wretched Chun Jiao Jiao extorted 10 taels of silver from me. What? Huang exclaimed. Yi Junjie quickly covered her mouth. Don't let Wanqing hear. That wretched girl said if I don't give her 10 taels, she will expose my affair with Jin Yang. This money must be given. Huang gritted her teeth. That wretched girl. Doesn't she realize she only got to the silk shop because you gave her the idea? How dare she come asking you for money? Mother, it's no use talking about that now. Quickly get the money. Where would I get so much money? We barely have 10 taels in the house. We can't give it all to her, or we'll all starve. Wasn't there 5 taels left from the full moon feast? You can give 5 taels, and that makes 10, which can at least serve as an emergency fund. Huang hesitated. I gave it to your wife. Yi Junjie felt his heart sink. Why did you give her the money? Yi Junjie remained silent for a long while. Fine, I'll do as you say. Yi Junjie pulled Huang. Mother, what's wrong? Yi Junjie's face darkened. Yaozu is about to start school. I promised Jin Yang I would give her money. Can't we wait a bit? Once you're in high school, won't we have more money? She said she didn't want our son to fall behind. I thought about it and agreed. I also feared Yaozu would be as foolish as Dago. Fine, I have 10 taels with me. I'll give her 201. Will that suffice? And Yaozu's living expenses? She has no money. We can't let our son go without meat. Then give another 100. No more than that. Yi Junjie fell silent once again. Huang frowned at him. What's wrong? Is there something else? You promised in front of the clan to make clothes for Dago at the full moon feast. Huang scoffed. Do you still need to worry about that fool? Today, Annie asked about it. We need to give them an explanation. I told her I would go by them tomorrow. Huang glared at him. Why are you so quick to speak? Don't you know to joke with people? Yi Junjie's face turned red. I'm afraid of losing face too. All right, tomorrow. I'll buy him a cheap one. Just to make do will suffice. At that moment, Yi Junjie fell silent again. Huang gritted her teeth. Don't tell me you've caused trouble again. You also promised to make a set for your wife. Huang slammed her hand on the table, her anger boiling over. Do you think money grows on trees? What does she need new clothes for? Yi Junjie lowered his head. I promised in front of Annie. It's too late to go back on it now. Lying on the bed, Yi Guiyan chuckled softly. Ha ha, gave mother 5 taels of silver, and now wants to ask grandfather for 100 taels. Does he really think mother is their family's cash cow? Lin Wanqing listened silently, making a mental note of the day. After the mother and son finished their conversation, Huang entered the house. So late? Why not come back earlier? Huang opened her mouth to say something, but realized this was indeed the best opportunity. Chapter 41. A name that is cheap but easy to sustain upon hearing this. Yi Guiyan grinned widely. Father will not be able to deceive grandfather for money before the 6th of the month. Father is going to be caught by the Chun family. Huang listened to Yi Guiyan's thoughts, growing more anxious but dared not press on the matter. Speaking of which, you should have called your father when the baby was a month old. At that time, all the relatives from the clan would be present, and if they asked for money as a father-in-law, he would have no choice but to comply. With father bedridden, how could the daughter dare to speak up? After all, she was his granddaughter. He should at least meet her, right? Didn't he give Dago a gold lock when he was born? Ah, have you kept that gold lock safe? Grandmother wouldn't want to sell brother's gold lock, would she? In a moment of discord, the mother-in-law and stepmother exchanged harsh words, claiming that the child, Dago, was destined for misfortune and needed a derogatory name to ensure his survival. Both the father and stepmother departed without even having lunch. Lin Wanqing's expression soured as she recounted this, for she had once believed that Yi Junjie was a diligent and compassionate man. Her brothers, indignant over her predicament, blamed the stepmother for the arranged marriage and found themselves in conflict with their father, ultimately deciding to leave home in frustration. Faced with Huang's obsequious smile, Lin Wanqing felt a wave of nausea. Huang, still wearing a grin, remarked that it was indeed fitting that a name like Dago would be easier to support. Had he been called anything else, the king of hell would have claimed him during his fever. Dago, Siqing Nearabi, scratched his head and cast a timid glance at Huang, his eyes betraying his displeasure with the name. Yi Guiyan grasped Dago's fingers reassuringly, saying, Do not fear, brother. Once father is captured by the Chun family and suffers his fate, you will be able to change your name. Upon hearing this, Dago's face brightened with joy. Though Lin Wanqing and Huang dismissed it as mere sibling play, Huang's smile faltered as she exclaimed, Oh dear, grandmother and father came to demand money from mother, only to be rebuffed. Mother is quite clever. Her reasoning cannot be easily dismissed, she continued. Oh, how embarrassing for a scholar to visit his father-in-law empty-handed and then expect financial support. What could the wealthy family possibly lack? It is the thought that counts. Isn't it? With a sardonic chuckle, Huang resolved to prepare accordingly. With her teeth clenched, she left the room, feeling the sting of having to contribute financially when she had hoped to extract funds from her daughter-in-law instead, all while being mocked by her granddaughter. A proper gift for the wealthy family could not merely consist of 2 cabbages. Huang pressed her hand against her chest, pained by the thought, but resigned, knowing it was for her son's ambition to excel in the capital. Mother, how are we to manage? Can it be done before the 6th? Huang's expression darkened. What a disappointing child. She recounted her conversation with Lin Wanqing to Yi Junjie, who exclaimed in shock, 15? What about the marriage arrangements? He slumped down, his face grim. Let us hope she agrees. Otherwise, I may find myself at the mercy of the Chun family. Yi Qingfu groaned from his bed. Why pursue such a widow? Your current wife is quite satisfactory. At least she is the daughter of a wealthy family. Yi Junjie, exasperated, retorted, Father, refrain from speaking foolishly. Wanqing is not nearly as understanding as Jin Yang. She fails to perceive the burdens I carry. Wanqing is dull and utterly uninteresting. Huang chimed in. If you do not understand, do not speak. As long as our son is content, it matters not whose widow she is. Her husband is deceased, and their union is mutual. It is the Chun family that is at fault. Indeed, it was wrong of me to hasten this marriage. You and Jin Yang would have been well suited, Huang lamented. Yi Junjie shook his head. That cannot be. Had Wanqing not entered our household, we might still be living in a drafty house. It is common for scholars to have multiple wives. It is simply the way of the world. With pride, Yi Junjie held his head high indeed. Yi Guiyan, upon hearing this, nearly retched. She concealed her powers and turned to Lin Wanqing, who was busy tidying the house, humming a cheerful tune, eager to escape this wretched place. Huang had long been hovering over her with a stick. Why do you venture out every day when the house is so busy? Yi Qia, glancing nervously at the stick, replied softly, I'm gathering news about the wealthy. I know our family is struggling, so I accompanied Xiaoxi next door to see if there are richer prospects than the silk shop. Huang, intrigued, lowered her stick and, have you found anything? The family heard Yi Qiu's laughter, but none found it amusing. Huang, gritting her teeth, struck down with the stick. You go to the kitchen and work. Yi Qia, bewildered and hurt, wept as she entered the kitchen. The following day, Yi Junjie left early. Meanwhile, all she needed was a drop of her spiritual spring. Having trained diligently in her sleep, she could now gather nearly half a bowl's worth of power daily. When Lin Wanqing and Dago were asleep, she stealthily fed them the nourishing essence, leading to Lin Wanqing's remarkable recovery post-childbirth, her complexion even more radiant than before. This spring also aided in mending Dago's mental faculties, though it could not magically transform him into a prodigy. After all, its restorative properties did not extend to enhancing intelligence. If Dago had always been somewhat slow-witted, there was little she could do. Lin Wanqing observed with fascination as birds flew into their home, delivering messages to her daughter. She sat stitching and mending, listening to the whispers of her daughter's gossip. After leaving home, Yi Junjie sought out the widow. It turned out that after Chun Jiao settled her marriage with the Wang family, she had moved in with them. Thus, she now resided in town. Yi Junjie obtained 3 coins from Yang Jin Yang and took a bull cart to the town in search of Chun Jiao. He stealthily approached the back gate of the Wang residence, only to be discovered by the guards who promptly expelled him. Reluctantly, he bribed a guard with a meat pie to summon Chun Jiao. When she emerged, she was adorned in luxurious garments, her beauty enhanced, even garnering respect from guards. Ah, Yi the scholar, what brings you here? Have you gathered the funds so swiftly? Chun Jiao scrutinized him. I cannot. I am to be married on the 6th. What use is a dowry after marriage? Yi Junjie nearly knelt before her. Miss, I give all my earnings to your mother each year. I truly have no money left. If you force me to produce such a sum by the 6th, it will be better to end it now. While he spoke in frustration, a pang of fear gripped him, worried that she might indeed take drastic measures. Chun Jiao chuckled. Very well, then it shall be the 15th. I shall grant you this one favor, considering how much you have given my mother. With that, she turned with an air of superiority and re-entered the house. Yi Junjie stood on tiptoe, gazing at the opulent Wang residence, filled with aspirations. Once I achieve the highest honors, I shall build a home in my hometown that surpasses this one. The guards regarded him disdainfully, as if he were a fool. Yi Junjie straightened himself, shaking off his previous dejection, and proudly left the alley. The moment he stepped out, the enticing aroma of street food wafted through the air, causing his stomach to rumble. He rummaged through his light coin pouch, revealing only 2 copper coins left after purchasing a meat pie. Meanwhile, back at home, Yi Guiyan relished her meal, pausing to burp contentedly. She patted her round belly and exclaimed to Lin Wanqing, "I'm full. Thank you, mother." Lin Wanqing wiped her daughter's mouth, while Yi Chuyue cast a resentful glance her way. "It's time to eat." De Go, brimming with joy, chimed in, "Mother. Annie seems quite unhappy today, being watched over by grandmother while doing chores." Lin Wanqing jested playfully. "If Aunt is unhappy, you still dare show joy? Be careful she scolds you." After the family finished their meal, Lin Wanqing was in good spirits today, eating heartily and comfortably sitting on the bed, watching the child. Yi Guiyan unexpectedly did not take a nap today, and even the large dog sat beside him, wide awake and dazed. The mother and son sat upright, earnestly gazing at Yi Guiyan. "Zhangman, what brings you here?" Yi Yunji shouted. Upon seeing him, Zhangman greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Oh, cousin, have you eaten yet? If not, shall we go in together?" Yi Junjie's expression changed dramatically upon meeting him. "This place is quite expensive. I can't afford it." Zhang Man shook the heavy money pouch on his waist, assuring, "Don't worry, this meal is on me." Yi Junjie exclaimed in surprise. "Where did you get so much money?" Zhang Man replied with a mysterious smile, "Of course, it's what I've earned." Yi Junjie looked at him with a sullen face. "You haven't gone gambling again, have you?" Zhang Man pulled him into the shop. Pointing at the menu, he confidently asked, "Cousin, what do you want to eat? Order anything." Feeling somewhat awkward as it was his first time in such an establishment, Yi Junjie stammered, "You just decide." Zhang Man teased, "Look at you. You've never set foot in this place, have you? After so many years of studying, you still have this naive demeanor. Cousin, wouldn't you like to join me in making some money? You, being educated, must have a sharper mind than I do." Yi Junjie quickly shook his head. "No way. Gambling is something to be avoided. It harms people." Zhang Man patted his money pouch. "Is this also a scam? Come, take a look. This is all my earnings." Yi Junjie hesitantly took the heavy pouch, his hands trembling as he opened it. When he entered, he had suspected it to be filled with stones. Now, the glimmer of the silver reflected on his face. "Cousin, I'm not saying this lightly, but we men must earn our own money. Relying on borrowing day after day is quite unseemly. I didn't earn this money without effort." Zhang Man whispered to Yi Junjie, "In the gambling house, there are insiders. They will share internal information with me. Would you like to join me? With your clever mind, we wouldn't incur losses." Yi Junjie, gazing at the silver in Zhang Man's hands, fell into deep thought. At this moment, Yi Guiyan yawned at home. What? Father actually went to the best tavern in town? Did someone treat him to a meal? The scholar's identity is truly useful. When will mother also take an exam? Then we can dine out daily on someone else's expense. Ah, the baby is sleepy, ignoring the chirping reports from the little bird. Yi Guiyan yawned again and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 43. You're truly despicable. He walked along, lost in thought. Lin Wanqing knew he was inquiring about Yi Guiyan. Guiyan is still asleep, she remarked. This action startled Yi Guiyan awake. Opening her eyes, she saw her disgraceful father looking at her with tearful eyes. What is the matter, disgraceful father? Yi Junjie looked at Yi Guiyan, feeling wronged. You must not look down on your father. I am destined to become the top scholar. After so many years of studying, he had not earned a penny, and it seemed a gambler made more in one day. If I had this much money, I would certainly renovate our home, buy new clothes for the family, and even the large dog could wear new clothes. We would have meat for every meal. Your brother could also attend school. Yi Guiyan rolit herius. The large dog gets new clothes, but he is your son, so he is unworthy of new garments? The one who can go to school you mentioned, surely not an illegitimate child from outside? You are truly despicable. Which damned author made you prosper in the end? Hearing his daughter's barrage of complaints somehow comforted him. Yes, indeed, he was destined to become the top scholar. He would rise to greatness. What did Zhang Man matter? Yet now, the towering obstacle in front of him was money. Yi Junjie felt increasingly disheartened. Why did it seem so simple to learn from his daughter that he would go to the capital, become the top scholar, and return home in glory, while in reality, it was so difficult to implement? He anxiously glanced around the room. Why did it seem tidier than before? Since his daughter's birth, he had not spent time in this room. It appeared that Wan Qing had tidied up much of it. Just as Yi Junjie was lost in thought, Huang Shi entered. Why are you here? What did that girl say? Yi Junjie, feeling guilty, glanced at his daughter, who was curiously looking at him. After all, his daughter was a little fairy. She must know everything. She agreed. Huang Shi sighed in relief. That's good. Do not agree to give money to others outside anymore. Our family truly has no money left. It's not always possible for someone to treat us to meals. Thinking of the 10 taels you gave to Jin Yang pains me. Had I known, I would have given you the money. We could have saved it for Wan Qing to ask her father for more. Hearing this, Yi Junjie's eyes suddenly lit up. Right? I have a daughter. This daughter is a blessing. He didn't quite believe he could earn money at the gambling house, but his daughter could. Huang Shi looked at her son skeptically. You better not think of any crooked methods. Isn't my son capable? Don't you trust me? Fine, do as you see fit. Recently, our family can barely afford to eat. Tomorrow, we must send the daughter-in-law to the mountains to gather wild vegetables. Every bit saved counts. Son, you must strive to succeed. Yi Junjie proudly raised his head. Mother, don't worry. I will surely achieve the top 3. Although Huang Shi feigned worry, she ultimately gave him a tael of silver. The next day, Huang Shi sent Lin Wanqing and a large dog out to gather wild vegetables. Lin Wanqing initially intended to carry her daughter along, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Yi Junjie, who took Guiyan into his arms. It's so hot outside. We mustn't let our daughter get sunburned. Leave her at home. I'll take her. Yi Guiyan also wanted to know what her disgraceful father was up to, so she waved at Lin Wanqing. Mother, don't worry. The baby will be fine. Mother, take care of yourself and don't get heat stroke. Lin Wanqing glanced at the sky outside. It was still spring, but the sun was indeed quite strong. All right, I'll leave our daughter in your care. Be sure to look after her. If she gets hungry, bring her to me. Understood. Lin Wanqing was genuinely worried about Yi Junjie. The last time she entrusted her to her mother-in-law, Yi Junjie took her to the temple to beg for money. Now, her husband's expression mirrored that of her mother-in-law. Yet, there was indeed no food at home, and her mother-in-law wanted to save money for her son's exams. If she, as a daughter-in-law, were to speak out, it would only give them more ammunition against her. I'll leave the large dog at home to keep the little one company. Huang Shi exclaimed. He is already 5 years old and eats more than the other children. How can he not work? Hurry up. Stop dawdling. It'll be dark soon. Lin Wanqing, feeling uneasy, took the large dog and left. Just as Lin Wanqing stepped out, Yi Junjie quickly carried his daughter to the village entrance to catch a bullock cart. Oh, Scholar Yi, where are you taking your daughter? I hope you're not selling her because the family is short on money. The cart driver, Old Tang, disapproved of Yi Junjie's family. He had seen Yi Guiyan at a wedding before and genuinely feared that this family, who favored sons over daughters, might secretly sell such a lovely child. Thus, he loudly expressed his concerns at the village entrance. Yi Junjie's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm taking the child to the academy to absorb some scholarly atmosphere. I'm a scholar. How could I sell my child? That's good. Sholudier, you are a talent in our village. I want to charge you for the cart fare. Upon hearing this, Yi Junjie proudly shook his head. Rest assured, once I graduate from high school, I shall construct a grand thoroughfare for our village, wide and smooth. Old Tang chuckled. As long as it brings us a good life, that is all that matters. They made their way to the town together. Yi Guiyan's eyes darted around eagerly. Wow, there are so many people, and so many delicious foods. I can already smell the aroma of meat buns. Yi Guiyan grinned widely, displaying her toothless smile at her negligent father. She pouted. Why are you even more terrifying than master? I've only been here a month, and you want me to earn milk money already? Woo-woo, how unfortunate I am. Being born is truly an art, and I am unworthy. Yi Guiyan began to cry at the entrance of the gambling den, prompting bystanders to shout at Yi Junjie. Get that noisy child away from here. Are you inviting bad luck? Chapter 44. The absurdity of a negligent father. Yi Junjie, frightened by the towering figure, hurriedly retreated to a corner with the child. Moments later, Zhang Man emerged from the gambling den. Oh, cousin, it's you. They said someone brought a child in to invite bad luck, so I came to see. What is this? Are you tempted to try your luck? Guiyan halted her tears, observing Zhang Man's malevolent smile. This person looks like a swindler. Could it be that this negligent father truly believes him? To think he wishes to profit through gambling, he must be out of his mind. I hope he doesn't lose all his money, or else he might sell her mother. No, my grandfather would never allow that. Listening to his daughter's sarcastic remarks, Yi Junjie felt his heart tremble. Zhang Man, noticing Yi Junjie's bewildered expression, inquired, "How much money do you have on you?" Yi Junjie stammered, "1 tael of silver." "Perfect. Come with me to play, and we'll use that 1 tael to gamble. If you win, it's all yours. If you lose, I'll cover you with another tael. Sound good?" Yi Junjie stared at Zhang Man in disbelief. "Really? Isn't that a loss for you?" Zhang Man chuckled at Yi Junjie. "I'm helping my cousin earn money. How could I lose? Come on." And this child, Yi Junjie gestured excitedly at Guiyan, is our little lucky star. With her here, we're bound to win. Don't worry, she was just shy earlier, and now she's adjusting. At that moment, Yi Guiyan grasped the true intention behind Yi Junjie's visit to the town. He actually intended to gamble for profit using her. This negligent man is truly insane. She shot Yi Junjie a disdainful glance, yawned, and fell asleep in his arms. However, the cacophony within the gambling house made it impossible for her to rest peacefully. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes to find that Yi Junjie had amassed quite a sum of silver. He had indeed made a profit. Yi Junjie joyfully exclaimed, "My dear, you truly are my little lucky star." Yi Guiyan, feeling discomfort, tugged at his clothing and shouted, "Ah, I'm hungry. I want milk. Are you trying to starve me?" Yi Junjie, astonished, looked at his daughter, who was clinging tightly to his collar. Usually, in Wan Qing's embrace, even when hungry, she was soft and gentle, yet now, in his arms, she was fiercely demanding. Like a little rascal, "Is it you who stole my money?" Yi Junjie lifted his gaze to see 2 men grappling with each other, their collars in hand, and his expression darkened. Surely, his daughter hadn't picked up such behavior from him? It seems he should refrain from bringing her to such places in the future. Zhangman, eyeing the silver in Yi Junjie's possession, triumphantly urged, "Stop dawdling. Is that all the money you have?" Yi Junjie smiled shyly at Zhang Man. "That is sufficient. My little lucky star is hungry. I'll take her to eat first." "All right, you two go ahead. The little lucky star comes first." Yi Junjie, clutching the silver, happily dashed out of the gambling den. Yi Guiyan stared at Zhang Man and the other patrons, who were shoulder to shoulder. This father is truly foolish. Unable to see he is being deceived, Yi Junjie, with a grin, completely missed his daughter's comment. His mind was a whirl. He had never imagined he could turn 1 tael into 20. Chun Jiaojiao's dowry was secured, with an additional 10 taels to save. Yi Guiyan, ses stomach gluttonous, reminiscent of thunder. She pulled at Yi Junjie's collar and shouted robustly, "Ah, I am hungry. Neglectful." Yi Guiyan looked at him with confusion. Could he even provide milk? Yi Junjie held Yi Guiyan close to the nipple. "Come, my precious daughter, eat." Yi Guiyan's heart rejected the notion. Even the little goat was met with resistance. "No, it's stinky." Yi Guiyan shook her head vehemently. A nearby uncle could no longer bear to watch and shouted at Yi Junjie, "You're being utterly ridiculous. Where's the child's mother? Drinking goat milk directly can cause diarrhea. It must be boiled first. What kind of father are you?" Yi Junjie, feeling embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. "Is that so? May I borrow your kitchen?" The uncle glared at Yi Junjie, scrutinizing him. "A scholar? Huh? Yes. Humph. I can't stand people like you scholars. You can't handle practical matters, yet love to lecture others. You can't even care for a child. Follow me. My kitchen has just been cleaned." Yi Junjie, carrying the child and leading the goat, followed the uncle to his home. "Here, the kitchen is yours. Just don't burn it down." As soon as the uncle finished speaking, Yi Guiyan burst into laughter. Negligent father has never done household chores. He wouldn't know how to start a fire or cook. Yi Junjie took out 50 coins and handed them to the uncle. "Could you lend a hand?" The uncle looked at the money in his hand and smirked at Yi Junjie. He didn't voice his derision, yet his expression conveyed everything. After accepting the money, the uncle lit a fire, skillfully poured goat milk into a pot, and boiled it. Once it was ready, the uncle ladled out the milk. "You feed the child yourself. I have to go work. Once you're done, just close the door behind you." With that, the uncle departed. Yi Junjie gazed at the bowl of goat milk. Then at Yi Guiyan. How was he to feed her? He retrieved a spoon from the kitchen, scooped a small amount, and brought it to Yi Guiyan's lips. The child only knew how to suck and hadn't yet learned to drink from a spoon. Her chubby little mouth nudged the spoon, spilling most of the milk, with only a little making it into her mouth. Yi Junjie felt anxious, sweating profusely, and realized that only a tiny bit of goat milk had been consumed. After what felt like an eternity, he finally emptied the bowl. Hearing commotion at the door, he turned to see the uncle standing there, eyes wide in disbelief. "Scholar, you didn't spend the entire afternoon feeding that bowl of milk, did you?" Yi Junjie wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled awkwardly. "Yes." Chapter 45. A touch brings fortune for the child, Old Tang said, looking at Yi Junjie with surprise. "You truly care for her." He continued with an apology. "I misjudged you today." Yi Junjie, utterly exhausted from feeding Yi Guiyan, felt too weary to take pride in Old Tang's apology. He merely waved his hand and slowly climbed onto the ox cart. Old Tang assisted him in hoisting the goat onto the cart. Yi Junjie, cradling the child, nestled into a corner and soon dozed off. Yi Guiyan, in a drowsy haze, heard the voices around her. Little did she know that the Yi scholar's family truly cherished her. It was said she was their little lucky star, and merely touching her could bring good fortune. Yi Guiyan felt countless hands squeezing her little feet. Impatiently, she wiggled her toes and drifted back to sleep. Upon returning home, Yi Junjie promptly handed the child over to the flustered Lin Wanqing. Yi Junjie proudly placed the money he had earned before her, and the room fell into an immediate silence. "Where did you earn so much money?" Huang Shi inquired. Yi Junjie, with his hands clasped behind his head, reclined leisurely, gazing at Huang Shi with a relaxed demeanor. "Didn't I tell you? I have my own methods. After all, the intellect of this future scholar far surpasses that of mere villagers." Huang Shi chuckled heartily. "Oh, my son, you truly are remarkable." Her laughter echoed. "My son is indeed capable. Go ahead, be bold. Your mind is far sharper than others." Huang Shi, elated, left the room. Yi Guiyan finally enjoyed a proper dinner. As she ate, she listened to the banter between Huang Shi and Yi Junjie and couldn't help but internally scoff. Does the scoundrel really think he can abandon my mother and make my maternal grandfather kneel before him? What a daydreamer. If the scoundrel were to abandon my mother and take my brother and me away, she would be delighted to pack her bags and leave. Yi Guiyan glanced at the neatly packed luggage in the room. Though I cannot fathom why, it seems my astute mother has sensed the scoundrel's infidelity. This life, after I survive, appears to be different. Lin Wanqing gently patted her daughter in her arms. Indeed, this life was different. Her beloved daughter had survived, and she had come to learn of the despicable actions of Yi Junjie's family. She even gleaned future events from her daughter's thoughts. This family had murdered her son and daughter, then accused her of crimes. They also slandered her father and brothers, leading to her father's demise from rage and her brother's imprisonment. She no longer harbored any illusions about the Yi family, only wishing to swiftly escape with her children. Currently, she found herself isolated and unsupported. Leaving the Yi family was simple, but she would never allow her children to remain behind. For them, staying would only lead to death. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing felt a chill envelop her. She had never heard of a father who would kill his own children for the sake of another woman. At that moment, she felt a small hand patting her back. Looking down, she found Yi Guiyan gazing at her with concern. "What is the matter, mother? Do not be sad. I am here with you." Lin Wanqing's heart warmed, and she kissed her daughter. Was Guiyan worried for her? It was all right. Having her and her brother was already a great blessing. During dinner, Yi Junjie was finally called by Huang Shi to eat. After having breakfast, he had spent the entire morning at the gambling den, and by noon, he was famished. Watching him devour his food, Huang Shi lovingly served him wild vegetables. "So, eat slowly." Lin Wanqing observed his disheveled appearance and asked, "Husband, what were you doing all day with the child?" Yi Junjie abruptly halted, feeling guilty as he replied, "I merely took the child for a stroll. The child hasn't even been weaned yet. Taking her out for a whole day will surely leave her starving. She is still growing, and you must not take her far again." Yet he yearned to earn more money. Without his little lucky star by his side, could he truly succeed? After some reflection, Yi Junjie realized that the child had been sleeping in his arms throughout the gambling session. He had been the one strategizing in the game. Perhaps it truly had nothing to do with her. "Fine, I'll let you take care of her." Bringing her out to earn money is taxing. Earn money? Lin Wanqing wished to inquire further, but noticed Yi Junjia's impatience and decided against it. If he could indeed earn money, he wouldn't be so fixated on her father and brothers. After a night's rest, Yi Junjia unexpectedly rose early, donned a clean outfit, and after breakfast, left with 2 steamed buns in hand. Yi Chua, wringing out clothes in the yard, wondered, where's my brother off to? Looking so dressed up? Has he encountered some important official? Uncertain, Lin Wanqing exchanged a glance, but said nothing further, shouldering her daughter and taking her son along as they left. Lately, the family had been consuming rice stored from previous times. Meat was no longer available, and vegetables were foraged from the mountains. Having endured hardship in the Yi household, she found that these days were not as unbearable as before. Although the nearby villagers were not thriving, each household cultivated their land, providing fresh vegetables daily. Their family, having raised a scholar, saw Huang Shi and Yi Chengfu's laziness, opting to lease out their land, receiving only a portion of grain and rent each year, relying on purchases for the rest. With times tough, they could no longer afford to buy, leading them to forage for wild greens. Lin Wanqing began digging in a shaded area with her large dog. Yi Guiyan slept soundly against her back. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing felt a jolt, her body shaking. "Oh dear," she exclaimed, quickly lifting Yi Guiyan from her back. The child's face flushed red as she looked up innocently at her mother. Chapter 46. Foraging for herbs. Yi Guiyan, embarrassed, wiggled her toes. "Woo-woo, I'm still just a baby." Lin Wanqing, noticing her daughter's guilty expression and cute pout, couldn't help but kiss her. "It's all right, Guiyan. Mother will change your diaper right away." Thankfully, I was prepared. When they left, the large dog had carried a small bundle, which Lin Wanqing had packed beforehand. She opened the bundle to find clean clothes and diapers. She laid out the soiled garments on the ground, changed into fresh attire, and placed her daughter on the clean cloth to change her diaper. Yi Guiyan shyly glanced around, excitement lighting up her face as she suddenly exclaimed, "Mother, mother, that's the distant wisdom herb. It can help brother's brain. Quickly, let us gather it." Lin Wanqing, trembling with anticipation as she changed her daughter's diaper, thought, could her daughter really heal him? Without hesitation, she handed the diaper to the large dog. "Go wash this by the creek, and once clean, hang it on that tree to dry. Mother will watch over your sister." "All right." The large dog happily trotted off to the shallow creek. Lin Wanqing hoisted her daughter on her back, wielding a sickle as she approached the spot indicated by her daughter. What appeared to be wild grass turned out to be medicinal herbs. She was astonished that her daughter recognized it and knew its properties. Seeing her mother truly gather the herbs, she mentioned filled Yi Guiyan with delight. "Hooray! Mother seems to understand what I meant." Discovering the distant wisdom herb here, she eagerly sprinkled spiritual essence around. The large dog needed medicinal treatment for his brain, and this herb was ideal for him. Lin Wanqing harvested a significant amount of herbs from the vicinity, sweat trickling down her forehead, her hair sticking to her face, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet her eyes sparkled with determination, undeterred by fatigue. As long as her son could recover, she was willing to do anything. Having skipped lunch, they planned to fill their stomachs with the 2 steamed buns they had brought from breakfast. The buns were rather small, barely enough to satiate their hunger. Lin Wanqing broke one in half and shared it with the large dog. "You're still growing, so eat up." The large dog, upon seeing the bun, took it and stuffed it into its mouth. Lin Wanqing smiled with satisfaction at this sight. She had just finished half of her own bun when the large dog extended its paw to offer her the other half. The mother handed a piece to the large dog, and in return, the large dog shared a piece with her. The mother still needed milk for the younger sister, and she too deserved to eat. Lin Wanqing's eyes grew moist. "All right, mother will also eat." Yi Guiyan lay on Lin Wanqing's soiled clothes, observing the interaction between mother and child. Excited, she moved her body and pushed herself up, transitioning from lying down to crawling. Although the cloth provided some cushioning, the ground remained hard and uncomfortable for her. Lin Wanqing exclaimed, "Guiyan, you can roll over now." Yi Guiyan looked up in confusion. She had merely performed a simple action, yet her mother appeared elated. Mimicking her mother's joy, she grinned widely and crawled vigorously towards her mother and brother. Lin Wanqing did not rush to meet her. Instead, she sat patiently, stretching out her hand and waiting for her daughter to crawl over. Yi Guiyan, using all her strength, crawled swiftly into her mother's warm embrace. Lin Wanqing happily patted away some dirt from her daughter's body. Our Guiyan is truly remarkable. Yi Guiyan giggled blissfully in her mother's arms. Am I growing up? Can I eat now? Lin Wanqing gently tapped her daughter's nose with her finger. Once your teeth grow in, mother will buy you chicken legs. Yi Guiyan raised her little fists in delight, laughing joyfully. Hooray, hooray. After their brief respite, they gathered some wild vegetables and proceeded to the stream to wash them clean. Yi Guiyan, cradled by the large dog, squatted nearby, watching Lin Wanqing wash the vegetables. Lin Wanqing placed the cleaned vegetables aside to dry. Yi Guiyan observed closely. Oh, isn't this a plant called yuanji? It's baizhu. There are so many herbs near our home, mixed in with the wild vegetables that mother has harvested. While washing, Lin Wanqing noted her daughter's observations. After cleaning all the wild vegetables, she organized them nearby. Some were the yuanji her daughter mentioned, while others were various herbs she had recognized. Mother, this isn't yuanji, it's fuling. No, this is imu chow. It could be eaten by mother, although still unfamiliar with the herbs. She managed to categorize them accurately with her daughter's assistance. Yi Guiyan gazed at her mother in admiration, her eyes sparkling. Mother, you truly are knowledgeable, even about herbs. Lin Wanqing felt her cheeks flush from her daughter's praise. She was entirely reliant on her daughter's insights. Could this be considered a form of cheating? These herbs were light, easily manageable for a 5-year-old child. As they passed by the Yi family home, they encountered Aunt Zhou. Annie, Lin Wanqing called out, nudging the large dog to greet her. The large dog respectfully addressed her, Annie. Yi Guiyan, nestled in Lin Wanqing's arms, echoed, iya. Aunt Zhou chuckled and nodded. The children are well behaved. Even Guiyan knows how to greet people. The large dog cheerfully remarked, Auntie, the sweet potatoes you gave us last time were delicious. Thank you. Did you like them? I'll get you some more, Aunt Zhou replied. Lin Wanqing quickly interjected, no need. That wouldn't be right. Aunt Zhou frowned. You can't let growing children eat nothing but wild vegetables, can you? There were whispers in the village when you went to gather yesterday. It's fine for the adults to eat less, but you need to nourish your children. The large dog needs to grow strong, and so does your daughter. Children are the future of our clan. Aunt Zhou went inside and returned with several sweet potatoes, placing them into the large dog's basket. Yi Guiyan leaned in to see. Noticing Aunt Zhou was generous. Oh, you've even sorted these wild vegetables? Oh, these are some herbs. Perhaps they could be given to the large dog to see if they help. Since her son was nearby, Lin Wanqing refrained from elaborating further, but Aunt Zhou understood. You even have some medical knowledge? Aunt Zhou looked at Lin Wanqing in surprise, who blushed, feeling a bit guilty. I know a little. She couldn't possibly confess that she was simply following her daughter's lead. Chapter 47. Professional fields. My old man has been rather off lately. Not eating properly and experiencing stomach issues. He refuses to see a doctor, fearing the expense. Do you know how to handle this? Yi Guiyan excitedly pointed at the herbs in the large dog's basket, babbling enthusiastically. Inside there is baizhu. Just steep it in water. This can strengthen the spleen and enhance energy. When it came to her specialized field, her eyes sparkled with excitement. After being a baby for so long, she hadn't practiced her expertise in quite some time. After all, she was a disciple of the medicine sect, and one of the finest under her master's tutelage. Lin Wanqing retrieved the baizhu from the large dog's basket and handed it to Aunt Zhou. This is called baizhu. It can be steeped in water. Let your husband try it. Aunt Zhou beamed. Is this all it takes? Wait here. I'll get some money for you. Lin Wanqing hurriedly said, Annie, no. You've given a large dog so many sweet potatoes. I'll consider this a trade. Aunt Zhou did not insist further. All right. Thank you. If it helps him, I'll send you some more sweet potatoes. The harvest has been good lately, all from our own fields. How wonderful. How did she manage to do this? By simply listening to her daughter. Did no one question the knowledge of such a small baby who couldn't even speak yet knew about herbs and their effects? Could she really heal? Lin Wanqing felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She quickly placed Yi Guiyan into the large dog's arms. Watch your sister for me. I need to step out. Furthermore, she had learned from the doctor that she could sell the herbs gathered from the mountains to him. The doctor would resell them in town, so she would need to offer them at a lower price. However, she couldn't leave her child behind to go to town directly, making this a feasible option for selling herbs. She requested that the doctor not let her family know about this arrangement. The doctor glanced at Lin Wanqing. Understanding her family situation, and sighed. All right, rest assured. Thank you. After securing her payment, she exited the doctor's home. Now, she needed to live for herself. To provide for her child, she had to learn to earn money. Being physically weak, she certainly couldn't farm. She would have to think of other ways. At this moment, she felt a sweet satisfaction. For the first time in her life, she was earning money. Though it was through her daughter's knowledge, it was still a breakthrough. Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened. Her daughter's knowledge had exchanged for a few coins. She too could profit from her wisdom. The entire family wore expressions of joy, as if celebrating a festival. Yi Guiyan, following closely behind Yi Junjie, reported to him. Hey, is this what they call love-struck behavior? The widow over there is making braised pork, devouring large chunks of meat, succulent and juicy. Meanwhile, the grandmother here praises her dutiful son while tearfully eating dry stir-fried mincemeat. Everyone in the house fell silent upon hearing Yi Guiyan's thoughts. Huang's expression became somewhat embarrassed. Despite her kindness to her son, why did he always seek sustenance elsewhere? After years of marriage to the Yi family, raising a pair of children, she had never experienced the delight of a hearty meal. Her beloved son was allowing another woman to indulge in such pleasures. Huang's voice lacked its former enthusiasm. Now frail and lacking energy, I'll prepare this meal to prevent that wretched girl from stealing food. Yi Qiuyue cast an unhappy glance at Yi Junjie. Brother, weren't you out there making a fortune? Why did you only buy such a small amount of meat? He has certainly mastered the art of making a living now. Yi Qiuyue glanced at him and said, we have to make it clear. Although dinner was more sumptuous than usual, Huang's appetite was far from good. Especially when she saw the plate of minced meat, a sour feeling welled up inside her. Jin Yang was not much younger than herself. Yet her son had fallen in love with her. The audacity of such a woman to enjoy good food only fueled Huang's anger. She shot a glare at Lin Wanqing, who sat silently eating her meal. Regardless of whether it was meat or vegetables, this woman always wore that indifferent expression, which was infuriating. No wonder her son often remarked on her dullness. If only this woman were a bit more ambitious, it could have been them feasting heartily today. Lin Wanqing sensed her mother-in-law's unfriendly gaze and asked, Mother, are your eyes bothering you? Mother, just a few days ago, you promised to buy fabric for Dago's new clothes. Huang impatiently interrupted, I bought it. I just forgot to give it to you. I'll hand it over shortly. Honestly, it's as if I owe you something. After finishing the meal, Huang rummaged through the wardrobe and tossed a bundle to Lin Wanqing. Upon opening it, Lin Wanqing discovered it contained quite good fabric. 2 pieces, one for Dago and one for herself. Although her piece was of lesser quality, it was still superior to what Yi Qiuyue had. Seeing this, Yi Qiuyue's eyes lit up. Mother, I want that too. I also want to wear new clothes. Huang shot her a glare. Given how difficult things are at home, you still want more? Don't you want your brother to do well in his exams? He is already out earning money on his own. You all are such disappointing children. While scolding Yi Qiuyue, Huang's gaze was directed at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing naturally understood the veiled criticism. However, since she was the one benefiting, she chose not to take offense. Yi Guiyan lay on the bed, staring intently at Huang. His mother had contributed so much to this family in terms of dowry. He was no longer the newborn Yi Guiyan. With a little finger pointed, there was a sudden sharp sound from Huang's waist. She cried out in pain, oh, my back. Yi Guiyan chuckled gleefully from his bed. This baby is a doctor and won't harm anyone. Just helping grandma with her lumbar disc issue. It's merely a tad painful. Chapter 48. Leave the child to me. Lin Wanqing entered the room with the fabric and Dago. Today, it seemed, everyone's mood was rather dismal. Let us retreat indoors for a moment. Dago, come here. Mother will measure you for your new clothes. Dago clapped his hands and exclaimed joyfully, hooray! Dago will have new clothes. Lin Wanqing unfolded the bundle, examining the fabric. It was just enough for them to each make one garment, with the leftover scraps suitable for Yi Guiyan as well. Lin Wanqing began measuring, recalling her needlework lessons from before her marriage. After all, sewing and mending were tasks she had mastered since joining the Yi family. As night fell, Dago lay down to sleep. Yi Guiyan, holding his finger, closed his eyes and began repairing his damaged nerves. The neighboring room seemed quiet tonight. Only Lin Wanqing remained, sitting by the window, sewing the new clothes by the moonlight. The sound of fabric rustling, occasionally interrupted by her sharp intake of breath, created a soothing ambience conducive to sleep. When Yi Guiyan awoke, the sky was already bright. His mother held him, providing milk and changing his diaper. The family had breakfast before heading out to work. Today, Yi Junjie left early, and Lin Wanqing didn't even catch a glimpse of him. Yi Guiyan nestled on his mother's back, drifting off once more. Lin Wanqing, while foraging for wild vegetables, paid special attention to nearby herbs. Although she did not recognize as many as her daughter, she had gathered some impressions the previous day. Once she had collected a sufficient amount, she intended to use the need for a bathroom break as an excuse to wake her daughter. After washing up, she had to go hold Yi Guiyan. As Yi Guiyan gazed on, she instinctively began reciting the names of the herbs. Lin Wanqing diligently noted them down. Today, she also dug up some atractalodes and delivered it to the clan leader's home. She found Yi Qingde already sipping water infused with atractalodes and approached him with some more. "Uncle, I gathered some more today. Please take it," she offered. Yi Qingde stood up to accept it, saying, "Thank you, daughter-in-law. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. After drinking it yesterday, I noticed an increase in my appetite today." Lin Wanqing understood that the effects of the herbs wouldn't manifest so quickly. He was merely being polite. However, she replied, "I am content to help uncle. Sigh, our Yi family is truly fortunate to have you as a daughter-in-law. Look at you, so well-educated and understanding, never looking down on us humble folk." Lin Wanqing smiled gently. "Uncle is too kind. This is what I ought to do. In fact, I came today to seek a task from you." Yi Qingde looked at her in surprise. "What? You wish to work? But what about your daughter? The Gujan Monash. But Guiyan cannot. We can't leave her with the family, can we?" Yi Qingde was well aware that the second branch's family was entirely unreliable. Now that the second son was bedridden with back pain, no one was around to care for him during the day. Lin Wanqing was out foraging for wild vegetables, which was tiring enough, yet Huang spent her days chatting with others instead of attending to her husband. Yi Qiuyue was even more fond of idling about in the village. He absolutely refused to entrust Yi Guiyan to such people. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Qingde. "How about you leave the child with me? I can help keep an eye on her." He looked at Lin Wanqing, who cradled Yi Guiyan, who was curiously gazing back at him. His lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. A normally stern man suddenly breaking into laughter startled Yi Guiyan, causing tears to well up in her eyes as she buried her head in her mother's embrace. "I can't look. I can't look. His smile is terrifying. I feel like he wants to eat me." Noticing the child's fear, Yi Qingde quickly wiped the smile from his face, feeling a pang of heartache. "It seems this child is frightened of me." Lin Wanqing stifled a giggle. "Uncle, it's not like that. Our clan school is about to open, and the children need books. We usually hire someone to transcribe. Rather than employ someone else, why not let me do it? My writing is quite decent." Yi Qingde immediately agreed, "Of course. I heard it was your guidance that helped the second son pass the scholar exam. Moreover, having a family member do it is certainly more reassuring. I will pay you the same as what we previously offered others." "Thank you, uncle." Yi Qingde nodded. "No need for thanks. Dago is growing up. He should start school this year." Lin Wanqing exclaimed, "Is that permissible?" Yi Qingde glanced outside the courtyard and lowered his voice. "In our clan, each family contributes money to support the teacher annually. Your family has been exempt from this because you needed to support a scholar. This time, you will definitely need to contribute for Dago's schooling. I'll deduct it from the payment for your transcribing, all right?" This was the first time Yi Qingde had spoken so humbly. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqing replied, "That sounds good. Thank you, uncle." Seeing her agree so readily, Yi Qingde felt a wave of relief wash over him. He couldn't show favoritism just because the second branch had a scholar. If he went directly to the second branch's family, they would surely refuse. Luckily, with such a considerate daughter-in-law, he could share the burden. Yi Qingde watched eagerly as Lin Wanqing departed with her two children. Behind him, a soft sigh could be heard. "Ah, how wonderful it would be if she were my daughter-in-law. Those from the second branch of the family are simply unworthy." Yi Qingde was taken aback by his own wife's words. "Do not speak nonsense. Wanqing, such a fate is reserved for the wife of a top scholar. Our son lacks such ambition." Zhou, pursing her lips in disdain, remarked, "Yi Junjie as a top scholar? Does everyone in the Yi family indulge in daydreams? Isn't there a chance?" Zhou scoffed. "That must be the heavens indulging in drunken folly." "Him? Huh?" Zhou's single dismissive laugh made it abundantly clear to Yi Qingde just how little she thought of their family as scholar. Yi Guiyan, nestled in her mother's embrace, overheard the couple's exchange. "Uncle S' wife is also a good person. Those who dislike father are all good people, because this little one dislikes him too. Lin Wanqing patted her daughter's bottom, agreeing with her sentiment. She then sought out the doctor to exchange the herbs she had gathered for a few coins. Over the past couple of days, her earnings were nearly sufficient to buy a meal of meat, so she had no complaints about the modest sum. Upon returning home, she handed the wild vegetables to Yi Chiyue before retreating indoors to make clothes for herself and her child. After 5 days of diligent work, she finally completed the new garments. Big Dog, clad in his new attire, dashed around the courtyard, particularly eager to flaunt his outfit before Yi Chiyue. "Aunt, look, I have new clothes." Yi Chiyue had been pestering for days, but Huang still refused to make her new clothes, which left her feeling quite irritable. Unable to restrain herself, she spat, "Get away. Stop showing off in front of me. It's just a tattered garment. Do you really think a new outfit can compare to those outside? This is merely discounted merchandise." Chapter 49. New clothes. Big Dog gazed innocently at Yi Chiyue. "Aunt, is what you asked Grandma to buy these past few days also discounted merchandise?" Yi Chiyue, wishing to retaliate with harsher words, suddenly felt as though she had been choked by his remark. "What do you mean?" She glared at Big Dog. He scratched his head. "Aunt, do you want Big Dog's clothes?" Yi Chiyue, her face flushed with anger, shouted, "Are you implying that I don't even have discounted goods?" Big Dog, grinning foolishly, said, "Aunt, don't be upset. Grandma will buy you some. Or you can wear Big Dog's." In a fit of rage, Yi Chiyue reached out to slap him, only to remember Lin Wanqing was nearby. "Sister-in-law, I don't even have a decent outfit, and even Big Dog is mocking me." She looked at Lin Wanqing with eager anticipation, knowing her next words would surely be to offer her clothes. Previously, when Lin Wanqing had just married into the Yi family, she had casually mentioned giving Yi Chiyue several of her garments. These clothes were of a fabric Yi Chiyue had never worn, even finer than what the village girls donned. Although they could not compare to those in town, they were certainly sufficient for the nearby villages. Unfortunately, as time passed, she became excessively flamboyant, got into disputes with others, and ended up in a scuffle with Yi Qingxi, resulting in her clothes being ruined. Since the damage was caused by the nearby bushes, she had no grounds to seek compensation from her uncle's family. Consequently, she received a severe beating from Huang, who, under the pretext of repairing the garments, secretly sold the tattered clothes and several others Lin Wanqing had given her. Upon learning this, Lin Wanqing ceased to offer her any more garments. Yi Chiyue, feeling wronged, sat beside Lin Wanqing, deliberately casting a pitiful glance her way. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Did she think herself blind or deaf? Just moments ago, Yi Chiyue had wanted to strike her son, and now she sought to curry favor? Lin Wanqing could easily guess Yi Chiyue's intentions. She tugged at her own clothes, indicating her reluctance to let Yi Chiyue touch them. "Chiyue, you've just been working and having tea. Wash your hands. Please don't dirty my new clothes. Although they are discounted, they are still new. I fear that if they get soiled on the first day, I will be scolded by my mother-in-law." Yi Chiyue's expression darkened. Her eyes genuinely reddened at that moment. "Sister-in-law, you weren't like this before. You no longer care for me." Lin Wanqing observed her truly aggrieved demeanor, as though she were on the verge of tears. However, she felt no sympathy or compassion whatsoever. Setting aside what her daughter had foreseen for the future, Yi Chiyue had often bullied Big Dog and even schemed against her behind her back. She had accompanied her mother to assist a widow during childbirth. Lin Wanqing recalled each of these grievances and was not oblivious to Huang's nature. Had Yi Chiyue shown even a hint of kindness, she would not be so indifferent today. Lin Wanqing looked at Yi Chiyue earnestly and said, "You are grown. Big Dog is merely a child. How can you hold grievances against him? We are all young women who can marry. We should be more magnanimous toward children." Yi Chiyue, her eyes reddened, glared at Lin Wanqing, gritting her teeth. "It's just a new outfit, and you two are acting so arrogantly? You don't deserve the good things." Every time her brother received something nice, it was sent to the widow, and the best meat was also given to her. "Sister-in-law, you're merely enjoying the scraps that the widow has discarded. What is so great about that?" Lin Wanqing sighed deeply. "Chiyue, I'm only speaking a word of fairness. If you don't wish to hear it, so be it. Big Dog and I are going out to gather wild vegetables. Do take care of the household chores." With that, Lin Wanqing took the children and left the house. Previously, she had felt reluctant to go out and forage for wild vegetables. But now that she had grasped the means of making a living, she had become quite enthusiastic. The coins in her box had multiplied. She even ventured to gather wild vegetables in other parts of the village, sometimes yielding new herbs as well. She had never imagined that so many medicinal herbs were available near the village, some fetching a handsome price. After noon, she took the gathered wild vegetables to the doctor's house, where he rewarded her with 5 extra coins. The quality of the wild vegetables she had gathered in recent days was quite good, and she had sold them at a favorable price in town. "Consider this a treat for you all," she said cheerfully. Guiyan watched the doctor's face, which was filled with a smile, and the creases seemed deeper, with the corners of his mouth lifted in delight. It appeared that her mother's herbs had indeed brought him a substantial profit. As she was unfamiliar with the era's market prices, she suspected that his expression indicated considerable earnings. Guiyan observed the doctor with skepticism. The doctor, feeling somewhat guilty under her gaze, trembled and added 5 more copper coins to Lin Wanqing's hand. "Oh, my memory. 2 little ones, 5 coins each. Is that all right?" Lin Wanqing quickly understood the doctor's demeanor. "Very well. Thank you, doctor." Lin Wanqing accepted the doctor's payment and the 10 coins for the children, hurrying home with joy. The little birds chirped noisily in the trees along the roadside. "Is that so?" "So, it seems that previously, when the doctor sold herbs, he encountered a person in urgent need of motherwort, who paid a high price. Is there a shortage of this herb in town? It seems my mother can gather more next time for a higher price." Lin Wanqing silently noted this. Upon returning home, she soothed her daughter to sleep and then settled by the window to begin copying texts. The patriarch had sent her brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone through Yi Qingxi, so she bore no expense for these supplies. As she gazed at the unfamiliar yet familiar characters, a wave of excitement surged within her. Indeed, it is said that revisiting the old leads to new insights, having not engaged with these texts for a while. Even reading the 3-character classic now brought her fresh perspectives. In the beginning, human nature is inherently good. However, without proper guidance, individuals instinctively make choices for their own benefit. Where, then, is the kindness? Lin Wanqing raised her head to observe Ichioyu, who was chopping wood in the yard while murmuring something. Though the distance was considerable, her lip movements indicated she was uttering Lin Wanqing's name. The true oppressors were her parents, yet, having once indulged her, they now faced her resentment for withdrawing their favors. Lin Wanqing observed Yi Junjia's clownish demeanor and smirked, lowering her head to continue her transcription. Chapter 50. The only scholar of the Yi family, Yi Junjia cast an impatient glare at her. "Since you know it is merely a piece of clothing, why fuss over it? Our family is clearly in dire straits. Why create a scene now? Leave." This was the first time Yi Junjia had lost his temper so vehemently. Yi Qiuyu, frightened by his outburst, hurriedly ran to her room in tears, fearing that her brother might strike her. Noticing something amiss with Yi Junjia in the yard, Lin Wanqing quickly called her son inside and shut the door. Yi Junjia, watching her close the window, couldn't help but sneer. Indeed, she lacks even a fraction of Jin Yang's gentleness. Had Jin Yang known of my discontent, she would have prepared warm tea and offered to massage my shoulders, gently comforting me. This thought only heightened his agitation, prompting him to retreat to his study and shut the door. Yi Guiyan sat on the bed, playing with her little toes. "This is 1, 2, 4, 5. No, that's wrong. It's 1, 3. Hey, why do I have an extra little toe? 1, 2, 3. Watching her daughter struggle to count her toes, making errors even with 5, Lin Wanqing felt increasingly exasperated. She could clearly identify herbs, and yet her daughter could not count. Sitting beside the bed, Lin Wanqing pointed at Yi Guiyan's pinky. "This is 1, 2, 5. You have 5 little toes, my dear." Yi Guiyan looked on in wonder. "Ah, there are 5. 1, 2, 6, 7. How did I get more? Forget it. Watch as I nibble them all off." She lunged forward to gnaw at her toes. Lin Wanqing sighed, relieved that she had just washed her feet, allowing her to indulge in this whim. "My dear, in a few days, you will be starting school. Shall mother teach you a bit beforehand?" Soon, the village school would commence, and she aimed to complete her transcription by tomorrow. The thought of her son attending school made her even more anxious than him. What if he were bullied by the village children? At the very least, she could impart some knowledge to him in hopes that he would not be ridiculed for his ignorance. Holding the transcribed books, Lin Wanqing read aloud while her son echoed her words. Guiyan, lying on the bed and nibbling her toes, heard them reading and swiftly flipped over, crawling into her mother's embrace. I want to learn too. With the curiosity of a child, she watched her mother read. The characters appeared to her as a swarm of ants. They're bugs. She lunged to grab them, startling Lin Wanqing into raising her hand. Fortunately, the book remained intact. Lin Wanqing, not angry, cast a sidelong glance at her. Guiyan, this is your brother's book. Do not damage it. Guiyan nodded, responding with a bright ah. Lin Wanqing continued to hold her daughter while teaching her son to read. This time, Guiyan sat quietly in her mother's arms, glancing between her mother and brother, mimicking their sounds. As her voice grew softer, she shifted from sitting to lying down, eventually curling up in her mother's embrace and falling asleep. Noticing her son yawning, Lin Wanqing packed away the books and gently suggested, "Shall we sleep now?" Big Dog nodded enthusiastically. The following day, Lin Wanqing gathered her completed transcriptions and presented them to Yi Chengde. After a cursory glance, he remarked, "Good, you've worked hard. Here is your payment." Lin Wanqing accepted it, joyfully expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." "Not at all. If there is more work in the future, I will seek you out again." Lin Wanqing did not count the money, slipping it directly into her pocket. Yi Chengde hesitated before inquiring, "By the way, I've heard that heir has been leaving early and returning late. Do you know what he is up to? It seems he has found some business in town and made some money." "What of it, uncle?" She understood the underlying concern. "However, Junjie is the only scholar of the Yi family. We cannot let him be led astray by gambling." Lin Wanqing comprehended the gravity of the situation. As she departed from the clan leader's home, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Recently, Yi Junjie's behavior had indeed been peculiar. In their years of marriage, he had always been idle and unambitious, with only the year of their marriage showing any sign of effort, particularly after passing the scholar's exam. He had ceased to engage with his studies. Now, his sudden venture into earning money raised suspicions. "Mother, why did my husband leave for work without breakfast again today?" Lin Wanqing's lips twitched. Did her mother-in-law truly know where he was making money? Huangshe shook her head. "I do not know. I just visited your uncle, who mentioned seeing your brother in town with Zhangman mother. Do you think my husband has taken to gambling?" Upon hearing this, Huangshe felt a jolt of anxiety. "Surely not. After Zhangman's incident, the clan and I have lectured him thoroughly. Gambling is a perilous endeavor that can lead to ruin. He had promised to avoid it. He is clever and knows what to do and what not to do." Huangshe's expression darkened. "What do you mean? Do you believe my son is less intelligent than your brother? Your brother can engage in business and make money. Why can't my son, who is also a scholar?" Lin Wanqing retorted, "But legitimate business requires time to yield profits. Procurement, sales, and transactions all take time. How could he possibly earn so much in just a few days? Enough. He has merely read a couple of books and now poses as a cultured individual. What do you know about procurement? My son earns only honest money. Do not look down on us country folk. Get back to work." Seeing that Huangshe would not heed her, Lin Wanqing felt at a loss. She glanced at her daughter, only to find her sleeping soundly in her arms. If only she possessed her daughter's ability to discern what Yi Junjie was truly doing. However, she realized that even if she knew, Yi Junjie would not listen to her. Lin Wanqing felt the weight of the money pouch and smiled gently at Big Dog. "Today, we shall not work. Let us visit the nearby temple fair, shall we?" Chapter 51. The market fair. Yi Dago nodded with joy. At the temple entrance, fairs are held on the 1st and 15th days of each month. The surrounding villages are somewhat distant from the town, making the temple a more accessible gathering place. Thus, the temple entrance gradually evolved into a market, with many villagers attending on these dates. There are even specific regulations. Seeds and agricultural products are sold on the 1st, while various farm products are sold on the 15th. Villagers choose their time to visit the fair. Yi Dago, noticing the growing crowd, tightly clutched his mother's clothing. With spring's arrival, after completing the farm work, it was time for children to start school. Parents would bring their children to the fair to purchase school supplies, resulting in a bustling market today. Town merchants, aware of this timing, would also send their staff to set up stalls at the fair. Here, goods could be found that rivaled those in town. Yi Dago and Yi Guiyan synchronously wiped their mouths while gazing at the street stalls brimming with tantalizing snacks. Yi Dago gleefully pointed at one of the stalls, exclaiming, "Mother, look, they have baked pancakes, and they're filled with meat." Mother, there are buns here. Over there. They have roasted chicken wings. Wow, that chicken leg is enormous. Guiyan chimed in joyfully, babbling along. Chicken leg. Chicken wings. How frustrating. I have no teeth. I equally despise everyone in front of me eating chicken legs. Oomph. Lin Wanqing chuckled as she wiped the drool from her daughter's mouth. Turning to Yi Dege with a warning, Dege, don't wander too far. Once the crowd gathers, be cautious of human traffickers. At that moment, Yi Guiyan grew excited. Mother, that widow and her illegitimate child are here too. Lin Wanqing glanced over with curiosity, her expression tightening. Indeed, the mother and son stood before the stall selling roasted chicken legs. Yang Jinyan was helping her son Yaoyu select a chicken leg. As the vendor began grilling it, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching them. Yi Guiyan clenched her teeth, grinding her gums, glaring at the sizzling chicken leg. The vendor, puzzled, fanned the flames, exclaiming, is the firewood not good today? Why does it seem like the fire won't catch? Yi Dege, unable to resist the scent of the chicken leg, edged closer. It seemed that all children shared this trait. Even if they couldn't have something, they couldn't help but approach and stare when they saw others indulging. Yang Jinyan recognized the drooling child beside her as Yi Junjia's son. Shoo, where did this little beggar come from? You think you can afford this? Hurry and get away. Don't dirty my son's chicken leg. Yi Dege protested. Grandma, I am not a little beggar. What did you call me? Yang Jinyan shouted sharply. Grandma, Yi Dege innocently repeated, looking at her with wide eyes. Yi Guiyan burst into giggles. Good job, brother. She seems to dislike being called older than mother. Even if she is the same age as mother, she isn't as pretty. Yang Jinyan, hearing the child's laughter, felt it was mocking her and exploded in anger. How dare you call me grandma when I am as beautiful as a flower? Are you blind, little beggar? Yi Dege looked at her, feeling wronged, but you really do look the same age as Dege's grandma. Besides, aren't you the one who is blind? Dege is not a beggar. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, shielding her son behind her. When she addressed Yang Jinyan as Annie, Yang Jinyan's teeth clenched in rage. You little wretch, your son has no proper upbringing, does he? There are plenty of people outside who can teach him manners. So that's why this little brat is so ill-mannered. It's clear you raised him. Lin Wanqing, puzzled, asked, do you know me? Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyan felt a bit guilty, and her arrogance slightly diminished. Who doesn't know the wife of the Yi family scholar? Lin Wanqing gazed intently at Yang Jinyan. Please apologize to my son. Yang Jinyan laughed derisively. Your son insulted me, and you want me to apologize? Her voice grew loud, attracting the attention of those around them. What? This child cursed, and his mother wants the victim to apologize? Oh dear, whose little monster is this? It's clear the parents haven't taught him well. How can they expect others to apologize? People began to judge Lin Wanqing harshly. Yi Guiyan, nestled in Lin Wanqing's arms, began spouting curses. Lin Wanqing held her daughter tightly, feeling a cold sweat at the thought of her child speaking so foully in the future. Yang Jinyan, noticing Lin Wanqing's hesitance to explain, clutched her daughter tightly, mistakenly believing she was intimidated. Thus, she grew bolder, shouting to the crowd, everyone look. The Yi family scholar's wife from Taohua village doesn't properly educate her son. Not only does her son curse at me, but she also wants me to apologize. The crowd turned against Lin Wanqing, pointing fingers and blaming her for her child's behavior. Yi Dege shrank back, frightened, beside Lin Wanqing. Yet Lin Wanqing stood tall, shielding her son while holding her daughter close, unyielding in the face of their accusations. How ludicrous! You merely listened to this widow as one-sided tale and accepted her words as truth? Lin Wanqing addressed the crowd clearly. My son approached the roasted chicken leg stall to take a look. Before he even asked the price, this widow pushed him away, calling my son a beggar. My son not only scolded her, but also respectfully called her grandma and spoke to her politely. Widow Yang, do tell everyone what exactly my son insulted you with? Exactly. This widow has no good words. She is not a decent person. Lin Wanqing observed Yang Jinyan's cunning expression and continued. Don't think you can lie and slander my son. The vendor has heard everything clearly. The vendor, struggling to fan the flames, also found the situation perplexing. Although her attention was on the fire, she heard the seemingly foolish child curse anyone. Yet, the sharpness of this woman's voice was indeed grating. Now, hearing Lin Wanqing's voice like a gentle stream, her annoyance eased slightly. Seeing Yang Jinyan hesitate to speak, Lin Wanqing raised her voice. Why are you silent? Didn't you say my son insulted you? You were so animated speaking to the villagers. Why are you quiet now? Yang Jinyan, her face flushed, forced herself to shout back. He called me grandma. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Chapter 52, Chicken Leg. Everyone scrutinized Yang Jinyan, then glanced at Lin Wanqing. A straightforward man pointed at Lin Wanqing, saying, "Look at this young mother. She appears to be in her 20s. You, on the other hand, seem mature, likely around the same age as a grandmother. Is it any wonder that a child might call you grandma? You shouldn't be so aggressive. Indeed, it's just a child. It's normal for them to be unsure how to address someone their age. You certainly don't look like her peer, more like a senior. It's natural for the child to call you grandma." Hearing the crowd's rebuke, Yang Jinyan's face turned pale. Mother, Chen Yaoyu, standing beside Yang Jinyan, tugged at her sleeve, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Wanqing. For some reason, he felt terrified of this woman. Now, witnessing her sway the villagers to criticize his mother, his anxiety deepened. Yang Jinyan, realizing she was at a disadvantage in age compared to Lin Wanqing and seeing her son so frightened, calmed herself and scrutinized Lin Wanqing. You mentioned wanting to buy chicken legs for the child? Lin Wanqing, noticing her attempt to change the subject, followed her lead. Yes. What of it? Yang Jinyan looked at Lin Wanqing with mockery. She was well aware of the Yi family's situation. Yi Junjie was currently overwhelmed with financial troubles, even resorting to gambling. How could Lin Wanqing possibly afford to buy chicken legs? Perhaps she had brought her daughter here hoping to beg for alms, like an old woman seeking divine favor. Yang Jinyan, amused, remarked, I've heard a bit about the Yi family's predicament. I hear you don't even have money for food, and you're foraging for wild vegetables daily. Do you really expect me to believe you can buy chicken legs? Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, the widow of the Chen family seems quite invested in our affairs. There is no need for your concern. My son, Lin Wanqing, wishes to have a drumstick, and I am certainly able to afford it. She turned to the proprietress grilling the chicken legs beside her and inquired softly, May I ask how much for one? The proprietress, feeling a bit shy under the gaze of the crowd, replied in a hushed tone, 15 won for a chicken leg, 10 won for a chicken wing. Which would you prefer? Please, kind proprietress, prepare one chicken leg for my son, she said, producing 15 won from her pocket and handing it to the proprietress. The proprietress joyfully exclaimed, Little one, pick whichever you like. How about this larger one? Yi Dagun nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I want this one. Thank you, Auntie. The crowd observed Yi Dagun's polite gratitude, recognizing him as a well-mannered child. Upon seeing this, it became evident that Yang Jinyan had indeed been deceiving them. The individuals who had been vocally critical of Lin Wanqing now found themselves uneasy, redirecting their ire towards Yang Jinyan. What kind of person lies to have others target a child? Truly disgraceful. Aren't you also bringing a child with you? Why bully another child? Some speculated that the Lin family's calling her a widow stemmed from envy of her spouse. Yang Jinyang's expression darkened as she listened to the crowd's disparagement. She nearly exclaimed, Do you think I envy her? Her husband loves me dearly. Moreover, the money for the chicken leg my son eats is provided by her husband. Yet, Yang Jinyang restrained herself. Where did you get the money? I say, Lin, even if your family is impoverished, you ought not engage in such dubious activities. Lin Wanqing smiled slightly, her expression innocent as she regarded Yang Jinyang. May I ask, what do you mean by that? Yang Jinyang chuckled. If your family is so short on funds, how is it that you suddenly have money? Is it not obvious? Indeed, the onlookers cast ambiguous glances at Lin Wanqing once more. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you implying that I'm enticing someone else's husband? By the way, has the father of your child been found? I heard he is a scholar, but I do not yet know which family he hails from. The spectators teased. Isn't your husband also a scholar? Lin Wanqing offered a sincere smile to the speaker. I can truly rest easy about that. After all, the widow from the Chen family just mentioned that my family genuinely lacks the means to support my husband in his studies. So it is impossible for me to also be maintaining another woman and child outside. I dare to swear to the heavens. If my husband uses the money to support another woman, May lightning strike me. Guiyan stifled a laugh at her declaration. Mother's oath might bring retribution upon father. She is not afraid of being contradicted. Well said. Baby gives you a thumbs up. Lin Wanqing joyfully gazed at Yang Jinyang. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Wanqing was already aware of the affair between Yang Jinyang and Yi Junjie. Hearing Lin Wanqing swear upon Yi Junjie made Yang Jinyang feel a twinge of guilt. You are quite amusing, swearing upon your own husband. Would you dare to swear upon yourself? Lin Wanqing looked bewildered at Yang Jinyang. Why would I swear upon myself? I have done nothing to betray my husband. Would you dare to swear you have never wronged your husband? Yang Jinyang suddenly felt her tongue had become clumsy, unsure how to retaliate. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. If one could swear, yet the moment they were asked to do the same, they fell silent. Was this not a sign of guilt? Yang Jinyang glared at her. I would never so casually swear upon my husband. You truly are a vile woman. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow at Yang Jinyang. It was not I who was dragged to the yamen. When you were suspected by the Chun family of plotting against your husband and taken to the yamen, I was present to witness it. Yang Jinyang's heart jolted. She could not suppress the urge to slap herself. How had this topic arisen? She knew all too well that she was at a disadvantage in this discussion. Her eyes darted. I am innocent. That is why the yamen released me. And what of you? These deeds you engage in behind your husband's back, does he know? Lin Wanqing regarded her in surprise. What have I done? Oh, do you mean this? It is simply that the clan school is about to commence. So I was copying books for the children, and the clan paid me a little. I used it to buy my son a chicken leg. Is that excessive? Yang Jinyang shot her a disdainful look. 15-1 for a chicken leg. You truly are bold. Your family eats wild vegetables, yet you bring your child to purchase a 15-1 chicken leg. How audacious. Lin Wanqing chuckled at Yang Jinyang. If you can buy it, why can't I? I care for my own son. My husband is responsible for the household expenses. Why should I not use my earnings to nourish my son? From the perspective of the crowd, Lin Wanqing spending her own earnings on her son did not seem inappropriate at all. Nearby, someone could no longer tolerate it and shouted at Yang Jinyang. You know how to care for your own son. Why can't she? Chapter 53. Such long arms, Yang Jinyang murmured in confusion. Shouldn't she be handing it over to her mother-in-law? Then her mother-in-law gives it to Yi Junjie, and he gives it to her. Observing the glint of greed in Yang Jinyang's eyes, Lin Wanqing, though reluctant to view her so negatively, could not help but arrive at such a conclusion. This widow not only coveted her husband, but also desired her earnings to support her own son. Lin Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, taking a deep breath to calm her emotions. Dear aunt, I have noticed that your reach is quite extensive, extending even into my household. You expect me not to use my hard-earned money for my own son? Yang Jinyang glared at Lin Wanqing. Who are you calling aunt? Your husband refers to me as dear. Yang Jinyang felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Standing before her was a defeated foe, yet she could not reveal it. As she beheld Lin Wanqing standing confidently before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to expose the truth about her affair with Yi Junjie, to let Lin Wanqing understand just how much he despised her. Ha ha ha, mother, she is so eager to reveal her affair with father, but once she does, she will be condemned by all, and there is even a risk of her being submerged in a pig cage. She is seething with anger. She could burst with rage. Lin Wanqing smirked, confidently regarding Yang Jinyang. I apologize. It is merely that you are older than I, and it seems we are not of the same generation. Thus, I respectfully refer to you as aunt. It seems I have overstepped. Our Lin family and the Yi family cannot have someone like you as an aunt. It would be a disgrace. Yang Jinyang clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. What did you say? She was most vexed by Lin Wanqing, who hailed from a better background. She merely had better luck in being born into a wealthy family. The wealthy had the means to educate their daughters, allowing them to learn a few characters and speak more eloquently than she could. She pretended to be gentle in front of the crowd, even receiving praise from Yi Junjie for being knowledgeable and courteous. What? Did you not hear clearly? It seems age has dulled your hearing. Lin Wanqing proclaimed loudly. I said, our Lin family and the Yi family do not have relatives as disgraceful as you. Yang Jinyang, furiously pointing at Lin Wanqing, exclaimed, is it wrong for me to raise my son with my own abilities? I am not like you, relying on writing for a living. What? Do you look down on us illiterate peasants? Lin Wanqing looked at Yang Jinyang in confusion. How did we get to discussing education? I have never claimed to look down upon you for being illiterate. Is it because your scholar lover despises your illiteracy? Oomph. We peasants may not be educated, but we are not as silver-tongued as you. We earn our keep through hard labor, unlike you who relies on a pen. Guiyan tugged at Lin Wanqing's sleeve. She is already panicking. She is so frantic. Ha ha. I still prefer your previous rebellious demeanor. Even those who have never received formal education can be quite eloquent. Just look at you, and, despite lacking formal schooling, you managed to deceive the kind-hearted folks into believing that my son truly insulted you. Furthermore, I do not equate literacy with superiority. Please refrain from misrepresenting my words in front of everyone, leading them to believe that such utterances originated from me. The books I transcribe are intended for the children of our Yi family to learn to read and write. Our clan leader has always hoped that even if the younger generation does not achieve scholarly fame, they will at least possess literacy and numeracy. Education is not a means to flaunt one's cultural superiority. It is about becoming a more useful individual. At that moment, a member of the Yi family, who had been attending the market, overheard the commotion and approached to see what was happening. Initially indifferent to the quarrel between the wife of the scholar and others, he couldn't help but shout, "Indeed, our clan leader insists that all children must learn to read, for it ensures a brighter future. How is it that in your widow's mouth, knowing a few characters equates to disdain for the rural folk?" The crowd assembled at the market, many of whom brought their children to purchase school supplies, felt discomfort at Yang Jinyan's remarks. Could it truly be wrong to seek a little culture? How could she possibly look down upon learned individuals? In fact, she believed that educated people were superior. It was her mother's wisdom that had left her feeling vulnerable. Her son's single pen could sustain an ordinary family for several years. Lin Wanqing looked at Yang Jinyan and said, "I heard that your son's pen cost several taels of silver. Are you sending him to school just to look down on the countryside folk?" Fortunately, while she was angry, she did not let her emotions cloud her judgment. "Do not speak nonsense. I only want my son to be educated, so he won't be deceived by others, especially by people like you who have read too much and hurl insults without understanding." Lin Wanqing raised her eyebrows, regarding her earnestly. "Did I insult you? Your anger seems quite peculiar. I merely addressed you as aunt, and my son called you grandmother. Why should that provoke ire? Are aunt and grandmother terms of insult?" Those around them understood Yang Jinyan's point of contention. However, given her age, being called by those titles was hardly an affront. Someone from the Yi family chuckled. "Perhaps she wishes for you to call her sister. She seems to think she is perpetually 18. The crowd burst into laughter. With a son of such age, did she still desire to be addressed as a maiden? I recall that her daughter is to be married next month. If her daughter bears a child, would that not make her a grandmother? Would it be a disgrace for her grandchild to address her as such?" Hearing the crowd's mockery, Yang Jinyan's face darkened. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wanqing scrutinized her. This mother and daughter pair appear to be in good health, suggesting they have been eating well. Despite Yi Degu's daily health regimen, with Yi Guiyan's spiritual spring, a mother would naturally judge her son's health by his appearance. Now that Degu looked robust, it was simply because he was flourishing. "If you dislike being called aunt, then I shall refer to you as the widow of the Chen family. I visited your village and heard your money was seized by the Chens. How do you still have funds to treat your son to meat? At 15 went apiece. That was not inexpensive." Yang Jinyan glared at her. "I can buy whatever I wish for my son. Who are you to dictate? Did you not just meddle in my affairs? I openly stated that I earn a living by transcribing books. What about you? Are you bold enough to reveal your means of making a living?" Yang Jinyan felt led by Lin Wanqing's words, sensing that she might be onto something. Even the dullest mind would refrain from admitting to having a lover. "This money for chicken legs is from my father." Yang Jinyan's face turned pale at her son's words, and she hastily covered his mouth. But the crowd had heard him. "Oh, I thought this child was clever when he pretended before the patriarch of the Chun family, but now he is just a 5-year-old, they murmured. Lin Wanqing nearly laughed at her daughter's innocent remark. "Oh dear, my little one, you are merely a baby in your mother's embrace." Suppressing her amusement, Lin Wanqing regarded Yang Jinyan with curiosity. "Isn't your son's father deceased?" "Oh wait, how could I forget about the scholar? Which family's scholar is so generous that he can support both his household and an outside child who enjoys such luxuries? One must wonder about the condition of his household." Yang Jinyan, anxious, looked around at the onlookers and shouted, "How can you presume that the wife I found is still alive? What if she is deceased?" Her tone was laden with malice. as if she wished for Lin Wanqing to perish from rage before her. However, Lin Wanqing remained unfazed, maintaining her composure, which only fueled Yang Jinyan's anger. If this man's wife has indeed passed, would his family not oppose his remarriage? You bore him a son. Surely he would claim his lineage. Is it that this scholar's family refuses to accept you? Why? Are they afraid their son might meet the same fate as the last? Though polygamy was acceptable in that era, common folk rarely took multiple wives simultaneously. Such arrangements were typically reserved for officials or wealthy merchants. Ordinary individuals, even if affluent, would remarry only after the death of a first spouse. At that moment, Yang Jinyan felt cornered. She had always listened to Yi Junjia's claims that his wife was dull and foolish, which led her to assume Lin Wanqing was similarly simple-minded, believing that a few words would leave her speechless. Never had she anticipated that Lin Wanqing was sharp-tongued and intelligent, effortlessly outmaneuvering her. Yang Jinyan, who already had a weak hand, was now completely at Lin Wanqing's mercy. Taking her son's hand, Yang Jinyan declared, "Very well, I cannot contend with you. Do not bully us any further. We shall take our leave." Lin Wanqing nodded, agreed. "I shall not pry any deeper. You know best in your heart. Do not bully my son again. I will not let it go easily." She understood that the widow would not reveal Yi Junjia's identity, so she refrained from pressing further. After all, this widow had been tight-lipped during her imprisonment, and there was little hope she would divulge anything here. At that moment, the vendor selling roasted chicken legs called out, "Hey, you haven't paid yet. My chicken legs are nearly done roasting." Furious, Yang Jinyan fished out the money from her pouch and slammed it onto the nearby counter. "Hurry and roast them. Do not waste our time. I still need to buy ink and brushes for my son." At this moment, the proprietress anxiously fanned the fire, having already replaced the firewood once. However, the chicken legs selected by Chun Yaozu refused to cook properly. In contrast, Yi Dagu's chicken legs were roasting splendidly, yet after she swapped the firewood for Chun Yaozu's, the flames dwindled. After several attempts, the proprietress felt a strange sense of foreboding and decided against further changes. Who exactly was Chun Yaozu? Everyone had only caught half of the story and was more anxious than the parties involved. Whispers began to circulate in the crowd, speculating about the circumstances of the scholar's family and guessing the identity of the boy. Lin Wanqing expressed her gratitude to a young man from the Yi family who had been advocating for her. This young man, a distant relative of Yi Qingfu, shared the same surname and lived in the village, though they were not well acquainted. She thanked him for his assistance today. "Oh, sister-in-law, you are too kind. My name is Yi Xiao. I am several years younger than my second brother, and I am the seventh of our clan. They call me Yi Lao Qi. Today, it is the widow who is in the wrong, bullying you and your mother. I should have come out sooner to defend you." Yi Xiao had been observing the commotion from the crowd when the widow first began to stir trouble. "It's nothing," he reassured her. The onlookers were astute and would not be led astray by her antics. Nearby, Yang Jinyan, who was watching the fire roast, felt increasingly uncomfortable. She desperately wanted to leave, wishing to escape the awkwardness. It was evident that Lin Wanqing was being deliberate in her provocations, raising her voice intentionally. A number of idle spectators remained, watching the spectacle unfold. Yang Jinyan remained rooted to the spot, a complete fool in the eyes of others. "Can we hurry this up? Add more firewood. Why has it taken so long for the food to cook? Wait a moment. I see that foolish child's chicken leg is nearly done, yet my son's is still raw." She could only fan the flames vigorously. Meanwhile, the cunning little girl in her arms was fixated on the fire. Could the fire be too large? Yang Jinyan shrieked as the flames diminished. "Oh no, don't fan it like that. You've extinguished the sparks." Chapter 55. The chicken leg slips away. The proprietress was now visibly irritated. A vendor selling pancakes glanced over. "Isn't the other side cooking just fine? It shouldn't be an issue with the firewood." Yi Lao Qi was an honest man, so please don't speak recklessly. The proprietress forced a nervous smile. "I'm just anxious. The chicken legs at the back are almost done. Why is the fire so weak for the earlier ones?" Seeing the onlookers pointing fingers at her, Yang Jinyan felt her temper flare. "Why don't you give us the ones that are cooked and wait until the earlier ones are ready to serve them? They all look about the same size." The proprietress turned to Lin Wanqing for assistance. Lin Wanqing smiled gently at the proprietress. "If it were anyone else, I would have no objections. However, after you just slandered my son and attempted to tarnish my reputation, I am unwilling to oblige. Furthermore, as a woman who engages in infidelity, you would only lead others to believe I am of the same ilk. Sometimes, one's reputation is of utmost importance. The proprietress looked at Lin Wanqing with confusion. Ah? Who is being unfaithful? The pancake vendor chuckled. My dear, you've been cooking these chicken legs for so long. Haven't you noticed the commotion they are causing? The proprietress replied in a flustered tone. I haven't. The fire is acting strangely. So I didn't pay attention to them. She secretly hoped the two would continue arguing, as the longer they did, the less pressure she would feel to produce the unsatisfactory chicken legs. The pancake vendor was enjoying the drama immensely, and the onlookers were captivated, which in turn boosted his sales. The widow who initially bought the chicken legs was from the Chun family. After her husband's death, she was left with a child out of wedlock. The Chun family had taken good care of her, but recently, after being caught in an affair, it was revealed that the child was not of the Chun lineage. Yang Jinyang, indignant, shouted, Don't you dare smear my name. I am right here. In front of my child. What nonsense are you saying? I sought someone out after my husband died. I have never heard of a widow being forbidden to remarry. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow at Yang Jinyang. I recall the head of the Chun family mentioning that he would find you a new husband. But you rejected that offer and sought someone else instead, correct? Knowing that the others were unaware that the man in question was Yi Junjie, she insisted. Who says he is already married? Why haven't you revealed his identity? Speak up for everyone to hear. Lin Wanqing, looking at the timid Yaozu hiding behind Yang Jinyang, gently urged, Child, you have likely been called a bastard by many lately. This is merely the adults' quarrel. You should not have to bear the burden of their animosity. Tell everyone who your father is, and they will no longer insult you once they understand your lineage. Yaozu, hearing this, gleefully exclaimed, Really? Yang Jinyang quickly covered her son's mouth. Not now. Everything must wait until Yi Junjie passes his exams. Only then can he claim his heritage. Otherwise, Yi Junjie might not only lose the chance to take the examination, but even the title of scholar. Guiyan tugged at Lin Wanqing's clothing, excitedly babbling, Wow, mother. Look how fast she moves. Everyone around can see that she is feeling guilty. Upon witnessing Yang Jinyang's guilty expression, the proprietress felt a wave of disdain. So, she was truly shameless. Had she known, she would never have engaged in business with her. Yang Jinyang, flustered, protested, You, as a business owner, cannot heed the gossip of others so readily. My son's father is the fourth son of the Chun family. She shot a glare at Lin Wanqing, a scholar's wife. Delight in spreading rumors and creating discord? You wish to trick my son into naming another man, thus tarnishing my innocence. If I truly had done wrong, wouldn't the authorities have discovered it? If there were any wrongdoing, would they have let me go? Lin Wanqing calmly pointed at Yang Jinyang's hand. If you keep covering his mouth like that, your son will suffocate. Yang Jinyang, startled, quickly released her grip. The proprietress shot a disdainful glance at Yang Jinyang. Her guilty demeanor was quite telling. She brushed some sauce over the roasted chicken legs and presented them to Dege. Here, young friend, your chicken leg is ready. Thank you for supporting my business. Dege joyfully shouted, Thank you, Auntie. This is mine. Just as he was about to take a bite, Yaozu reached out to snatch it away. Dege was very protective of his food, and Yaozu's hand grasped nothing but air as Degu's chicken leg remained tantalizingly in front of him. Yaozu looked disdainfully at the saliva-covered chicken leg. What a disgusting beggar. He furiously yelled at the proprietress, We arrived first. Why does he get to eat first? That's mine. The proprietress sighed. Yours isn't ready yet. Just wait a moment. Observing Yaozu's outburst and comparing it to the gratitude Dege had just expressed, the difference in upbringing between the two children was evident. However, she had no intention of making things difficult for a child. She added more firewood to the stove, and at that moment, Yi Guiyan ceased to tend the flames, allowing them to normalize. The fire roared back to life, stronger than before, with oil sizzling beneath and delicious aromas wafting through the air. The crowd could hardly resist swallowing in anticipation. Dege happily gnawed on his chicken leg, even offering Lin Wanqing a bite from the untouched portion. Guiyan grinned widely and leaned in. It smells so good, brother. Let me have a bite. Dege brought the chicken leg closer to Guiyan's mouth, and just as she was about to taste it, Lin Wanqing lifted her child into her arms. Guiyan, you are still too young. Greasy food will upset your stomach. When you're older, I promise you can have some. seeing the chicken leg slip away from her grasp. Guiyan pouted, almost on the verge of tears. Wah, I want it. Since the chicken legs are ready, shall we take our leave? Guiyan, be good. Let's go purchase ink, paper, and brushes for your brother. Yang Jinyang chuckled softly at Lin Wanqing's words. Are you still dreaming of a fool studying to become a top scholar? Lin Wanqing halted her steps and gazed earnestly at Yang Jinyang. Today, you were neither driven away nor bound to be drowned. I've spared you. You must understand your place. Should you indulge in idle chatter, I assure you, you shall find yourself rendered speechless henceforth. You have provoked the wrong person. Lin Wanqing spoke the harshest words with the softest tone. Yang Jinyang, meeting her piercing gaze, felt a sudden surge of fear, as if Lin Wanqing could unveil all her secrets and expose them, leading to their utter disgrace. As Lin Wanqing finished her words, Yang Jinyang, trembling with fear, instinctively took 2 steps back. At that moment, Chen Yaozu stepped forward, snatching the large dog's chicken leg and tossing it ahead. Chapter 56. So many fathers for your son Yidago had yet to react when Yi Guiyan, nestled in her mother's embrace, began to wail. That chicken leg, which she had not yet taken a bite of. The perfectly roasted leg, crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with juices. With a swift incantation, she halted the chicken leg mere centimeters above the ground. Onlookers gasped, mistakenly believing it had fallen, lamenting the loss. Yidago rushed over, wiping it clean. Mother, it's not dirty. He continued to eat, brushing it off with his clothing. Lin Wanqing, concerned, remarked, it is dirty. Do not eat it. Mother will buy you another. Yi Guiyan patted her mother, proudly exclaiming, Mother, fear not. The chicken leg is clean. I stopped it. Lin Wanqing was taken aback. What do you mean you stopped it? She observed the chicken leg appearing to have fallen. Yet, as she noticed Yi Dagu devouring it, she chose not to pursue the matter further, turning her ire towards Yang Jinyang. Recalling Lin Wanqing's earlier words, Yang Jinyang's voice trembled. That was merely a child's folly. It has nothing to do with me. I did not instruct him to do that. Yi Shao, now incensed, exclaimed, that chicken leg is quite expensive. Your son is wasting what others have bought. You must compensate for it. Yang Jinyang retorted defiantly. He has already eaten it. What of it? That chicken leg fell to the ground, sullied by your son. Chen Yaozu disdainfully glanced at Yidagu, countering, what a soiled chicken leg. Isn't that beggar enjoying it just fine? My clothes are now stained. How will you compensate me for that? He glared at Yang Jinyang. No, I want that chicken leg. Why should it be cooked first when mine was prepared later? If I cannot have it, neither shall he. Chen Yaozu gestured at his soiled garments. Now my clothes are greasy and dirty. This was custom made for me by the seamstress in town. Mother, let them pay. Yi Shao interjected. Oh, so your clothes were tailor-made? That must have cost a pretty penny. Which scholar would spend so lavishly? Our village scholars certainly could not afford such luxuries. The crowd began to realize. Could it be that he is not a scholar at all? The child bears a striking resemblance to that Zhou landlord. He often boasts of being a scholar, yet merely has a bit of idle wealth, having only passed the elementary exams. As this analysis unfolded, the crowd increasingly saw the resemblance. Yang Jinyang's complexion paled. Do not speak nonsense. My son's father is indeed a scholar. The proprietress, casting aside her brush, glowered at Yang Jinyang. Did you not just claim your son's father was the 4th son of the Qin family? Oh, how shameless. Your son has many fathers. Get lost. I refuse to do business with you. Is that why today feels so peculiar? Why your son's chosen chicken leg refuses to cook? It seems you are the problem. Leave at once, and do not obstruct my business. I despise women who seduce men. Henceforth, I shall not serve you. The proprietress repeatedly demanded they leave, while nearby vendors joined in, driving Yang Jinyang and her son away from the fair. Seeing others around, Yang Jinyang hurriedly concealed her son and left the fair, dejected. Yi Shao followed the crowd to assist in their expulsion. Lin Wanqing, unfazed, welcomed the confrontation, for it would reveal the identity of this wild child as father. Lin Wanqing called out to the onlookers, should the father of this wild child seek me out, I shall certainly disclose his identity to all, exposing this shameless man. Laughter erupted among the spectators. The proprietress of the roasted chicken leg stand handed Lin Wanqing a packaged chicken leg. Here, take this. Since your son's leg fell on the ground, this one is for you. Lin Wanqing, flustered, replied, he has already eaten. Let it be. Thank you for your kindness. Accept this goodwill. It was delightful to see you confront that wretch. It brings me joy. The vendor selling pancakes chimed in. Indeed, scholar's wife, accepted. My pancake sales have flourished, thanks to you. He also handed over 2 pancakes to Yidigu, who grinned and thanked the vendor. Seeing her child receive the offerings, Lin Wanqing expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for your generosity. We appreciate it. As she handed the chicken leg to Yidigu, she realized her daughter had ceased her fussing. Lowering her gaze, she discovered Guiyan peacefully asleep against her chest. She instructed Yidigu to retrieve a small blanket from their bundle to cover her daughter. Yi Xiao, assisting, remarked, "Are you not going to buy ink, paper, and brushes? May I accompany you? My family wishes me to buy supplies for Heir Dan as he heads to school." "Certainly," Lin Wanqing replied, her eyes widening. "Heir Dan? Is he your son?" Embarrassed, Yi Xiao scratched his head. "Yes. He could be a handful. I hope he has not caused you too much trouble." Initially warm towards Yi Xiao, Lin Wanqing's demeanor cooled upon learning of Heir Dan's parentage. "He is rather lively," she responded curtly. Yi Xiao sensed the change in her tone, whispering, "We hope he behaves better at school. If he has wronged you in the past, I sincerely apologize." Lin Wanqing shook her head, her tone sharp. "If apologies are due, it is he who must apologize to my son." Yi Xiao, sensing her displeasure, felt a pang of anxiety. What if that troublesome boy had indeed committed some grave offense? Chapter 57. Sweet candied hawthorn. Yi Xiao, feeling guilty, followed Lin Wanqing closely, cautiously pondering how to address the situation. Since discovering that Heir Dan was his child, her demeanor had shifted from amiable to frosty. Upon entering the shop, Lin Wanqing entrusted her daughter to Yidigu and proceeded to select appropriate writing instruments for her son. Yi Xiao, unfamiliar with the process, stood beside Yidigu, watching vacantly. Guiyan, half awake, sluggishly sucked on her finger and gazed up at him, pondering. This person seems quite anxious. Does he genuinely not know that Heir Dan used to bully my brother daily? Most villagers are likely aware of this, right? Did he not seem to watch the scene unfold when I was bullied earlier? Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Lin Wanqing's expression darkened further. The boss, noticing her expression, appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Madam, if you like this, I can offer you a better price," he suggested. Lin Wanqing smiled gently. "Is that so?" "Thank you, boss. I also need these papers, so please wrap them up together." Seeing that Lin Wanqing had made her selections, Yi Xiao hurriedly added, "Could you please get me an identical set as well?" I'm not very good at choosing these things. Since my sister-in-law thinks they are fine, they must be." Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly at his words. "It's just that I am rather financially constrained, and what I chose for the children is not particularly good." Yi Xiao scratched his head. "Our family is not doing too badly either. If we can save, we should." After making their purchases, the two exited the shop. "Is there anything else you need to buy?" Yi Xiao asked, noticing that Lin Wanqing seemed in slightly better spirits, which relieved him. He also held 2 skewers of candied hawthorn in his hand. "Sister-in-law here." Lin Wanqing laughed upon seeing them. "Is this for me as well?" "Indeed. I don't know what Heir Dan did, but he must have caused you some trouble, so consider this a token of apology." Blushing, Lin Wanqing accepted the treat and softly said, "Thank you." The large dog happily accepted the candied hawthorn and also expressed his gratitude. Yi Guiyan's eyes sparkled as he excitedly called out from his mother's embrace, "Baby wants some too. Mother, look at the child." Lin Wanqing brought the candied hawthorn to Yi Guiyan's mouth, allowing him to lick a bit of the sweetness. However, she soon noticed that her smile faded. Lin Wanqing looked at him in surprise. No wonder she had little recollection of him. She only remembered he was from the Yi family. Don, who is he to you?" Lin Wanqing asked curiously. Upon learning he was her nephew, her expression softened. Previously, Huang Shi had often urged her to tolerate the situation, claiming their family had few close ties within the clan and that worsening neighborly relations would hinder future interactions in the village. She had been deceived, watching her son endure bullying while remaining silent. Now she understood that her mother-in-law did not care for the large dog at all. She had another beloved grandson outside. If that favored child were bullied, her mother-in-law and husband would likely rush to confront the offenders immediately. At that moment, Yi Xiao's expression also became somewhat strained. "Let's talk rationally. The large dog is my son, and as his mother, I naturally feel for him. If they bully my son again, I will go directly to confront you." "Fine. Come as you please. We are all from the same clan. There is no need for pretense. If our own kin bully each other, How will we fare against outsiders? Seeing that Yi Xiao was quite reasonable, Lin Wanqing decided to let go of her anger. All right, I forgive you, not because of a sweet candied hawthorn, but simply because you are a good person. Yi Guiyan, meanwhile, was contentedly sucking on his fingers, savoring the sweetness left by the candied hawthorn. Thank you. After Yi Xiao left, Lin Wanqing took the children inside. The room was dimly lit, and Huang Shi's face appeared even darker. Yi Qiuyue, working in the courtyard, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Lin Wanqing felt a twitch in her eyelid. Calling out to her mother-in-law, she decided to usher the children inside. Stop, Huang Shi commanded sharply. What do you have in your hands? Lin Wanqing gestured. Oh, the village school is about to open, so I bought some writing material for the children. They will need them for school. Huang Shi frowned slightly. Why should a fool like him go to school? Do you really believe he can manage that? Mother, the large dog simply has a slower mental development compared to other children. He can keep up with his studies. Besides, you need not worry about the costs. I will copy books for the school to cover the expenses. Huang Shi erupted in anger. You've certainly become capable, haven't you? Earning money on your own. Tell me, how much did you make this time? And you dare take the children to the temple fair to buy chicken legs? You must be quite wealthy, understanding the implications. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow at Huang Shi. Mother, the children rarely get to eat meat at home. I earned some money to buy them a treat. I see no issue with that. Huang Shi slammed her hand on the table. Your husband is out there working hard to provide a good future for you both. Can't you hold back for a moment? Do you wish to indulge now? The large dog is my husband and my child. As parents, we will naturally care for our child. I believe that even if my husband knew, he would not blame me. Chapter 58. A bit shameless Huang Shi pointed angrily at Lin Wanqing. So you've learned to talk back, have you? It seems I've been too kind to you lately, allowing you to become so bold. Am I no longer the head of this family? Lin Wanqing smiled slightly. Isn't the household governed by your arrangements? You are indeed the head of this family. In this household, Huang Shi held the highest authority, and Yi Qingfu feared her. Thus, all major decisions were implicitly left to her. Huang Shi pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Wanqing. Fine. Since you acknowledge me as the head, I will decide. The large dog is not allowed to attend school, and you must continue copying books. That money will go towards household expenses. Lin Wanqing gazed at Huang Shi in disbelief. Mother, that decision is rather shameless. Ah, grandmother is truly shameless. This family does nothing and just waits for my mother to work for them. Now they expect her to earn money to support the household? Yi Guiyan yawned, feeling drowsy in his mother's arms, yet he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. If Yi Junja heard this, he would undoubtedly feel embarrassed to accept Lin Wanqing's hard-earned money. However, Huang Shi was unashamed. Listen carefully. Since you are so capable, then you must go out and find work. You will forage for wild vegetables every day. And in the evenings, you can take on copying books to contribute to the household. Save the rest for your husband's examination. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is so funny? Huang Shi snapped. Lin Wanqing shot her a cold glance. Mother, you truly see yourself as a local tyrant. If you wish for that money, then you should personally ask the clan leader for it. The large dog will absolutely attend school. I will ensure Guiyan receives an education as well. My children will not be illiterate. As for the money I earn from copying, it will be invested in my children, not for myself. It will ultimately benefit the Yi family, will it not? I forbid it. What use is it for a fool and a daughter to receive an education? Yaozu can study, but why should this fool also go to school? Supporting one child is already challenging enough. Lin Wanqing will undoubtedly come to ask for money from him in the future. I will not allow it. Ye Oyu, sitting in the courtyard, remarked to Lin Wanqing, sister-in-law, your words sound nice, but when there are no more books for you to copy, won't you still have to ask the family for money to support the large dog's education? Lin Wanqing looked down at Yi Qiuyue from a higher perspective. Do not worry, sister-in-law. There are not many scholars now, so there are plenty of jobs available for those who can read. I have stated that my children will not ask the family for money. I assure you, they will not. Yi Qiuyue, angered, retorted, what do you mean by that? Have you finally revealed your true colors? Do you look down upon us uneducated girls from the countryside? Lin Wanqing replied coolly, not at all. I only disdain those who are inconsiderate and willingly oppress others. What are you saying that is so convoluted? I cannot understand. Are you insulting me? Lin Wanqing smiled, perhaps. Huang Shi, seeing her daughter in such a foolish state, felt infuriated. It seemed that education indeed had some value. Therefore, she was even more determined not to allow these two children to study. Otherwise, when they eventually come to their senses, how will they be compelled to earn a living to support Yaozu? Mrs. Huang bellowed at Lin Wanqing. If you insist on sending your children to school, then don't expect a meal today. Lin Wanqing, holding her daughter, straightened her back defiantly. Since I have no food, you may take care of the wild vegetables from now on. Without dinner, I shall retreat to my room. As she turned to enter, Mrs. Huang, infuriated, shouted, "Indeed, earning money outside makes one bold. How dare you talk back to your mother-in-law? This is the upbringing of a gentleman's daughter. You shall not emerge until you have eaten." Mrs. Huang seethed in the doorway, while Lin Wanqing trembled with rage inside. The audacity of the concubine to bring her son to complain to her mother-in-law and for the latter to side with that woman was beyond belief. She knew they were shameless, but never expected such brazen disregard. How could she not guess that her mother-in-law desired her money for the support of that woman's son? Having recently uncovered the truth, Lin Wanqing had been feigning weakness, but they truly took her for a pushover. There was a stark difference between empty flattery and genuine demands for her financial contributions. On this matter, she would not yield. Her children must receive an education. Despite lying in bed for days, her back still ached, yet she no longer required assistance for basic needs. The earlier quarrel had reached Yi Chengfu at the dining table, who now grumbled, "My daughter-in-law is quite capable, managing to earn money outside, unlike some, who are always begging for funds." Pausing, he sensed the murderous glare from his wife and continued, "This daughter-in-law of ours seems to treat us as outsiders. She earns her own money yet contributes not a single coin to the household, simply feeding that foolish grandson of hers. What a waste." Listening to the derision from outside, Lin Wanqing felt an ache in her heart. After spending 6 years with such people, she had only just realized the depth of their selfishness through her daughter's thoughts. At this moment, Lin Wanqing became resolute, curling up on the bed with her daughter. If there was no food, so be it. Even the rise from a Yi family now revolted her. She hoped her father and brothers could devise a foolproof plan to help her leave with her children. Meanwhile, the big dog, well fed, remained undisturbed by the absence of dinner, blissfully sprawled on the bed in slumber. Having visited the market today, he was exhausted, but had enjoyed a bite of chicken leg and a sweet and sour candied hawthorn. Thinking of the candy, Lin Wanqing recalled its delightful flavor lingering in her mouth. As she closed her eyes, she drifted into sleep, only to feel a sudden sweetness filling her empty stomach. And her hunger vanished. Brother has eaten 2 chicken legs. He should feed mother a bit more. This spiritual spring can surely satiate hunger. Though humans still need nourishment, going a day or 2 without food and drink is manageable. It turned out her daughter had done something for her. However, she kept her eyes closed, fearing that if her daughter discovered her ability to hear thoughts, it might vanish. Chapter 59. Returning to the maternal home, the 3 of them slept soundly through the night. Lin Wanqing felt as though she had never slept so comfortably. It was only when she heard the heavy slam of the courtyard door that she was startled awake. Opening her eyes, she was astonished to find that day had already broken. Had she truly slept until nearly noon? The 2 children beside her were already awake. The big dog held Guiyan, and the 2 were happily playing, deliberately lowering their voices to avoid waking her. "Mother, you're awake?" the big dog exclaimed joyfully. Lin Wanqing blushed and nodded. "Quick, let us pack our things and head out. Today we are visiting your grandfather and uncle." She conveniently overlooked the fact that there was another woman in her maternal home. After dressing herself, she tidied the 2 children and prepared to leave. "Stop right there. How dare you sleep until now?" Mrs. Huang's voice boomed from the main room. "Mother-in-law?" Lin Wanqing was surprised to find her there at this hour. "Grandmother has been sitting here all morning, waiting for mother to wake up to scold her. It seems brother understands what I'm saying. Let us keep quiet and let mother sleep longer while grandmother waits in the main room." Lin Wanqing suddenly realized the reason for the children's quietness. Mrs. Huang's face turned green with anger upon hearing Yi Guiyan's voice. Thankfully, she could hear that little girl's thoughts. Although she was a blessing to the Yi family, her allegiance to her mother would eventually lead to trouble. Yaozu would still need her and the big dog to support him. They must not be allowed to leave with Lin Wanqing. Realizing this, Mrs. Huang noticed that both Lin Wanqing and the big dog were carrying bundles. "What are you doing?" she asked, a hint of suspicion in her tone. Lin Wanqing understood from Mrs. Huang's question that she had completely forgotten about the matter. Raising her voice slightly, she replied, "We are leaving." Mrs. Huang glared at Yi Qiu. "You useless girl, get out and do some work. Have the clothes been washed?" Yi Chengfu, recuperating in the house, rushed out, crying, "Daughter-in-law, what is this? I merely expressed concern for your expenses. If you leave, this family will fall apart." Seeing Grandpa cry like this, it doesn't seem like an act. Lin Wanqing felt a jolt of shock. Just yesterday, he had expressed disdain, and with one less person to work, how could he not cry? Lin Wanqing calmed herself. Indeed, her daughter was more perceptive than she. Yi Chengfu paused in his weeping, taken aback that the little girl understood his thoughts so well. He looked at Lin Wanqing, pleading, "Daughter-in-law, you cannot leave. If you must, then step over my dead body." He closed his eyes and laid down at the entrance. Hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Mrs. Huang suddenly understood. She could not trust Lin Wanqing to ask the family for money alone. Her son must accompany her to ensure they could ask for a higher amount. Fuming, she kicked Yi Chengfu, still lying on the ground. "Get up. Hurry and see what we can give your in-laws." Yi Chengfu scrambled to his feet. "What?" Lin Wanqing's anger flared at this. Mrs. Huang's eyes lit up. "Daughter-in-law, these are wild vegetables fresh from our mountains. Your in-laws are not in good health. Perhaps they could benefit from them." Lin Wanqing felt lightheaded. Seeing Mrs. Huang genuinely bring out a handful of wild vegetables, which she had dug up yesterday, made her head throb. The elderly couple's faces flushed slightly, realizing how unsightly their actions were. Yet, upon hearing about money, they were oblivious to Lin Wanqing's sarcasm. "Mrs. Huang cheerfully urged, ask your father for a bit more. It might come in handy for you. When your husband goes to the capital and succeeds, it will bring us all honor." Lin Wanqing was both amused and enraged. "Very well, I shall relay your message." As she smiled and stepped out, Yi Chengfu pointed at her back. "I told you, the daughter of a gentleman is indeed different. She has a broader perspective than these country women." Lin Wanqing strode forward, holding her daughter tightly, her heart aching with frustration. She had never encountered such shameless individuals before. Her father was already in poor health, and seeing wild vegetables might only worsen his condition. As she glared at the wild vegetables in her hand, her anger surged, and just as she was about to discard them, she heard her daughter's thoughts. Chapter 60. A bunch of wild vegetables. Lin Wanqing, cradling her daughter and carrying wild vegetables, intentionally took a detour with her large dog. "It's quite sunny. Let's south avoid the main road and take a smaller path instead, where the trees provide shade." This path would lead them past the farmlands where people were working. Many would be resting under the trees and chatting. As they passed, someone curiously inquired, "Where are you taking the children?" Miss Yi from the scholar's family. Noticing the burden on her back and the child in her arms, several onlookers expressed their curiosity. Her arms felt fatigued, and she switched her daughter to the other side while holding the wild vegetables with her free hand. Someone pointed at the vegetables and asked, "Isn't this what cured your clan leader when he was ill? Are you bringing it back for your family?" A nearby villager, drinking spring water, suddenly sputtered. The villagers displayed synchronized expressions of disdain, nodding awkwardly. One woman, still cheerful, remarked, "Take care, you all." Observing their poverty, it was clear that the rumors of the widow from Xinghua village having an affair with the scholar Yu were unfounded. Honestly, it would have been better not to bring anything. It seems like you're trying to provoke that Lin family patriarch. Just days prior, they had seen the Yi family feasting. Lin Wanqing was on her way back to her maternal home. The more familiar the path became, the heavier her steps felt. She attributed her difficult life to her stepmother. Now, her stepmother's daughter had married into a wealthy rice merchant's family, while her father, aware of Lin Wanqing's struggles, had never uttered a word of reproach against the stepmother. This was what hurt her the most. Indeed, with a stepmother came a stepfather. She needed to discuss her plan for separation with her brothers, ensuring a solution that would allow her and her children to break free from the Yi family. Upon hearing a knock at the door, someone approached and opened it. Standing there was the familiar old steward, Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, is that you?" Before her marriage, he had been the one in charge, and now he had become a mere doorkeeper. Uncle Fu smiled kindly at Lin Wanqing. "I have grown old and am no longer useful. It suffices to serve the Lin family in any capacity. This doorkeeping is rather tranquil. These two children must be yours. Miss, my how the big dog has grown. I remember when you were just a child. I never imagined you would be a mother of two now. Lin Wanqing's eyes glistened with emotion. Big dog, this is Uncle Fu. Greet him. The dog smiled foolishly and called out, hello, Grandpa Fu. Uncle Fu nodded with a grin. Good child. Little Guiyan, nestled in Lin Wanqing's arms, also chimed in. Uncle Fu looked at her in surprise. Oh, this young lady is greeting me as well. What a clever child. Lin Wanqing felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Uncle Fu's aged face. He was the one who cared for her most, aside from her family. When her stepmother attempted to arrange her marriage to Yi Junjie, it was Uncle Fu who first objected. Uncle Ifu, you're guarding the door at the behest of my stepmother, aren't you? Who is in charge now? Before she could finish her question, a young man stepped forward. You must be Miss Lin. I have long admired you. I am Han Kuang, the new steward of the Lin family. Lin Wanqing looked at him puzzled. You? Han Kuang bowed respectfully. I am but a humble scholar, possessing a few letters. The master appreciates my modest skills and has allowed me to stay. Is that so? Where is my brother? Uncle Fu, please take me to him. Lin Wanqing felt an inexplicable discomfort around the new steward, despite his amiable demeanor. Yi Guiyan gazed curiously at Han Kuang. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Lin Wanqing, perceiving her daughter's thoughts, became even more wary of the steward. Han Kuang, noticing Lin Wanqing's aversion, maintained a warm smile. Let Uncle Fu guide you, Mississippi. I shall check the kitchen. As Han Kuang departed, Lin Wanqing whispered to Uncle Fu. When did this man arrive? Uncle Fu sighed. He is the lady's cousin. The master seems quite fond of him and has allowed him to stay. Observing Lin Wanqing's weary appearance, Uncle Fu expressed concern. Miss, you look quite thin. Have you not been eating well? Were those wild vegetables in your hand? Feeling embarrassed to explain that they were for her father, Lin Wanqing simply replied, all right, I'll be on my way. With her two children in tow, she confidently approached the familiar courtyard. Her elder brother's courtyard was unguarded, so she entered boldly, pushing open the door. Lin Ruishan had just removed his clothing and was startled, hastily covering himself. Sister, you've lost weight. No, wait, you're a mother now. Why are you still so careless? I'm changing. Chapter 61. Even without teeth. One can bite. Lin Ruishan set down his clothes and glared at her. Even I, your brother, must now respectfully refer to that woman as stepmother upon seeing her. How could I allow my wife and children to endure such treatment alongside you? With a cheerful expression, he looked at the little one in Lin Wanqing's arms. Is this the little one, just a month old? She seems quite spirited, better than my eldest son at that age. How have you been doing lately? Lin Wanqing hesitated, unable to meet his gaze, unsure how to convey her struggles. Yi Guiyan's eyes remained fixed on Lin Ruishan. Is this my big uncle? He looks quite sturdy. Oh, why does he have a wound? It looks like a knife wound, and it must have been severe. Lin Ruishan paused upon hearing that voice. He turned in surprise toward Yi Dago, who was sitting nearby, stuffing his face with fruit. Lin Wanqing's voice was familiar, but who did that other voice belong to? He was astonished to see Yi Guiyan, her big eyes staring at him. Could it be? Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Lin Wanqing did not notice Lin Ruishan's puzzlement. Instead, she became anxious about his injury. Lin Ruishan attempted to conceal the wound, but Lin Wanqing tugged at his clothing, exposing it clearly. This was from a fall while transporting goods during a trade run. It's nothing serious. It's already healed. Yi Guiyan squinted at the wound. I don't believe that. That wound is too smooth. It clearly looks like a very sharp knife wound. Lin Wanqing regarded Lin Ruishan with skepticism. Tell me the truth. Lin Ruishan was genuinely surprised to confirm that the voice came from his sister's little niece. This child had not moved her lips, yet her expression conveyed her understanding of the situation. He had not expected such a young child to grasp so much. What happened to your wound? Lin Wanqing tugged at his sleeve, determined to get to the bottom of it. Lin Ruishan weakly replied, during a trade run, we encountered some issues with transporting goods and ran into bandits. But it was no big deal. We drove them off, and the goods were fine. He hadn't anticipated that he could deceive his wife, but not his little niece's keen perception. Lin Wanqing, concerned about his injury, exclaimed, how could you be so reckless? If something were to happen to you, what would happen to my sister-in-law and the children? Lin Ruishan let out a deep sigh and gently patted his sister's shoulder. Really? Lin Wanqing looked at him with joy. Yes. Once we handle this batch of goods and have some money, we could buy a house in town and set up a shop. Your sister-in-law is currently in town looking for a place to live. That's wonderful. Does sister-in-law not live here? Where do you reside? I have rented a courtyard in town. Just the first house on Chingstone Alley, marked by a pair of stone lions at the entrance. If you need anything, you can always find me there. After Lin Wanqing asked, Lin Ruishan's smile faded. Father insisted I change my clothes. He said the color clashed with his aura and asked me to wear something else before visiting him. Lin Wanqing looked at him in confusion. What? Father is usually dismissive of superstitions. How could he believe in such things? Lin Ruishan smirked. It seems our stepmother consulted a renowned sorcerer because Father's health has been deteriorating. After the sorcerer examined him, he claimed that restless spirits were surrounding him. Miraculously, Father's health improved, and he has become a firm believer in this nonsense. Guiyan, overhearing this, glanced around the room. I don't see anything peculiar here. Oh, but I did encounter a villain earlier, she thought, haunting a wealthy family and swindling them. Such a familiar act. Her eyes caught sight of Yi Degu relishing an orange, and her mouth watered. Big brother, share some with me. I can still nibble without teeth. Leave some for me. Yi Guiyan internally screamed, and her mouth echoed her pleas. Yi Degu tore off a large segment of the orange, carefully peeling away the pith, and handed it to her. As she bit into it with her gums, the sweet and sour juice burst forth. Delicious. Lin Ruishan found it hard to accept that he could hear his niece's thoughts. It struck him that something was amiss in their household. How else could he hear such voices? Moreover, his sister's expression seemed completely natural, indicating she hadn't heard anything. Let's go see father. He seems to be getting worse again, Lin Ruishan said as he picked up to go, while Lin Wanqing held Yi Guiyan, and they proceeded to the old man's room. Before they entered, a strong medicinal odor wafted towards them. Wow, what a strong smell. It's even more potent than a pharmacy. With this much medicine, the patient must be on the brink of death, Lin Wanqing thought, her heart sinking as she hurried inside. Father, she called out anxiously upon entering. Yet instead of seeing her father, she encountered a modestly dressed woman standing at the door. Where's my father? Lin Wanqing asked coldly. Her stepmother, Ruan Yuro, replied softly. He just took his medicine and fell asleep. Let him rest without disturbance. What illness does he have that you're giving him random medicines? Lin Wanqing retorted, pushing past Ruan Yuro and stepping inside. At that moment, Yi Guiyan turned her gaze to the bed, where an elderly man lay, her maternal grandfather, Lin Fengjiu. Lin Wanqing was taken aback by how much older he looked after years apart, her heart aching as she called out, Father! Lin Fengjiu, seeing his daughter's condition, felt a pang of sorrow. Yi Guiyan blinked her large eyes at the elderly man. By the looks of it, he won't perish from my mother's temper. But he isn't far from death either. Lin Fengjiu stared incredulously at Lin Wanqing and the others in the room. Had his illness worsened? Was he imagining a girl speaking? While he was lost in thought, Lin Wanqing and Lin Ruishan heard Yi Guiyan's voice, both startled. Father, have you consulted a doctor? Lin Wanqing asked nervously. Lin Fengjiu nodded vacantly. Yes, the doctor visits daily. Don't worry, I should be fine, right? He felt a flicker of panic at the thought of the earlier voice. Lin Wanqing turned her gaze suspiciously towards Ruan Yuro. She wouldn't have brought a fraud, would she? Father, have you sought someone trustworthy in town? Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuro's eyes reddened as she said gently, Oh dear, your words pierce the heart. I care for your father daily. He sees it with his own eyes. Ah, Yi Guiyan shouted angrily at Lin Fengjiu. Don't scold my mother. You old fool. Lin Ruishan interjected, Father, weren't you the one who agreed to let my sister marry Yi Xiaocai? Now that she is struggling, you're angry at her for not thriving? It's since then that she has had no contact with the family. How can you blame her? Even the little one in her arms knew to sympathize with his mother. The man before them, their father, showed no concern for his own daughter. It was no wonder the child called him a fool. A blind man would have noticed his sister's plight. Lin Fengjiu felt his authority wane under his son's words and glanced at Lin Wanqing, guilt washing over him. He realized the marriage was indeed a mistake. But his daughter's stubbornness had led to years of estrangement, and he had chosen to turn a blind eye. Who would have thought that his anger would escalate into a 5-year rift? Hearing Ruan Yuro's words reignited Lin Wanqing and Lin Ruishan's fury. The old man was already subdued. Her comments were only provoking him again. Just as they were about to voice their frustrations, Yi Guiyan's thoughts interrupted them. Wow, such good tea. The The siblings and Lin Fengjiu gazed at Yi Guiyan in astonishment. She was tea, even holding any tea. Where's she drinking it? This woman appears to be mediating, yet she is reigniting the flames of discord, Yi Guiyan mused. If mother and uncle argue, grandfather will surely scold them for their lack of understanding. This old schemer has successfully sown discord between mother, uncle, and grandfather. Upon hearing her daughter's analysis, Lin Wanqing finally regained her composure. Over the years, based on the personalities of her two brothers, it was indeed as Yi Guiyan described. They would undoubtedly rise against this woman. Each time, they would be met with scolding from their father. Their rebellious nature would only lead to more conflict, and their father would chastise them for being unfilial. Meanwhile, this old schemer would come off as the understanding and gentle one, even though she was the one instigating the strife. At this moment, Lin Ruishan too found his calm. He looked coldly at Ruan Yuro and said, "Stepmother, you speak too harshly. I am nearly at the age of maturity and am no longer the reckless youth I once was. If my sister were to confront father out of youthful passion, you need not worry. I will assist in mediating." Having spent years away, Lin Ruishan had matured and learned to conceal his emotions. He had not intended to hide anything from his family earlier, leading to his frankness. Ruan Yuro's expression darkened as she turned to Lin Fengjiu, who was also engulfed in confusion. Is he truly on the brink of death? How else could he hear the whispers of his granddaughter's heart? It is said that the words of children without lost teeth possess the most sincerity. But what of those who have yet to grow their teeth? As Lin Fengjiu contemplated his imminent demise, a profound sadness enveloped his heart. He lifted his gaze toward Ruan Yuru and said, "Madam, could you please check on the preparations in the kitchen? I wish to have a heartfelt conversation with my children." Seeing that Lin Fengjiu had not asked her to stay, Ruan Yuru gazed at him with a look of lingering resentment. To her surprise, Lin Fengjiu's attention was fixed solely on the child cradled in Lin Wanqing's arms, completely disregarding her. With a heavy heart, she turned to leave. "Wait," Lin Fengjiu called out. Ruan Yuru looked back at him with anticipation, only for him to follow with, "Make sure to close the door." Angrily, Ruan Yuru exited, slamming the door behind her. Lin Ruishan and Lin Wanqing exchanged amused glances, reveling in the rare sight of their stepmother's humiliation. It seemed that bringing her to such a state was surprisingly easy. In this moment, Lin Fengjiu found himself enveloped in a contemplative state befitting one who teeters on the edge of mortality. He observed his daughter with a heavy heart, unable to conceal his sorrow. "Why have you grown so thin? Has the Yi family denied you meat?" Upon hearing her father's concern, Lin Wanqing could no longer contain herself. She laid her daughter upon the bed and collapsed into her father's embrace, weeping pitifully. Lin Fengjiu was taken aback by the intensity of her tears. All of his children shared his stubborn nature, fiercely independent and never revealing their vulnerabilities, even to their family. To witness his once unyielding daughter weep so openly before them was truly astonishing. Gently, he patted her back and sighed, "Alas, it is all my fault." Chapter 63. All scoundrels. Lin Ruishan gazed in astonishment at the father-daughter duo. It was his first time hearing his father admit fault in such a humble tone. After crying for a considerable time, Lin Wanqing noticed her children silently watching her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Forgive me for causing you to witness this," she said. Lin Fengjiu, still irked, exclaimed, "Hey, you little rascal. Are you still bothering your grandfather? Anyone who bullies your mother deserves a good scolding." He scoffed, "Humph, you little brat. At least you know how to care for your mother. You've been raised well." He then broke into a fit of coughing, alarming Lin Wanqing and Lin Ruishan, who rushed to help him lie down. "I'll fetch you a cup of tea," Lin Wanqing said as she hurried to the table, only to find the kettle empty. "Where have all the maids gone?" She wondered aloud. Lin Fengjiu coughed lightly. "I sent them away. What need does an old man like me have for constant attendance?" Lin Wanqing instantly grasped the implication. This was undoubtedly her stepmother's doing. "I'll go find someone to boil some hot water. Brother, keep an eye on father." Lin Ruishan, deep in thought, pointed at Yi Degu. "You watch over grandfather while I speak with mother about something. But don't you dare hit him. He is your mother's father." Yi Degu obediently sat in a chair, muttering to himself. Grandfather doesn't take care for Degu and even scolds him. Mother's father also likes to scold her. None of those men are good. As Lin Ruishan dashed out, Lin Fengjiu lay in bed, feeling slightly better. He turned to Yi Degu and softly asked, "Does your father treat your mother well?" Yi Dagu scratched his head, uncertain of what treating someone well even meant. Meanwhile, Yi Guiyan had been unceremoniously tossed onto the bed and left unattended. She fixed her gaze on Lin Fengjiu, her mind filled with scornful thoughts. Now you care for your daughter? Oh, my poor mother. Even though grandmother arranged such a splendid marriage for her in her lifetime, you scoundrel disrupted it, marrying her off to this vile father. A lady who has never lifted a finger is now forced to carry a baby and forage for wild vegetables in the mountains. You should experience the bitterness of foraging for wild vegetables yourself. Mother has grown accustomed to suffering from this. Yi Guiyan unleashed a torrent of grievances. Ye Dagu sat kuyutli, nodding along, fully supporting his sister's outburst. Sister speaks well. She's my mouthpiece. This grandfather is no better. Anyone who makes mother cry is not a good person. As Yi Dagu pondered this, he saw the oranges on the table and hurriedly stuffed them into his arms. Such delicious oranges shall not be wasted on a bad person. He then sat down and began peeling and eating the oranges. Lin Fengjiu, chastised by the silent tirade of his little granddaughter, felt utterly worn down. Had he truly erred in marrying his daughter to Yi Shoucai? Yet, he had his reasons. A merchant's daughter marrying a well-read scholar, one who is cultured and respectful, ought to lead to happiness. However, the thought of his daughter having grown accustomed to eating wild vegetables filled him with disbelief. The Yi family's circumstances were not dire. While they may not feast on meat at every meal like merchants, they were certainly well fed, and an occasional treat of meat would suffice. Had his daughter turned to him for aid, he would have gladly provided support. Lin Fengjiu gazed at Yi Guiyan, quietly asking, "Is the Yi family unkind to your mother?" For the first time, he witnessed a look of disdain on a child's face. The Yi family has never treated mother well. They make her work endlessly. While she used to excel in music and arts, now she is adept at washing clothes and cooking, even chopping wood with more strength than you, old man. Yesterday, grandmother discovered mother copying books for money, and when she used that money to buy chicken legs for brother, they punished her by not allowing her to eat for the entire night. This morning, they ordered her to copy books every day for their benefit. Oh, poor mother. I can only feel sorry for her. The Yi family makes her forage for wild vegetables with a half-steamed bun during the day and copy books for money at night. Old man, why are you looking at me? I cannot speak. How could I possibly convey mother-esque grievances from these years to you? False scoundrels. Hearing his granddaughter's scathing words, Lin Fengjiu collapsed back onto the bed. What had he done all these years to compel his stubborn daughter to yield? He had remained indifferent for far too long. It was only right for his granddaughter to call him a scoundrel. Had he truly been wrong from the beginning? It was Guan Yiru who had initially suggested that his daughter marry Yi Junjie, claiming this man held greater prospects than a merchant's son. It was then he had consented to the arrangement between the two. Could it be that he had truly made a mistake? Yet, Guan Yiru was such a kind-hearted person. Surely she would not deceive him. After all, one cannot conceal their true nature from those they live with day in and day out. He shook his head, quickly dismissing this thought. It was merely that he had been deceived by the Yi family. Guan Yiru acted only in the best interest of their daughter. Lin Fengjiu reassured himself and peacefully closed his eyes to rest. Yet for reasons unknown, he could not shake the feeling of something amiss in his heart. At that moment, Yi Dagu held out the peeled orange to Yi Guiyan, who sat on the bed beside him. Both children eagerly devoured the fruit. In the Yi household, children had never had the pleasure of eating fruit. Previously, Yi Dagu could only watch from a distance as village children enjoyed their treats. He had never known the taste. Today, he could not stop eating, even gnawing on orange peels. Lin Fengjiu had always found it bothersome when anyone ate on his bed, having reprimanded his own children for such behavior in their youth. As I observed Yi Dagu gnawing on fruit peels today, an unexpected wave of emotion surged within me, prompting me to close my eyes and avert my gaze. How could a once promising life descend into such a state? Yi Guiyan sat on the bed, savoring the juice of an orange, her head turned toward the door. She activated her spiritual awareness, allowing her to eavesdrop from a distance. It appeared that her mother and uncle had engaged in conversation. Chapter 64. I wish to divorce what? Is this beast truly so? Lin Ruishan exclaimed in anger. Lin Wanqing quickly placed a hand over his mouth and whispered, "Lower your voice. The walls have ears." Lin Ruishan suppressed his fury. "Are you certain that the person outside is his son?" Lin Wanqing, her eyes reddening, nodded affirmatively. Even during Guiyan's full moon celebration, My mother-in-law secretly brought this child home to feed him meat. The amount he consumed would be more than what Guiyan has eaten in his entire life. Lin Ruishan gritted his teeth. I told you that man was incapable. Father still insists on listening to that woman's nonsense. Brother, I wish to divorce. I want to leave the Yi family with the child. Lin Ruishan gazed at his sister, astonished by the determination in her eyes. She had always been indecisive, allowing others to make decisions for her. Now, this strong disposition had clearly been forged through suffering. Very well, I support you. However, it is unheard of to leave with a child. We must devise a plan. Indeed, we must ensure that the Yi family relinquishes their claim on Guiyan and Guiyan. Otherwise, if I leave alone, these two children will remain in the Yi household, destined to serve as tools for that disgraceful lineage, forever supporting him and the offspring of external women. Lin Ruishan nodded resolutely. It seems they share this sentiment as well. However, there lies a significant challenge. I do not know if it is mere coincidence or if Guiyan has indeed brought luck with her. The Yi family perceives this child as a source of fortune. Even they, who favor sons over daughters, would not abandon her. I fear they would rather part with Guiyan than relinquish Guiyan. Lin Ruishan stared at Lin Wanqing in astonishment, silence enveloping them for a moment. Tears that had barely been held back began to flow once more from Lin Wanqing's eyes. These were the family members who could provide her with warmth. Lin Ruishan burst into laughter. At your full moon celebration, your strong spirit troubled me. It is fine to occasionally show some vulnerability to family. Look, Guiyan, upon seeing you cry due to father, even vowed to beat him up. Lin Wanqing joined in the laughter. They spotted their stepmother and her nephew standing together, suspiciously whispering to one another. Once they noticed the siblings, a hint of wariness crept into their expressions. Lin Wanqing's smile faded as she whispered, when I'm married, our stepmother withheld the dowry prepared by our mother. I wonder if she has misappropriated it all? That is unlikely. When you were married and wished to take your dowry, she claimed she feared the Yi family would take advantage of you. She insisted on using the entire dowry for your husband's family, stating she wanted to leave you a fallback, which is why the key to the dowry storage has always been with father. She had no reason to ask him for it. Yet, it seems her words have turned prophetic. Indeed, had you taken it all, it would have likely been devoured by the Yi family. Lin Ruishan nodded, I understand. I will find a time to inquire with father. However, you cannot have the dowry right now. Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price during the divorce. Understood. Upon discovering the two children sitting on the bed peeling oranges, with the bed littered with peels and pith, the siblings felt a surge of trepidation. Father, are you all right? Lin Ruishan asked anxiously, glancing at Lin Fengjiu, who lay on the bed. He rushed over to check his breathing. Lin Fengjiu opened his eyes and grumbled. What is it? Lin Ruishan awkwardly chuckled, his gaze shifting to the two children nearby. Lin Fengjiu scoffed, I can't discipline them anymore, or I would certainly teach these unruly children a lesson. Look at the mess they've made of the bed. The siblings hurriedly lifted the children from the bed and tidied up the bedding. Ruan Yiru approached. It's time to eat. Sir, how are you feeling now? Seeing the concern etched on Ruan Yiru's face, one would think the siblings had nearly driven their father to his demise in her absence. Ruan Yiru was astonished, recognizing the change in the two who once were easily manageable. They assisted Lin Fengjiu in getting up from the bed, dressed, and made their way to the dining area. Upon seeing the table set with 5 vegetarian dishes, Lin Fengjiu remarked with satisfaction, the doctor advised you to eat more greens for your health. Lin Fengjiu smiled contentedly. You have always been so attentive. Lin Ruishan and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, unsure of how to react to the interaction between their father and stepmother. Even if their father chose not to eat, why not prepare something for them? This was evidently a show of authority, and their father seemed to find it endearing. Yidagu joyfully devoured the dishes, exclaiming, Mother, this dish is so sweet and delicious. As he spoke, he served some to Lin Wanqing's bowl. Lin Fengjiu, recalling his granddaughter's words, cast a sympathetic glance toward Lin Wanqing. He turned to Ruan Yiru and said, Please arrange for some meat dishes in the kitchen. Even if I choose not to eat, the children must be fed. Chapter 65. Next time for sure. Han Kuang looked at Ruan Yiru in astonishment. With a hint of reluctance in her eyes, she nodded back at him. He then respectfully addressed Lin Fengjiu. Yes, sir. I shall attend to it immediately. At that moment, Lin Fengjiu remained oblivious to the exchange, reflecting instead on what his granddaughter had mentioned. that his daughter had bought chicken legs for the children only to be punished by the Yi family, forbidding them from eating dinner. As Han Kuang departed, Lin Fengjiu felt a sense of pride as he observed his children. Despite their past mistakes, he was quite pleased with their willingness to acknowledge their wrongs. Yi Guiyan perched on Lin Wanqing's lap, squinting at Lin Fengjiu. He felt her gaze and silently pondered. Was he not doing well enough? Had he not sent someone to buy chicken legs? Yi Guiyan began to mentally critique. Grandfather seems to think that providing mother with a bit of meat is sufficient compensation. TSK, this man is easily satisfied. It's as if he struck someone and then offered a bottle of medicine, expecting to appear caring. Hearing his granddaughter's thoughts, Lin Fengjiu retracted his smug smile and looked at his two children with a hint of grievance. If there is anything else you wish to eat, do not hesitate to say. If the kitchen cannot prepare it in time, I will have Manager Han purchase it. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow at her father, surprised by his apparent desire to reform. While he still seemed to heed the stepmother's words, he appeared to be making an effort to change. Initially, Lin Ruoshan had found Yi Guiyan's remarks amusing. Upon realizing their father was genuinely changing, he laughed. If we can have chicken legs, that's fine. We can make do for lunch and hope for better offerings at dinner. Lin Wanqing, however, grasped Lin Ruoshan's hand and, noticing Ruan Yuru's displeasure, smiled and said, "Since father has said so, I shall not hold back. I wish for the sweet and sour ribs from Zui Xiangjai, the jade-white delicacies from Taihaju, and the red crisp pastries from Bai Weixian. Oh, and I've heard the new Xing Hua Fong's almond pastries are melt-in-your-mouth delicious. Even Guiyan should have a taste." Ruan Yuru's mouth twitched. "Wanqing, how can you possibly finish all of this?" "Of course we can. If we can't finish it, we shall save it for dinner. Father himself said we could have whatever we desire." Lin Ruoshan, noticing Ruan Yuru's sour expression, immediately understood his sister's intention to provoke their stepmother. After much anticipation, the opportunity finally presented itself, and naturally, one must seize it. Lin Ruoshan also expressed a few dishes he wished to savor. In the past, Lin Fengjiu would have been incensed to hear such unreasonable requests from the children. However, today, he felt no anger. Instead, he was touched. 5 years. It had been a full 5 years of strained relations with the children. Guiyan looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as she called out to Lin Fengjiu, "I want to eat meat too." Lin Fengjiu replied, "Whatever the little one can eat, grandfather will ensure you get it." But meat was certainly off the table. Yi Guiyan understood the implication, puffed her cheeks in annoyance, and shot a glare at Lin Fengjiu. Seeing his little granddaughter's indignant expression, Lin Fengjiu chuckled heartily. "All right, when you grow some teeth, grandfather will buy you sweets." He looked at his granddaughter with curiosity. Despite her inability to speak, she was more animated than anyone else. Yi Dege, who had been quietly eating at the table, suddenly paused and grinned at them. Lin Ruoshan, concerned, asked, "Dege, are your teeth bothering you?" Yi Dege looked earnestly at Lin Fengjiu and said, "Grandfather, Dege has new teeth. Look." He flashed a row of pristine, even teeth at Lin Fengjiu. Lin Fengjiu retorted playfully, "Fine, let Manager Han buy some later. But if you're hungry, you should eat your meal first." Just moments ago, Yi Dege had been happily eating, yet now he had also laid down his chopsticks. Lin Fengjiu, curious, inquired, "What is wrong? Weren't you just enjoying your meal? Is the food unappetizing?" Yi Dege shook his head. "Mother and uncle talked about so much meat. I can't eat vegetables, or I won't have room for the meat." Everyone at the table, except Ruan Yuru, burst into laughter. Lin Fengjiu laughed heartily. "This boy, I can't tell if you're genuinely foolish or just pretending. You're clever when it comes to food. All right, let us not eat for now. How about we sit and chat?" Ruan Yuru smiled awkwardly. "Sir, you spoil the children too much. The dishes Ruoshan and Wanqing have ordered are scattered across east and west streets. Manager Han will have to run himself ragged." Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. "What? Is the stepmother worried about him? I heard he is your nephew?" At that moment, Lin Fengjiu also realized this. He was about to follow Ruan Yuru's lead when Yi Guiyan chimed in. "Grandfather, this scoundrel promised mother he would get her what she wanted. He must be feeling guilty for the stepmother, saying he will definitely do it next time. How many times has he promised mother only to break his word? He is supposed to be a scholar, yet he fails to keep his word." Hearing his granddaughter's contemptuous thoughts, Lin Fengjiu's face flushed. Indeed, he was a man of his word. He couldn't afford to be untrustworthy just because they were family. Besides, this was something he could accomplish. Ruan Yuru gazed at Lin Fengjiu in astonishment. Why did it seem as if he had transformed into a different person? Even Lin Wanqing and Lin Ruishan looked at their father in surprise. Lin Wanqing joyfully said, "Thank you, father." Seeing his daughter smile knowingly brought joy to Lin Fengjiu. It had been so long since he had seen her so happy. Even his complexion brightened. Hooray! She was prepared to drive mother and uncle away and keep the money for herself and her granddaughter. Now she has to give it all back. Indeed, everyone watched as Ruan Yuru reluctantly stood up and slowly walked into the bedroom. Chapter 66. Distributing red envelopes. Lin Fengjiu stared in shock at Ruan Yuru's retreating figure. His eyelids twitched. Could it be? Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow, surprised that father had prepared red envelopes for them today. Ruan Yuru emerged from the room with a reluctant, unattractive smile, holding several red envelopes, which she handed to Lin Fengjiu. He distributed the envelopes among Lin Wanqing and the others, even giving one to Yi Guiyan. Lin Ruishan, observing the remaining envelopes in Lin Fengjiu's hand, chuckled awkwardly. It was clear those were meant for his wife and children. Lin Fengjiu shot him a glare, snorting, "I need to keep this for when the guests arrive." Lin Ruishan chuckled, "All right. Once we settle down, we'll definitely bring the children to see you." As Ruan Yuru noticed Lin Fengjiu's intent to tuck away the envelopes, she reached out to grab one. However, Lin Fengjiu promptly stuffed the envelopes into his bag. Ruan Yuru's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in front of him. Lin Fengjiu smiled. "You too? Want the ones meant for the children? That one tea do. I prepared those just for them. I'll give you one when the new year comes." Lin Wanqing did not open her envelope, but felt its weight. It seemed to contain a few taels of silver. "Thank you, father." Her gratitude was heartfelt. In the past, asking father for money felt like a given. Now, after her marriage, she felt a lack of belonging in this family, making the received red envelope feel like a true reward. Lin Fengjiu looked at her again. "Next time, there won't be as much. This one is what I've saved up over the years." Lin Wanqing smiled. "All right, I will remember that." She tucked away the envelopes for De Gu and Yi Guiyan as well. Lin Wanqing and Lin Ruishan then began to suggest more dishes. When Manager Han heard he had to run errands for so many dishes, his expression soured. He glanced pleadingly at Ruan Yuru, who glared at him through gritted teeth. "What are you looking at? Hurry up. The young master and young lady want to eat." Manager Han, with a dark expression, rushed out again. He still remembered that his daughter hadn't eaten yesterday. He couldn't let the children go hungry. Lin Wanqing and Lin Ruishan were also concerned about their father getting sick from hunger, so they began to eat. Yi De Gu happily gnawed on chicken legs with both hands. Only Yi Guiyan, left drooling, anxiously sucked on her thumb, finding everything tasteless. Ruan Yuru, having eaten her fill, claimed she felt unwell and set down her bowl and chopsticks to leave. Before she departed, she deliberately made some noise, hoping Lin Fengjiu would realize she was upset. He even caught a glimpse of his granddaughter's thoughts, which both surprised and puzzled him. It appeared only he could hear them. As his daughter and son showed no reaction, Lin Fengjiu, feeling unwell and with a small appetite, had nearly finished his meal when he set down his bowl and lifted his granddaughter from his daughter's embrace to play with her. "Guiyan, do you like studying? When you grow up, will grandfather personally teach you?" Yi Guiyan squinted at him. "This baby doesn't want to study. Every day is either memorizing or copying. If you make a mistake, you get your hand smacked. No studying. No studying." Guiyan wants to be a happy illiterate. Hearing Yi Guiyan's thoughts, the Lin family members erupted in laughter. Lin Wanqing dismissed her daughter's tantrum, knowing she would never allow her to be a happy illiterate. Lin Fenggu continued, "Toyist. Reading more is beneficial. Understanding some knowledge helps prevent being deceived. It would be a pity for someone as beautiful as Guiyan to be fooled." Yi Guiyan looked up in surprise at Lin Fengjiu. He was quite pleased with her expression, indicating that the child truly understood his words. And her thoughts were not mere illusions. "This baby doesn't believe you, big liar. All men are big oafs, always spouting deceptive nonsense." Cough, cough. Lin Wanqing began to cough violently. Lin Ruishan immediately fetched a bowl of soup and placed it beside her. "Take your time. No one is going to snatch it from you." Lin Wanqing awkwardly picked up the soup bowl and took a sip. Lin Fengjiu shot his daughter a glare. How could he teach such things to his little granddaughter? Lin Fengjiu had read numerous books and even passed the examination for a county official. Yet he found himself utterly deceived. He gazed at Guiyan with a raised eyebrow, perplexed by how she had been misled. At that moment, however, Guiyan yawned and nestled into Lin Fengjiu's embrace, promptly drifting off to sleep. Lin Fengjiu felt a mixture of confusion and exasperation. "Don't sleep. Wake up and tell me who deceived you. How did this happen?" He looked at his granddaughter with irritation, marveling at the youth's ability to fall into such a deep slumber so effortlessly. "Father, allow me to assist you," Lin Wanqing said, quickly rising to support the elderly gentleman, followed by Lin Ruoshan. The siblings slumped into their chairs as Han Kuang, panting, brought the last dish to the table. Lin Ruoshan waved his hand dismissively, instructing someone to take the dishes back to the kitchen for later. Han Kuang inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and gritted his teeth. "Yes, young master." After a rejuvenating nap, Lin Fengjiu felt significantly more energized. Lin Wanqing cradled her son, who, having eaten his fill, blissfully slept in her arms, even smacking his lips as if savoring some food in his dreams. Lin Fengjiu watched him fondly, lamenting, "What a pity for this child. Have you considered consulting a doctor? Do not fret about the expenses. I shall cover them." Chapter 67. Still a bit like a person today, Lin Wanqing shook her head. "Let be for now." Every night, she could hear her daughter's faint thoughts. It seemed her daughter possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of healing her son's ailment. Moreover, it was crucial that the Yi family remained oblivious to her efforts in treating her eldest son. Should they discover her actions, they would undoubtedly focus on the medical expenses. And if her son's condition remained unresolved, the money would surely end up in their hands. Even with her firm demeanor, she could not contend against the Yi family's influence. Upon realizing her daughter's considerations, Lin Fengjiu chose to remain silent on the matter. Guiyan suddenly awoke, her eyes locking onto Lin Fengjiu. She had overheard their conversation. "I never expected my grandfather to resemble a person today." Lin Fengjiu's lips twitched in response. "In what way do I not resemble a person? Should I devise a way to remind him that he is poisoned?" She mused. "He already requires rest. Soon, he may face his demise." The room fell into a heavy silence, and Lin Fengjiu felt a chill run down his spine. Was he indeed unwell? Poisoned? Yet how could his granddaughter possess such knowledge? "This poison is not insurmountable," Guiyan continued, contemplating aloud 10 xian of honeysuckle, 15 xian of hautuinia, and forsythia. As she recited the names and quantities of various herbs, the three individuals in the room silently committed them to memory. Once she finished, Lin Wanqing gently placed the large dog on Lin Fengjiu's bed and lifted her daughter into her arms. "Shall I keep you company?" Lin Ruoshan eagerly stood up, but, scratching his head, settled back down as Lin Wanqing exited with the child. Lin Wanqing retrieved the red envelope her father had given her that day, counting the silver pieces within. It seemed sufficient to purchase the necessary herbs. She hurried to the pharmacy, only to find an unusually high number of customers. The scent of medicine, she thought, nostalgia washing over her. After waiting in line for quite some time, she requested paper and pen and diligently transcribed her daughter's earlier prescriptions. "Shopkeeper, please prepare 2 doses of these herbs." The shopkeeper, glancing skeptically at the prescription, inquired, "All detoxifying remedies? What ailment is this for?" Lin Wanqing offered a gentle smile. "There is a patient at home who has been difficult to treat. I consulted an experienced doctor for this prescription." She softly patted her daughter's back, comforted by the belief that her daughter was truly akin to a celestial being, possessing profound knowledge of medicinal herbs, rivaling that of seasoned physicians. The shopkeeper ceased further inquiries and proceeded to gather the herbs. These remedies were reasonably priced, and as they comprised only inexpensive ingredients, the total cost was merely a few dozen coins. Surprised to find herself with a surplus of the envelope's contents, she continued on to purchase a pen, reasoning that she needed to procure something for her child to maintain appearances. Lin Ruoshan concealed the herbs in his robe, stuttering, "It's nothing. I suddenly remembered that your sister-in-law requested some rouge, so I hurried out to buy it." "Did you manage to purchase anything?" She simply adores what I buy for her." Initially intending to bring her along to avoid forgetting the prescription, he was taken aback by how deeply she had fallen asleep. Lin Fengjiu, feeling revitalized, sat by the window, seemingly immersed in writing. "Father, Your spirits appear remarkably high today. What are you writing? Lin Ruishan inquired curiously. Lin Fengjiu hesitated, gesturing toward the large dog on the bed. This child's name has long been a thorn in my heart. I have been contemplating when to propose to the head of the Yi family that the child be given a new name. Lin Ruishan nodded emphatically, indeed. If the Yi family is reluctant, we shall directly approach the clan leader. It is truly absurd to allow one's son to be named after some common animal. The name Guiyan is quite fitting. Lin Wanqing sighed quietly, glancing at the two children resting on the bed. Her daughter had fought for her name, and though she was uncertain if it was due to her own influence, at least it was a name she cherished. As for her son's name, she had always harbored resentment. Initially, as a daughter-in-law, she feared opposing her family, and despite her vehement objections, she ultimately relented to the resolute stance of the Yi family. Hearing her father's intention to suggest a new name for the large dog filled Lin Wanqing with joy. If Yi Junjie could name his outside son Yaozu, then her son's name must certainly not be inferior. It was indeed ludicrous for a child born out of wedlock to aspire to bring honor to the family. Father, your requested items. Lin Fengjiu's eyes widened in outrage, as if he were prepared to unleash his wrath. Lin Ruishan and Lin Wanqing hurriedly approached, concerned. Father, what medicine are you planning to take? Lin Ruishan asked as he retrieved the items from the servant's hands. The servant suddenly remembered the old master's admonition to keep it a secret and hastily excused himself, fleeing the room. Seeing his father remain silent, Lin Ruishan felt a surge of anger. Are you prescribing medicine for yourself? How reckless! He opened the prescription, recognizing his father's handwriting, and began to scold him. However, upon reading the contents, he fell silent. Father, this prescription is precisely what Yi Guiyan recited earlier. Lin Fengjiu cast a guilty glance at his daughter, who remained quiet, noticing the bulge in her sleeve as if she were hiding something. He swiftly seized it, attempting to divert attention. What are you concealing? His hands were quick, and the neatly packaged herbs tumbled to the floor. Even someone unacquainted with medicinal knowledge could recognize the herbs within, which bore an uncanny resemblance to those in their possession. Chapter 68. The Showdown. Father, at your age, must you still be so reckless? Lin Wanqing exclaimed, hurriedly gathering the herbs. Lin Ruishan looked at her with astonishment, questioning, Sister, for whom is this medicine intended? Lin Ruishan, now amused, produced his own stash of herbs and placed them before them. Are all of you masters of medicine named Yi? The three fell into a contemplative silence. Lin Wanqing gasped, Elder brother, father, you both. Lin Ruishan nodded. Indeed, I have never encountered anything like this before. It is quite astonishing, and thus I have refrained from speaking openly. Lin Fengjiu widened his eyes. Have you all been pretending not to hear me? He had been continuously scolded as a scoundrel by his granddaughter, and these two children had overheard it all. Lin Wanqing quickly pulled them aside and whispered, Let the children sleep. We should discuss this in the next room. She was well aware of her daughter's capabilities. If she woke her now, even if they moved to the next room, she would find a way to eavesdrop. Lin Wanqing checked on the children, who were fast asleep, then signaled to the father and son at the door. The three of them quietly left the room. They found a servant to guard the door and chose a more distant room to close the door and talk. Lin Wanqing recounted her experiences during childbirth without reservation to Lin Fengjiu and Lin Ruishan. Lin Fengjiu looked at his daughter in shock. He had indeed sensed his daughter's grievances through his granddaughter's thoughts, but he had not anticipated that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He slumped into a chair, despondent. It is the fault of the father that you suffered, he lamented. Had it not been for Guiyan, I cannot imagine what the future would hold. Lin Wanqing did not wish to deny it. She merely consoled him, saying, Father, it is of no use to dwell on it now. All we can do is hope you and brother can help me take the children away from the Yi family. Lin Fengjiu grasped his daughter's hand tightly. Isn't the Yi family in need of money? We can ask them how much they would offer. We could even sell this house to them. Lin Wanqing quickly shook her head. How can we make it so easy for them? I do not wish to take the children and live on wild vegetables while they feast and stay in our home. Lin Ruishan proposed. The best approach is to expose the widow of the Chun family, forcing the Yi family to recognize their wrongdoing. At that time, we can pressure them into a divorce. And even if the patriarch of the Yi family comes, he would have no face to persuade reconciliation. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement. Exactly. That is why when you suggested that the go be treated, I did not agree. I fear that once he recovers, the Yi family will try to snatch him away. Lin Ruishan echoed, indeed. A fool has little value. If they are given a choice, they might even willingly abandon a child who merely wastes resources. The siblings were in perfect accord. Lin Fengjiu regained his spirit, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he looked at his daughter. Good. You two have my disposition. I have a plan, but I fear it will bring suffering to you and the children. Father, please share it, Lin Wanqing replied. Have I not suffered enough in the Yi family? Lin Fengjiu thought of the ridicule from the Yi family and replied, very well. He then shared his plan with his children, who both praised its brilliance. Father, please do not let our stepmother know about this, all right? Lin Wanqing looked at her father with concern. She knew she could not expose this sly woman, but it was evident that she had ulterior motives. Lin Fengjiu hesitated for a moment. I had no intention of informing her. This marriage was arranged by her, and it is only right to blame her for placing you in such a predicament. The thought that his daughter had been tormented by a marriage personally arranged by Ruan Yuro troubled him greatly. Seeing her father's wavering attitude brought joy to Lin Wanqing's heart. It felt as though everything was beginning to turn in their favor. With this newfound secret, the three of them seemed to grow closer. Lin Fengjiu looked affectionately at his children, feeling fortunate that he discovered all this while he still had breath left in him. Otherwise, he would have truly departed this world with regrets. Lin Wanqing and Lin Ruishan walked side by side, puzzled as they looked at him. You clearly came out after me. How did you arrive home at the same time? Wasn't there a long queue for the medicine? Lin Ruishan patted his money pouch. I paid someone in line to take my place. Lin Wanqing shot him a glare. What a waste. I waited in line so long like a fool. Father, there is one more thing. It concerns the medicine that Guiyan mentioned. Lin Ruishan noted as he saw Ruan Yuro directing the servants busily in the distance. Lin Fengjiu's heart sank slightly. Let us keep this under wraps for now. We need to focus on evidence. I will be cautious. Do not worry. All right, Lin Ruishan concluded, hoping his father would remain vigilant. Yi Degu sat on the bed, seemingly flustered as he looked at them. Mother, my sister wet the bed. Woo-woo. I dreamt of eating fruit. The melt-in-your-mouth ginseng fruit makes my mouth water just thinking about it. Everyone knew they could hear the child's thoughts, and they all smiled. Lin Fengjiu turned to Lin Ruishan. Go call someone to come in and clean up. I do not want to wake up to the little one's mess tonight. At that moment, Ruan Yuro entered the room. Upon hearing Lin Fengjiu's words, she felt a bit anxious. Usually, he would be furious over such matters, but today he spoke with a hint of jest. Perhaps he was in a good mood? If he improved his relationship with his children, it would not bode well for her. Ruan Yuro cheerfully walked into the room. It's fine. I will clean it up. Lin Wanqing cast a wary glance at Ruan Yuro. Her father was poisoned, and the circumstances of this poisoning were still unclear. Father, the room needs someone to handle these matters. If you think a young maid is unsuitable, then find an older woman or even a young servant. Lin Fengjiu turned his gaze to Ruan Yuro. My lady, what do you think? Ruan Yuro looked nervously at Lin Wanqing. This is not a grand household. How can we have a multitude of people attending? Lin Ruishan quickly interjected, Stepmother, just take care of father. His daily needs do require assistance. Let me arrange it. Chapter 69. Indeed, a villain. Lin Fengjiu looked at Ruan Yuro and said, my son encountered a master on his business journey. He sought out a sage and received a prescription, which he just shared with me this afternoon. For the next few days, let us stop the usual medicine and try what my son has provided. Ruan Yuro finally became agitated. Master, you cannot be serious. Noticing her loss of composure, she quickly added, what I mean is, regardless of how capable this master is, he should examine you personally before writing a prescription, right? That is how one should prescribe medicine according to the ailment, is it not? How can he know your condition without seeing you? Lin Fengjiu's eyes sparkled with energy as he replied, it is of no concern. Think about it. The last time we invited that sorcerer, he did not examine me, but still knew that we had some evil spirits in the house. This master must have divined something to prescribe accordingly. Do not worry. My children would not harm me. I trust him. Lin Ruishan chuckled. Stepmother, do not fret. The medicine itself is completely non-toxic. I have personally tasted it. As for whether it truly addresses the issue, that will have to be tested by father himself. I will prepare the medicine for him shortly, and should any problems arise, I will take full responsibility. Ruan Yuro's expression shifted. She appeared somewhat flustered. I will go check if the kitchen's food is ready. You two should take your father to the hall and wait for dinner. Very well. Guiyan's eyes sparkled as he watched Ruan Euro leave the room. She must be going to see that nephew. Let me eavesdrop and see if they conspire to poison him. Lin Wanqing carried Guiyan and, along with Gu, stepped outside. They all sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Their attention was fully focused on Guiyan. Ruan Euro sought out a maid and directly pulled Han Kuang from the maid's room. She slapped the maid hard and shouted, "Get out!" The maid fled, clutching her clothes. Ruan Euro forcefully slammed the door, delivering a resounding slap to Han Kuang. Something seems off with the old master. And you are still here fooling around with a wretched person? Han Kuang, grinning mischievously, replied, "What's wrong it? Isn't the old man always obedient to you? After all the effort to sell off his maid, we now have our own people around him. Yet, Lin Ruishan wants to plant his own people by the old master's side, restricting him from consuming the prescriptions we provided. They concocted their own remedies." Han Kuang scoffed. "If he doesn't want to eat, so be it. Isn't it better to eat what they offer? After all, the nets are already cast. Can we truly fear the fish escaping? Or do you believe they will have a remedy?" Han Kuang's words trailed off abruptly. After a moment, Ruan Euro chuckled lightly. "Let us not be too forthright. Be wary of eavesdroppers. You make a valid point. If anything were to happen to the old man, it would surely reflect poorly on the eldest master's prescriptions." With a cold glance at Han Kuang, she cautioned, "Play if you must, but do not let things go awry. Is dinner ready? Hurry and get to work." Han Kuang immediately lamented. "After making me run around all afternoon, you still want tea, let me rest properly." These two are indeed wicked individuals. She yawned and nestled against her mother, drifting into slumber. The three exchanged blank stares. "What? It's over just like that? What do they say?" Without any sarcastic remarks from Guiyan, they remained oblivious to the content of their conversation. Gu, seizing an orange from the table, began to boast again. "Mother, this is delicious." Lin Wanqing smiled tenderly at her child. "If you like it, eat more." Without Lin Wanqing needing to relay the message, Gu promptly set down the orange. The adults chuckled at the sight. At that moment, Han Kuang entered with the piping hot dishes. Lin Fengjiu urged everyone to start eating, and soon they were all enjoying their meal. Observing Gu stuffing his cheeks, Lin Fengjiu remarked, "This kid, his wits sharpen when food is mentioned." Lin Ruishan jested, "To be able to eat is a blessing. My sister's 2 children are indeed fortunate." Thinking of Guiyan, who hadn't yet cut his teeth but was already clamoring for meat, they finished their dinner with Gu as the center of attention. Everyone served him more meat, and his bowl remained perpetually full. Even Ruan Euro feigned generosity, serving him a considerable amount. As the meal concluded, Lin Ruishan took the initiative to brew today's medicine in the kitchen. Watching Lin Fengjiu finish his dose, Lin Wanqing glanced at her elder brother and then at her stepmother. "Father, my husband needs some money to take the imperial examination in the capital. Could I borrow a little from you?" Lin Fengjiu raised an eyebrow at Lin Wanqing's sudden request, sensing her underlying intention. "Oh, is he thoroughly prepared this year? How much does he intend to ask for?" 100 taels. Lin Fengjiu erupted into a fit of coughs. "Do you think your father runs a moneylender's shop? You ask for 100 taels so casually?" Ruan Euro chuckled. "Wanqing, really now? Do you need that much money just for an examination in the capital? I hope you aren't being fooled." "Absolutely not." Lin Wanqing shook her head resolutely. "My husband has received a recommendation from a high official in the capital. He is bound to succeed this time." Lin Fengjiu's lips twitched. He observed his daughter's proud demeanor, which appeared genuinely unfeigned. This daughter's acting far surpassed his own. "No, at most I can give you 10 taels. 10 taels is hardly sufficient. Father, please give me 100 taels." "No, I do not have that much money. Besides, Yi Junjie is hardly someone worth supporting. What cultured person would name their son that? I do not believe it. Even 10 taels is throwing money away, let alone 100. Lin Ruishan frowned slightly. "Sister, the travel expenses for the examination are not that high. Accommodation and meals are manageable. I've been to the capital, and I know. Stop being willful." Lin Fengjiu, frustrated, threw the empty bowl he had just finished onto the ground, producing a sharp sound. Chapter 70. Embraced from both sides, Lin Fengjiu shouted loudly, followed by a fit of violent coughing. "Father!" Lin Wanqing, concerned, moved closer to her daughter. Yet, Lin Fengzhou hurled objects from the table towards Lin Wanqing, casting her a glance amidst his coughing. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Fengzhou with moist eyes. Their daughter was leaving. Clutching her daughter and holding her son's hand, she hurried out. Upon reaching the door, Uncle Fu rushed over anxiously. "Miss, what has happened?" Lin Wanqing wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "Uncle Fu, I am fine. What about the wild vegetables I left with you today?" "Huh? Those were wild vegetables?" "Miss, you wouldn't usually eat such things, would you?" Lin Wanqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Uncle Fu, with a pained expression, reluctantly retrieved the wilted wild vegetables from the house and handed them to Lin Wanqing. "Take care, Mississippi." Uncle Fu opened the door for her as she departed from the Lin family home. Having only taken a few steps, Lin Ruoshan caught up, stuffing a few oranges into Degu's hands. "Father sent me to check on you. Take care of yourself, and come to me if anything happens, all right?" "All right, I understand." The first house on Qingshi Alley has stone lions at the entrance. Lin Ruoshan nodded in satisfaction. "Correct." He turned to Yi Degu. "Degu, take good care of your mother." Yi Degu happily tucked the oranges into his embrace. "Thank you, uncle. Degu will take good care of mother." Seeing the innocent sparkle in Yi Degu's eyes as he beamed at him, Lin Ruoshan couldn't help but smile as well. "All right, I won't see you off any further." Lin Wanqing nodded, leading her children away. Lin Ruoshan watched his sister's frail figure with a twinge of pain in his heart. He was determined to rescue her from this den of darkness and ensure that the Yi family faced the rightful consequences. Meanwhile, the village was already in an uproar. Thanks to the villagers' earlier propaganda, even the clan leader was now furious at Yi Junjia's family. Yi Chengde slammed the table in anger, causing Yi Chengfu to tremble in fear. Yi Chengde laughed in exasperation. "One would think our Yi family is a poverty-stricken village. We don't even have money to buy meat. Where's all your money gone? Junjia's annual income is not insignificant, and your land rent isn't cheap." Yi Chengde glared at the hunched Yi Chengfu, shouting, "Yi Chengfu, have you been keeping a mistress outside?" Yi Chengfu protested vehemently, claiming innocence. He was waiting for his future son to top the examinations, dreaming of being surrounded by young maidservants. How could he possibly be interested in those rural old women? "Brother, look at me, and then look at this household tyrant. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare." Upon finishing, Huang Shi shot him a piercing glance, causing him to shrink back. "Where's the money? Where has it gone?" Huang Shi yelled at Yi Chengde. "My son has taken it to do business." Hearing this, Yi Chengde's eyelids twitched. "I hope he isn't doing business with Zhang Man." Huang Shi rolled her eyes at him. "My son is a scholar. Do not compare him to your foolish son. Your foolish son might be capable of such things, but my son certainly is not. He is clever." Lin Wanqing, standing at the door, overheard the commotion inside and whispered to Yi Degu, "Degu, let us keep our meat eating at grandfather's house a secret from grandmother and the others." Yi Degu immediately covered his mouth and nodded. Degu understands." Lin Wanqing, confident in her child's obedience despite his simplicity, felt reassured as she led him into the house. Huang Shi joyfully rushed out to greet them. Lin Wanqing, a bit surprised to see the clan leader at home, exchanged a glance with him and greeted him. Yi Chengde nodded in satisfaction at her politeness. "Oh, we are all family. There is no need for such formality." Huang Shi, anxious, pulled Lin Wanqing and asked, "How have you been? What is the matter?" Yi Degu obediently nodded, sitting beside his sister. Huang followed anxiously into the room, her gaze fixed on her. Yet, she gestured for the adults to leave. She closed the door, standing in the main hall to face Huang. "Mother, when father saw me with these wild vegetables, he flew into a rage, claiming they're inferior to the vegetables we have at home. After coaxing him for an entire afternoon, just as his mood seemed to improve, I decided to ask him for money." Upon hearing this, Huang exclaimed in distress, "How could you say borrow? What if he doesn't want to repay it?" Yi Chengde almost said, looked at Huang. "Do you still wish for your in-laws to help you raise your son?" "Huang, how did I never notice your utter shamelessness before?" Ignoring him, Huang turned her anxious gaze back to Lin Wanqing. "I followed your suggestion and asked father for 100 taels." Hearing this figure, Yi Chengde gasped. Huang joyfully shouted, "Really? 100 taels?" Lin Wanqing laughed, tossing the wild vegetables into her hands. "What?" Huang shrieked. She turned to Yi Chengde, shouting, Not only did I not receive 100 taels, but now you want me to pay for her to buy chickens? No way. Truly useless. Without the Lin family. She isn't even a village girl. Unfazed, Huang yelled at Yi Qingda, little beast. My son is the pride of the Yi family. What is your son worth? Just a lifetime of hard labor in town. My son will be a top scholar. Yi Qingda chuckled at her proclamation. Huang, filled with pride, declared, when my son becomes a top scholar, they won't be able to reach us. Just wait. Yi Qingda glared at her, perplexed by her confidence. Lin Wanqing felt disdain for Huang. Given Yi Junjia's talent and capability, it was laughable to think he could even achieve the rank of a top scholar, let alone the highest honor. However, she sensed that her daughter believed Yi Junjia would indeed attain that status. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing realized something, her eyes widening as she looked at the people in the room. If her father and elder brother could hear the thoughts of Guiyan, perhaps her husband and mother-in-law could as well. Suddenly, everything seemed to make sense. No wonder her daughter had suddenly become their so-called lucky star. Lin Wanqing's expression grew grave. If her daughter's predictions came true, that would be one thing. But if Yi Junjia failed to become a top scholar, they would surely deem him a monster. In nearby villages, they could secretly drown adulterers. If word got out that her daughter was considered a monster, just the thought made Lin Wanqing's palms sweat. Seeing Lin Wanqing's anxious demeanor, Yi Qingda felt a pang of sympathy. How could such a wonderful daughter-in-law be tormented by the second branch of the family? Yi Qingda mockingly asked, to which Huang shot him a glare. Stop with your sarcasm. You can't stand that my son is better than yours? He is busy negotiating outside now. All right, I'll get back to it, uncle. Yi Dagu, having eaten and drunk well, lay in bed with a smile. Lin Wanqing covered her with a blanket, lying beside her daughter, who was still tightly holding onto Yi Dagu's fingers in her sleep. Lin Wanqing's mind was in turmoil. The Yi family had spared her daughter's life only because they believed she would bring prosperity. Otherwise, they would have suffocated the child at birth. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing realized something, sitting up in shock. According to her daughter's predictions, she had borrowed money from her family to send Yi Junjia to the capital. But now that she hadn't received any money from her family, if Yi Junjia didn't go to the capital, wouldn't her daughter's prediction fail? Even if they believed her daughter was a monster in the future, others likely wouldn't hear her thoughts. The notion of Yi Junjia becoming a top scholar was already ludicrous to the villagers. If they discovered her daughter's predictions were false, they might not consider her a lucky star and could easily abandon her. Lin Wanqing gazed happily at her two children sleeping on the bed. With this thought, her worries seemed unfounded. The sound of a door opening broke the silence. Lin Wanqing stood up and gently closed the door behind her. Yi Qingda shouted at Yi Junjia, causing him to shake off some of his drunkenness. Uncle, what are you still doing at my house? Yi Qingda angrily pointed at Huang. A doting mother raises a useless son. Your son is in this wretched state because you spoiled him. Huang laughed at Yi Qingda. I made my son a scholar. What about yours? He barely managed to pass as a student. Oof. At least my son has responsibilities as a man. Can a mere scholar earn you lifelong bragging rights? Yi Junjia looked at Yi Qingda with confusion, feeling some irritation. Uncle, why did you come to my house just to scold me? Yi Qingda shouted. Do you know what day it is today? Didn't your parents or your wife give you a heads up? Yi Junjia looked at Huang in confusion. Just as she was about to deny it, Lin Wanqing interjected. This was discussed half a month ago. At this moment, someone was scolding Yi Junjia, and she couldn't let him brush it off. Yi Qingfu weakly added, Brother, Junjia is still just a child. With 2 children, can he still be called a child? Yi Junjia was scolded by his uncle, whispering to Huang beside him, Mother, what is going on? Today was indeed the day he should come along. If her son had gone, they could have at least received 50 taels. Yi Junjia slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot. How about we go tomorrow instead? Yi Qingda saw Yi Junjia wasn't as evasive as his parents, and his anger subsided a bit. All right, you'll go buy a chicken tomorrow to apologize to your father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Yi Junjia's face turned crimson as he murmured, Mother, how can you do this? It's so embarrassing. You still know what embarrassment is. Now the whole region knows. Yi Junjia, blushing, cautiously glanced at Lin Wanqing. So do you? You took the money and went. After saying this, Lin Wanqing turned and went back inside. Yi Junjia stood there, wanting to say something, but hesitating as he watched Lin Wanqing's retreating figure. He felt he should do something, but to comfort her? Wouldn't he be losing face? Thus, he remained rooted in place, unable to move an inch. Huang shot a glare at the direction Lin Wanqing had left. That girl still knows how to throw a tantrum? If she doesn't want to go, then so be it. My son is so capable. Can he really lack that little money from the Lin family? She said this with a tinge of unease. Yi Junjie, however, proclaimed proudly, "That's right. I've already earned enough money to go to the capital. I don't need the Lin family's money at all." Huang exclaimed with delight. Really? That's my son. Look at Yi Chengde. After years of hard work, he has only saved a few taels. Look at my son. He has already earned enough for the capital in just a few days. Smart people are indeed different. Yi Chengde staved at Yi Junjie in astonishment. How much did you earn? Yi Junjie, with pride, replied, 50 taels. Yi Chengde gasped, struggling to believe his ears. How much? Yi Junjie leaned closer to Huang, whispering, that girl's money has already been given to her. I still have over 50 taels left. This should be enough, right? I won't need to work hard outside anymore. Huang happily patted Yi Junjie's back. That's my son. Truly impressive. Yi Chengde, eyeing Yi Junjie's smug expression, anxiously inquired, where did you earn so much money? Yi Junjie raised an eyebrow. That's a commercial secret. Yi Chengde chuckled. Haha, you made dozens of taels in just a few days. What kind of proper business are you running? Only the likes of your parents, who seldom labor or venture out to earn a living, could be deceived by such antics. Speak. Where did this money come from? Yi Junjie's expression darkened. He had feared the imposing Yi Chengde since childhood. However, after growing up, passing the scholar's examination, and having children of his own, his dread seemed to have lessened somewhat. Yet today, upon being bellowed at, the shadows of his youth reemerged, and he cowered behind Huang Shi. Mother. Huang Shi, equally incensed, retorted. What? Are you envious of my son's prowess compared to yours? Yi Chengde pointed at Yi Junjie. Even the county magistrate earns but a few taels in monthly salary. Tell me, what business have you engaged in that has allowed you to amass 50 taels in a single month? He gestured towards Huang Shi and Yi Chengfu. You two have doted on this child to an outrageous degree. Aren't you concerned he might engage in nefarious activities? Has he taken to gambling or trafficking in humans? What could possibly yield such sudden profits? Are you not afraid your precious son might meet with dire consequences? No matter how dearly the couple cherished their son, Yi Chengde's words jolted them into a stark realization. Huang Shi anxiously grasped Yi Junjie's hand and whispered, Son, we are among family here. Please tell your mother, from where did you earn this money? Is its origin legitimate? Upon hearing Yi Junjie's voice rise slightly, Huang Shi, well aware of her son's unease, pressed further. Pray tell, how did you come by this fortune? Yi Junjie stammered, I earned it from the gambling house. Yi Chengde stared at him in disbelief. You wretched boy, kneel before me. Infuriated, Yi Chengde's thunderous voice startled Lin Wanqing, who turned to glance at the two children. Seemingly unperturbed by the commotion, before hastily setting her needlework aside and stepping outside. What transpired? Upon exiting, she found Yi Junjie trembling on his knees before Yi Chengde, casting a desperate look towards Huang Shi, who stood pale and speechless, too frightened to plead for him. Son, how could you engage in such activities? Lin Wanqing's expression shifted. What? My husband? How could you? Yi Junjie, somewhat defiant, replied. It was not gambling. I merely earned money from the gambling house. Yi Chengde chuckled incredulously. Is there truly a distinction? Of course there is. He straightened his back, gazing defiantly at Yi Chengde. Gambling relies on luck. I employ strategy. How can they be equivalent? Zhang Man is a fool, perpetually losing at games of chance, while I utilize calculations to predict outcomes. Each time, I emerge victorious. Uncle, tell me, how is this not a testament to my intellect in earning money? Upon hearing this, Yi Chengde felt his vision darken, stepping back in shock. Lin Wanqing rushed forward to support him as he sank into a seat. What a scoundrel! To think you've achieved the status of a scholar, yet possess such folly. Who among gamblers does not end up stripped of their family's wealth, their very flesh consumed? You believe you can win at the gambling house. What a farce. But I have indeed won. Yi Junjie defiantly tossed the money onto the floor. Huang Shi hurried to pick it up, cradling the heavy sum in her arms, exclaiming, There are truly 50 taels. This is the first time I've held such wealth. Son, you are remarkable. Yi Junjie, kneading, looked up at Huang Shi with pride. Naturally. Huang Shi displayed the money before Yi Qingde. See, my son is indeed capable. Yi Qingde, clutching his chest in discomfort, gazed at the mother and son. Such a simple truth. Why could they not grasp it? He turned to Yi Qingfu, who had also approached, gleefully clutching the silver. Wife, may I use this money to seek a doctor for my back? Before Huang Shi could respond, Yi Junjie interjected. Of course, you may. Father, your dutiful son will give you a tael or two to visit the physician. Yi Qingfu beamed, a broad smile spreading across his face. My son is truly wonderful. Lin Wanqing observed the patriarch, who sat beside them, visibly distressed, and offered consolation. Uncle, your anger serves no purpose. They have won money and will not heed your wisdom. Yi Qingde gazed weariedly at the joyful trio before him. Zhang Man, before his downfall, had also won money, treating his wife to fine meals and purchasing her lovely garments. It is absurd that, having witnessed the pitfalls of others, they would still tread the same treacherous path. Just as Yi Qingde contemplated rejecting the situation, the sight of the happy family reignited his discomfort. Chapter 73. One must rely on oneself very well. I shall trouble you. Yi Qingde followed Lin Wanqing to the door, admonishing Yi Junjie. If I catch you entering a gambling house again, I shall break your legs. Lin Wanqing supported Yi Qingde as they exited. Along the path, he sighed heavily. I have watched Junjie strive diligently over the years, achieving the status of a scholar. Thus I refrained from being overly harsh. I never anticipated he would stray down such a misguided path. Was a magistrate's recommendation a boon or a bane? Lin Wanqing replied slowly. Should he fall prey to gambling addiction, even if he were to become a top scholar, it would be of no consequence. Uncle, I lack the ability to control my husband. I hope you will take this matter to heart. Alas, given their circumstances, your involvement would merely invite blame. You will not be held accountable. Lin Wanqing regarded the patriarch with satisfaction. Speaking with a man of his intellect is indeed a pleasure. At this moment, she feared that if Yi Junjie's gambling was exposed, the Yi family would cast blame upon her as his wife. With the patriarch's words, no one would dare hold her responsible. What is amiss? Zhou Shi approached with concern. Lin Wanqing offered a brief greeting, took a deep breath, and made a sudden decision. Kneeling before Yi Qingde, this action startled both of them. Yi Qingde, alarmed, exclaimed, What are you doing? Be at ease. You have been a model member of the Yi family, and Junjie's success is partly due to your influence. I shall not blame you. Lin Wanqing lifted her gaze to Yi Qingde, whose astonishment at her resolute demeanor left him momentarily speechless. Yi Qingde's expression darkened. What do you intend? I wish to leave with the children. Absolutely not. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Qingde flatly rejected her. De Go and Guiyan are children of the Yi family and cannot depart. Zhou Shi, anxious, looked to Yi Qingde. What is happening? Lin Wanqing met his gaze. I refuse to wait until he sells our children before I regret this. I will not remain at home to be sold myself. Rest assured, the Yi family will protect you and the children. She stood tall, facing Yi Qingde. Yi Qingde watched as Lin Wanqing left the house. Zhou Shi, her eyelids twitching with anxiety, remarked, The second branch, could something be amiss? Yi Qingde glared at her through clenched teeth, just like Zhang Man. Zhou Shi closed her eyes in despair. What a fool. Even Yi Qiuyue rushed out, excitedly conversing with Yi Junjie. Huang Shi, brimming with pride, remarked, Why not? My son has earned money. He shall never gamble again. Thus, he shall never lose. Addiction is a pitfall for those of lesser intellect, like Zhang Man. My son is clever, possessing extraordinary self-control. Do you understand? Lin Wanqing smiled. If you say so. A person with such strong self-control should also be capable of preparing his own bathwater. I shall take my leave now. You still claim to be the daughter of a wealthy gentleman? A young lady? You cannot even attend to your own husband. Utterly useless. You foolish girl. Stop chatting and hurry to prepare hot water for your brother. Huang Shi's scolding voice faded into the distance. At that moment, Lin Wanqing stood at the doorway, trembling. She realized she had acted impulsively today. Believing that Yi Junjie had committed a grave mistake, she anticipated some sympathy from the clan leader. She had always thought that Yi Qingde was a reasonable person who would lend her a hand when faced with significant issues. However, it turned out he was merely concerned about the interests of the Yi family. It appeared that the only ones who could truly assist her were her own family. The following day marked the first day of school for Yi to go. Lin Wanqing, holding Yi Guiyan, took Yi to go to the school established by the clan. This institution was not only filled with children from the Yi family, but also welcomed youngsters from neighboring villages whose parents were willing to send them to study there. Upon seeing Lin Wanqing arrive with the children, Yi Xiao hurriedly pulled Erden over. "Sister-in-law, you're here too." Yi Xiao reprimanded Erden. "Why aren't you greeting her?" Reluctantly, Erden called out, "Aunt." Lin Wanqing nodded, saying, "Erden, from now on, you and Degu will be classmates. Make sure to get along well." Yi Xiao warned Erden sternly. "If I find out you're bullying Degu at school, I won't let you off easily." Erden grumbled, "I know." Yi Degu obediently nodded. "Got it, mother." Onlookers chuckled and whispered as they observed Yi Degu. Lin Wanqing feigned indifference, offering her son a gentle smile. After seeing the children inside, Yi Xiao admonished the crowd. "What are you all staring at? We're all from the same clan. Can't you treat a child with a bit more kindness?" The spectators finally quieted, watching the children enter before dispersing. Yi Guiyan, full of energy, surveyed the surroundings, contemplating something. "Should I let the little birds come over to cause a ruckus?" Chapter 74. Not quarreling with mortals. Lin Wanqing, having overheard, chuckled and patted her daughter's back. "Guiyan, wherever we go, there will always be such people. We should bother with them." She understood that her daughter's abilities came at a cost, even if such matters were trivial for her daughter. She did not want Guiyan to expend energy on idle gossip. Guiyan leaned against her mother's shoulder. Mother's right. The baby won't bother with mortals." As Yi Xiao walked alongside Lin Wanqing, she glanced at her with a hint of embarrassment. "No, I plan to head to the town." "Oh, I happen to have some matters to attend to in town. Would you like me to accompany you?" Lin Wanqing shook her head. "No need to trouble yourself." With that, she strode ahead, holding her daughter close. Yi Xiao sighed as she watched Lin Wanqing's retreating figure. This person is overly attentive to mother. "Mother, please don't fall for his sweet words. Those who offer unnecessary kindness are often up to no good." Lin Wanqing made her way toward the village entrance, clearly aware of this principle, and instinctively kept her distance from Yi Xiao. She continued on her way to the town, fortuitously encountering an ox cart and paying to ride. That daughter of the Yi family was previously washing clothes to earn money. They truly seem impoverished. I heard the Yi family received a recommendation from a high official to take the imperial examination in the capital. They must certainly be short on funds. Therefore, the rumored illicit lover cannot be the Yi family scholar. Listening to the women on the ox cart fervently discuss these matters, Lin Wanqing felt a tightness in her chest. She longed to join their conversation, overwhelmed by the urge to share the tantalizing gossip, yet unable to express it. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and they soon arrived in the town. Lin Wanqing quickly disembarked with her daughter. After inquiring about Stone Alley, she proceeded to the designated location with her daughter. They found a first house adorned with stone lions at the entrance. Nervously, Lin Wanqing knocked on the door, and a woman opened it, exclaiming with delight, "Little sister." Lin Wanqing joyfully replied, "Sister-in-law." "Indeed," she affirmed. Once inside, sister-in-law Huang poured her tea. "Where's my elder brother?" She glanced around, but her brother was nowhere in sight. Huang's expression turned serious as she lowered her voice. "Your brother has informed me of your situation." Lin Wanqing quickly waved her hand. "Sister-in-law, let me put the child to sleep first." "All right." Yi Guiyan gazed up at her mother. "What is going on?" "The baby wants to listen. May I borrow a room?" "Don't be so polite with your sister-in-law. You can consider this your home." Huang led her into the room. After feeding the baby, and having been on the ox cart for a long time, Yi Guiyan's inner thoughts were quite vibrant. Now that she was full, she fell into a deep sleep. Huang looked at the peacefully sleeping child, smiling softly. "This child is truly well behaved. It will save us a lot of trouble in the future." Indeed. The two exited quietly, closing the door behind them. "Sister-in-law, can you hear it too?" Huang looked at her in confusion. "Hear what?" "Oh, it's nothing." Clearly, her brother hadn't mentioned the ability to hear the child's thoughts. Earlier, when Yi Guiyan was speaking internally, Huang showed no signs of understanding. "I came today to discuss matters regarding my husband." Huang's expression darkened. "If you wish to divorce, sister-in-law will support you." Just as Lin Wanqing was about to speak, a noise came from the entrance. "Little sister, what brings you here?" Lin Ruoshan joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Lin Wanqing emerge from his home. "Be quiet. The child is sleeping." Huang stepped forward, lightly chastising him. He immediately stifled his laughter. Whispering to Lin Wanqing, "What would you like to eat? I'll go buy groceries." Lin Wanqing replied, "Let us talk inside." The three entered the room and shut the door. As soon as they sat down, Lin Wanqing stated, "Yi Junjie has gone gambling." Both husband and wife were taken aback by her revelation. Lin Ruishan's face darkened. "How much does he owe?" Huang exclaimed anxiously, "Oh dear, this is truly a perilous situation. That Ruan Yuru is quite the troublemaker. Your father is also rather foolish. I brought this matter to test the attitude of the clan leader yesterday." What was his response? He indicated that even if Yi Junjie were to reach the point of selling everything he owns, I still cannot take the two children away. Lin Ruishan turned to Huang. "You must immediately contact your father and have him find a place to temporarily purchase. If the Yi family insists on such things, we will move away and stay with your father. As for the future, we will plan once we settle down." Understood. Huang quickly moved to the side to grind ink and write a letter. "I apologize for the trouble." Huang looked up at her. "We are family. Don't mention it. I've always wanted a younger sister. Unfortunately, I'm the youngest in my family. After marrying your brother, having a sister is such a joy. If you're this polite, it means you don't consider me family." Seeing Lin Wanqing sit in silence, Lin Ruishan quickly interjected, "Don't worry. We want to let you live under someone else's roof forever. We'll just settle for now. Even if your wife were to run away with the children, the authorities cannot intervene. If the Yi family wishes to find us, they must first locate our whereabouts." Lin Wanqing, sitting quietly, remarked softly, "But to escape like this feels so unsatisfying." Lin Ruishan smiled at her expression. "I understand. Therefore, we must prepare for both possibilities. Our ancestors are here. Your father would be unwilling to leave. I will first investigate Yi Junjie's gambling situation. You should continue with your daily routine." Chapter 75. Hands off the meat on the table, all right. "I'll rely on you, brother." "What's this about? Lazy wife, hurry up and get to work. The food that the girl made was not good. You'll be cooking tonight." Lin Wanqing looked at them in astonishment. "Are guests coming to the house?" Huang looked at her with a bright smile. "The scholar is coming to our home for dinner." Lin Wanqing's expression turned cold. At this moment, Huang was in high spirits. Her son's financial troubles had been resolved, and now they awaited the examination period to head to the capital. "You're also somewhat of a learned individual. When the academician arrives, you should join the table and engage in conversation with him. Do not touch the meat on the table." After giving her instructions, Huang took Yi Guiyan away from Lin Wanqing and ushered her into the kitchen. Unable to contain her affection, Huang planted a kiss on Yi Guiyan. "Oh, truly, you're my little lucky star." Yi Guiyan looked at Huang with disdain. "Can it be that my scoundrel father actually managed to gather this money through gambling? Is it possible that fate is indeed steering events towards the main narrative?" Hearing her granddaughter's thoughts, Huang felt a swell of joy. This surely indicated that she might truly become a lady of high rank in the future. Huang displayed a grin, revealing her crooked yellow teeth as she sat in the courtyard, filled with delight. Yi Chuyu's movements became swifter as she prepared the chicken. Did this not imply that she could aspire to a higher marriage? Perhaps even a family wealthier than that of young Master Wang. Lin Wanqing, tending to the fire in the kitchen, cast glances towards her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Observing their changing expressions, she became more convinced that her family could indeed hear Yi Guiyan's thoughts. Therefore, certain secrets must remain hidden from her daughter. Otherwise, her daughter would inadvertently reveal them. As dusk descended, Yi Junjie welcomed academician Zhang into their home for dinner. For the first time, they prepared marinated duck, stewed chicken soup, and marinated beef, dishes that surpassed even those served during the New Year. Lin Wanqing, being cultured and composed, was urged by Huang to engage in casual conversation with academician Zhang. Indeed, Lin Wanqing handled this situation with greater finesse than Yi Junjie could muster. She even discussed the contents of the books, leaving Yi Junjie unable to interject. Lin Wanqing regarded him with a puzzled expression, wondering how someone so seemingly vacant could possibly excel academically. After several rounds of drinks, academician Zhang noticed Yi Junjie's persistent silence and assumed he was facing some difficulties. "Junjie, this opportunity you have attained must be seized with utmost diligence. Our current examination system not only tests one's abilities, but is also heavily reliant on connections. With your ties to the Ministry of Revenue, you must make a concerted effort to curry favor with the Minister of Revenue. I've heard he also rose from humble beginnings and has a penchant for promoting individuals from rural backgrounds like ours. Yi Junja's eyes sparkled with interest. Is that true? I seek your guidance, academician. Yi Junja exclaimed with excitement. I understand now. Thank you for your insights, academician. Lin Wanqing looked on in astonishment. So, Yi Junja's academic success was attributed to this? The world of officialdom was indeed dark and murky. Yi Junja, brimming with pride, replied, it's all resolved. Oh, how much have you prepared? He proudly extended a hand, indicating 50 taels. Academician Zhang gazed at him in disbelief. Your clan could amass such a sum? Clearly, they have invested significantly in nurturing your talent. Do not let them down. Yi Junja's expression revealed a hint of disdain. My family would never part with such a large amount of money. Yi Chengfu whispered to the academician. The family is notoriously frugal. They are far more concerned about your son than you are. Huang, initially unable to interject, now seized the moment to boast. All of this is earned by my son himself. Academician Zhang was taken aback. You earned 50 taels in just a few days? Yi Junja looked up at Academician Zhang. It was all part of my strategic planning, and it required considerable effort. What exactly did you do to amass such wealth? Upon hearing the academician's inquiry, Lin Wanqing felt a sense of foreboding. Yi Junja, with an air of arrogance, declared, I earned it at the gambling house. Academician Zhang leaped to his feet. What? You went gambling? Yi Junja, with a self-satisfied grin, reassured him, no need to worry, academician. I merely used my intellect to earn money, employing the calculations I learned at the academy. Academician Zhang stared at Yi Junja in astonishment. I never imagined you would resort to such means. Regardless of your strategic acumen, this is still gambling. If anyone discovers this, you will lose your opportunity to take the examination. You are being foolish. Ye Yunjis tut frozen in shock. Academician Zhang, his expression urgent, admonished him, was it not emphasized last year? Gambling and visiting brothels are grounds for disqualification from the examinations. His Majesty places great importance on such matters. How could you even enter a gambling house? Yi Junja, frightened, grasped the academician's sleeve. Academician, you must help me. I am the pride of our academy. Academician Zhang glared at him, frustrated. First, give me the recommendation letter. I will keep it safe for you. In this remote area, perhaps no one will discover this. But remember, do not return there. If someone grows envious and reports you, everything will be lost. Yi Junja nodded eagerly, understood, academician. I comprehend. At that moment, Yi Junja felt a heavy sense of obligation. Refusing would only leave him uneasy, especially with compromising information in academician Zhang's possession. Chapter 76. The Matchmaker Reluctantly. Yi Junja entered the room and handed the recommendation letter to academician Zhang. Zhang, holding the letter, pointed at him. You must remember this. You must control your impulses and never set foot in a gambling house again. Now that you have the money, focus on your studies at home. As the examination date approaches, you can then make your way to the capital. Huang watched Zhang anxiously. What about the recommendation letter? Do not worry. It bears your son's name in black and white. I will not simply replace it with someone else's name. That would be a grave offense. When it is time to leave, I will naturally return it to you. Junjia, you have stated that you are the pride of our academy. Everything depends on you. Initially disheartened by the confiscation of the recommendation letter, Yi Junja felt invigorated upon hearing these words from the academician. Rest assured, academician, I will not disgrace my mission. Yi Chengfu, growing impatient, urged, will you not eat more? So much meat has yet to be touched. His attitude had shifted dramatically since learning of Yi Junja's gambling. Huang, having eaten her fill, was relieved to be sent away, no longer needing to clean up outside. Ye Guiyan yunit. He despises gamblers the most, for they have caused his daughter great harm. What was it? My memory seems to be fading. Yi Guiyan yawned again, smacking her lips as she nestled into her mother's embrace and drifted off to sleep. Days later, Yi Junja indeed remained at home, obediently refraining from going out. Yi Guiyan, ever watchful, was well aware that this scoundrel was seeking companionship with a widow. Chun Jiaojiao had married off, and Yaozu had gone back to his studies, leaving the two of them to enjoy their little world behind closed doors. It was uncertain whether it was Yi Xiao's words or the parents' admonitions that had spared Yves de Gueux from bullying at school. Before her stood a slightly plump woman, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of elegance, accompanied by two maidservants. Yi Chiyue poured her tea, staring at the woman in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Junjie called out to Yi Chiyue, who promptly fled the scene. Lin Wanqing scrutinized the woman, holding her daughter. Although she was well-dressed, her age seemed comparable to Huang's. Yi Junjie's tastes were becoming increasingly peculiar. Lin Wanqing felt a twinge of confusion, but noticed Yi Junjie's attentive demeanor towards the woman, leading her to suspect there was more to this than met the eye. Yi Junjie's face flushed, and he quickly pulled Huang aside. "Mother, what are you thinking? This is a matchmaker." "A matchmaker?" Huang ceased her weeping, staring incredulously at Yi Junjie before glancing at the smiling matchmaker seated beside her. Lin Wanqing suddenly understood. So this woman was the matchmaker Yi Junjie encountered outside, evidently here to propose a match for Yi Chiyue. Upon hearing the term matchmaker, Yi Chiyue's expression brightened. "Brother, is she for me?" She feigned shyness, appearing bashful. Yi Junjie smiled at her indeed. The family in question is engaged in commerce, and upon hearing of the tremendous opportunity that has come my way, they have seized the chance to propose a marriage. They have offered a betrothal gift of 20 taels, along with an additional 50 taels as sponsorship for my journey to the capital. Yi Chiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. 20 taels. Am I truly worth such a sum? In this village, daughters typically fetch no more than 1 tael upon marriage. Yi Junjie looked at her with pride. "Indeed, this is all thanks to your brother's influence. Mother, hurry and discuss this with the matchmaker." Huang, beaming with joy, approached and sat down with the matchmaker. "May I inquire, to which family do you belong?" "We're the Yang family from the west of the city, merchants of rice." Upon hearing this, Huang's expression soured. "Rice merchants? Isn't that the family that Lin Wanqing mentioned as her mother's matchmaker? Their youngest son, right?" The matchmaker nodded with a smile. "Yes, indeed. Mrs. Lin, you are truly fortunate, for you are to marry a future top scholar. The head of the Yang family has always desired to associate with literati and, upon hearing of the talented Yi family, sought me out to propose." However, Huang's smile dimmed upon hearing this. "Rice merchants? How do they compare in wealth to the silk shop? I've heard the Yang family's rice business is modest, even less prosperous than the silk shop." Yi Chiyue's expression also darkened. "The Yang family is not even favored by my sister-in-law. Why would I want to marry into it? If I were to wed this modest rice merchant, I might as well marry into the silk shop, or at least I would have new clothes to wear regularly. Recently, I heard that Chun Jiaojiao has been flaunting her wealth in town, buying jewelry and cosmetics, and it fills me with envy. When will that wealthy man my niece spoke of finally appear?" The matchmaker's smile faded slightly. "Young lady, our Yang family has a respectable lineage. The elder once served as a county magistrate. Even as merchants, they often engage in charitable acts, even providing porridge to the impoverished in certain regions." Huang's face fell further upon hearing this. "They give away their rice? No wonder their rice shop earns less than the silk shop. Absolutely not. I cannot allow my daughter to suffer in such a marriage. My daughter deserves to marry someone of greater stature." Yi Chiyue vigorously nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as the sister of a top scholar, how could I settle for such a petty merchant?" The matchmaker's smile vanished, her expression one of shock as she regarded the family. The maid beside the matchmaker stifled a laugh. Even before the examination, they looked down upon the Yang family's status. Another maid chimed in. "A mountain chicken cannot become a phoenix. Miss Yi, with such disdainful remarks, you shall never step into a high-ranking household." Chapter 77. Impersonating an official. Yi Chiyue, crimson with indignation, pointed at them. "What? Just because I am the sister of a top scholar, you presume to speak to me with such insolence?" The young maid burst into laughter. "Perhaps wait until your brother actually becomes a top scholar before claiming such titles. Your brother is a scholar, yet he has not yet passed the examination. To assert such a title now is to impersonate an official." Yi Chiyue, enraged, tugged at Yi Junjie's sleeve. "Brother." Yi Junjie's expression also darkened. He had hoped Yi Chiyue would accept this marriage proposal, as the terms were quite tempting. However, the thought of her potentially finding a better match made him reconsider his own prospects. With only 50 taels in hand, he had already deemed it insufficient after conversing with the scholar a few days prior. The scholar forbade him from gambling, but he contemplated alternative strategies. "Shall we discuss this further?" Yi Junjie glanced at the matchmaker, who had remained neutral during the earlier exchange. He tugged at the unwilling Yi Chiyue come. Let's speak inside. Lin Wanqing, not wishing to linger in the presence of the matchmaker, followed them into the house. As they entered, Huang directly bypassed Yi Chiyue and asked Yi Junjie, "What are your thoughts? Is this rice merchant truly a viable option?" Yi Junjie, frowning, regarded Huang. The rice merchant's offer is indeed quite substantial. You heard what the scholar said during his last visit. To reach the capital, we must forge connections. That is true. 50 taels may not suffice. However, you cannot return to gambling. Otherwise, the scholar will not provide the recommendation letter again. Yi Guiyan listened in astonishment to the exchange between mother and son. Ah, so now exams are based on connections rather than knowledge. The political landscape is dark indeed. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Yi Chiyue grew anxious upon hearing their conversation. Mother, you are mistaken. Once my brother becomes a top scholar, he can easily find a better match than this rice merchant. I do not wish to marry. Huang glared at her. You eat and drink here daily, yet contribute little in labor. Raising you was for the hope that you would marry and bring something to the family. Yi Chiyue knelt and cried. I work just as hard as my sister-in-law. I do laundry and cook, after all. That is my future happiness. Your happiness means nothing. Your brother is in dire need of money right now. Can you not be so selfish? Besides, if your brother uses this money to become a top scholar, wouldn't that also bring you honor? Yi Chiyue choked back her tears. What good is honor? I have long heard that the rice merchant's family is frugal, barely making ends meet. If that is the case, I might as well marry into the silk shop. Huang's lips twitched. You truly dare to dream. Just as that maid said, your brother has yet to pass the exam. Marrying into a rice merchant's family is already an elevation. Be reasonable. Seeing Huang remain unmoved, Yi Chiyue turned to Yi Junjie in desperation. Brother. Yi Junjie's gaze hardened, as if he were about to give his consent. Yi Chiyue quickly added, Brother, even if you succeed in becoming a top scholar, you will need to build connections in your future career. This mere rice merchant cannot offer you substantial support. Yi Junjie paused, contemplating. You are right. Mother, let us reconsider. This rice merchant does not befit our family. Huang nodded eagerly. All right, I shall inform her. Yi Chiyue exhaled a sigh of relief, sitting on the ground. Yi Guiyan, with wide, round eyes, observed them. Wonderful. More sleep will help me grow faster. The house was quiet, allowing her to hear the commotion outside. Since you, Yi scholar, are unwilling, I shall take my leave. Ye yunjisimilit apologitikal, o sinjirili apologize. If Mr. Yang enjoys forming friendships with scholars, while we cannot become in-laws, it would be better to cultivate a friendship. The matchmaker laughed heartily. Ah, baby. Ye scholar, I shall certainly convey your words to Mr. Yang. Upon the matchmaker's departure, the Yi family breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally sent them away. If so many are vying for our favor before we have even taken the exam, who knows how many more will come when my son succeeds? Huang declared proudly. Yi Junjie, beaming, replied, Indeed. However, we currently lack funds. Since Mr. Yang enjoys associating with scholars, I shall seek him out directly. There is no need to prepare dinner for me tonight. I'm sure Mr. Yang will treat me to a meal. With that, Yi Junjie exited the door. Yi Guiyan yawned and lay on the bed, closing her eyes. She felt somewhat unwell lately, an indescribable sensation. It was a bit of an itch. She could not scratch it. In her sleep, she reached out, and a surge of powerful energy flowed forth. She suddenly opened her eyes, feeling the peculiarities within her body. Though this ability was but a fraction of what it once was, it was still significantly stronger than before. A triumphant smile spread across her face. Lin Wanqing, hearing the laughter, approached to inspect her gums closely, exclaiming, Guiyan, you are teething? Is it really true? I'm delighted. Now that I have teeth, I can finally eat meat. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Ye yunji snortet koldi. Hey mepe. I haven't seen anything at all. When Boss Yang heard it was me, he said he wouldn't see any guests. This short-sighted fool. No wonder he can only be a small merchant. Thankfully, I didn't agree. If we became relatives, our lives would be even more difficult. Who knows, in the future, we might have to let Chiyue come to our home to beg for favors. Ye Guiyan chuckled it softly. It must be because she heard from the matchmaker about that scoundrel's disgusting nature that old Master Yang also knows about his character. That matchmaker must be quite astute, keeping her thoughts to herself. Lin Wanqing, overhearing her daughter's complaints, felt uneasy. They must not awaken this family to their absurdity. Or else how could they showcase even more bizarre behavior? Unexpectedly, all three in the household stared at Yi Guiyan in astonishment, their expressions indicating something felt amiss. Yi Junjin mumbled, "Strange, it seems I heard my daughter's thoughts, but I couldn't catch the content." The others shared his sentiment, but refrained from asking directly. They were all burdened with the same curious thoughts as they turned their gazes towards Yi Guiyan. What exactly did she say? Lin Wanqing, noticing their expressions, found it perplexing. After a moment, she said, "Oh, dear husband, our Guiyan has grown teeth." Yi Junjie responded with a muffled, "Oh," his mind seemingly elsewhere. Huang, scolding Lin Wanqing, exclaimed, "Your husband is hungry. What are you discussing teeth for? Hurry and make him a bowl of noodle soup." At that moment, Lin Wanqing stood up. "Oh no. Guiyan has wet herself. Mother, why don't you go? I will change the baby." Yi Guiyan giggled. "Hee. Mother, don't cook for that scoundrel alone. The scoundrel doesn't deserve it. The baby can pretend to wet herself for mother." Lin Wanqing cast a glance at the others in the house. Her heart filled with joy. It seemed they could no longer hear her daughter's thoughts. Seeing Lin Wanqing enter the room with the child, Huang immediately scolded Yi Qiuyue. "Hurry, make something for your brother. He is working so hard all over the place just for you." Yi Qiuyue retorted, "Clearly, he is doing it to earn money. What does that have to do with me?" This incident left her feeling uneasy. If she hadn't thought about her brother needing money for his future career, she might have agreed to the marriage today. The thought made her angrily throw firewood into the stove. If this continued, before her brother even became a top scholar, she might be sold by the family. She needed to find a way to save herself. Yi Qiuyue tightly gripped the firewood, her gaze shifting to Lin Wanqing's house. Suddenly, she rushed over, grinning, "Hey, sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Lin Wanqing looked at the sickle in her hand, puzzled. "What are you doing?" "I just thought I could help you gather wild vegetables." Lin Wanqing observed Yi Qiuyue's sinister smile, sensing ulterior motives. Cautiously, she held her daughter, wary of Yi Qiuyue's intentions. Fortunately, with Yi Qiuyue's help, they indeed gathered quite a bit of wild vegetables. During their break, Yi Qiuyue began to hatch a scheme. "Sister-in-law, can I hold Guiyan? They say she is a lucky child. Let me share in her fortune." Lin Wanqing, concerned, replied, "Why don't you eat something? The child is in my care." This was her polite refusal. However, Yi Qiuyue seemed to misunderstand, pressing closer to Lin Wanqing. "Please let me hold her. I beg you. You saw that rice merchant came to our house yesterday. I must be unlucky. If I could share in Guiyan as good luck, I might meet someone wealthier than that rice merchant or the silk shop owner. If I marry a rich man, wouldn't your life be better too, sister-in-law?" Lin Wanqing couldn't help but laugh at Yi Qiuyue. Did she think that the rice merchant would be interested in her? That was a ridiculous notion. If the villagers heard they turned down such a good match, they would surely scold them. Yi Guiyan turned to her mother. "Mother, don't worry. The baby can protect herself. If I can't satisfy her, she will cling to me endlessly." After a moment of thought, Lin Wanqing realized Yi Qiuyue would indeed persist. If she kept this up while washing vegetables, it could become dangerous. She glanced at the herbs they had collected. It was imperative to send her away, or her intentions of selling herbs would be exposed. "All right, you can hold her for a moment. But be careful not to drop her." Okay. You're the best sister-in-law. I will take great care of our little lucky star." Yi Qiuyue was not adept at holding children. As soon as Yi Guiyan was in her arms, she started to complain. Lin Wanqing observed the child's reaction. Realizing it seemed Yi Qiuyue truly could not hear her daughter's thoughts. As they neared the end of their gathering, Lin Wanqing took her daughter back. Yi Qiuyue obediently held Yi Guiyan and inhaled deeply, but did not attempt anything further. Lin Wanqing put away the sickle and, with the wild vegetables and herbs, headed towards the riverbank. Yi Qiuyue, looking at the basket of wild vegetables, questioned, "Didn't we gather a lot? Why is there only this little left?" Lin Wanqing, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, "After washing them, they will likely appear less." And indeed, she believed it. Just then, Yi Qingxi rushed in. "Sister-in-law, it's bad." Upon seeing Yi Guiyan asleep, she quickly whispered, "Sorry." Lin Wanqing covered her daughter with a small blanket and stepped outside with Yi Qingxi. "What happened?" "Second aunt has gotten into a fight with the villagers. While they were at the temple fair, they heard." "What did they say?" Lin Wanqing, sensing her hesitation, began to feel anxious. Yi Qingxi steeled herself. They said Guiyan is a transformed monster, and that's why the Yi family is doing so well. It's because she has absorbed the good fortune of the villagers. Lin Wanqing laughed at the absurdity. Do the villagers really believe that? Yi Qingxi stomped her foot in frustration. How can they not believe it? Everyone has been unlucky lately. Even birds are pooping on freshly washed clothes. But your family hasn't had any of that misfortune. Plus a rice merchant came to propose to Qiuyue. Everyone knows what kind of families exist in our village. The only one who could marry a rice merchant is you, sister-in-law, as the daughter of a wealthy family. Yi Qiuyue emerged from the kitchen, hands on her hips, glaring at Yi Qingxi. What do you mean? My brother is going to be a top scholar. Why wouldn't I qualify? Yi Qingxi dismissed her, turning to Lin Wanqing. You must be careful. I fear second-hand. Lin Wanqing suddenly understood. Yi Qingxi was worried that Huang might believe the rumors and do something to Yi Guiyan. Grateful, Lin Wanqing looked at her. Thank you. I'll be cautious. This was indeed something Huang could do, so she needed to be vigilant. Lin Wanqing took Yi Qingxi's hand as they hurried to the scene of the commotion. Meanwhile, Yi Qiuyue quickly nodded. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I want to let them hurt our little lucky star. Yi Qiuyue looked smugly at her. If our Guiyan really has such abilities, then we must protect her even more. Lin Wanqing shot her a speechless glance, but said nothing further. They quickly arrived at the place of the quarrel. Huang had already gotten into a scuffle with someone. Yi Qingxi and Lin Wanqing rushed to intervene. Huang, still struggling, spat at the opponent, who retaliated in kind. Startled, Lin Wanqing and Yi Qingxi quickly withdrew to the side. The two resumed their brawl. Your granddaughter is a monster. The notion that your son, with his lackluster demeanor, could possibly receive a letter of recommendation from a prominent official in the capital is laughable. And as for your daughter, with her unappealing appearance, what merchant of rice would ever consider her? How absurd. Is it possible that your granddaughter has siphoned away all our good fortune and taken it to your household? The Huang family has never been known for hard work, yet they easily find themselves pinned down. Despite her struggle, Huang remained defiant, shouting, Can you blame me for your own misfortunes? My son has garnered the attention of high officials due to his own merits. Your son hasn't even had the opportunity to present himself before them. My daughter caught the eye of the rice merchant precisely because he recognizes my son's excellence. They came to curry favor with him before he even became a top scholar. You all lack the standing to make such claims. After venting her frustrations, Huang turned to Lin Wanqing and Yi Qingxi, demanding, You two girls, why aren't you helping? The elderly woman grappling with Huang bellowed, Who dares to approach? Come closer, and I shall spit at you. Instead of advancing, Lin Wanqing and Yi Qingxi took a few steps back, with Lin Wanqing expressing, Ladies, surely there must be some misunderstanding? My daughter emerged from my womb. How can she possibly be a monster? The old woman pointed at Huang and shouted, At the banquet for the full moon, did she not proclaim that her granddaughter is a lucky star destined to bring fortune to the family? If she brought good luck to your household, hasn't she simultaneously taken away the good fortune of others? The rumors at the temple are rife. It was foretold by an old monk. Do not attempt to deceive me. An old monk? Huang froze, her struggles ceasing as a memory surfaced of a prior visit to the temple with Yi Guiyan, where they indeed encountered an old monk. Yet, he said nothing at that time. Could it be that her granddaughter truly is a monster? The mere thought sent chills down Huang's spine. If she were a normal child, how could she hear the thoughts of her granddaughter? Yet, upon reflection, if her granddaughter has indeed brought fortune to their home, perhaps she is a benevolent spirit after all. Seizing the opportunity while the elderly woman and Lin Wanqing were at an impasse, Huang forcefully pushed the woman aside and sat atop her, pinning her down. You dare to blame my family for your misfortunes? While my son toiled in study, your son was still mucking about at home. Is spitting your preferred method of expression? How ridiculous! Huang spat vehemently at the old woman's face, eliciting disgusted reactions from the onlookers who recoiled several paces back. Lin Wanqing, addressing the surrounding crowd, apologized. I regret my mother-in-law's rudeness, but it stems from your harsh words against her granddaughter. I hope you all will take no offense and cease spreading such rumors. Guiyan is merely a child who cannot even speak. She is not a monster. While she recognized the impropriety of violence, she felt compelled to defend her daughter against the malicious slander of an elder, which was indeed reprehensible. As the crowd observed the elderly woman pinned down, her face and hair soiled by Huang's saliva, many began to feel pity and turn away. Zhang, the old woman, was urged to relent, for blaming others for one's own misfortunes was simply unjust. Guiyan is a child, after all. Had they not once held her during the full moon banquet? Yet, Zhang remained obstinate, seizing upon Huang's momentary fatigue to retort, "Do not amuse me, Huang. You treat your daughter like a servant. I've heard that when she was born, you even considered abandoning her. It was only after others advised you that raising a girl could yield a dowry that you decided to keep her. With your character, how could you truly love this granddaughter?" Huang's response came with fervor. "Ever since that wretched girl was born, misfortune has plagued our household. Yet, upon Guiyan's arrival, my son received great news. Of course, I cherish my granddaughter. If you think I favor sons over daughters, then I have little affection for that big dog either." The crowd gasped, turning their astonished gazes toward Lin Wanqing, who wore a myriad of expressions. Huang's public admission of her disfavor toward her granddaughter must have been profoundly painful for Lin as a mother. Zhang, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Did she not realize that the big dog was their only grandson? Huang reveled in the moment. "I adore clever grandchildren, not fools like her." Lin Wanqing replied with a gentle smile, "Mother-in-law, you have but the big dog as your sole grandson. You can only dote on him." Huang scoffed disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Lin Wanqing. Little did the crowd know of her other bright and capable grandson. For the Yi family, having Guiyan, a child of great promise, sufficed. Others were superfluous. Enough of this commotion. Let us not escalate matters further, urged Zhou, as she called forth several individuals to separate Huang from the old woman. Zhang, plopping down on the ground, appeared disheveled and dazed, resembling a madwoman. "It is undoubtedly your family that has siphoned our good fortune. Why should you dictate whether I can raise a ruckus? Just because your Yi family has the most members in this village?" Zhou shot her a cold glance. "Zhang, I'm aware that times have been tough for your family. However, unless you can provide evidence that Guiyan truly is a monster, I shall not accept such baseless claims. As for your assertion that our family is numerous, it is indeed true. Therefore, do not expect to tarnish our children without consequence." Chapter 80. Deserving of misfortune. Huang looked triumphantly at Zhang. "You are indeed deserving of your misfortune. I bear no responsibility. If you believe I have brought shame to the Yi family, I shall not accept that. You insulted my granddaughter." Zhou regarded Huang with incredulity. "You would engage in a brawl over someone insulting your granddaughter? I find that hard to believe." Huang quickly defended, "It is true. They were enraged upon hearing we rejected the marriage proposal from the rice merchant." Zhang started hurling insults. Her daughter was recently jilted, and she is simply envious. Huang spoke with evident pride, having indeed rejected the proposal rather than being the one cast aside. Zhou glared at her. "You must have boasted to others, prompting their ire. Zhang's typically gentle nature has been provoked by you." Lin Wanqing internally agreed with Zhou's assessment. Zhang was known for her affable demeanor within the village, often the first to volunteer for tasks. Both she and her husband were straightforward individuals, never known to harbor enmity. Even in the midst of gossip, their family maintained a low profile, rarely engaging with others. Though Zhang's comments regarding her daughter stung, Lin Wanqing was convinced that her mother-in-law had instigated the situation. Huang reveled in her triumph, Zhang's daughter being rejected. What did she expect? "I merely mentioned our refusal of the rice merchant's proposal, and see how she reacted. It is truly laughable. If one is fortunate, they ought not flaunt it before those less fortunate. At their age, as mothers, have they not learned this lesson? I warn you, if you spread envy, you may find yourself facing repercussions through your children." Huang laughed heartily, exclaiming, My son will surely be the top scholar. Once he achieves that, do you think I will remain in this backwater? I suspect you, sister-in-law, are feeling quite sour about it. You should quickly endear yourself to us while you can. Once we prosper and leave this place, we may never be in touch again." Zhou cast a complex glance at Lin Wanqing before ultimately turning away. Huang gleefully watched her retreating figure and spat derisively. "Bah, you used to flaunt your authority, relying on your husband being the clan leader. Now that my son is thriving, everyone is filled with envy." Huang beamed with pride, though her gaze towards Lin Wanqing became somewhat disdainful. "Where's my dear little lucky star?" Lin Wanqing gently replied, "She's sleeping in the house." Just then, Yi Qiuyue emerged. "Kuredling Yi Guiyan. Mother, the little lucky star is here." Huang smiled broadly at Yi Qiuyue. That makes sense. What's this? Can this baby still attract good fortune? How come I was unaware? I'm so sleepy, please leave me be. You're all so bothersome. Mother, you just had a quarrel with Aunt Zhang today. If you provoke her again while holding Guiyan, you might inadvertently hurt her. Please refrain from doing so. Huang's smile faded as she admonished Yi Qiuyue. What my daughter-in-law says is true. You must not take my little lucky star out recklessly. Who knows? Let her roam a bit. She might just stumble upon some good fortune. With Guiyan around, our home shall be blessed. Huang mused, casting a thoughtful glance at the child in Lin Wanqing's arms. Why do I feel like I haven't heard my granddaughter's voice lately? Yi Guiyan sensed Huang's gaze and shot her a glare. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such an adorable baby? She had been peacefully asleep, but the mother-daughter duo's antics had roused her, leaving her irate. Lin Wanqing gently patted her daughter's back to soothe her. Huang stood perplexed for a long moment. It was curious, from the look on her granddaughter's face. She should have been scolding her. Yet, why could she not hear a word? Yi Qiuyue, too, found it strange and glanced at Yi Guiyan, sensing something was amiss. During dinner, Huang proudly recounted how she had bested Zhang in their earlier confrontation. Yi Junjie looked at her with disdain. Mother, we are still eating. Please refrain from such talk. Huang, with a pained expression, replied, all right. I want to speak of it again. But Zhang's reaction was utterly delightful. Our son is truly remarkable. What is her son, after all? Merely a bad carrier. Yi Qiuyue paused in her meal and hesitantly remarked, is it that Guiyan from the Zhang family? Aunt used to praise her for her filial piety and capability. It's astonishing she was rejected. Huang shot her a glare. Don't get too smug. You can't just waste your days at home. Hurry and find a wealthy man to marry. That would aid your brother as well. If you only dream of someone wealthier than the silk shop, you ought to consider who is indeed wealthier. Yi Qiuyue looked at Huang resentfully. I work hard at home every day. When would I have time to meet a rich man? I rely on my brother. Huang suddenly perked up. Right. Why not ask Guiyan? Isn't she our little lucky star? The others nodded in agreement. Good idea. All eyes turned to Yi Guiyan, who was seated in Lin Wanqing's embrace, attempting to reach for the dishes on the table. Just as her chubby little hand grazed the plate, Lin Wanqing caught it. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance, glaring at the family. What are you all staring at? Can't I even talk? However, my aunt will indeed encounter a man soon. One who seeks to connect through my father's success as a top scholar. But that will be after he achieves it. As Lin Wanqing dined, she listened to Yi Guiyan's complaints while glancing at the Yi family. A smile crept on her lips. The family could no longer hear Guiyan's thoughts. Chapter 81. Innocent smiles. Huang snatched the child from Lin Wanqing's arms and pressed her ear to Yi Guiyan's belly. Nothing was audible. Though she could see Yi Guiyan's face scrunching in disapproval, she was certain the child must have been cursing. Yet, the others heard nothing at all. Yi Junjie, witnessing his mother's actions, exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that you can too? Huang paused. You can hear her? Yi Junjie nodded. They turned to Yi Qiuyue, who also affirmed, I can too. Lin Wanqing looked at them, puzzled. Hear what? At that moment, the Yi family collectively had an epiphany. This was likely a unique gift to their family. Lin Wanqing, being an outsider, could not hear Yi Guiyan's voice. Huang shot Lin Wanqing a disdainful look. None of your business. Lin Wanqing pouted and resumed her meal, fully aware of their confusion stemming from their inability to hear her daughter's thoughts. Oh, could it be they can hear my thoughts? Lin Wanqing felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Why was her daughter becoming so astute? It must be my formidable presence making them feel it. But it's all right. I've learned to control my abilities now. Lin Wanqing grew anxious. If her daughter could control her powers, would she eventually not hear her at all? Yet, upon reflection, she had never heard her son's thoughts and still loved him dearly. So perhaps it wasn't a concern. Yi Guiyan displayed her innocent smile, revealing her budding teeth, making her even more endearing. I remember that soon a wealthy scholar will pass through our town. If father can seize this opportunity and forge a connection, his examination in the capital will be a cinch. The family fell silent, and Lin Wanqing was bewildered. Why had her daughter suddenly spoken such words? Yi Junjie held his breath in excitement, gazing at Huang. Mother, did you hear that? Huang nodded enthusiastically, yes. Instantly, she thrust the child back into Lin Wanqing's arms and rushed into the house. Yi Junjie followed suit. Yi Qingfu hesitated but was scolded by Huang to leave. Ye Ouyuyu, disinterested, knew that this little ancestor's words would likely mean more expenses for the family. Lin Wanqing, observing her daughter's mischievous grin, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, seemingly unnoticed by the others. The following day, Yi Junja set out with the family's money. Lin Wanqing awoke early to see him leaving with a heavy bundle, likely filled with silver. It seemed he was off to earn money to establish connections with the scholar her daughter had mentioned. "Son, how goes it? You're working hard." Huang felt an unsettling apprehension seeing Yi Junja leaving with silver, questioning why his hands were now empty. Yi Junja swallowed nervously, his gaze evasive. "It's fine. The gambling house is out of funds and owes us. I'll go demand it tomorrow." Huang looked at him quizzically. "Is that even possible?" Yi Junja nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Lin Wanqing, recognizing his demeanor, understood he had lost in gambling. Only Huang would believe such tall tales from her son. Yi Guiyan yawned and turned her head. "I should remind mother to be cautious." Lin Wanqing became vigilant. Zhang Man had once been driven to sell his wife due to gambling. If Yi Junja truly went gambling again and lost money, she would indeed have to prepare for separation. The next day, Lin Wanqing, carrying her child, went out to send to go to school. "Husband, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's voice, Yi Junja jolted upright. "Oh, I just wanted to take a walk," he hurriedly exclaimed. "Wife." Lin Wanqing paused, looking at him with curiosity. "What is wrong?" "Notijing ye kunjistamiring demianor." Lin Wanqing felt puzzled. However, she sensed that he must have lost money outside, which is why he appeared so anxious. She had no inclination to comfort such a worthless man. Seeing that Yi Junja had no further business, she quickly embraced her daughter and departed. Upon returning home, she found that the others were absent. Even Yi Chiyue was nowhere to be found. Lin Wanqing went to the small storage room to fetch a small hoe, preparing to dig for medicinal herbs. As she pushed open the door, she was startled to discover a group of people inside. "Who are you?" she screamed in fright. The group immediately rushed over, covering her mouth, and one of them lifted her by the legs, carrying her away. Yi Guiyan was thrown into the yard, watching helplessly as his mother was taken by a group of individuals. "Mother!" Yi Guiyan immediately crawled outside. She called out, and the village dog De Huang rushed over to carry her. "Quick, take me to find mother." De Huang obediently followed the group as they ran out. The villagers, witnessing Lin Wanqing being taken away, quickly prepared to intervene. However, the group pushed them aside, brandishing a loan document. "This is the money Yi Xiaocai owes us. His wife is to settle the debt. Even if you report this to the authorities, they will still assign this woman to us." The group left with an imposing air, and the others were frightened. Hastening to find the head of the Yi family, Yi Guiyan clung to De Huang, following closely behind. They encountered other village dogs and cats, gathering together. Now, a single De Huang wasn't their match. But once the small animals multiplied, these ruffians would be outmatched. Yi Guiyan's eyes blazed with fury. She hadn't anticipated that the worthless man would act so swiftly. Her mother, as his wife, had never been treated with respect. Yet when he was in debt, he immediately thought of selling her. This scoundrel must not be allowed to continue. Chapter 82. Sold off Yi Guiyan led her pack of dogs and cats to a house. Lin Wanqing was locked in a wood shed by the group. Yi Guiyan extended her small hand toward the kittens and puppies. "Shh." The small animals quieted down instantly. "De Huang, let us go see mother." De Huang carefully carried her closer. Some members of the group stood by the window, peering outside. Fortunately, something obstructed the doorway, shielding them from view. Lin Wanqing was thrown into the shed, trembling in a corner. This was truly the end. "De Huang, be careful. Your footsteps are too loud." The sound of De Huang's paws echoed, attracting attention from the adjacent room. "What is going on?" a sharp voice inquired. The stout man by the window grumbled. "Why do I feel like there are so many cats outside today?" "Ignore them. Just keep watch at the door. This woman is quite attractive. We can sell her in Jinling. It'll fetch at least 100 taels of silver." The stout man chuckled foolishly. "Zhang Man, you're so clever. This kid fell for it so easily. We're going to profit handsomely." Zhang Man scoffed. "I've always found him irritating, thinking he is smarter than me. And now his wife is in my hands. After I've had my fun, I want to shortchange my friends. One by one now. Just don't ruin her. We still need to take her to Jinling to sell." Laughter erupted from the room. Lin Wanqing, hearing their laughter, froze. The conversation filled her with dread. "Oomph, you villains think you can bully my mother? You're not worthy." Lin Wanqing hesitantly raised her head. Did she just hear her daughter's voice? Was it merely her imagination? Yet, when she was taken away, she had seen her daughter left in the yard. Even if she were gone, the family shouldn't bully her. Lin Wanqing grasped a nearby branch, her heart trembling. If these people truly intended to harm her, she might, as well and all, throw the herbs in, then set it ablaze. Burn it down. As Lin Wanqing prepared to sharpen the branch in her hand, her movements halted. She truly thought she heard her daughter's voice. A cat had brought something inside. Oh no, brother, it's on fire. Fool, what good is calling for help? Hurry and put it out. Chaos ensued around her, and then she heard a loud thud as the shed door swung open. Cautiously, she peered outside. All the individuals inside had collapsed. Zhang Man, noticing Lin Wanqing escaping, hurriedly attempted to capture her, but stumbled and fell after just a few steps. What was happening? Lin Wanqing, startled by the fire, was momentarily at a loss. Mother, don't worry. The villagers will come to put out the fire. Let them burn. They deserve it. Let us hurry to find uncle for help. Lin Wanqing scooped up Guiyan, murmuring, I fear this fire might cause deaths. The blame will rest on you. As Lin Wanqing prepared to call for help, villagers were already arriving to extinguish the flames. In truth, the fire was not large, just smoky. Lin Wanqing quickly fled with her daughter to the town. They went directly to Lin Ruishan's house, where sister-in-law Huang opened the door. Lin Ruishan was out and not at home. Lin Wanqing trembled, holding her daughter, unable to speak. Sister, what's wrong? Yi Guiyan patted her mother's cold hand. Mother was frightened. She channeled a bit of her energy into her, allowing her to gradually feel warmth and cease trembling. Lin Wanqing, with tears in her eyes, looked at Lin Ruishan. My husband sold me. Those traffickers took me from home. Thankfully, Guiyan came to save me, or those men would have defiled me. What? Lin Ruishan's anger flared. I'm going to settle this. Sister-in-law Huang nodded at Lin Wanqing. Lin Ruishan quickly composed himself. All right, I'll go now. Though sister-in-law Huang felt pity for Lin Wanqing, she was also astonished. How could Guiyan save you? Yi Guiyan flashed a toothy grin at her aunt. I'm very capable. Sister-in-law Huang, startled by her voice, gasped. Lin Wanqing held her hand and shook her head. Sister-in-law Huang nodded. Yes, indeed. Then we should go together, but we must take your father. If the yamen is here, should they dare to do anything to you, we'll report them. All right, you stay here to avoid being discovered by those traffickers. Once I make arrangements, I'll come to fetch you. I have the key at home, so you don't need to come let me in. Okay. Lin Wanqing embraced her daughter and stayed at home. Yi Guiyan lay down to rest, preparing for the inevitable battle ahead. Sister-in-law Huang quickly got the carriage ready, calling Lin Wanqing to board with the child. Lin Fengjiu sat inside. My daughter, I'm truly sorry for you, he said, tears welling in his eyes as he saw Lin Wanqing's disheveled state. Father, as long as I can get a divorce now, everything can start anew. They rode together in a carriage toward the village. Upon arriving, Lin Ruishan immediately clashed with the Yi family. What do you intend to do? You shall not take our Yi family's children. Huang stood firmly in front, refusing to let Lin Fengjiu take the child. The Yi family was still in disarray, having just learned that Lin Wanqing had been sold, and now the Lin family had come to snatch the children. Lin Ruishan, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Huang. Weren't you always disdainful of the big dog? Why is it that as soon as my sister is in trouble, you rush to guard the big dog? You must have known I would come for the child. Chapter 83. Another bet Yi Junjie observed Lin Ruishan with cold eyes. Where is she now? She has injured Zhou's people, and he is searching for her everywhere. I cannot protect her when he finds her. Lin Ruishan let out a derisive laugh. How absurd. You sold my sister, and yet have the audacity to say such things. Yi Junjie, do you really think I am unaware of your sordid affairs? Yi Junjie felt a pang of anxiety and glared back. Do not slander me. Do not smear my reputation. Lin Ruishan rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike Yi Junjie's face. However, at that moment, Yi Pengqing stepped forward to shield Yi Junjie, protecting him. Brother-in-law, we can discuss this matter calmly. Do not resort to violence. At this juncture, Yi Qingde also approached. Lin family, you wish to take our Yi family's son? That is unacceptable. Bring Lin out to speak. Lin Ruishan glared at Yi Qingde, gritting his teeth. You, a mere pretender, dare to let my sister speak to you? Who do you think you are? Lin Ruishan's insult provoked discontent among the Yi family, who were ready to drive him out. From the crowd, Yi Junjie watched Lin Ruishan with mocking amusement. Lin Ruishan noticed Yi Junjie's expression, which only fueled his anger further. He raised his fist, ready to strike Yi Pengcheng, who stood in his way. Stop! The carriage came to a halt as Lin Fengjiu shouted from above. At that moment, Lin Wanqing appeared, causing Yi Junjie's expression to sour. Yi Qingde frowned slightly. Lin, what is all this commotion about? Lin Wanqing coldly replied. Looking at Yi Qingde, I wish to divorce and take the 2 children with me. Huang scoffed derisively, tilting her head in disdain. You? Not a chance. We shall not recognize your divorce. Lin Wanqing shot her a frosty glare before addressing Yi Qingde. Today, Yi Junjie sold me. Had it not been for the fire at the seller's home, I would not have escaped. I do not know what my fate would have been otherwise. I will report this to the authorities. As a scholar, he indulges in gambling, even selling his wife. The entire Yi family turned a blind eye, with no one stepping in to help. Onlookers chimed in anxiously. We tried to intervene, but he had the scholar's signature. What could we do? Lin Wanqing coldly responded. Then you should have remained indifferent as I sought a divorce, instead of trying to stop me. One man, feeling the weight of her glare, retreated a few steps and muttered. You have a point. I shall not interfere again, lest I bear the sin if you are sold again. With that, he led his companions a few paces away. Others soon followed suit, leaving only Yi Qingde and his son, along with a few others from the Yi family. Yi Pengcheng also took a couple of steps back, seeking assistance from his father. Yi Qingde frowned, glaring at Yi Junjie. You've been gambling again? Yi Junjie stammered. I needed money, so I tried to earn some. Yi Pengcheng shouted angrily. I will not assist you any further. You think of selling your wife while she bears your children. Are you even human? The thought of his own deceased wife stirred pain within him. Witnessing the disdain for his wife left him further distressed. Yi Qingde glared at Yi Junjie, feeling a mix of disappointment and helplessness, knowing that blaming him was futile. They needed to address the chaos caused by the Lin family. You can discuss the divorce at your leisure, but the children. Lin Fengjiu's gaze was piercing as he looked at Yi Qingde. What? Will you let these 2 children suffer in your Yi family? They can never change their lineage. However, living elsewhere may offer them a brighter future. Staying in this household, they will not have a fortunate upbringing. Moreover, I believe my daughter deserves better choices. Yi Qingde looked at him in surprise. In-law, what do you mean? Lin Fengjiu snorted coldly. I still hold the title of a minor official. I will not allow my daughter to endure such humiliation. Either the illegitimate children and their mother face dire consequences, and the 2 children remain with your Yi family while I take my daughter away, or we all leave. Huang exclaimed in agitation. What are you saying? How can you be so heartless? Lin Fengjiu laughed heartily. Your Yi family sold my daughter and nearly allowed her to be violated. I did not come to seek vengeance. And yet you dare to call me heartless? My daughter has not eaten a morsel in your Yi household, while the outside woman and her son thrive. Isn't that right? Sholudier? Yi Qingde looked astonished at Yi Junjie, then at Huang and Lin Fengjiu. What does this mean? Lin Fengjiu pointed at Yi Junjie. This scoundrel was already involved with a widow from the Chun family before marrying my daughter. Their son is as old as the big dog. All the grain and silver from the court went to feed the outside woman and her child. You, as the clan leader, come here to seek justice? Does the Yi family even know what justice is? My daughter marrying into your family was a decree for her to be bullied. The crowd gasped in shock, murmuring, what? The widow from the Chun family and Scholar Yi? It can't be. The widow can claim him as the father of her child? No wonder she always said her child's father was a scholar. Turns out he is from our village. Yi Xiao rushed out and struck Yi Junjie squarely in the face. I wondered how my sister was bullied by that widow at the temple fair. My sister earned money for the village by copying books, and that widow was astonished at how she had money. Was she surprised that my sister's earnings did not end up in her hands? You're truly a beast. Yi Qingde staggered back, clutching his chest, while Yi Pengcheng rushed to support him. Yi Qingde trembled, pointing at Yi Junjie. You have wasted your education. Seeing Yi Qingde in such a state, the Lin family regarded him with cold indifference. Lin Fengjiu sneered. It is quite simple now. Choose which son you wish to keep. Yi Junjie replied without hesitation. Take the big dog. Guiyan must stay. Guiyan was considered their family's good fortune and could not be allowed to leave with the Lin family. Lin Wanqing chuckled. Given the current state of your household, do you truly believe Guiyan is still your good fortune? Huang shivered at the thought. She pulled Yi Junjie aside, whispering, Indeed. Is this little girl truly our family's fortune? Since she arrived, she has spoken of many things that could improve our situation, yet now it seems quite the opposite. Chapter 84. Finally able to depart, Yi Junja's expression darkened. Guiyan had indeed predicted he would encounter an opportunity. However, in pursuit of that opportunity, he had become a gambling dog. He had barely managed to refrain from gambling later, yet this girl informed him of yet another opportunity, prompting him to gamble again, leading to a mountain of debt. Otherwise, he would not have been driven to the point of selling his wife. Perhaps this girl truly was a sorceress. Yi Junja coldly regarded Lin Fengjiu. "Give me 50 taels, and you may take your daughter." Lin Fengjiu laughed heartily. Scholar Yi is selling his daughter? Yi Junja gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Wanqing. At that moment, Lin Wanqing was not in the hands of a trafficker, indicating that his debts still lay with the gamblers. Now, he owed 50 taels of silver. This sum of money must be dealt with. The Yi family is utterly incapable of providing any financial assistance. The only option left is to sell this creature to the Lin family. Lin Wanqing observed Yi Chengde with a cold gaze. "Patriarch, how do you intend to handle this?" Yi Chengde sat on the ground, panting, cursing the beast under his breath. Without hesitation, he declared, "You may take the 2 children away. This beast, as a father, will only lead one astray and sell the other." "Master, I have a small request," Lin Fengjiu interjected. "The children's surname need not be changed. Even if Wanqing remarries, it shall remain unchanged." Yi Chengde's eyes welled with tears. "Thank you. I shall rise and arrange for the divorce immediately." Madame Huang, anxious, exclaimed, "We have not agreed yet." Yi Chengde shouted at her in anger. "I wish to have my second brother sever ties with you, you foolish creature. How many times must I tell you? Look at how our son has turned out." He called for paper and ink, drafting the divorce decree. Witnessing Yi Chengde's resolute demeanor, Yi Junja reluctantly signed, consenting to Lin Wanqing leaving with the 2 children. As Yi Junja signed, he warned Lin Wanqing, "She cannot take anything from the household." Lin Wanqing chuckled softly. "What is there that I could possibly take? However, I must take my clothing and my dowry." "Absolutely not." Yi Junja retorted emphatically. Others from the Yi family raised their fists. "Have you no shame? Are you trying to take her dowry as well? Besides, she has long since spent it after marrying into your family, hasn't she? A few garments are hardly worth quibbling over." Yi Junja glared at him, yet the speaker was larger and more robust. In a physical confrontation, he stood no chance. He could only mutter, "Only the clothes." He signed the document and handed the divorce decree to Lin Wanqing. Upon reading the words inscribed, Lin Wanqing began to weep. "At last, I can leave." Madame Huang approached, cradling Yi Guiyan in her arms. "Go gather your belongings with your brother. We must leave swiftly. Now is not the time for delays, lest the Yi family stir up further trouble." In such a village, the clan was overly large. They consisted merely of one middle-aged man, an elder, and 2 women with 2 children. The coachman would certainly not assist them in a brawl. Lin Wanqing understood this well, and hurriedly followed Lin Ruishan to pack her clothing. Madame Huang quickly added, "And my 5 taels of silver. I almost let you swindle it from me." Lin Wanqing opened the box, revealing a substantial amount of copper coins. Upon seeing this, Madame Huang shouted, "Give me the box." Lin Wanqing tossed 5 taels of silver before her. "This money was earned by me. It does not belong to your Yi family." Madame Huang laughed derisively. "From which man's household did you earn it? You can earn money? This is indeed the Yi family's money." The old doctor stepped forward. "I earned it here." The crowd gasped at the old doctor's words. He cleared his throat. "The Lin family gathered herbal medicine and sold it to me. They're truly resourceful." As expected of the daughter of an esteemed family, the elder was highly respected in the village, and thus no one dared to spread rumors. Upon hearing the doctor's statement, everyone wore expressions of intrigue. It seemed Lin Wanqing truly possessed remarkable abilities, not only able to read and teach Yi Junja, even helping him attain the status of a scholar. Unfortunately, the scholar himself did not cherish her and had set his sights on a woman almost as old as his mother, which was truly disconcerting. "Well, since we have gathered our belongings, we shall take our leave. The promises made to you by the Yi family will be honored, rest assured." Yi Chengde nodded. "May I borrow a carriage to go to the town?" Of course, Lin Fengjiu agreed. They boarded the carriage together, initially enveloped in silence. Yi Chengde was acutely aware that he could no longer face Lin Wanqing. When she had knelt before him pleading, he had never imagined Yi Junjie could truly act in such a manner. Thankfully, no harm had come to her. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. Yi Pengqing glanced at Yi Chengde and asked softly, "Father, are you feeling unwell? Should I not bring more money for you to see a doctor?" Yi Chengde shook his head. "No need for a doctor." "Then where shall we go?" "Lin family. It is my Yi family that is unworthy of you. I have caused you distress." Lin Wanqing recognized that this matter had little to do with him. Thus she shook her head. "It is of no consequence. As long as you are well." "But what about—" Yi Chengde grew anxious. He feared Lin Wanqing would scold him, for as an elder, he indeed deserved it. This matter was likely not so simple. Zhang Man must have set up Yi Junjie. "Eldest brother, you must be cautious." Yi Pengqing realized Lin Wanqing was addressing him and felt a flush of embarrassment. "All right, I will not gamble. Rest assured." "Indeed," Yi Chengde remarked in surprise. "Zhang Man?" The carriage fell silent. Yi Chengde suddenly turned to Lin Wanqing. "Regarding Junjie's matter, you need not seek the county magistrate. I will go to the town to inform him about Junjie's gambling debts and the sale of his wife. Rest assured, I shall make it happen." "Good," Lin Wanqing replied softly. Chapter 85. A divorce decree. Ruan Yuru emerged from within. Lin Fengjiu smiled at her. "Go and call your nephew to gather his things. We are packing up." Ruan Yuru looked at him, surprised by his words. Master Lin Fengjiu turned to Lin Ruishan. "Go, fetch me some ink and paper. We must write a copy as well." Lin Fengjiu penned a divorce decree for Ruan Yuru. She fell to her knees, weeping. "Master, what idle gossip have you heard that you wish to divorce me? I have always devoted myself to you. How could you be so cruel?" Yi Guiyan, previously content in Madame Huang's arms, now observed Ruan Yuru's cold gaze. "Fool, grandfather wishes to send you off properly, and yet you seek to harm others? If grandfather releases this woman, she will surely retaliate against everyone. Then mother will be scorned by all." Lin Fengjiu's expression grew serious. "Eldest, do not give her the divorce decree just yet." Ruan Yuru breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fengjiu continued, "We shall report this to the authorities. Gather a few matrons and have her and the steward taken away." Ruan Yuru was now bewildered. "Master, if you wish to divorce me, then so be it. There is no need to be so heartless." Lin Fengjiu replied sternly, "If I do not present the evidence before you, and this escalates, letting everyone know I was blind to choose you, causing suffering to my children and grandchildren, you will surely retaliate. To have me explain myself to others would be burdensome. Take her away." The household staff acted swiftly. Seizing the moment when Han Kuang was caught off guard, they apprehended him along with his maid, Kai Feng. At this point, the three believed the master merely wished to divorce his wife, but upon reaching the magistrate's office, they heard Lin Fengjiu proclaim, "County magistrate, this commoner wishes to accuse this venomous woman of conspiring with her paramour to poison me. This maid has also been complicit." Only then did the trio realize their scheme had been uncovered. Ruan Yuru gasped. "How could you?" Lin Fengjiu scoffed. "How was I know? Were it not for my children's vigilance, I would have been unknowingly poisoned by you." He instructed the nearby steward, Fu Bo, to present the evidence. Lin Fengjiu respectfully stated, "These are all witnesses and material evidence. I hope the county magistrate will discern the truth. As a gentleman of status." Lin Fengjiu's words carried weight before the magistrate. The magistrate, upon reviewing the meticulously organized report and the provided evidence, could easily condemn the three individuals. Witnessing the trio's incredulous expressions, Uncle Fu proudly declared, "You all said this old man has grown feeble. Yet, these treasures were unearthed by yours truly. Huh, the old blade is still keen." Yi Guiyan clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Hooray! Grandpa Fu is indeed a fortunate man. I shall ensure he lives a long and prosperous life." The county magistrate, seated nearby, meticulously scrutinized the documents. Lin Fengjiu wiped away a tear, lamenting, "My daughter's marriage was orchestrated by my late wife, who spoke of the Yang family's rice merchants. I was blind and believed that venomous woman, allowing my daughter to suffer in the Yi household." The magistrate nodded. "I understand." To the three defendants, he inquired, "Do you confess?" Uncertain of the extent of Uncle Fu's investigation, the three were apprehensive, having realized the nature of the poison used against them. Consequently, they ceased their attempts at evasion, with the maid Kai Feng being the first to confess. Yuan Yuru glared fiercely at Lin Fengjiu. I had meticulously planned everything, and yet you old fool have managed to survive. Huh, truly, heaven has no eyes. Lin Fengjiu, witnessing the transformation of the typically gentle woman into one of such venomous demeanor, felt no surprise. Isn't it clear you sought to seize my Lin family's fortune? What can a scholar possess? All of it belongs to my late wife's legacy. Even in death, it shall not reach your hands. I have long prepared a will, entrusted to the magistrate, ensuring that upon my demise, my estate passes to my children. Yuan Yuru stared at Lin Fengjiu in shock. What? Sighing, he continued, by marrying you, I hope to alleviate my children's guilt and foster a deeper bond with you. Fearing you might feel wronged. Thus, I acquiesced to your wishes, allowing Wan Qing to wed into the Yi family, thinking it would showcase your virtues. Alas, I was mistaken. Yuan Yuru sank to the ground, her realization dawning slowly, and then she wept, kneeling before Lin Fengjiu, clutching his trousers. Master, I see my fault. Please, do not report me. I shall perish. I beg you. Lin Fengjiu coldly replied, you now claim to understand your error, but it is only in the face of impending justice that you tremble with fear. If you choose such a path, you must accept the consequences. Han Clung, trembling, pleaded with the magistrate, Sir, I am merely her lover. I knew nothing of her misdeeds. I implore you to spare me. The magistrate scoffed, I will administer justice according to the law. Lin Fengjiu bowed gratefully to the magistrate. Thank you, sir. May I ask one more question? Speak, Mr. Lin. How did you deal with the Yi family? Upon hearing Yi Junjia's name, the magistrate's face contorted in disdain. To betray his lawful wife and consort with a widow, siphoning the resources granted by the court to a paramour. Such a disgraceful scholar. Therefore, I reported this to the court, stripping him of his scholarly title, and requested that his descendants be forever barred from officialdom. Lin Fengjiu chuckled heartily. Excellent. How gratifying. Thank you, sir. Uncle Fu, you two have worked hard. Today, let us feast and celebrate. Ensure that everyone enjoys the same fare as us. Procure some wine for our merriment. Uncle Fu cheerfully affirmed, understood. I shall take care of it. As night fell, they reveled in a hearty meal. Despite the day's turmoil, it seemed to have unfolded toward a brighter outcome. Though perilous, the conclusion was favorable. Laughter echoed around the table. Suddenly, Lin Ruishan whispered, Shh, lower your voices. Our little hero has fallen asleep. Guiyan lay on a nearby soft couch, peacefully slumbering. Chapter 86. The grand conclusion after a satisfying meal. Lin Ruishan presented the concocted medicine. Father, shall we seek a physician tomorrow? Lin Fengjiu accepted the bowl, its heat now diminished, and drank it down in one gulp. Squinting at the empty bowl, he grimaced, bitter indeed. No more of that. With a capable little doctor like Guiyan, it ought to suffice. Lin Ruishan hesitated. Father, why agree to the Yi family patriarch's request for the child to bear the Yi surname? Surely we could sever ties completely. Allowing them to retain the name means they remain forever linked to the Yi family. Lin Fengjiu reflected, if we did not acquiesce, do you think the Yi family would permit our departure? We must retreat to advance. What significance does a surname hold? The well-being of the child is paramount. Do you think the Yi family would dare demand that we care for their wretched offspring in their old age? Lin Ruishan replied nervously, should it go, still bear the Yi name. That indeed remains a possibility. Lin Fengjiu chuckled. I too had my doubts at first, viewing it as a strategic delay. Yet the Yi patriarch personally conveyed everything to the magistrate. The magistrate is aware of his misdeeds, and they will be documented. Few are the scholars stripped of their titles. Lin Ruishan sighed in relief. If the patriarch enjoys longevity, it would benefit to go. Indeed, worry not, it's merely a name. If we do not care, neither will others. They are all my daughter's children. What does it matter? However, the Go's name must change. Lin Fengjiu expressed his disdain for the name. To change the name, you must pay a visit to their patriarch and inform him. We must ensure the child's name is altered. Very well, father. Please think of a name in the next few days. Once agreed upon, I shall make the trip. Agreed. Lin Fengjiu glanced at Lin Wanqing, who had remained silent. Concerned, he asked, Daughter, do you harbor any unspoken thoughts? To his surprise, she responded, Good. Finding something to occupy oneself is commendable. The emperor has recently promoted the education of women, which may present an opportunity. Though it is a nascent endeavor without precedents, the path may be arduous. Could it be more challenging than before? With family support, it will not be difficult. I shall not mind the whispers of outsiders. If I had truly cared, I would not have endured the Yi family's company for so many years. At that moment, Yi Guiyan, nestled in Lin Wanqing's embrace, smacked her lips, appearing to be in a delightful dream. 2 days later, Lin Fengjiu handed the chosen name to Lin Ruishan. Take care. Bring 2 sturdy servants with you to the village. Despite the patriarch's amiability, we must remain cautious. Understood. Has the name been approved by my sister? Lin Fengjiu shot him a disapproving glance. Would I dare decide without her consent? I just showed it to her. She believes the name Yi Xianzhou is quite suitable. She is currently busy cataloging her mother's dowry. I wonder how Yiru managed that. Even with the keys in my possession, she still managed to take some. Lin Ruishan grew anxious. Was there significant loss? Lin Fengjiu waved his hand dismissively. Only items of monetary value were taken. The truly precious belongings remain untouched. Very well. Lin Ruishan, clutching the paper, set off in a carriage with 2 strong servants for the village. Huang Shi cradled Yi Guiyan, playfully engaging with her. In recent days, she had noticed her inability to hear the infant's thoughts. Yet, despite the infant's demeanor, there was an undeniable richness to her expressions, rendering her all the more adorable. Lin Ruishan's expression turned complex as he suppressed his emotions. Regarding Huang Shi, where's my sister? She has just finished cataloging the dowry and is presently discussing her plans for education with our father. Let's go speak with them. What is it? Huang Shi entered the room, still holding Yi Guiyan. Is something amiss? Uncle seems troubled, which worries me. Yi Guiyan exclaimed. After my departure, I had not allowed the little birds to keep watch over them. Lin Wanqing had yet to see her daughter when she heard her daughter's anxious voice. The conversation between the father and daughter came to an abrupt halt. Lin Ruishan pushed open the door and, upon seeing everyone gathered in the room, excitedly recounted the events of the day at the clan. Huang, with a pout, expressed her disdain, saying, "It is already embarrassing for 2 people to be involved in this matter. How dare they be included in the family genealogy? That would be an affront to our ancestors." Lin Ruishan took a sip of tea, relishing the moment, and did not respond immediately. With a cheerful demeanor, he proclaimed that Yaozu is not of the Yi family. He belongs to the Chun family. At this revelation, everyone in the room was left in utter astonishment. Even Yi Guiyan gaped in disbelief at her uncle. What? He is not the son of that scoundrel? That scoundrel has been deceived by the widow all this time, helping her raise her children? Lin Ruishan burst into hearty laughter. Lin Wanqing, feeling somewhat dazed, urgently interjected, "But how can we be sure this is false? The child's birth date does not align at all. Even if this child were a preemie born 5 months after being with Yi Junjie, is it possible to deliver a full-term baby in 5 months?" Lin Wanqing pressed on. "But surely Yi Junjie must know. How could he not? He has never cared for his own children, so he is utterly ignorant of such matters." Only after checking the dates did he realize he had been deceived. Even if Yaozu is not of the Chun lineage, he cannot possibly belong to the Yi family. With a chuckle, Lin Wanqing found amusement in the situation, relishing the scoundrel's taste of genuine remorse for his previous misplaced affections. Lin Fengjiu, chuckling, stepped outside and called out, "Fu Bo, have someone keep watch at the front gate. Anyone from the Yi family who dares to come shall be turned away." Yi Guiyan giggled with glee. "Oh dear, that scoundrel has truly lost everything now." "Not quite. He still has a mountain of debts." Lin Wanqing pondered, stroking her chin. I must consider where Xianzhou will continue his studies. The previous tutor mentioned that he memorizes everything after just 1 lesson. Perhaps he could even join me at the same academy. Yi Guiyan flipped onto Huang's lap, waving her little hand towards the window. "Hurry, go see the Yi family. This little one wants to witness the spectacle." She hoped that the scoundrel's downfall would not come too swiftly, for otherwise, the recent blissful yet monotonous days would lose their charm.